Chapter 1. Why are you grinning like a fool? A couple of fellow travelers suddenly hurled an object at the face of the male companion, transforming his smug smile into one of sheer terror. A closer inspection revealed that the object used as a projectile was likely a uniform from some society. "What are you angry about, Xiaolan?" Upon hearing her partner's inquiry, the girl's expression turned even more terrifying, a forced smile that barely concealed her rage. If this were a comic book world, one could almost see the flames igniting above her head. "I'm not angry, it's just that thanks to a certain someone, my father's workload has significantly decreased. That has nothing to do with me. Uncle Moore's reduced workload is simply because he lacks competence." "Is that so?" The girl, referred to as Xiaolan, suddenly swung her fist toward a nearby utility pole. "Utility pole? My life is fleeting." At that moment, a man clad in black approached from the opposite direction and effortlessly caught Xiaolan's fist. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused." Noticing her fist nearly struck someone, Xiaolan quickly pulled her boyfriend forward and bowed in apology. "Wait, why are you dragging me into your apology? It's your mistake." As soon as Shinichi caught a glimpse of Xiaolan's fierce gaze, he fell silent and joined her in bowing to the stranger. "There's no need for such formality. My name is Zhu Xingwei, lie we shall meet again." After exchanging pleasantries, the man in black turned and vanished into a nearby alley. Upon hearing the stranger's words, Shinichi's face broke into a playful smile. "Zhu? What a rare surname." Xiaolan continued to ponder the stranger's earlier statement. "That's a pseudonym. I can even deduce from that name that he enjoys watching Ultraman Zhu Xing Tuan and Ri by Yi Wei Lai. Don't be so rude, be careful, he doesn't hear you." Xiaolan glanced back furtively, and upon confirming the absence of the man, continued, "Is it truly a pseudonym? He seems older than us, why would he choose such a name?" Shinichi recalled the man's appearance. A black trench coat, a high-necked inner garment obscuring his chin, preventing anyone from discerning whether he had facial hair or moles. The knitted hat concealed his hair, leaving it indeterminate whether it was long or short. He also wore black gloves, making it impossible to ascertain if he was engaged in a particular profession, such as a marksman, doctor, or gymnast. Was he an undercover agent, or was Shinichi simply overthinking? From the visible portion of his face, he appeared quite handsome. If he were deliberately concealing his identity, such a face would be too memorable. Perhaps he was just another deluded soul, Shinichi mused. The two continued their journey home, unaware that their conversation had been overheard by the very person they were discussing, who lurked in the shadows. Is it really that uncanny to glean so much from a mere encounter? The speaker was indeed the man who had introduced himself as Zhu Xingwei Lai. Shinichi's suspicions were correct. It was a fabricated name, one he had conjured on a whim. His real name was Yu Yunhe. He belonged to the National Security Bureau of the Celestial Empire and had been dispatched to Neon for a clandestine mission, colloquially known as an undercover operation. In truth, this identity was merely a fragment of his reality. His authentic self was that of a time traveler. It was only a year ago, following a joint operation, that he realized he had entered the world of Detective Conan. Since that moment, his superiors had kept him on standby. Just 2 days ago, they issued a directive. "We've heard rumors that Neon has been researching an elixir of immortality, with agents from various nations infiltrating that organization. Our principle is non-interference, but it has come to our attention that their recent schemes have been directed toward us. Investigate the veracity of this intelligence." Logically, he shouldn't have arrived so soon, as his new identity and passport had yet to be finalized. However, as the plot unfolded, he stumbled upon a fortunate discovery: a system. The system issued a task. The host was required to greet the protagonist with an unknown reward. Task nature: non-negotiable failure to comply would result in system shutdown. To avoid alarming the target, Yu Yunhe concocted a name, obscuring his identity while greeting Shinichi. He never anticipated that a single encounter would nearly expose him completely. As an operative, disguising oneself and concealing one's identity during investigations was routine, and he had never faltered before. The only oversight this time was the casualness of his chosen name. Was this the power of the protagonist's halo? Regarding names, if Akai Shuichi could adopt the alias Zhu Xing, why could he not? Yet, Who would have guessed this world was semi-fictional, and that Shinichi had actually watched Ultraman? That disguise might work in Western countries, but in Asia, others would likely deem you insane. Shut up. Enough of your prattle, I've completed my task. So hurry up with my reward. I nearly compromised my identity and delayed significant matters for my country. Rest assured, do you know why I'm a localized system? TSK, why are you so verbose? Where's my reward? If the host's temperament remains so impatient, this line of work may not be suitable. Task completed. Reward skill card. Mastery of firearms. Is that it? What am I supposed to do with that? Is it of any use to me? If you find that unsatisfactory, you may exchange it for mastery of combat, culinary expertise, or vocal proficiency. What's this? Am I supposed to debut as an idol or become a culinary captive? Can't you provide something genuinely useful? If this is how it's going to be, then next time I won't bother with your pathetic tasks. Calm down. How about I offer you a chance for reconnaissance or inquiry instead? Yuni sighed, fine. Given your demeanor, it seems you are oblivious to who stripped you of that inferior system. So let's go with this. I want to investigate my own capabilities. What's my combat proficiency like in this world? How do I compare to characters like Jin, Akai Shuichi, or Kyaga Kimikoto? Understood. The system is currently assessing your abilities. Please hold on. Hey, am I giving you a chance to talk? Yu Yunhe's sentence was abruptly interrupted by the system. The system's firearm proficiency ranks first, with pinpoint accuracy up to 1,000 yards. Beyond that, it relies on luck. Combat proficiency also ranks first, with skills surpassing Kyaga Kimikoto, though physical attributes are slightly lacking. Isn't that blatantly obvious? Am I supposed to dodge bullets? Nonetheless, this data was somewhat reassuring for you, Yun. Akai Shuichi's precise shooting range was merely 700 yards. While he had achieved 1,300 yards in the past, he wouldn't assert that every shot was accurate. As for Kyaga Kimikoto, it was hard to believe he lacked the protagonist's halo. If the host wishes to enhance their physical attributes, feel free to visit the system shop for selection. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yu Yunhe opened the system shop, finding an array of enticing items. A cleansing elixir description can enhance physical attributes to human limits. An elixir of immortality description, rumored to be the bathing water of Tang Sung upon consumption. It ensures immortality and even the capability to resurrect the deceased. And a golden X indestructible pill description. Well, you get the idea. Looking further would likely lead to a broadcast ban. In addition to these, there were even cultivation techniques that could deliver devastating blows. Yet, without exception, all required exorbitant points for exchange. May I inquire how to obtain points? Will I earn task points for completing missions? You may exchange your bank balance. Rabbit coins or chit coins are acceptable. As for your second question, well, it depends on my mood. The likelihood is low. I want to change the system. What? A mere identity card costs me $1 million? In dollars? Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. This identity card not only grants you legal status in Neon, but also in this world. Additionally, there are extra gifts included. Oh, I'll pass. I'll wait for my superiors to arrange my identity. Money is better kept in my own hands. Host, you're overestimating your situation. Your identity has already come under suspicion. If you do not purchase the identity card, Shinichi may very well continue probing into your background. In that case, will you be able to complete the tasks assigned to you by the organization? Are you saying you have me cornered? The system cannot deceive the host. Regarding your query, the answer is yes. Then you've won. I must once again emphasize that all that money is my hard-earned money. Since reaching adulthood, I haven't dared to spend a single dime frivolously. Just hand it over. So much unnecessary talk. Did you think the system approaching you was a blessing? You've read too many novels. Our mission is to assist the host in becoming the best in the world, and then, well, strip you of your wealth. As for you, I can assure you that your life will be exceedingly poor, utterly, absolutely impoverished. Barely having purchased the identity card, Yu Yunhe received a text alert on his phone, indicating that his entire balance had been withdrawn. The system could offer such a sum because it was aware that he had precisely 1 million. Just as he finished reading the message and was about to lament, the phone he used for communication rang. Remain vigilant. Can you communicate normally? Yu Yunhe cast a glance around, lowering his voice to respond. Understood. I've already established myself in Neon, and I await your instructions, sir. Excellent. From this day forth, there will be no more X or you and he. Your identity in Neon has been arranged. You shall henceforth be known as Zhu Xingwei Lai. Orphaned at a young age, you were raised in the Mihua Welfare Institute. Your true identity is that of the illegitimate child of a wealthy tycoon from the Celestial Empire's gaming industry. As your missions progress, you will be permitted to reveal your secondary true identity. Why am I being assigned such a universally scorned identity? Yuyan He, or rather Zhu Xingwei Lai, internally lamented. Nonetheless, it matters little after all. I too am an orphan. This identity is likely bestowed upon me by the identity card, and perhaps it will yield some benefits in the future. Yes, sir. I assure you I will complete the mission. Indeed, I have watched you grow. Although young, you have contributed significantly to our motherland. Once this mission is completed, you may retire ahead of schedule. Is there such a fortunate prospect? Yet, why does this statement sound like a harbinger of misfortune? Yes, I am grateful for your guidance and support. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Xingwei Lai pondered where to begin his endeavors when the system's incessant voice echoed in his mind once more. Having purchased the identity card, do you not wish to check the accompanying items? Such a boon? What does it entail? A mansion adjacent to the Kudo estate, along with a legendary sports car from the 90s. Upon hearing the system's reply, Zhu Xingwei Lai hastened towards the direction indicated earlier. Who wouldn't appreciate free gifts? The system-granted mansion was conveniently located to the right of the Kudo residence, while to the left stood the modern edifice of Dr. Gasa. Is this all? Gazing at the so-called mansion, Zhu Xingwei Lai scoffed. Such places bear a particular designation in the Celestial Empire, cultural relics. Pushing open the peeling door, his eyes fell upon his legendary sports car, a midnight blue Mazda RX-7, third generation. To label it as a divine vehicle would not be an exaggeration, yet this car appeared far from new. Do not underestimate these possessions, host. Consider the current era. Despite the anime's ambiguous timeline, they're still using brick-sized mobile phones. Just the land for this mansion would be worth 80 million yuan today. The furnishings remain intact, with the television, hot water, air conditioning, and other facilities fully operational. It's a complete movie-and-ready situation. As for the car, although somewhat aged, I assure you, it has never been involved in any accidents. This house leaks wind and rain, and that dilapidated car, I'm afraid to drive it lest I encounter an accident. Do not fret. Once you earn some money, you can entrust it to me for renovations. Though the costs may slightly exceed market rates, you will benefit from the absence of construction delays. Zhu Xingwei Lai had nothing more to say to this troublesome system. No wonder they assigned him the identity of a gaming tycoon's son. It seems this was merely a facade for a spiritual leader. The adage "the free is the most expensive" had truly been learned well. Oh well, as the saying goes, since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it. After a shower, Zhu Xingwei Lai gazed into the mirror, where a handsome visage with sharp brows and bright eyes stared back at him. Years of rigorous training and a balanced diet had sculpted his physique into a toned yet unobtrusive form. After donning his attire, he tied his medium-length hair into a ponytail, then curled it into a bun, securing it in place. Finally, he adorned himself with a black knitted hat. Once all was complete, night had just begun to descend. Judging the time to be right, Zhu Xingwei Lai embarked on his plan. He made his way to the amusement park, beginning his search for the two elusive figures. In the wake of a recent murder, all exits have been sealed, making it relatively easy to locate individuals. Two suspicious figures were seen engaging in a transaction, while another lingered in the shadows, observing quietly. This little detective game ends here, kid. Kudo Shinichi, focused on the transaction between the two, was oblivious to the fact that he had been discovered. A man with long, flowing hair struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious and forcing a capsule down his throat. Having assessed the situation, Zhu Xingwei Lai pulled his knitted hat down, transforming it into a mask that exposed only his eyes, thoroughly concealing his face. Stealthily, he approached Jin from behind, intending to employ Jin's own tactics against him. However, Jin, like a beast with keen senses, detected the disturbance. Without a moment's hesitation, He swung his steel pipe backward. Zhu Xing Weilai deftly evaded the attack, seizing Jin's wrist in retaliation, then placing one leg upon his arm while firmly pressing his palm against Jin's chin. With a surge of strength, Zhu Xing Weilai forced the steel pipe from Jin's grasp, sending it clattering to the ground.
Are you a member of the public security? Jin is still probing the future. Zhu Xing did not respond to Jin's inquiry. He is not a villain. And he understands the principle that the more one speaks, the quicker one meets their demise. Noticing the silence from his opponent, Jin could no longer contain himself and discreetly gestured towards the dazed vodka, just as vodka was about to step in to assist. He was paralyzed by the intensity of Future's gaze. My goodness, this individual must bear more lives on his shoulders than I do. What are you waiting for? Help me. Jin was exasperated with vodka. Were it not for his unwavering loyalty, he would question his capability to even fulfill the role of a driver. Jin's call snapped vodka back to reality. What was he afraid of? They were 2 against 1, and with additional fists and feet at their disposal. Was this not an opportune moment? Vodka charged towards Future, who released the pressure on Jin's arm, delivering a swift kick to Jin's lower back, sending him crashing into Vodka, thereby neutralizing Vodka's attack. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The future strikes swiftly like a powerful uppercut, landing squarely on the chin of Vodka, sending it tumbling to the ground. Assistance, is it? The Axe Gang indeed. In the future, while striking his fists against the fallen Vodka, he muttered to himself. A metallic sound, akin to a familiar echo, resonated in his ears. It was the unmistakable sound of a firearm from the merchant Tang. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The future, undeterred by the inquiry posed by Jin, instead regarded him with a provocative glare and inquired, do you dare to pull the trigger? A recent homicide had transpired at the amusement park, and surely the police were still on high alert. Suddenly, Jin smiled, revealing a cruel glint in his eyes as his finger slowly glided toward the trigger. How reckless this fellow is. Bang. At the very moment Jin fired, the future instinctively lowered his body, executing an upward sidekick that sent Jin's firearm flying from his grasp. Before Jin could gather his bearings, the future delivered a swift spinning back kick, knocking Jin to the ground. Drawing from prior lessons, the future intentionally amplified his force this time, ensuring that Jin would not have the opportunity to retaliate. Jin writhed on the ground, gasping for breath, as pain enveloped him from the impact of the kick. In the future, the protagonist first picked up the opponent's firearms before searching the 2 individuals. After confirming that they bore no further weapons, he removed their hats, seized their hair, and captured photographs of them. Once he had completed this task, he retrieved the suitcase containing vodka that had been traded earlier and coldly remarked, leave. When had Jin ever suffered such indignity? He glared at his masked adversary and declared, should you dare oppose us, I shall take your life the next time we meet. With that, the 2 of them supported each other as they departed the scene. Infuriatingly, they had nearly succeeded, only to have their transaction disrupted by this individual. Upon returning, they would certainly investigate this person's identity and uncover his origins. Brother, do not be angry. Fortunately, he showed no interest in that matter, or we would have had no explanation upon our return. Be quiet. As for Vodka, it would indeed be a pity to eliminate him. Given the organization's current shortage of personnel, nurturing a trusted confidant anew would be a cumbersome task. Consequently, the responsibility for this incident would rest solely upon him. Meanwhile, the protagonist, having secured the suitcase filled with money, departed the location. Regarding Conan, the protagonist, although he harbored a desire to return him, feared that Conan's suspicious nature might lead him to suspect the protagonist. Thus, he left him behind without further ado. Upon returning home, the protagonist entrusted the money to the system, instructing it to restore his residence and refurbish his vehicle. Undoubtedly, the system operated with remarkable efficiency. The renovations and upgrades were completed in an instant. Though costly, it provided him with a place to settle in the neon-lit city. After disposing of his gloves, hat, and clothing, he dialed a number in the Celestial Empire. Reporting to the leadership, regarding the matter I've been investigating, I have made significant progress. I encountered 2 individuals from the distillery, one of whom is a leader among them. I have captured their photographs and will send them to you shortly. Excellent. Comrade Future, I did not anticipate such promising news to arrive so swiftly. Please, express any needs you may have, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your concern. Leader, I lack for nothing here, but there is a matter I must report. Regarding the drug they have been researching, I was originally set to acquire it today. However, given the current ambiguity, I decided against hastily seizing it, as it might alert them. Thus, I feigned ignorance and allowed the drug to flow back. Furthermore, should I take the drug, it is likely that those two would be eliminated, rendering their intelligence of little use. Indeed, you make a valid point. You are 28 this year, correct? Yes. In my eyes, you have always been a child. Initially, I had reservations about sending you, given your impulsive nature. Yet, it appears you have matured and begun to consider long-term objectives. You are absolutely right. However, they will remain cautious. So it would be prudent for you to refrain from any significant actions for the time being, unless an urgent mission arises. I will refrain from deploying you as a pawn. Simply wait for their next major move, treating this as a vacation. Additionally, should you require support, do not hesitate to report it. While it may lead to a confrontation with the adversary, the safety of each soldier's life is invaluable. Remember, you stand backed by our homeland. Rest assured, leader. That evening, while the protagonist was clearing debris from the courtyard, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure darting past the door. In the future, casting aside his broom, he peered out from within the door, only to discover it was Conan, stealthily making his way toward the doctor's residence. Wait a moment, you little rascal. Conan glanced behind him, and upon realizing he was alone, confirmed that the voice was indeed addressing him. Adopting the demeanor of a young child, he inquired, "Excuse me, kind sir, do you require my assistance? I have recently moved to this area. Are you heading to the Dr. S house at number 22? Oh, how did you know? I merely guessed. I haven't seen anyone return to the Kudo household these past few days, so you must be the little one from the Dr. S place, correct? I am a relative of the doctor, for I. In the future, after locking the door, I took Conan's hand and made my way toward the doctor's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, the doctor emerged from within, gazing at the unfamiliar face before him. He inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Mirai, residing at number 20. I have heard that a certain Tesla from the 20th century lives here, so I came to pay a visit. Along the way, I encountered your child." With that, I stepped aside to reveal Conan. "Tesla? You truly are a jokester, my child," the doctor remarked, although his smile betrayed his appreciation for the flattery. "Mirai, is it? Is that the individual I crossed paths with alongside Ran the other day?" He pondered. He claimed to have recently moved in. But my encounter with those two individuals in black was merely coincidental. Could it be that I was being watched prior to that? For reasons he could not articulate, Conan sensed a profound air of danger emanating from the person before him. "Mirai-san, I must confess, I am single, so my place may be somewhat disarrayed." "Doctor, you were too courteous. I was so engrossed in my visit that I forgot to bring something for you. Please, wait here while I fetch some ingredients, and we shall dine together." As Mirai stepped out, Conan leaned in to speak quietly to Agasa. "Doctor, there is something off about this person. He claims to have just moved in, but I don't recall seeing him before. He only left my home after that day of shrinking. Could he possibly be? Moreover, Rand and I encountered him on that day as well, though he was dressed rather inconspicuously, making it difficult to discern his features. Could it be? If he is indeed part of that group, there would be no need for him to relocate. In their view, that kind of drug is poison, is it not? Otherwise, those two would not have simply let you go. Yet their appearance on the same day, and their residence being so close to mine, seems too coincidental, doesn't it? Your reasoning is sound. Perhaps we should observe further." Just then, Mirai returned with some ingredients. Shortly after, she brought forth several dishes of Chinese cuisine. Conan and Agasa exchanged glances, neither daring to pick up their chopsticks. Sensing the awkwardness, Conan shifted the conversation. "Big brother, this is Chinese cuisine. I it? I didn't realize you had visited China. However, we have never tried Chinese cuisine before and fear it may not suit our palates in the future." Sensing the lingering wariness from the two individuals, he remarked, "How can one ascertain their comfort without first trying?" With that, he led the way in picking up a piece, prompting the others to tentatively join in. "Future, your culinary skills are truly impressive. They surpass those of the chefs in the flour district by leaps and bounds. If you were to open a restaurant, we would certainly support you," praised Dr. Agasa, savoring each bite. "You flatter me," Future replied. While the notion of opening a restaurant had crossed Future's mind, he often found himself occupied with various tasks. Even a simple CAF run by the three of them might attract unwanted attention, let alone him managing a restaurant solo. After dinner, upon learning that Conan was to return to the Muri residence, Future insisted on escorting him back, citing safety concerns and an opportunity to test his new car. Remarkably, after the system's refurbishment, the vehicle felt brand new, both in terms of interior and exterior, as well as its drive. Following a roar of the engine, Future transported Conan to the Muri Detective Agency. Upon knocking on the door, before anyone could speak, Muri's voice resonated from within. "We are closed for the day. Miss Rand, it is a pleasure to see you again. I have come to return him home," he announced as Conan emerged from behind Future. "Ah, Mr. Zeriksing. Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. Dr. Agasa resides next door, and I took this opportunity to meet the illustrious detective, Muri Kaguru," Future said. Muri, flattered by the compliment, stepped forward and welcomed Future inside. "A detective? Heh, you are quite the charmer. Come in." "Mr. Muri, I must confess that I am one of your admirers. I have heard of your previous cases and wish to take this opportunity to greet you and learn from you in the future. Muri chuckled. Then I shall refer to you as young Xerxing. You indeed possess discerning taste. Ran, fetch our guest a few bottles of beer. I wish to hear how people praise me in private. As they conversed, there came an urgent knock at the door. Ran hurried to answer, and a disgruntled Muri exclaimed, "We are not open today. Miss Yoko? What brings you here so late?" Yoko looked at Future on the sofa, her expression one of hesitation, and remained silent. Just moments ago, Muri had been eager to converse with Future, but upon seeing Yoko, he abruptly changed his demeanor. "Young Xerxing, I must apologize. As you can see, we have a distinguished guest. Perhaps we shall converse another time? Mr. Muri, might I request an opportunity? I wish to learn from you, and your guidance would be invaluable." Hearing this, Muri's pride swelled. "Miss Yoko, this young man is my fan and wishes to learn from me. Rest assured, we understand the rules of a detective and will not speak of our matters indiscriminately." Once Future nodded in agreement, Yoko lowered her guard. Revealing her troubles, she had been receiving mysterious phone calls with no one on the other end, and upon returning home, she found her furniture disturbed, accompanied by strange photographs sent to her. "Isn't that typical of a stalker?" Muri mused, recalling a similar case. "I believe it may be her ex-boyfriend. In that case, let us visit your residence. Seeing the scene may uncover some clues." Muri concurred, eager to inspect Yoko's home. Upon seeing Yoko, Future's mind sparked with an idea. The timeline in Conan's world likely corresponded to the 1990s, a time when the Inca music industry captivated the masses. The three prominent singers of the Heisei era held considerable influence throughout Asia, with Karaki even performing a theme song for Conan. If he were to establish an entertainment agency now, once technology advanced and live streaming became prevalent, he could soar to great heights. Thus, Future set his sights on Yoko, the rising star, and the forgotten actress, Yuko Ichis, hoping to make connections. Arriving at Yoko's residence, she gasped upon opening the door. Once inside, they discovered a man sprawled on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. Shortly thereafter, Officer Jinta and his team arrived at the scene. "Why did it have to be you?" Muri lamented, attempting to establish rapport. "Indeed, every time. It is you who complicates the cases," Jinta retorted, casting a glance at the young man beside Muri. "And who might this be?" "He is my fan, eager to learn the art of investigation." "With you?" It's the agent lowered his head and said, "No, in truth, it was I who implored him to end his relationship with you. For I feared he might jeopardize your future." The implications of such words were evident. The other party still harbored affection for you. Thus, he sought you out but encountered a Miss Yuko, whose silhouette resembled yours, and in the ensuing confusion, he mistook your disinterest in further contact. This misunderstanding led him to contemplate revenge, culminating in his tragic act of self-destruction by grasping a lock of your hair. Suicide? Moro pondered, perplexed. But how could he have plunged a knife into his own back? It seems that the officers and Mr. Muri had become ensnared in the complexities of the case, mistakenly believing the assailant sought to hasten the decomposition of the body, leading us to misjudge the time of death. Lacking experience, my initial impression upon entering was akin to Officer Muro's, feeling an unusual warmth. Coincidentally, I also noticed the water stains on the floor, which immediately conjured images of ice in my mind. What could I signify? Indeed, it serves to secure. Following this line of thought, I observed a small hole in the ground, making the method of the crime glaringly apparent. The deceased had affixed the knife to the floor and subsequently fallen backward. Elevating the air conditioning would cause the ice to melt, thereby creating the illusion that the victim had been fatally stabbed from behind. Upon hearing the testimonies of Mr. Yamagishi and Miss Yoko, my suspicions were further solidified. It appeared that Mr. Fujiwara was still pining for Miss Yoko, prompting him to make an anonymous call and send some old photographs. Until the day he mustered the courage to come here, only to find Miss Yuko, whose figure resembled Yoko's. Unexpectedly, Miss Yuko escaped his embrace, leading him to believe that Miss Yoko wished to sever all ties. Thus, he harbored resentment and devised this scheme to frame her. As the truth unfolded, Yoko was left in tears, her grief uncomprehended by those around her. Perhaps it was guilt over her former boyfriend. Or perhaps disappointment stemming from misjudging the situation due to his hatred, or it could simply be a profound fear of death itself. As she exited the room, the future spoke softly to her. Those who genuinely love each other may not bless one another upon parting, yet they shall not harbor mutual hatred either. Take care. With that, he gently patted her shoulder. The future remains uncertain. At this moment, his visage has been indelibly etched in his mind by Yoko Kanno. Beneath the apartment of Yoko Kanno, Mumu continues to extol the brilliance of the earlier events. Zhuxing, your deduction was truly remarkable. Officer Mumu, you flatter me. It is merely that everyone else delved deeper into thought, allowing this fledgling to seize upon an opportunity. Haha, you possess a way with words, Maoli. You have struck gold this time. Let us do this. Another day, I shall treat you, and I would be grateful if you could facilitate an introduction. Certainly, certainly. After their mutual expressions of courtesy, the future successfully acquired the contact information of both stars. Following the matter concerning Yoko Kanno, the future took the time to arrange discussions with the two regarding the transfer. Yoko Kanno neither acquiesced nor declined. She simply conveyed that she wished to take some time for herself, suggesting they revisit the topic of work after a while. In the future, Chise Yuko arranged to meet at a CAF. The future arrived prematurely, and he languidly perused the recent news, awaiting the appearance of Yuko Chizawa. Alas, this era was devoid of smartphones and short video platforms. Suddenly, a glimmer of movement caught his eye, revealing a striking figure adorned in a coat with a woolen collar. Complemented by a skirt that gracefully fell just shy of the knee, her face framed by a pair of frog-shaped glasses. Surely, this could only be Yuko Chizawa. In the future, he waved gently at the other party, who approached leisurely, as if poised to handle any potential paparazzi. Zhu Xing, I am truly grateful for what transpired that day. This is precisely why I have come to meet you. Miss Yuko, there is no need for concern. I merely spoke the truth, he replied. Yuko Chizawa ordered a cup of coffee, savoring it before her crimson lips, and inquired, is there something of utmost importance that you wish to discuss? Though I may not be as busy as some women, I am, after all, a celebrity. And it is unwise to appear too frequently in public. A sly smile crept across his face as he thought, in this attire, one could shout your name, and few would recognize you. Yet you still maintain this air of superiority. Yuko then shifted the conversation, suggesting, how about we continue our discussion at my home? With that, she cast Zhu Xing a tantalizing glance. In the future, feigning ignorance, stated, I sought Ms. Yuko to discuss matters pertaining to work. Did Mr. Kobayashi aspire to enter the entertainment industry? Yuko Chizawa, casting a predatory glance, remarked, indeed, young sir, you possess considerable talent in this arena. It would be a pity to forsake it. Ms. Yuko misunderstood. I meant to convey that I am preparing to establish a talent agency and wish to invite you to join me in forging a promising future together. Rising, Yuko sat beside him. If it is your invitation, I would not be averse to considering it. After all, the proposal from a man of your caliber is difficult for women like us to decline. However, there is a matter I must disclose beforehand. I have extended this invitation not solely to you, but also to your colleague, Yoko Kano. Should you choose to join, it is inevitable that you two will encounter one another. I am aware that there may be some discord between you. It is prudent to address it in advance. Yuko's expression momentarily faltered before returning to a smile, her hands, like creeping vines, entwining around Kobayashi's neck. Her tone reminiscent of the serpent tempting Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Dear sir, you do not, like them, believe that I am inferior to that woman, do you? If you could extend a private invitation to me, I would consider our relationship. It is not beyond possibility for me to submit to you. Kobayashi chuckled. Having been in the workforce for over a decade, I suppose I am somewhat of a veteran. Is this your method of testing the waters? In the future, without leaving a trace, the hand that had been resting on her neck was removed. I will not give up on you, Yoko Kishino. Can I disregard the person beside me? Compared to her, you ought to cherish your own opportunities more. Are you not aware of your own significance compared to each other? Miss Yuko might have misunderstood. I am not seeking to repay a favor. This is an opportunity, I assure you. Join me, and within 2 years, people will remember your name. I am not begging you. Rather, you are in need of assistance. Do not be ungrateful. Although I may not rival Yoko Kishino at present, I have my own principles. Yuko Chizawa stood up, clutching her bag, ready to leave. So, Miss Yuko, you are declining? TSK. Everyone has their own aspirations. I shall not force you to stay. Mirai leaned back in her seat, one hand resting on the armrest, the other open. Please, Miss Yuko, do as you wish. Humph. Seeing that the other party truly held no intention of retaining her, Yuko Chizawa let out a cold huff and exited the CAF. Thus, their negotiation ended on a sour note. Although Yuko, who had the greatest hope, failed to reach an agreement, Mirai remained unfazed. She had encountered many individuals like her. Or rather, her reaction was the norm. If anyone were to simply demand a transfer, it would jeopardize her future. The solution was not difficult. She merely needed to achieve some results to prove her worth, and in due time, Yuko would come to her, willing to negotiate. Moreover, after their conversation, Mirai suddenly became acutely aware of a grave issue she had not previously considered, the penalty for breach of contract. In Japan, breach penalties are typically exorbitant, which is why one often hears of obscure celebrities facing penalties of billions due to various reasons. The current world may not mirror that era precisely, but it is equally costly. The 100 million yen she had procured from Jin had left her with only a few $100,000 for daily expenses. It seemed it was time to devise a plan to acquire some funds. System prompt. Conan encounters a new case involving the Italian robbery syndicate. Wasn't the host just lamenting a lack of funds? Perhaps it would be wise to follow the plotline. In the future, he held an apple in his hand, pondering whether to partake in this endeavor. Although he had indeed managed to deceive Jin out of 100 million in the previous instance, the circumstances this time were markedly different. Previously, he had only acted after Conan had succumbed to unconsciousness at the amusement park. However, should he choose to intervene this time, he would face the peril of being discovered by Conan. A friendly reminder. The value of the maple leaf gold coin this time amounts to 600 million. Darn it. If I'm going to do it, let us go all in. After all, Jin has already made an enemy of him. What is a mere Italian consortium in comparison? As for those children, he might as well just disguise them a little. In the future, standing before his own reflection, he began to revisit his old profession. Observing his appearance, a sudden thought struck him. Indeed, this fellow had not yet turned gray, suggesting that life was still treating him quite well. Satisfied with his guise, he then turned his attention to his equipment, retrieving a silencer. After contemplating for a moment, he placed it back down. Sometimes, the police could indeed be of use. There was no way he could drive a car, as it would pose the risk of being recognized, after all. The notorious 356A belonging to Jin had left an indelible mark on his memory. Once fully prepared, he made his way to the backyard, scaling the wall to circumvent the surveillance cameras positioned at the entrance. At the East Tokyo Art Museum, the young detective league stood outside, clutching a piece of paper, comparing it with their surroundings, oblivious to the fact that they were being watched. Was this the infamous Italian gang of thieves? They appeared rather unremarkable. On the contrary, the presence of the neon-clad police left him somewhat incredulous. A television, displayed on the street like an exhibit, was broadcasting their exploits. Last night, the leader of the Italian gang, Tino Cabana, was apprehended near the Tokyo Tower, yet he remained tight-lipped. Meanwhile, the police were in pursuit of Cabana's fleeing accomplices, with no leads to follow. Additionally, the 15,000 stolen maple leaf gold coins remained unaccounted for. As the television continued to report on the robbery, those three thieves brazenly stood on the street, even without the police providing a sketch. However, being foreigners with such conspicuous features, blonde hair and blue eyes, didn't seem to raise any eyebrows among the police or citizens alike. Wait a moment. Could it be that I am the one being watched? In the future, I concealed my body and swiftly surveyed the surrounding high points and vantage spots, exhaling in relief only after confirming that no one was watching. I overthought it. It seems that in order to highlight the protagonist's intellect, the author has deliberately diminished the intelligence of others. Thus, while Conan and his companions deciphered the coded message on the paper as they walked, the three robbers quietly trailed behind them, with my character remaining hidden as he followed the robbers. The group meandered until darkness enveloped the sky. As night fell and neon lights illuminated the surroundings, Conan finally decoded the message, leading a few elementary school students to an abandoned building, with the neon signs outside still intact. Observing the three robbers following him up the stairs, I knew it was my moment to shine. The real drama was just beginning. Thank you, little ones, for unraveling the code for us. However, your detective game ends here. The three robbers bound the students and, after introducing themselves like any other villain, began searching for the whereabouts of the maple leaf gold coins. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor resonating like war drums, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Are there others? This was the immediate thought of both Conan and the robbers, yet upon seeing the robbers' panicked expressions, Conan discerned that the newcomer was not affiliated with them. They clearly did not anticipate this person's arrival. The three exchanged glances, and two of them dispersed, aiming at the room's sole exit, the staircase. As the footsteps grew closer, they abruptly ceased. The robbers felt an intense tension, their fingers tightened around the triggers, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. Suddenly, a fiery red light burst from the staircase, fluttering like a dancing butterfly before landing on the ground. The robbers, already on edge, instinctively fired at the staircase. Only upon the red light's descent did they realize it was merely a nearly extinguished cigarette, but by the time they redirected their focus to the staircase, it was too late. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 robbers collapsed. At that moment, a familiar gray-striped hat emerged from the staircase, followed by its owner's revealing figure. Just then, several gunshots rang out, and bags of gold coins plummeted from above, stunning a few of the still observing children. Before losing consciousness, Conan sensed the mysterious figure drawing nearer, and just as he believed his fate was sealed, police sirens wailed outside. A magnetic yet familiar voice exclaimed, "Damn it! The cops arrived so quickly. You little brats got lucky this time." Upon hearing this, Conan's heavy eyelids finally succumbed to gravity, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, the police had taken over the scene. "Officer, have you apprehended the criminals?" Conan inquired anxiously. "We did capture 3 individuals, but we couldn't locate the other side involved in the shootout. We only glimpsed a shadowy figure clad in black when we arrived," a young officer reported. "What about the gold coins?" "What gold coins?" An older officer interrupted their exchange. "Why are you wasting time with him? This incident has reportedly been classified. Do you still want to keep your job?" Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the young officer fell silent. Damn it. Not only did he escape, but he also took the gold. Conan felt no relief from his near-death experience. Instead, he was frustrated that he nearly captured the culprit. This is? As Conan searched for the coins, he suddenly spotted a long strand of brownish-yellow hair on the ground. Avoiding the officer's gaze, he discreetly pocketed it. Meanwhile, I returned home after confirming I was not being pursued, shedding my disguise and disposing of it. After completing these tasks, I began conversing with the system. Is there a way to convert this money into legitimate income? Indeed, and it will only cost you 100 million. How does that sound? Forget it. I have my own connections. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. As a friend, I can offer you a discounted price of 50 million, along with a set of legendary equipment. What do you think? I remained steadfast, recognizing the system's nature. If you stay silent, it will sell you $1 worth of goods for 100. This price was already quite reasonable, considering our home-s customs dictate a return of 9 out of 13. Besides, regardless of your strength, some equipment is essential, isn't it? Seeing that the price could not be lowered, I ultimately agreed to the terms, as I was indeed in urgent need of funds. The system reclaimed the 600 million worth of maple leaf gold coins, depositing 550 million into my account, and presented me with a black box. Upon opening it, the system began to introduce the legendary equipment, a Walther PPK-007 sidearm, compact and easy to carry. Most importantly, it was reliable. For someone in my line of work, the gun's range and power were less critical than its dependability to avoid mishaps in crucial moments. Unlike ordinary firearms, it had no limit on ammunition count, and its bullets were untraceable. In addition, there was a bulletproof vest as light as a feather. I still couldn't evade bullets. But with this, I'd be better protected in the future. It would also serve practical purposes in certain situations. Wait, this thing doesn't have durability issues, does it? I can't afford to die due to your equipment. In the residence of the Kuriyama family, I invited the Muri family over for dinner. Kid, I've heard from Rand that your culinary skills are impressive, and it seems that reputation is well-deserved. Furthermore, your home is quite grand. You never mentioned it before. In the future, a glass of beer is offered to Mori, while he deliberately conveys false information. Mr. Mori, you flatter me. I have not specifically studied culinary skills. As for this residence, it was bequeathed to me by another. Conan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Bequeathed? A distant relative? Or perhaps? At that moment, Rand's phone illuminated. And after briefly replying with a few words, she rose and walked towards the door. As the future's gaze followed Xiaolan's silhouette towards the door, it fell upon a group of individuals resembling bodyguards standing at the entrance, led by a girl of similar age to Xiaolan. Suzuki Sonoko, what brings her to my abode? A notification from the system indicated that Xiaolan had received an invitation to attend a Valentine's Day gathering at Titan High School, which was indeed a plot-related event. This could serve as an opportunity to engage with Sonoko. However, despite her somewhat infatuated nature, which might suggest a certain ulterior motive, Sonoko's carefree personality would likely surface in a few days. Resolute in her decision, the future proceeded towards the entrance. Nice to meet you. You must be Xiaolan's friend. I am Makoto Hashigai, the owner of this place. Upon hearing the voice, Sonoko was instantly captivated. Wow, what a stroke of luck. She thought to herself. Hello, Makoto-kun. I am Suzuki Sonoko, a classmate of Xiaolan. Is there something urgent that brings you here? Actually, it's nothing much. A senior invited us to his home tomorrow, and I promised Xiaolan I would inform her today. Sonoko, you've done it again. Sonoko quickly apologized and pulled Xiaolan closer, whispering, because that senior, Katsuhiro Kajikawa, is hosting a gathering, and the last time Mr. Wakabayashi showed interest in you, I thought to seize this chance. However, I've changed my mind. You can have both Kajikawa and Wakabayashi. Whether you fancy them or remain enamored with Kudo, I'll take Makoto-kun for myself. Without waiting for Xiaolan's consent, she draped her arm around Xiaolan's shoulders and turned back. Makoto-kun, are you free tomorrow? If so, you could join us. Is that really appropriate? I am quite a bit older than you, and besides, I am not a student at Titan. My apologies, Makoto-kun, I hadn't considered that. Oh, Xiaolan. I just remembered that I have other matters to attend to tomorrow and might not be able to join you at the gathering. That insufferable Sonoko. You unilaterally accepted on my behalf and now intend to abandon me for your own whims? Xiaolan shot Sonoko a disdainful glance. Since Sonoko has already made a commitment, I might as well brazenly tag along for the excitement. Well then, Makoto-kun, see you tomorrow. With that, Sonoko hurriedly hopped into her family's car, fearful that he might reconsider. What is going on? Mori and Conan, noticing the two had not returned for some time, stepped outside to check on the situation. Upon hearing Xiaolan's explanation, Mori led Makoto back into the house to continue enjoying his drink, while Conan muttered to himself, this woman truly is meddlesome. The following morning, Sonoko was already waiting at Makoto's doorstep. Upon seeing him emerge, she called back her driver and climbed into Makoto's car. In the future, as he drove to the residence of Mori, a robust man awaited him downstairs. In Future's mind, this individual, alongside Conan, was the true protagonist of the day. While a few exchanged pleasantries, a mischievous little imp stealthily slipped into the trunk of Future's car. Future remained silent, sensing that another key player had taken their position. The group arrived at the home of Katsuhiko Michikawa. To be frank, Future had little desire to involve himself in such mundane affairs, truth be told. With the myriad cases Conan faced, he hardly had the luxury to intervene. He was no paragon of virtue. His occasional acts of salvation for particularly striking characters constituted the extent of his benevolence. His primary purpose in Neon was to investigate the distillery and to ponder how best to savor the remainder of his days. Initially, the gathered individuals regarded Future, the outsider, with resistance. However, after a few glasses of alcohol, he had the women in the room laughing heartily. The three men, on the other hand, remained vigilant towards him. A reaction quite natural since the pursuit of mates has been ingrained in male instincts since the dawn of civilization. As time passed, Future's gaze drifted toward the window. "Excuse me, I'll step outside for a moment," he said. Meanwhile, Conan found himself in a dire situation. While several young men and women inside indulged in hot pot and song, he was left outside to brave the elements. A chilling gust swept by, causing Conan's nose to run. He fixated on the scene inside, anxious that the muscular man named Wakamatsu might become too familiar with Ran. In a moment of distraction, he was seized by a powerful grip from behind, lifting him by the collar. "Look at you, not so bashful now," Future remarked, leaving Conan uncertain whether the comment was directed at him or at Shinichi Kudo. After bringing Conan back inside, Future gestured toward the seat beside Ran, saying, "Kid, it's time for you to protect your sister, Ran." At that moment, Conan began to reconsider Future's character, thinking perhaps he was not as malevolent as he initially presumed. Unbeknownst to him, Future was scheming. As Katsuhiko Michikawa was called outside by his childhood friend, Yoko began to make her advances toward Future, with no one paying attention. Wakamatsu could no longer contain himself. He reached for Ran, taking her hand and pressing a passionate kiss to her lips. Now was the moment. In a flash, Future whipped out his phone to immortalize Conan's kiss of the century. Haha. The surrounding crowd erupted in hearty laughter. Enraged, Toshiro Wakagi lunged towards Conan, only to have his wrist seized midway by a hand. Unbeknownst to them, Future had positioned himself between them, shielding Conan, and ran behind him. While playful antics were in the air, and Future had orchestrated this moment for his own amusement, it seemed prudent to spare Conan from the impending thrashing. "Apologies. But I believe Conan harbors no such intentions towards you." With that, Future tightened his grip. The onlookers, oblivious to Future's subtle maneuver, continued to chuckle at his jest. "You." However, Future remained unaware that the very protagonist he sought to protect, Conan, had noticed the scar peeking from Future's sleeve. After the playful banter, tragedy still loomed. This time, Future chose not to unveil the truth, instead allowing the spotlight to fall upon Muri and Conan. At the entrance of the Future abode, the garden presented the meticulously prepared chocolates crafted by its own hands. Future shook his head in refusal and solemnly apologized to Garden. "I sincerely apologize, Garden. But I do not fancy your type of sister. It's quite all right. There's no need for such an apology. In truth, I was already aware of your sentiments. I merely took advantage of the situation to forge a connection with you, hoping you might leverage your family's influence to aid in the development of my company." After a moment of silence, Garden rubbed his eyes and smiled at Future. "You need not be so formal, Future. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to call me directly. We remain friends, correct? Regardless of whether you choose to help me or forgive me, as long as you wish it. We shall always be friends. I forgive you. However, I must contemplate the matter of assisting you further." Garden seemed to revert to her whimsical, spirited demeanor, playfully hopping into her family's car, yet a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. In the future, seated upon the sofa at home, he shook his head, retreating from the reverie of his return from the residence of Yoshikawa Katsuhiro. At this moment, he found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to place the call. After much effort, he had finally acquired the funds to progress to the next stage. However, the lingering memory of the previous incident weighed heavily on his conscience. It felt rather unethical to exploit the naivety of adolescent girls. Just moments ago, the approval for his company registration had been granted, with the venue, official seal, and personnel all meticulously arranged. What remained was merely a channel to reach the public. The future location of the company remains decided in Mihua City, and it shall be named Starlight Entertainment Agency. As for the artists, Future has also contemplated this matter, since Yoko Chonya has yet to respond. The plan is to start with Yuko Ikezawa. To ensure her continued collaboration, some initiatives must be taken. Hence, Future intends to personally step in, releasing a single and producing a music video. After much hesitation, Future finally dialed Yoko's number, sharing her situation with her. Yoko's initial reaction was one of surprise. She had not anticipated the seriousness of the proposition and how swiftly it had been prepared. From her tone, Future discerned that Yoko had shed her previous hesitance. "All right, Future. I will find a way to assist you. However, I must inform you that I shall not give up so easily until I discover my true soulmate. You remain my target." In response to Yoko's declaration, Future could only smile wryly. Knowing her character, she falls for each person she meets. One can only hope that the elusive Kyagaku-jin will soon appear to rescue her. In the future, decisions are made with an understanding of the broader context of the era. This period corresponds to the early days of Detective Conan, likely in the 1990s. The original storyline bears the hint of the magician of the end of the century, and the manga began serialization in 1994. This time frame coincides with the conclusion of the economic bubble, transitioning towards a path of adjustment and recovery. Thus, the protagonist decides to pay homage to the past by selecting a song he had heard before his time travel, Bubble, as a single. After investing in vocal expertise through the system, the melodies in his mind began to resonate with the complex notes, enabling him to transcribe the score from memory. The next step involved the production of the music video, for which he needed to create something captivating to draw the public's attention. The more realistic the scenes and the bolder the fashion, the better. Ideally, it would evoke nostalgia and transport everyone back to that era. A few days later, the music video was completed. Through connections, Sonoko secured airtime for the song on the Nippon television network, scheduled for Sunday evening at 8 o'clock. Now, we arrive at our new music recommendation segment, starting with the presentation of Bubble by the talented Mika Hashisaki from Starlight Entertainment. The screen flickers to life as the host introduces the piece. The visuals evoke a nostalgic feel of an old videotape. As night falls, neon lights illuminate the streets, and the tail lights of congested vehicles resemble a flowing red dragon. Accompanied by a rapid rhythm of maracas and the heavy thud of drums, the imagery shifts dramatically. The scene depicts a group of young men enjoying their Saturday night, dancing the rumba, which strikes me as rather outdated. Their preferences seem beneath me, for I am the leader of this street. The visuals transition to chaotic brawls among gang members, with beer bottles and furniture flying amidst the dark underbelly of society. I appear resplendent in designer attire, embodying the essence of a VIP at a disco. A troupe of dancers approaches, and I lavishly shower them with cash. I yearn to indulge in the allure of these women, letting champagne rain down in celebration. The world transforms into a confectionery delight, a sweetness akin to honey. The imagery shifts once more, revealing a bar in Kabukicho, where a myriad of characters, office workers, small-time thugs, and big bosses move hypnotically to the music. Among them, the dancers stand out, some entwined with patrons, sensually swaying, while others desperately gulp down drinks in hopes of securing larger tips. Following an almost chant-like serenade, we reach the song's climax. Bills rain from the sky, and at last, Miku Hashisaki makes her grand entrance. Her damp hair cascades around her, and her striking white fur coat captivates the audience's gaze, adorned with glimmering gold and silver jewelry that speaks to her exceptional worth. After mesmerizing the crowd, she passionately delivers the final lyrics. So let us continue our party, for this may be our last chance. Let my dazzling dance leave no regrets for the future. Where the path ahead lies, my answer is in my own hands. For I am like a dragon soaring through the night sky, roaring out my future amidst the adoration of the crowd. As the performance concludes, the audience remains entranced, marking this night as one of sleepless celebration. Each viewer of the music video engages in a spontaneous revelry. Over the subsequent weeks, this song becomes a cultural phenomenon, resonating with the current backdrop, as everyone seems to return to a time of glory from a few years prior. Despite the music video's overt depictions of violence, cigars, alcohol, and indulgence, the final message resonates. Let us revel in this last celebration. As the song concludes, the festivities come to an end, and we must all confront an uncertain future. Almost instantaneously, a fervor-dubbed bubble sweeps through the neon-lit city, captivating all ages. Following the song's release, Sonoko promptly sends her congratulations. Miku, I had no idea you were so talented. Remember to sign for me next time we meet. Yoko and Yuko also call in to express their congratulations. While Yoko's sentiments are warm, Yuko expresses a desire to discuss matters further with Mika. However, Mika, busy with the recent release, suggests postponing their conversation for a while, intending to keep her options open for future dealings. Unexpectedly, even Ran calls to congratulate him. Miku, you have no idea how famous you've become. All the girls in our school dream of finding a boyfriend like you. Not just the girls, even the boys idolize you, and the teachers are no exception. Such words leave Miku feeling uneasy, aware that no matter how high this song reaches, it does not reflect his true abilities. Having borrowed from others' achievements, he recognizes that even a pig can soar when the wind is favorable. Recently, he has been recognized while out, prompting him to retreat at home for some time. Bored, he decides to disguise himself and visit the Muri household, believing it better than sitting idle at home. On the way, he picks up some snacks. Mr. Muri, I've come to see you. The Muri Detective Agency leaves its doors unlocked during the day, allowing him to twist the knob and enter casually. Well, if it isn't Mika Hashisaki, you've become quite the star. Come, let us drink. Just a moment, I'll prepare some dishes for you. Dad, who drinks in the middle of the day? Besides, Miku is now a big star. How can we ask him to cook for us? What does it matter? There are no cases at the moment. Besides, Miku cooks better than you do. What did you say? Seeing his daughter's indignation, Muri quickly falls silent. Ran steps into the kitchen to take over Miku's tasks. Miku, let me handle this. You should sit and rest. In the midst of their lively banter, Future pushed Xiaolon out, declaring, I simply cannot sit idle. Xiaolon, you may stay on the sofa and wait for your meal. He then turned to Future, saying, what do you think of Xiaolon? Why not marry her? This way, when I retire, you can seamlessly take over my responsibilities. Dad, what are you saying? Xiaolon interjected. What's wrong? Still thinking about that detective fellow? Can he possibly compare to Future? He has looks, talent, and a prosperous family background. Even in deduction, Future is no less skilled than that boy. Haha, my apologies, Mr. Muri, but Xiaolon is not my type. I prefer those who are more mature. Besides, let the younger generation handle their own affairs, Future replied while busy cooking, engaging in conversation with those outside the kitchen. Upon hearing Future's public rejection of Muri, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dad, Future, have you heard? There's been news from the art museum about armor moving on its own. After lunch. Let us all go there and check it out, Xiaolon exclaimed, recalling a recent amusing story. Muri and Conan burst into laughter upon hearing her. Haha. That must be a ploy by the museum to attract visitors. You've fallen for it too. Only children would believe such tales, they quipped in unison. What about you? Future? Do you think it's a hoax as well? At that moment, Future emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. I believe in the supernatural, otherwise. How did I end up in this world? But this incident is likely the work of someone specific. Muri, as he served the food, remarked to Xiaolon. Future is merely saying that to spare your feelings. Frustrated, Xiaolon slammed her fist on the table, causing the dishes to leap into the air. Are you sure you want to accompany me? As Conan munched on his meal, he muttered, Xiaolon is at it again. She acts like this whenever things don't go her way. Muri quietly lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have let her learn karate. After lunch, the group voluntarily visited the art museum. Xiaolon admired a piece, attracting the attention of an elderly gentleman nearby. After introducing himself, they discovered he was the museum curator. As the plot unfolded, Watada's attitude provoked curator Aoki, who was incensed. Passing by, the owner Tanaka made a provocative remark about converting the museum into a restaurant. Observing the curator's strained composure, Future spoke up, having recognized the nature of the incident upon hearing about the armor. He hoped to assist the curator in some way. Excuse me, which is more important, a person's life or a work of art? A flicker of panic crossed curator Aoki's face as he responded. Does this young man understand art? No, that's why I wish to hear your perspective, curator. Naturally, art is more important. Art inspires, but it is life that allows us to pass on that inspiration. Admittedly, some may regard art as superior to life. However, the curator's response was flawed. I inquired about the value of art versus human life. Noting the curator's inability to answer, Future remarked, such questions are inherently unanswerable, perspectives vary. There is no need for the curator to delve deeper. With that, he led Xiaolon and the others away. He had spoken all he could. The next steps were up to the old curator. As they walked, Xiaolon inadvertently led everyone to a sign indicating restricted access. Future understood that the curator had ultimately resolved to deal with Tanaka personally. Let us explore elsewhere for now. After thoroughly browsing the museum, the group found themselves back at the restricted corridor. Muri and Conan were exhausted, slumped against a flower bed, unwilling to move. If you want to go back, go ahead. But dinner will be your own responsibility. With that, Xiaolon headed toward the corridor. Conan and Muri cast pleading glances at Future. Before Future could finish, Xiaolon firmly dragged him toward a room at the end of the corridor. Future made lunch, so it's only fair that he doesn't have to prepare dinner. She teased, followed by an odd giggle. Seeing their last glimmer of hope vanish, Muri and Conan resigned themselves to following Xiaolon. Suddenly, Xiaolon let out a piercing scream, nearly startling Future out of his wits. After witnessing so many deaths, was this truly necessary? On the wall hung the body of the owner, Jin Nakano, impaled by a lance, resembling a gruesome piece of art, emanating an eerie aesthetic. Muri promptly dialed the police. Upon Officer Megur's arrival, he immediately complained, "Oh, not you again." He had misjudged. The real issue was not Muri but the young detective. Isn't that you, Junior? What brings you here? You've gained quite a reputation. Is this the famed Junior Future? He looks remarkably youthful. The mention of Future's name sparked chatter among the police and suspects alike. Officer Megur, let us focus on the case first. All right, what is your take on this? Megur bypassed Muri and directed his question to Future. The art museum should have surveillance cameras. Let us review the footage. The monitors captured the assailant committing the crime. Yet the individual was clad in a medieval suit of armor, obscuring their identity. Look here. In the future. The video was rewound to the moment just before the perpetrator committed the crime, where Monica was seen writing something with a pen. The crowd turned their gaze towards Monica's lifeless body, and indeed, a note was discovered clutched in his hand, inscribed with the name Kawada. The looks directed at Kawada began to turn hostile. Is it not peculiar? Why would Mr. Monica venture alone to such a place? It must be that the perpetrator summoned him here, Muri blurted out without a second thought. If this was the criminal's chosen location, how could a pen and paper be left behind? The assailant should not have provided the victim with the opportunity to leave a death message, right? Could this have been a crime of impulse? Megur inquired. No. Sonoko, do you recall the purpose of our visit? We came here after hearing rumors about an armored figure moving on its own in the art museum, Sonoko reminisced. This implies that the perpetrator had rehearsed this scenario numerous times beforehand, and the pen and paper were merely evidence intended to mislead us. Since the issue lies with the paper and pen, let us scrutinize them further. This pen does not appear to be commercially available. It must have been custom-made for our museum, remarked Director Okiai, his expression darkening. Indeed, only individuals associated with our art museum would possess such items. Officer Megur. A policeman presented him with a similar pin discovered on the ground. Let us return to the footage. Mr. Monica's expression was quite abnormal upon discovering the paper and pen. Was it not? This was because the perpetrator had already inscribed the names of others on the paper. Mr. Monica's unusual gesture was a response to discovering these names. He attempted to cross them out with the pen, but, upon realizing it could not write, discarded it in frustration. However, this pen can indeed write. Magyar noted as he tested the pen on the paper. Officer Magyar observed the pen's tip closely. In a life-or-death moment, how could Mr. Monica retract the pen tip before discarding it? Thus, it must have been the perpetrator who switched it. Therefore, whoever currently possesses the pen, which cannot write, is the true culprit. Now, esteemed members of the museum, kindly produce your pens for examination, commanded Officer Magyar, as several police officers surrounded the museum staff. There is no need for such a fuss. They have no direct financial ties to Mr. Monica. The one with a motive is likely only Director Oki. Magyar asserted as he approached him, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Director Oki, might your pen have fortuitously malfunctioned? Would you kindly share your whereabouts at the time of the incident? Ha ha ha, splendid. This young man speaks the truth. I did imitate that painting and ended the life of that fiend. Although Muri is typically unreliable, his sense of justice remains strong in critical moments. Director Oki, this is not akin to the painting. You two have faced divine retribution. No, it is indeed the same. The knight slew the demon. Yet, he too was tainted by the demon's blood, just like the director. While I am not in a position to judge the director's actions, the world is not merely black and white. However, once a choice is made, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Director Oki was handcuffed and escorted back to the precinct. As he passed by Mirai, he whispered something only she could hear. Thank you. The other party had understood his words previously but chose this path nonetheless. This art museum was beyond salvation for him. Perhaps this outcome was the best in his heart. Following the arrest of Director Oki, public outcry erupted. Yet the museum astonishingly remained intact. Upon hearing this news, Mirai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. After dinner, Mirai was engaged in her daily training when the system's voice suddenly resonated in her mind. There are rats nearby. Oh, what faction do they belong to? A friendly reminder is complimentary, but delving deeper will incur a fee. In that case, I prefer not to know, she replied, beginning to change her clothes as she moved towards the exit. I have found you, X. A shadow lurked in the darkness, fixated intently on Mirai's dwelling. After searching diligently outside, the future found no suspicious traces. It seemed that the mouse had likely scurried away upon hearing a sound. Tracking was never his forte. Merely a basic skill, his strengths lay in close combat, safeguarding targets, and orchestrating assassinations. Just as he was about to return to the residence, something peculiar caught his attention, prompting him to crouch down for a closer inspection. A cigarette? A slender one? Could it be that the individual was a woman? I seem to recall no women who smoke. Does that bear mode smoke? Perhaps not. The fallen Matsuda Jinpei also favored slender cigarettes, making it difficult to ascertain the gender of the individual based solely on this. However, the presence of such a conspicuous trace suggested a degree of amateurism, likely indicating they were mere petty thieves. Against such low-level minions, he merely needed to wait for them to come to him, rendering any apprehension unnecessary. Yet, this did serve as a reminder that it might be time to shed some blood to exchange for goods from the system. Ever since he had traded those maple leaf coins, that wretched system had been keeping a watchful eye on his assets. Bringing it up now would undoubtedly result in exorbitant demands. In the future, while cursing the system, he walked into his house, unaware that the person he sought was just beyond the wall of his neighbor's yard. Consider this a hint for you. Hint: a new mission objective has emerged. The host is advised to make contact promptly. Reward: the hint function has been unlocked, allowing you to project the movements of the protagonist group whenever a case arises. Furthermore, I shall provide prompts each time the protagonist encounters a case. I refuse. Such a device is merely something I could use to install a listening device in their home next time. It is unnecessary. After all, Conan possesses the aura of a protagonist, and behind him stands a figure akin to Doraemon, the esteemed Professor Agasa. Are you not concerned about being discovered? Moreover, this target is named Masami Hirota. You may wish to contemplate this further. In the future, contemplating the system's words while resting his chin on his hand. He mused, the system's observations hold merit. He has indeed witnessed Shinichi's keen insights and cannot regard him as an ordinary individual. Moreover, the name Miyamoto Yoshimi resonates with familiarity, as if it belongs to a pivotal character. Never mind. It would be prudent to visit the Muri household. I must not overlook any crucial developments in the plot. Ultimately, I will have to rely on my own intellect to investigate the distillery's affairs, allowing Conan and the others to assist while I reap the rewards. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped upon the door of the Muri residence. It's you, Future. My apologies, but father has gone out to handle a case. Please, have a seat and rest for a moment, replied Ran, who had answered the door. Peering inside, Future noted that Muri was indeed absent. Only Conan and Ran were present, indicating that the story was already unfolding. What is it? Can you share it with me? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Ran hesitated to divulge information to Future. It is customary for detectives to maintain confidentiality for their clients. However, is it permissible to inform my elder brother? His deductive skills are quite remarkable, are they not? Conan interjected. That little rascal truly enjoys stirring up trouble. What do I know about deductions? I merely recall a few classic cases. Nevertheless, The pressing concern at hand is to ascertain who this Miyamoto Yoshimi is and how she intertwines with the forthcoming narrative. Very well, the situation is as follows. Ran admitted Future into the house and elaborated on the current case. A week prior, a young woman identifying herself as Miyamoto Yoshimi arrived here, seeking her father, who had been out of contact for over a month after relocating to Tokyo for work and subsequently resigned from his taxi job. Thus, she sought Muri's help in locating him. Just as Ran concluded her recounting, Muri returned from outside. "Father, is there any news?" Mori shook his head. He had visited Yoshimi Kinzo's company in the homes of his colleagues, but Kinzo appeared to be a rather difficult individual, yielding little useful information. He also had a pet? Future inquired, glancing at a photograph. Ran recalled, yes, according to Miss Yoshimi, she had 4 pets named Fast, Emperor, Hero, and King. East Sea Emperor? Does this person have an interest in horse racing? Horse racing? What do you mean by East Sea Emperor? You must be referring to the gallant emperor, right? Speaking of which, I am quite knowledgeable in this area. Mori exclaimed, his fatigue evaporating. Indeed, when it comes to gambling on horses, Mori is quite the veteran. Wait, Mori suddenly noticed an oddity. The names of their pets strikingly resembled that of a certain horse. Is this even possible? Future was astonished to discover that a name he frequently heard in his past life was now connected to this case, albeit not exactly the same. Then let us visit the nearby racetrack, Ran suggested eagerly. In the future, the three gazed at Xiaolan with incredulity, realizing the complexity of their task. With numerous racetracks in the neon-lit city, even if they were to encounter the right person, synchronizing their schedules would be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, even if they were to arrive simultaneously, amidst the throngs of people, locating a single individual would prove to be a daunting endeavor. In the next scene, Xiaolan pointed to a figure not far from them and inquired, "Father, is that person Mr. Hirota whom we are searching for?" "Incredible!" Future exclaimed, giving Xiaolan a thumbs up. Marveling at her extraordinary luck, it was no wonder that their family frequently won prizes. After following Hirota home, Mori summoned Hirota Masami. The group hid in the shadows, observing as the father and daughter embraced, with Masami linking her arm with his as they entered their apartment. That face. Future's mind conjured the name Mayano Akemi. Wasn't she the girlfriend of Akai Shuichi? "Let's go, Urameshi-kun. Why are you in a daze? This time, your assistance has been invaluable. I shall share a portion of the commission with you." "No need, Mr. Muri. Consider it my treat for drinks." "Very well, Urameshi-kun, come dine with us tonight." "Xiaolan, prepare some delicious dishes. Let us celebrate." Before Future could ponder further, Muri draped his arm around his shoulder and led him away. On their way, they noticed a suspicious man in a trench coat exhibiting strange behavior, but it did not capture their attention. The following day, when Muri visited to collect the commission, he learned from the landlord that Hirota Kinzo had hanged himself. The peculiarities did not end there. He had arrived a year prior, presenting a bundle of new bills and instructing the landlord not to inquire further. Now, his daughter had mysteriously vanished, and the police claimed that Hirota Kinzo had been murdered. The group proceeded to the police station, where Megure provided information similar to what the landlord had revealed. They speculated that a tall man had strangled Hirota and then hanged him. They handed Muri Hirota Masami's glasses. Conan recalled the tracker he had inadvertently attached to Masami and dashed out. Meanwhile, Xiaolan and the others made their way home, and shortly after, a dejected Conan returned, having failed his pursuit. At that moment, Xiaolan spotted a familiar figure downstairs, the suspicious man in the trench coat from the previous day. Without hesitation, she leaped from the second-floor window, executing a flying kick that incapacitated the man attempting to flee in his car, dragging him out. Through the man's explanations, they discovered he was also a detective, like Muri, investigating Hirota's case. He produced a photograph of his client, revealing that this self-proclaimed brother of Hirota was also from the same area and was of considerable height. Furthermore, Hirota Kinzo had displayed odd behavior, refusing passengers in the evenings and racing his taxi along a fixed route. A tall figure? This undoubtedly points to him being the one who murdered Mr. Hirota and abducted Miss Masami. Muri fumed, grabbing the detective by the collar and demanding the whereabouts of Hirota Akira. The detective remained cautious, stating that he had only contacted Hirota proactively, never revealing his location. Something doesn't add up. If both of these individuals are truthful, the uncle and niece should be acquainted. Moreover, the new bills, the practice of driving, and the concealment of information seem more akin to a bank robber. Conan was the first to connect the dots. So, does this mean that Miss Hirota Masami has transitioned from victim to perpetrator? Muri questioned, struggling to reconcile the notion of a young, beautiful girl as a criminal. That is not necessarily the case. She might have been coerced into participation. If there were a female accomplice among the robbers, the police would remain silent, while the media would sensationalize the story. She could very well serve as an inside contact, perhaps as a bank employee. However, the general trajectory seems accurate. Hirota Kinzo absconded with the funds, and his accomplices pursued him here. I recall a bank robbery valued at 1 billion yen that occurred a year ago, with 3 culprits fitting the description. However, if Miss Masami was an insider, her identity may not have been exposed. Thus, besides Hirota Kinzo and Hirota Akira, There should be another male robber, Conan added, seeing the group fixate on him. Conan realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. You must have spent too much time with that Shinichi, Future playfully punched Conan, diverting attention. Using his tracking device, Conan led Muri and the others to a restaurant. However, as they ascended the elevator, they discovered that Future had mysteriously vanished. Conan located Hirota Akira's residence, but found that they were too late. Akira had been murdered, and several empty safe deposit boxes lay before him. Oh no. The woman with the suitcase at the elevator. Ignoring Muri's calls, Conan rushed outside, with Stallan trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, a man named Okita confronted a woman with a gun. She was none other than Hirota Masami, who had orchestrated her escape. As he prepared to fire, someone struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious. Who are you? Masami asked warily, eyeing the man before her. Having retrieved the item he flung in her direction, he declared, I've recorded his earlier statements for you. Present this to the authorities, assert your role as an accomplice, and perhaps you'll receive a reduced sentence. Why are you assisting me? Refrain from inquiry. Now is the juncture for you to reciprocate my benevolence. Are Jin and his cohort still operating within Tokyo? Jin? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the name. Adopting a theatrical pose reminiscent of television dramas, Mirai leaned towards Hirota Masami, articulating each syllable of the appellation, Mayano Akemi. Sir, I believe you've mistaken me for another. My name is indeed Hirota Masami. I'm unacquainted with this Jin you speak of, but I appreciate your assistance nonetheless. Hirota Masami brandished the recording device. What charade is this? Have I truly erred in my assumptions? It defies logic. I distinctly recall Mayano Akemi assuming the guise of Hirota Masami, participating in the bank heist, and subsequently demanding secession from the organization for herself and her sister. Yet, Jin reneged on his promise, terminating her life with a gunshot. Jin. Indeed. Why is he absent this time? Could he have been reassigned due to the prior failed transaction? If such is the case, the situation is dire. My interference has already disrupted the narrative. Henceforth, unraveling the machinations of the black organization falls upon my shoulders. Mirai, you're here. Ran, accompanied by Conan and the police, arrived on the scene. Indeed, upon boarding the elevator, I observed that she, as a woman, possessed an excessive amount of luggage. Thus, I followed her. With the influx of individuals, Mirai offered a casual rejoinder, refraining from further elaboration on the clandestine syndicate. Hirota Masami was apprehended by the authorities and escorted to the police vehicle. Uncertain of her true identity, Mirai subtly executed two gestures. First, he pinched his thumb and forefinger, tracing a horizontal line across his lips, mimicking the motion of zipping a mouth shut. Second, he fashioned his hand into the shape of a blade, drawing it across his neck, issuing a silent warning. Seemingly comprehending Mirai's veiled message, she offered a subtle wink, conveying her reassurance. Upon returning home, Mirai was overcome with vexation. He struggled to decipher whether this Hirota Masami was indeed Mayano Akemi. If not, why would a character bearing the same name be involved in a bank robbery? If so, why would she disavow her true identity? Mirai had meticulously surveyed the scene and was confident that no other individuals were present. Damn it. Why am I not endowed with the same intellect as those detectives? Mirai lamented, scratching his head. Does the host require assistance? This system possesses no atropic pills to enhance cognitive function, which, upon ingestion, will augment your logical reasoning and perceptive abilities. Get lost. I've had enough of your shenanigans. In this world where intellect reigns supreme, you offer such a trinket? This damn system will bleed me dry in a heartbeat. He was truly exasperated with this system. Instead of contemplating how to elevate him, the host, to global dominance and become a model system, it fixated solely on the meager resources at his disposal. Rather than dwelling on such trivialities, he resolved to further advance his endeavors. With this in mind, Zhixing Mirai retrieved his telephone and dialed CHZYUZ. After this period, she should have given it ample consideration. Predictably, CHZYUZ, upon receiving the call, exhibited palpable excitement and eagerly expressed her desire to engage in discussion. Zhixing Mirai opted not to arrange the meeting in a public space this time, instead providing her with his home address. Shortly thereafter, CHZYUZ, adorned in resplendent attire, arrived at Mirai's residence. In the future, I couldn't help but glance at her twice. Her black dress accentuated her elegance, making one wonder if she was a lady of high society. Yet, the black stockings on her legs rendered her somewhat conventional. It appeared she was quite understanding. My terms remain unchanged. I will not relinquish my pursuit of Yoko Kishino, and your share will remain the same as with the previous company. How does Miss Yuko feel about this? Miku did not allow himself to be distracted by her beauty. Instead, he candidly broached the subject of business. Yuko Ichizawa smiled briefly, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes before she resumed her composure. Mr. Miku, you jest. In this world rife with material desires, what choices does a frail woman like me truly have? This time, her address was markedly different, devoid of the previous frivolity. Does this mean you have agreed? Indeed. Miku stood, extending a hand towards Yuko Ichizawa. Since we have concluded our discussion and night has fallen, I shall not keep you any longer. Miss Yuko, please. Yuko also rose but did not depart. Instead, she took a couple of steps towards Miku. almost pressing her body against his. Their eyes met, and silence enveloped them. After a long pause, Yuko stated, "Tonight, I do not wish to return. In this vast Tokyo, there is no place for me. What difference does it make where I go?" The following morning, Miku awoke to find Yuko already dressed and preparing to leave. "Are you not going to rest a while? I can prepare something for you to eat." "No need," she replied, her demeanor suddenly distant. "Was it a case of playing hard to get? Although we are acquainted, do not expect me to grant you any privileges." Yuko turned to Miku, offering a faint smile. "Rest assured, I will not." With that, she exited his home. Another woman with a story, I suppose? Well, it hardly concerns me. Shinichi, is what you said true? Has Mika really concealed his identity from you? Yes, doctor, though I am uncertain of his intentions, it seems his identity is far from the simplicity I initially presumed. On the other end of the line, Conan shared his recent discoveries with Professor Agasa. But Shinichi, we have spent some time with him, and I do not get the impression that he is a villain. Doctor, please do not be so sentimental. I believe further observation is necessary. And do not let slip any details regarding my matters. Rest assured, I am not so muddled as to jeopardize your safety. Conan, who are you speaking with so early in the morning? Upon hearing Ran's voice, Conan panicked and abruptly hung up, chuckling nervously at Ran. Conan, did you hear what I said? Honestly, I mentioned that Dad previously arrested T-Den, who escaped from prison. Do you remember he said he would seek revenge on Dad before he was taken away? Even if there is a desire for revenge, it should be directed at me. Conan thought to himself. Come on, there is no need to overreact. I am not a child. Besides, he must have escaped abroad. So how could he possibly have the energy to target me? That may not be the case, Mr. Mori. I believe Ran's concerns are valid. Mika had appeared at the doorway, his presence unnoticed until now. The future had already received word from the system. Aware that Mao Li and his companions had once again triggered the storyline. In the future, it is remembered that a female assassin made her entrance, displaying commendable skills. It is indeed a pity that she was apprehended by the police. Her home could surely benefit from someone to safeguard it. With her presence, there would be a deterrent against those intruders from the distillery when one is away. Zhu Xing, am I not your mentor? Why do you speak in her favor? I disregarded their concerns, declaring my intent to attend the horse race. Future, do you have something to discuss? You must be aware that the atmosphere has been rather tense lately. If you remain too close to your father, you may find yourself entangled in complications. Xiaolan wished to prevent the troubles surrounding Muri from affecting others. It's nothing of consequence. I was merely idle at home, seeking to engage in conversation with you. If you plan to go out, might I accompany you? I am capable of looking after myself. Conan glanced at Future, reminiscing about their first in the future. Feigning a slip of the tongue, she quickly corrected herself, stating, she is my bodyguard. I hired her due to the overwhelming number of fervent fans I encountered after the release of that song. We have only communicated via phone, and I have merely seen her photograph. Indeed, the unintentional revelation caught Conan's attention, focusing his thoughts on her. A bodyguard sent by my father? Could this individual be the scion of a prominent family? Yet, there was no notable family by the name of Zhu Xing in neon. And the scar on his arm raised further questions. The situation of Miss Mayumi appeared rather dire. It would be prudent to take her to the hospital. The compassionate Ran suggested. After a thorough examination, the doctor informed everyone that Mayumi had sustained a head injury, leaving her with only her name remembered. Everyone, please return home. After all, it was I who sought her out. I must assume this responsibility. Allow me to care for her. It shouldn't burden anyone else. In the future, I wish to prevent anyone from having any further contact with Makimayu. Conan's keen observation skills are undeniable. The more interactions there are, the more flaws will inevitably emerge. What is this nonsense? What troubles remain in our relationship? Mori adjusted his appearance and remarked, whatever you are thinking, everyone has already guessed it. Conan mentally scoffed. His father was correct. Even if there were no significant physical issues, assistance was still needed for Miss Mayu to regain her memories, wasn't it? Moreover, as a young lady, it would not be convenient for Mirai to care for her. Conan helplessly turned to Ran and said, Ran, could you please refrain from meddling? They've already addressed each other so affectionately, can't you see that your brother is trying to send them away? With those words spoken, Mirai felt he had no choice but to acquiesce, lest he appear overly deliberate. The group arrived at Mayu's hospital room. Miss Mayu, do you still not recall anything? Mayu shook her head. In the future, a facade of concern was adopted as one gently clasped the hands of the enigmatic Mia. A hint of ambiguity playing upon their features. This scene bore a striking resemblance to that of two lovers whose bond remained concealed from the prying eyes of society. Yet, in truth, it was merely a ruse to obscure the scars left on Mia's hands from her battles. Why not take a stroll through the places you frequented before your arrival? Perhaps it will aid in the restoration of your memories, suggested Xiaolan. Rest assured, Miss Mia, the illustrious detective Kagoro Mori, pledge my name that I shall assist you in reclaiming your memories, Kagoro proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Mia gazed at the group with a look of bewilderment, yet she acquiesced to the idea of giving it a try. In the aftermath of securing Mako's consent, Mirai proactively rummaged through her bag, retrieving a half-page of the Bible that could serve as a clue, while the crucial piece of evidence was concealed within his sleeve. Subsequently, Conan, deciphering the hasty scribbles inscribed upon it, deduced whom Mako had been conversing with at that moment and deftly tore out the passage from the Gospel of Matthew. Moreover, the act of tearing the Bible for note-taking purposes indicated that she was not a Christian, yet. The presence of a Bible at her disposal suggested she had likely resided in a high-end hotel at some point. Consequently, their search parameters were significantly narrowed. The group boarded a bus, traversing the city in pursuit of clues within various upscale establishments, ultimately being recognized by a waiter outside one particular restaurant. As they ascended the stairs to uncover additional leads, Mirai noticed an individual, clad in an exceptionally discreet manner, observing their movements. Surely, this must be Ikeda. Without raising an alarm, Mirai feigned ignorance and proceeded upstairs alongside the others. After a thorough search, they still found no pertinent information regarding Mako's identity. However, it seemed a memory flickered in Mako's mind. She clutched the necklace around her neck, exclaiming in anguish that her head ached, and dashed downstairs, exclaiming, "My head hurts. I can't think any longer." The group hastily followed her descent. Just as they reached the ground floor, a red car sped toward the fleeing Mako and Mori. Mirai, with remarkable swiftness, leaped forward, tackling Mori aside just in time. Mako, agilely evading the oncoming vehicle, executed a perfect roll and regained her balance in a crouched position. This motion resembled a judo falling technique. Had this woman trained in judo? It was hardly surprising, considering she had previously employed wires to suspend someone for execution. It would have been odd if she hadn't practiced martial arts like wrestling or judo. After the red car failed to make contact, it swiftly fled the scene. Fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed, though Conan recognized the driver from their encounter at the racetrack. In the course of pursuing Ikeda, Conan stumbled upon the scene of the accident and called the others over, articulating his deduction. Mako must have been on that bus. And the impact from the collision was the catalyst for her amnesia. Indeed, that is correct. I remember now, Mako affirmed, validating Conan's reasoning. But why not go to the hospital? Mori questioned, perplexed. I suspect it's because the driver who just attempted to run Mako down is pursuing her, Mirai replied. Mako, haven't you mentioned this to her? Future shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge on the matter. Let us take the same bus route once more, perhaps Ms. Minya may recall something, suggested Xiaolan. The group boarded the bus, aimlessly traversing the route. Suddenly, Minya pointed out the scenery outside, exclaiming, "It's here. I believe I was supposed to get off at this stop." Consequently, they alighted beside a building housing a gas tank. The group followed the path until they arrived at the foot of an abandoned building. Before Minya could recollect her memories, a steel rebar, fused with concrete, plummeted towards her. Reacting swiftly, Minya instinctively leaped backward. Upon recognizing the individual who had pushed the rebar from the rooftop, her hand reflexively reached for the peculiar necklace around her neck. Withdrawing a segment of wire, before Muri and the others could rise from the ground, Future dashed in front of Minya, enveloping her in an embrace, shielding her actions with her body. Indeed, there is something of a noble scion about you, Conan quietly remarked. Xiaolan, Mr. Muri, today's dangers are too numerous. I shall escort Minya home. Please be cautious. Noticing Munya's movement to seize a weapon, Future surmised that her memories had returned as well. To prevent her from attempting to assassinate Muri as in the narrative, she led Minya away. Despite the confusion in Minya's eyes, she said nothing in front of the others and followed Future. Meanwhile, Conan continued to track the man's whereabouts until he spotted a number plate on a utility pole. 9 to 30? This corresponds with the note Ms. Munya had. Could it signify an address? With this clue, Conan ultimately discovered a dilapidated tavern named The Last Supper, which bore a sign stating closed today. Upon reflection, it seemed the man's target was not Ms. Munya, but rather her uncle. If that were the case, the man's identity likely aligned with Xiaolan's suspicions. He was the escaped convict Ikeda seeking revenge. Thus, if this man had indeed entered the tavern, it implied a connection between the two. Judging by her agile prowess, she must be a hired assassin of sorts. Confirming his hypothesis, Conan cautioned Muri and Xiaolan, "Uncle, that individual likely intends to harm not Ms. Munya but you. He must be the escaped Ikeda. Exercise caution." Muri and Xiaolan's expressions grew serious. They did not ponder how Conan had acquired this information but merely proceeded with heightened vigilance into the tavern. However, Ikeda's combat prowess was lacking, easily subdued by Xiaolan. Perhaps fearing accusations of hiring a hitman, Ikeda never mentioned Munya during his capture. Curiously, Ms. Munya was absent from this place. Was it merely a coincidence? Wait a moment. Future's relationship with Munya might suggest he had assisted her. Yet, what role did Future play in the scenario? A co-conspirator? That seemed implausible. For he had intervened to save her uncle at the restaurant's entrance. Moreover, Dr. Agasa had noted that Future had scarcely ventured outside since releasing his new song, aligning with his own assertions. Thus, he shouldn't have had the opportunity to know Ikeda. Due to Future's involvement, many crucial pieces of evidence were obscured, such as the lethal puzzle piece, the scars on his palm from prolonged use of piano wire, and most critically, the fact that Future had not permitted Munya to carry out the assassination. Consequently, Conan's series of conjectures could not be coherently linked, and he possessed no tangible evidence. Though he felt a vague sense of disquiet, He pondered that perhaps he had misjudged both of them. On the other hand, Future returned home with Munya. She proactively locked the door and inquired, "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in bringing me here? The one locking the door is you. Shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Stop being so cheeky. Speak." In a sudden shift, Mirai adopted a melancholic demeanor and spoke. "Have you not had your fill of the blood-soaked days in the martial world, where the winds howl with danger and blades taste blood? Allow me to offer you a sanctuary. How does that sound? Is that truly so? Can it really be?" She replied, questioning her own worthiness. Observing the defenseless facade of Mayu, Mirai stepped forward, intending to offer some solace. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Mayu erupted with ferocity, pulling a steel wire from her necklace and tightening it around Mirai's neck. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a sudden moment of inspiration, Mirai reached out with her remaining hand to touch the other's waist. In that instant, Shinya felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she swiftly slapped Mirai's face with great force. This action completely severed her control over Mirai. With the loss of control, the steel wire that had been pulled away swiftly returned to the necklace around her neck. "You are despicable." In the future, she touched her flushed face, pondering, "Am I indecent? If I am not, I might perish at your hands." However, the present did not relent. He swiftly aimed a kick at her. Yet this time, she had already anticipated that he would not back down easily, and had prepared herself in advance. Had it not been for the earlier sneak attack, her skill level would have kept him at bay. In the future, she trapped her opponent's kicking leg under her arm and aimed a strike towards their hamstring, propelling herself forward with her shin, causing them to land abruptly on the ground. "You." She intended to retort, yet the future had drawn a gun at some point, and the ominous barrel was now aimed directly at her. "Humph. Since you've brought me back, I refuse to believe." Her words trailed off as she noticed the transformation in the future's gaze, which had shed its earlier playful demeanor, replaced by a look reminiscent of her own. No. Even more intense. She harbored no doubt that uttering another word would prompt her adversary to pull the trigger. Has she regained her composure? Although she remained silent, the future was assured that the other would not continue her previous raucous behavior. Thus, she extended her hand to assist her in standing. "In truth, I'm not jesting. Rather than engage in violence outside, it is far better to settle down and embrace a mundane existence. To be candid, trouble may soon find me, and I will not be home frequently. There is no need for you to engage in perilous activities. Simply alert me, ensuring your own safety. That is my intent. You need not agree now. Take the night to contemplate. Come morning, if you wish to depart, you are free to do so, but do not return to Neon. That little rascal has set his sights on you, and without my protection, you may soon find yourself entangled in past grievances. Should you acquiesce, I assure you, I will not leave you empty-handed." At the mention of money, her eyes sparkled with interest as she regarded the future, observing the familiarity in her gaze. Akin to that of a system, the future suddenly altered her statement, swallowing back her initial words. "I will compensate you at the minimum wage of Neon." With an eye roll, she neither accepted nor rejected the offer, merely inquiring, "Where's my room?" Mirai gestured and followed closely behind her. Suddenly, Shinya recalled the earlier incident and once again yanked at her necklace, startling Mirai, who instinctively distanced herself from her companion. Shinya cast a glance at Mirai, then moved her neck slightly, indicating that she should proceed ahead. The future ambled leisurely ahead of Shinya, propping his hands behind his head, humming tunes from a bygone life. His body swayed in rhythm with the lyrics, each step a twist. To step into the realm is my destiny, not merely to be a scoundrel or a brother. In the prime of life, adorned in gold and silver. Observing the eccentric figure before him, Shinya couldn't help but ponder, what manner of man is this? After a sleepless night filled with contemplation, Shinya found merit in the future's words. It was indeed time for a respite. Should he later discern any ill intentions, he could stealthily depart during the future's absence. Just as Shinya was about to rise and convey his decision, a sudden knock echoed at his door. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The future disregarded the other's words, instead placing the breakfast in hand upon the bedside table. What? Don't believe me? With a firm grasp on the corner of the blanket, Shinya suddenly flung it aside. After a fierce internal struggle, the future gentlemanly turned his head away. Observing this action, Shinya chuckled, a fellow with thieving intentions yet lacking the courage. Nevertheless, it at least proved that he would not take advantage of another's vulnerability. For reasons unknown, Shinya felt a playful urge to tease this individual. I recall not having changed out of my clothes last night. Upon hearing Shinya's words, the future instinctively turned back, only to find Shinya fully dressed, glaring at him with indignation. In the next moment, a pillow was hurled in his direction. Nuts. The future muttered under his breath before hastily exiting the room. Following this incident, Shinya reassessed the future, moving him from the trustworthy list to one pending further evaluation. In the days that followed, their interactions remained amicable. Apart from Shinya harboring a lingering suspicion towards the future, they conversed as friends would. You haven't committed any transgressions within the Neon realm, have you? No. When we met, I had just returned to Neon. And it had been quite some time since I engaged in such activities. Were it not for financial constraints, I wouldn't have accepted such minor tasks. That poses no issue. Even if that little rascal were to discover your slip-up one day, he would have no grounds to act against you. However, do maintain the confidentiality of your identity. Minor tasks? Mori could almost be considered a major character. How could you so easily eliminate him? And yet, despite financial strain, you reside in such a posh hotel. How vain. I've been staying here for about a week. I've shared everything with you. Why do you withhold your identity from me? What identity? I am a singer. Have you not heard my renowned work? If you choose not to disclose it, so be it. One day, I shall uncover the truth. I wonder how long you can keep it hidden. Let us discuss it tomorrow then. The future bore an expression of indifference, as if unperturbed. It seems we are alike. Both unsightly little mice. Xingye mused to himself while discreetly observing the expression of the future, though there was no discernible change in the expression on Mirai's face. Her heart chuckled. Did they truly consider me a novice? Do they think that with just a few words they can glean any insights from me? We are all professionally trained, regardless of how much knowledge you possess. On yet another leisurely day, the sky hung heavy with gray clouds. After entrusting the various matters of her household to Mayu, Mirai once again set off towards a new case. This time, it was an invitation from the garden. She invited Mirai, along with Ran and Conan, to her villa nestled in the mountains for a visit. Initially, Mirai had no intention of participating in a narrative unrelated to the Black organization. However, it seemed that the elusive Phantom Thief Kid would make an appearance. As a time traveler, he too wished to witness the other's methods, marking this as a sort of check-in. Although Mirai's ability to connect logical threads might be somewhat lacking, her perceptive skills were never in doubt. As the old adage goes, the eyes devoid of spirit yield fists without soul. If one lacks even this most fundamental ability, how can they possibly possess such a high level of combat prowess? This notion is also reflected in Conan's narratives. Those with greater martial strength are often the first to uncover clues. However, due to varying personal capabilities, those with weaker logical skills may only discover clues without being able to solve the case. Following the coordinates sent by the future, Shinichi led Ran and Conan to the vicinity of a suspension bridge. Sister Ran, you really shouldn't lead the way aimlessly next time. If it weren't for you, we would surely have lost our way, Conan remarked, having almost forgotten the future's presence. Aside from his extraordinary luck, Ran possessed an unfortunate tendency to get lost. What is that? Upon hearing Ran's voice, the future followed her gaze, spotting a figure clad in a black cloak crossing the bridge. The figure seemed to have caught wind of their conversation, glancing back at them with a chilling glare that sent shivers down their spines. In return, Mirai cast a glance at the other person. Once their gazes met, the individual, filled with trepidation, averted their eyes and hastily fled from the suspension bridge. Surely, this individual is the culprit behind the recent events, but how cowardly they are. TSK, what a farce. Witnessing their panicked retreat, Mirai felt a profound disdain. The imagined adversary of the future has consistently remained at the caliber of those he previously encountered. It is not merely the ordinary individuals, driven to madness by rage, who pose a threat. Even the formidable Jin pales in comparison. The true terror of Jin has never resided in his sheer strength, but rather in his ruthless disposition and keen instincts. After the interlude, Future meticulously inspected the suspension bridge, only proceeding to escort Ran and others towards the villa across the bridge once he confirmed its safety. Future, you're here, exclaimed Yoko, reaching out to embrace his arm. Yoko? Future instinctively withdrew his hand, perplexed, for had he not clarified matters with her last time? Yoko playfully smacked Future on the back, laughing. Come on, Future. Don't be so distant. I've already set my sights on a new target today. I merely invited you here to feast my eyes and, of course, to flaunt our connection as friends in front of these companions. Conan rolled his eyes in disdain at Yoko's brazen behavior. Just when he thought her actions were sufficiently over the top, little did he anticipate that Rand's notorious lack of direction would resurface, as she unwittingly barged into the dressing rooms of guests 3 times in this modest space. As dusk fell, the sky rumbled with thunder, signaling an impending downpour. Having settled in, Future and his companions emerged from their respective rooms. A group gathered around the dining table, sharing a meal and engaging in lively conversation. Everyone, this is the illustrious Hoshino Future, the creator of that recent hit bubble. By the way, Future is a dear friend of mine. Yoko's words ignited the atmosphere, prompting a flurry of inquiries directed at Future from the intrigued crowd. The gaze of the Future fell upon the solitary figure among the crowd, Ryoichi Takahashi. This fellow must be the infamous Kid the Phantom Thief, for his mastery of disguise is astonishing, with the mask upon his visage revealing no flaws. However, the prop he employed to alter his appearance around his waist appeared rather crude, exposing a slight chink in his fade. Noticing the other party's unwavering stare, Takahashi, somewhat bashful, inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Future?" Mirai bestowed upon the other a meaningful smile, and replied, "No, Mr. Takahashi resembles a friend of mine, one who performs magic tricks." Upon hearing this, Mirai's gaze shifted to the elder sister, Ayako Suzuki. In the garden, another unfortunate soul who had faced a string of misfortunes since meeting Conan. Mirai, your sister fits the description of the mature type, doesn't she? However, if you wish to pursue her, you must become more renowned. Otherwise, your mother will never consent, Yoko proclaimed with unwarranted confidence. Yoko's words caused Ayako to blush profusely. Yoko, you are being very rude. No, Yoko, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am already 28 this year. When I referred to the mature type, I meant someone slightly older than myself. 28. Even older than you. As the words left Future's lips, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. The information conveyed was overwhelmingly significant. Xiaolon and Yuanzi remarked that Future appeared significantly younger than his actual age. Others were taken aback by the revelation of Future's preferences, as his current identity diverged from what they had previously known. If he were to pursue a career in entertainment, such information could not be disclosed casually, as it might attract unwarranted media attention and, more critically, alienate a portion of his fanbase, despite Future never considering himself an entertainer. Conan chuckled. If those young ladies were to find out, he would surely lose followers. Indeed, they constituted the most passionate and energetic segment of his fanbase. After a brief conversation, the dynamics of the gathering shifted. Takahashi announced his intention to repair the roof outside to prevent leaks in the impending rain. A lady named Ikeda Chikako also expressed her desire to take a stroll, prompting the gentleman Kakutani Hiroki to follow suit. Ayako began to tidy up the used dishes, leaving only the fair-skinned Oda Masaru and Future in the room. Yuanzi shot a glance at Future, signaling him to notice Oda Masaru, and she clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect towards him. Observing Yuanzi's demeanor, Future decided to assist her, feeling compelled to return the favor. Oda-kun, do you have a girlfriend? Future inquired. Not at the moment, Future Senpai, Oda replied, but I find Miss Xiaolan quite appealing. Apologies, but I must take her for a walk. With that, Oda ignored Xiaolan's reaction, seizing her hand and leading her away. Witnessing this, Future shrugged at Yuanzi, conveying his helplessness. Yuanzi then grasped Future's sleeve, dragging him outside. Where are we going? He asked. Of course, we're following them. If he and Xiaolan hit it off, I'll have to reconsider my approach to you. Future bro, she replied. Yuanzi's words proved persuasive, prompting Future to acquiesce. Conan trailed behind, equally concerned for Xiaolan, anxious about Oda's intentions. The trio stealthily followed Oda and Xiaolan, eavesdropping on their conversation. Oda showered Xiaolan with sweet nothings, his hand subtly resting on her shoulder. His handsome appearance, coupled with his smooth flattery, left Xiaolan momentarily flustered. Just as Oda leaned in to kiss her, a thunderclap resonated through the air, startling Xiaolan back to her senses. She pushed him away and fled in panic. Conan, understanding Xiaolan's nature, noted the light rain now falling. The poor visibility and treacherous conditions, combined with Xiaolan's notorious sense of direction, compelled him to dash after her. Future and Yuanzi hastily followed suit. Indeed, it wasn't long before Xiaolan found herself disoriented, her anxiety mounting as she called out Oda's name. A shadow emerged from the darkness, raising an axe with the intent to strike from behind her. Xiaolan, be careful. Hearing the warning, Xiaolan instinctively turned. But upon seeing the bandaged face of her assailant, her body succumbed to fear, and she collapsed onto the ground. The bandaged figure, realizing a hand had unexpectedly grasped his shoulder mid-swing, felt a surge of alarm, redirecting the axe towards the new threat. In the future, a swift step back with a slight lean evaded the attack, followed by a forceful front kick aimed at the opponent's chest. Struck in the chest, the adversary lost their balance, their body beginning to sway as they stumbled several steps backward. In the future, there was no exertion. He did not wish to influence the unfolding narrative. This intervention was merely to rescue Xiaolan, with a touch of playful teasing towards the other party. After kicking the opponent out of a safe distance, Future began to dance on his feet, raising his hands in readiness. In the future, I beckoned with a finger, indicating for the opponent to attack once more. At that moment, Ran and Conan also arrived at the scene, observing the increasing crowd. The bandaged figure did not hesitate and fled deeper into the jungle. Thank you, Future, said Ran, who had just risen from the ground, her face still reflecting shock. It's all right, but why didn't you fight back earlier? He was too frightening. When confronting an adversary, one must learn to overcome fear of the enemy. Fear of failure, fear of pain. Stay strong. Next time could be perilous. Future's admonition was not harsh, yet it bore great significance in this world. With Conan and Muri by her side, danger could always arise unexpectedly. This attack prompted Conan to take note of Future once more. It seemed that their first encounter was no mere coincidence. This individual indeed possessed some combat skills. Yet, with his prowess, did he truly require a bodyguard? Conan shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Regardless of Future's identity, he had protected Muri and Ran on 2 occasions. The most pressing matter now was the escaped assailant. Upon returning, Sonoko informed everyone of Ran's attack, and the group expressed recognition of the bandaged figure. Though they had not anticipated such actions, after deliberation, they decided to contact the police. However, Ayako, after attempting, reported that the phone lines were down. In the future, I took out my phone to check, only to find there was no signal. Upon witnessing this, Takahashi screamed and rushed outside, followed closely by Kakutani and Oda. However, they soon learned that the suspension bridge had also been severed. The denouement can be foreseen even without venturing outside. The bridge will undoubtedly be severed from our side. A classic trope reminiscent of Agatha Christie's, and then there were none. The assembly convened at the dining table, each harboring private apprehensions, poised to partake in the evening repast. The window. There's something outside the window, Takahashi exclaimed, drawing the collective gaze toward the exterior. A bandaged figure was glimpsed abducting Chikako, flitting past the window. Conan, taking the initiative, surged forth, followed by Oda leading the others, who instructed the women to secure the premises and remain indoors. Is Oda perhaps excessively proactive? It strikes me as a diversionary tactic. Furthermore, Kaido Kid seems amiss, almost deliberately orchestrating that spectacle for our observation. Mirai, aren't you joining them? Sonoko inquired. Nay, Rand's condition remains precarious. I shall remain here to safeguard you all. Refrain from wandering aimlessly. The perpetrator is highly likely to return. Even for a visit to the lavatory, remain within my proximity. Shortly thereafter, Conan and the cohort returned, bearing tidings of Chikako's demise, her remains dismembered. Contrary to Mirai's anticipations, the assailant did not revisit the villa during this interim. The conviviality of the meal was extinguished by Chikako's demise, and after fortifying the entrances, each retreated to their respective chambers. Before dispersing, Mirai cautioned Conan to maintain a vigilant slumber, alluding to the assailant's prior aggression toward Ran and the potential for recurrence. Recumbent upon his cot, Mirai replayed the day's events, a sense of unease pervading his thoughts. He remained convinced that the culprit was ensconced amongst them, with Oda and Kaido Kid emerging as the principal suspects. Their conduct skewed and atypical. Yet, why would Kaido Kid stoop to homicide? As these thoughts coalesced, a frigid gust emanated from the window, alerting Mirai to an anomaly. With a swift, athletic maneuver, he rose to his feet, only to behold the bandaged figure infiltrating through the window. Another axe cleaved the air, narrowly averted, leaving a gash in his attire. So, you presume my deference is a given, do you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The door to the future swung open, and one by one, the crowd gathered outside. Why? Why would they choose to attack me? I distinctly recall that it was Scowlan who encountered the assault that night. Furthermore, this individual appeared to be blinded by rage, devoid of the previous fear he had shown when confronting me. Very well, if he seeks his own demise, he shall have no one to blame but himself. The future was resolute in his decision. He cared not for the adversities the assailant bore against the deceased, as he had neither provoked nor antagonized him. Since he had chosen to confront me, not only would I uncover his identity, but he would also not be permitted to take another life in my presence. Let us remain together and not disperse. The hall is ample, and I shall ensure your protection. Regardless of what transpires, do not venture away, for should you do so, I shall assume you are the murderer. In the future, the atmosphere holds considerable authority. Indeed, no one dares to depart from the hall. Before long, Conan appears to have unraveled the opponent's methods, and a nefarious thought begins to stir within his heart. The future was in repose when a sudden sting on his neck jolted him awake. He managed to stand, but his legs faltered, and darkness enveloped him. Conan, impersonating the future, exposed the murderer, Takahashi Ryoichi. Takahashi had lured Chikako with a note, dismembered her, and staged a kidnapping using piano wire and a mannequin, concealing his physique. He transported Chikako's head outside and attacked the future after re-entering. The future awoke the following day. Sonoko's exclamation, "You were so cool when you were deducing," clarified the situation. He palpated his neck, relieved to find no residual needle marks. Later, he found Takahashi, who, persuaded by Conan's rhetoric, awaited the police. "Why did you attack me?" The future inquired. "Because you said I resembled your magician friend, and I thought you, like Ran, had discerned my true form," Takahashi replied. This cleared the future's confusion. Takahashi's confession also indicated that the future's time travel had blurred his memory. The case lacked Kaido Kid's involvement. En route home, the future was morose. Conan had dared to anesthetize him, and he had succumbed. Was his willpower inferior to Jin's? That day, Conan was playing video games at the agency. Ran incessantly nagged about Conan's origins. Mori, contemplating the prolonged arrangement, considered calling Dr. Agasa. Just then, a knock echoed through Mori's agency. Ran opened the door to a portly, bespectacled woman who introduced herself as Conan's mother, Idagawa Fumiyo. Conan was aghast, for he did not recognize her. But his diminutive form made Mori and Ran more inclined to believe the adult Fumiyo. After introductions, Conan was ushered into Fumiyo's car. "Who are you?" Conan demanded. "What are you saying? Am I not your mother?" She retorted. "Hardly. My mother is the renowned beauty Fujimine Yukiko, who retired after marrying the celebrated author Kudo Yusaku at 20, Conan revealed. The woman's familiarity with Conan's identity alarmed him. Her knowledge of his true self and his diminished form suggested a connection to those who had shrunk him. Seizing an opportune moment, Conan stomped on the accelerator, creating a diversion and fled. He knew returning to Muri's was impractical, as they would disbelieve him. He sought refuge at Dr. Agasa's, but the house was locked. Snowflakes fell as Conan warmed his reddened hands with his breath. You can't escape, Kudo Shinichi, Fumiyo declared, having tracked him down. In desperation, Conan spotted a familiar figure in an alley. Future Nizan, help me. This Obasan claims to be my mother and is trying to abduct me. Conan cried, running towards the future. The woman halted. It's her, Conan exclaimed. But then, a chop to the neck plunged him into darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, Conan found himself bound in an unfamiliar location. It was the future who knocked me out. He's with the Black Organization. He realized. He overheard Fumiyo conversing with another, learning that they knew his true identity and his role in solving Muri's cases. They were also engaged in a transaction and planned to eliminate their accomplice. That night, while the two slept, Conan muffled a wine bottle with a rug to obtain glass shards, which he used to free himself. The pair, alerted by the noise, investigated. Conan opened a window to feign escape and hid in a concealed compartment beneath the floor. He then headed to the location mentioned in their conversation, the Baika Grand Hotel. At the hotel, Conan learned that the locker he sought did not exist. Following a tip, he located the underground parking lot. He trailed a heavily disguised man carrying a case to the room where he had been held captive. As the man knocked, Fumiyo emerged from the elevator, cornering Conan. When other guests exited their rooms, Conan slipped inside and used a voice changer to order room service. He hid under the food cart, entering the room undetected. The masked man deduced that Conan was concealed in the closet. A gunshot rang out, ending the charade. Fumiyo was actually Conan's mother, Kudo Yukiko, and the masked man was his father, Kudo Yusaku, disguised as his literary character, the Night Baron. The tall man was Dr. Agasa. The trio had orchestrated the event to test Conan's deductive skills. So, the future deliberately knocked me out? But how are you connected to him? Conan asked. Yukiko explained that 3 days prior, while investigating Kudo Shinichi outside her home, the future had appeared, offering assistance. You're investigating Kudo Shinichi, aren't you? I can help, he'd said. Conan's words brought the scene back to the present. Are you just going to trust him? Conan protested, noting the unresolved questions surrounding the future. Not entirely. We investigated his background. His records only show him as the illegitimate son of an Asian tycoon. Beyond that, there's nothing, which is suspicious. But he claimed to share your goal, to dismantle the Black Organization. We knew he was powerful and had already discovered your identity. If one were to take action, it seems they would have resolved you long before our arrival. Thus, the temporary agreement to collaborate with him was reached. Although the information he provided is rife with inconsistencies, one can reasonably infer from his demeanor and his guarded nature that he is not lying. It indeed aligns with the characteristics of that nation. A citizen of the Celestial Empire? It is no wonder that, despite our prolonged interactions, we have yet to unearth any of his information, fortunately. He is not affiliated with that organization. Conan, too, was drenched in cold sweat, astonished that the future had already discerned his identity. However, one aspect remains unclear to me. The intelligence possessed by the other party is evidently far superior to ours, so why would they choose to cooperate with us? Conan does not believe that his intellect and status as a detective would compel the other party to lower themselves to collaborate with him. Perhaps it is due to your mother's irresistible charm that even the impeccably perfect agents from the Celestial Empire cannot resist the allure I exude. With a mischievous chuckle, Yukiko emitted a strange laugh. The corners of Kudo Yusaku and Conan's mouths twitched awkwardly. In truth, Yukiko was spot on. A significant part of the future's reasoning was indeed due to her, as she embodies the mature beauty he spoke of, while another portion derives from Conan's own intellect, which he tends to overlook. If permissible, he would prefer to wait for them to deduce and discover, relishing the prospect of reaping the rewards of their efforts. Following the previous incident, the future has begrudgingly joined the ranks of the protagonists, and the conversations between Agasa and Conan no longer exclude him. After the three had deliberated on their forthcoming strategies, they began to engage in casual banter. Soon, my brother from the future will be responsible for escorting me home. Why should that be? Can't you walk back on your own? I still intend to enjoy a candlelit dinner with Miss Mayo. Conan's expression darkened immediately. You haven't forgotten that day when you deceived my parents alongside me, have you? My neck still aches from it. You little rascal. Are you daring to claim that it was not you who used a tranquilizer dart on me at Sunoko's villa, exploiting my identity to solve the case? Doctor. Agasa quickly assumed the role of the peacemaker. Enough of this. You too. It's all trivial matters. Silence. Conan and the future echoed in unison. This is because Conan's tranquilizer watch was not only designed by Agasa, but he also played a part in the plot to deceive Conan. What does it matter? Since you are the good guy, you should expose the wicked and reveal the truth to the world. Nonsense. Does being good mean one should be held at gunpoint? Unlike your Uncle Mori, I have no desire to draw attention to myself. I warn you, should you dare to use a tranquilizer gun on me again, what will you do? Conan challenged, his gaze defiant. If Mrs. Yukiko is precisely my type, then I shall pursue her vigorously. Huh. My mother and father share a robust relationship. She would never be interested in someone like you. Oh, is that so? The future smile morphed into a sly grin as he mimicked a line from a certain film. Madam, Surely you would not wish for your son's identity to be revealed. Would you? You rascal. I shall take you on. Conan sprang up, aiming ahead but at the future, only to have the latter effortlessly grasp the back of his collar and lift him up. In the presence of Conan, Future, with a triumphant demeanor, remarked, "Kid, your tricks are still a bit too juvenile for me." Suddenly, Conan sneezed, showering Future's face with droplets. Setting Conan aside, Future grabbed a tissue to wipe his face. "How can you be so disgusting?" he exclaimed. "There's nothing I could do. I inadvertently fell into the pool with my uncle while cracking a murder case involving a diver yesterday. I didn't intend for it to happen," Conan replied, feigning nonchalance, though inwardly reveling in Future's discomfort. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Come on, you little rascal, I'll drive you home." The following day, an unexpected guest arrived at the Muri Detective Agency. He wore a baseball cap and had a dark complexion, claiming he was searching for Shinichi Kudo. Despite Rand's insistence that Kudo was not present, the man stubbornly maintained that Kudo must be nearby, observing the scene. Before Hattori, this distinguished guest, could be sent away, a woman in her 50s approached, requesting Muri to investigate her son's girlfriend. However, due to her husband's sensitive position as a diplomat, confidentiality was paramount. Hattori, taking the initiative, labeled this as a confrontation between the renowned detectives of Kansai and Kanto. Consequently, the group journeyed to the diplomat's residence, where the passive abilities of the elementary school detective were triggered once more. What began as a simple investigation soon transformed into an endeavor to unveil the truth behind a crime. At that moment, Conan began to feel unwell. His cold worsened after consuming the potent liquor brought by Hattori from the east. Unlike before, with Future's involvement, he now had external support. Conan dialed Future's number, informing him of his current malaise and the disruption caused by Hattori, requesting Future to come and lend some support. In the future, he decisively declined under the pretense of having matters to attend to with his own company. He wished to avoid any association with Hattori, whose identity was too peculiar, in order to prevent the exposure of his own. Shortly after hanging up, his phone rang once more. This time, it was Officer Magyar calling, with a rationale similar to that of Conan. Given that Hattori was the son of the current chief of the Osaka Police Department, Magyar was understandably reluctant to allow the case to be solved by him, hence the call to the future. As for Muri, although he had recently resolved numerous cases due to Conan's influence, his age was a factor. Thus, it would be more appropriate for the future, who was closer in age to the counterpart, to handle the matter, showcasing their own abundance of talent. Future found it quite difficult to refuse Magyar's request, not only because he had previously invited Muri to dinner, but also due to the likelihood of needing Magyar's assistance in the future. After all, in matters of identity and relationships, having more friends can lead to more opportunities. The future arrived at the scene, and after listening to Moku's account of the events that transpired, began to emulate the detectives by searching through the corners of the room. He urged Hattori to share his thoughts first. Observing that his counterpart had immediately yielded, Hattori confidently articulated his reasoning. "When we arrived, the door to this room was locked, and the only two keys were possessed by the deceased, Sujimura Isamu, and his wife, who accompanied us here. Thus, she cannot be the murderer," indicating that this case must be a locked room murder. Given that it is indeed a locked room, the crux lies in how the murderer created this scenario. Upon entering, I noticed that the gap beneath the door was quite high, allowing for a string of keys to be passed through. I suspect the culprit used something like a fine thread to maneuver the keys into the victim's pocket, and after committing the crime, arranged the scene to appear as a locked room. Initially, I was uncertain about the identity of the murderer until I discovered this in the trash bin. The only one who could possess this at the scene is likely Tsujimura's father, who is fond of fishing. With that, Hattori produced a length of fishing line from his pocket. Wait, I also found fishing line elsewhere. If it were merely to execute this technique, there would be no need for so much. I believe the murderer intended to frame the elder Tsujimura, deliberately making it easy for us to discover it. Moreover, employing fishing line to place the key in the pocket is no simple feat, Future interjected. Just now, I investigated Miss Sachiko's background through Officer Moku. Her father was conveniently Tsujimura's rival, though he went to prison 15 years ago and died under mysterious circumstances. I suggest Officer Moku take Miss Katsuragi back for questioning, Future continued. Absolutely not. Your police cannot arrest someone without evidence. Sachiko is not the murderer, Tsujimura's wife exclaimed in anger. Madam, please do not obstruct the police in their investigation. Officer Moku warned sternly. I am the murderer, Tsujimura's wife revealed, pulling another key from her bag. Upon opening it, a poison needle adhered to the key dropped out. Madam, your maternal instincts are quite strong. She must be your daughter with Tsujimura before your marriage to him, correct? And your former husband was indeed Katsuragi, who died in prison 15 years ago, making him Sachiko's father, am I right? Even if Sachiko were taken away, she would most likely be released within hours, as I have no substantial evidence. I am fully aware. However, if she is taken by the police, even if she is innocent, it will greatly affect her future, the Tsujimura wife lamented, revealing the truth as the police escorted her away from the Tsujimura residence. Conan, due to the exhausting circumstances, reverted to Shinichi Kudo. Dragging his weary body to the scene, he was informed that he had arrived too late. Upon learning the truth, Shinichi fell silent, while Hattori, fuming, shouted at Future, "Isn't it rather despicable to extract the real culprit using such methods? Despicable? That is only because you revel in the thrill of deduction, while pitying that mother and daughter. If the true culprit were a ruthless villain, would such actions still be considered despicable?" Future retorted. Hattori fell silent, for he knew Future's words struck a chord. Even the weakened Shinichi shook his head at Hattori, insisting that it was not Future who was despicable. If it were Ran's mother sitting here, she would remind everyone that law surpasses emotion. And it is you all who have allowed sentiment to cloud your judgment. Just as Future turned to leave, Shinichi's condition flared up once more. The time for Hibara to restore his original form was limited, and he collapsed in agony. "Shinichi, wait. I'll call a doctor for you." Ran cried anxiously as she dashed outside. "Never mind. I'll take him to the hospital. It would be quicker since the Dr. wouldn't have all the necessary equipment here," Future said, lifting Shinichi away from the crime scene under the gaze of onlookers. As they settled into the car, Shinichi had reverted to Conan once more. "Do you also think my methods are ruthless?" Future inquired while starting the engine. Little brat, don't worry, I won't hold it against you. In truth, you are correct. At your age, I was just as impassioned. When you face adversaries like I have, you will think differently." The journey remained silent as Future drove in circles before dropping Conan off at Agasa's residence. System notification: a case has emerged. The Black Organization's target has appeared. Assisting the protagonist in solving this case will yield a random reward. Despite intending to sleep in, Future heard the notification and hurriedly got dressed, heading for Muri's office. He relished such tasks, as they not only fulfilled the system's mission but also allowed him to relay information about the organization, accomplishing his own goals. Before long, Muri and his team arrived at a restaurant in Mihua City to attend the launch of a new game by Full Heaven, which was reportedly a detective game produced under Muri's supervision. "Weren't you the one who claimed to have no interest in cases? You only sought out your uncle to blend in with us under false pretenses?" Conan whispered to Future. "I received word from elsewhere. Something significant is bound to occur this time. You have other sources of information. Keep your voice down, to ensure the safety of the informants. I cannot disclose who it is. This is all I can tell you." While they conversed, they reached the front desk, where a long line awaited to retrieve their personal belongings. Before their turn arrived, Conan's passive ability activated again, and several suspects began to interact with Muri, exchanging each other's information. The three were a rather attractive Nakajima Hideaki, Ueda Koji, who sported a hairstyle akin to Officer Shiratori's, and Takahashi Hiroshi, who wore glasses. Takahashi glanced at his watch and, along with the other two, cut in line behind Muri, justifying their actions by saying the event was about to commence, and they feared the president's wrath if they were late. Thus, the original order of the numbering system was disrupted. Muri's was number 96, while Ran received 100, and Future was assigned 101. Future couldn't recall the plot of this particular episode, but he felt that as long as he stayed close to Conan, he would be drawn in automatically. After the conference was announced, Future, accompanied by Ran and Conan, engaged in arcade games. The fighting game genre was something he had mastered, easily defeating both the lucky Ran and the average-level Conan. They then moved to a punching machine, where Takahashi invited Nakajima to demonstrate. However, while everyone was distracted, he made a small gesture that Future noticed but did not dwell on. Nakajima and Ran achieved impressive scores of 348 and 400 respectively. "Future brother, aren't you going to give it a try?" Ran asked, noticing Conan's challenging gaze, which revealed his desire to embarrass him in front of Ran. "No thanks. I might break the machine, and that wouldn't be good." Conan rolled his eyes. "Break the machine? Is that even possible?" Unexpectedly, Nakajima chimed in, thinking Future was boasting. "No worries, Mr. Future. We considered this possibility before launching the game. However, no one has managed to achieve it until now." "Exactly. Future brother, just give it a shot. If it breaks, we want to hold you accountable," Ran added, joining in on the encouragement. "Well then, I suppose I will give it a try." In the future, an individual began to swing their forearm with an electric-like fervor, then lightly struck a force-measuring mat with a punch. With a single blow, the metal behind the mat crumpled inward, and the numbers on the screen distorted, reminiscent of an antiquated calculator. This astonishing spectacle caused Conan's glasses to fall from his face. He was utterly amazed that someone could so effortlessly damage the machine with their bare hands. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers, who swiftly gathered around. Fortunately, the individual in question had already slipped away with a few companions. Following this, the individual persistently trailed behind Conan until they encountered a figure clad entirely in black attire, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters. The individual was still dwarfed by the towering presence of the stranger, who was engaged in a phone conversation with an unknown party. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, in a tone reminiscent of a streetwise youth. He flicked his tongue and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Get the hell out of my way." Dragon Tequila furrowed his brow, taken aback that, at such a critical moment, someone would dare to provoke trouble. One hand clutched his phone while the other had already ventured towards his pocket. The Future noticed the movements of his counterpart, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. Conan remained by his side. He could not fire directly. And in hand-to-hand combat, he had only a 70% chance of subduing the opponent. However, the adversary was still on the phone. And Future feared that they might disclose his and Conan's identities to the other party, just as their nerves reached a breaking point. A series of footsteps approached from behind Future, accompanied by the conversation of two passersby. Seizing the opportunity, Future decided to retreat strategically, muttering under his breath towards Tequila. Consider yourself fortunate. He then turned and walked away, discreetly capturing the opponent's face with a miniature camera shaped like a button on his collar. Sensing the unusual atmosphere on the other end of the line, the voice inquired, Tequila? What is happening? Nothing, vodka. There are more people around. Let's leave it at that for now. Tequila replied before hanging up and turning to walk in the opposite direction of Future. At that moment, Future emerged from around the corner and asked Conan, Did you hear the content? Conan's expression was grave. I heard him say that the transaction was completed, but the specifics remain unclear. Most importantly, the person he was conversing with is one of those who shrank me vodka. That's not surprising. I had previously informed your parents of this intelligence when you were absent. The members of that organization typically wear black suits, although there are a few exceptions. In the future, adhesive tape was employed to extract fingerprints left by the agave plant on a public telephone, after which Conan stealthily followed suit. As Future watched Tequila enter the restroom through Conan's eyes, he found himself at a loss. Yet, Conan smiled subtly, pressing his hand against the frame of his glasses and reassured him, Do not fret. I have already affixed a sticker-type listening device onto him. With that, Conan amplified his voice and gestured for silence. Once calibrated, Tequila's voice indeed echoed through Conan's glasses. Strange, it won't fit. Perhaps there is no lock? Is it the door? Conan pondered, recalling the transaction he had mentioned, likely referring to the case in his possession. Future was particularly sensitive to the matter of the suitcase, as he often utilized such equipment during his missions, filled with various tools, cosmetics, documents, and cash. Just as the two were speculating about Tequila's cryptic words, a deafening explosion erupted from the restroom, sending a tremendous shockwave surging forth. Fortunately, they were positioned at a distance from the restroom stall's door, which helped conceal them from being detected. Even so, Conan sustained an injury on his face from an unknown source, blood trickling down, while Future also faced challenges. The nature of his work required acute awareness, and the sudden blast caused a brief bout of tinnitus for him, whose hearing was particularly keen. In the future, still immobilized, one painfully covered their ears while Conan seized the opportunity to slip inside and discern the unfolding events. The explosion had attracted the attention of the police, and by the time they arrived, the Future's hearing had nearly recovered. Observing that the Future's body had been affected by the earlier blast, Conan left a remark, The clue has been severed, before embarking on his investigation. From the cryptic words left by Tequila, Conan deduced that a case of mistaken identity had occurred regarding the boxes. He noticed that the trio of suspects he had previously encountered at the front desk had retrieved their own box, which clarified the sequence of the crime. It turned out that Takeshita had stealthily swapped Nakajima's box while the others were engaged with the punching machine, and coincidentally, Tequila had a transaction with Nakajima. This led to a box exchange that enabled Nakajima to narrowly escape what should have been a fatal explosion due to Tequila's interference. Upon grasping the truth, Conan, assuming the identity of Muri, disclosed the reality of the situation. After Takeshita was taken away by the police, Conan posed a question that lingered in his mind. Mr. Nakajima, might I inquire who you transacted with? What was the nature of your dealings? Perhaps the brush with death prompted Nakajima to reveal what he knew. He did not recognize the individual. And each transaction occurred only at the cocktail bar on the top floor of the Black Building. Upon hearing this lead, Conan hastily abandoned Muri and ran, rushing towards the exit. Just then, a familiar motion caught him, lifting him from the ground. Wait, you are being too impulsive. Given their level of caution, they are certainly monitoring the situation here, and the strength of that organization surpasses your imagination. There may even be their undercover agents within the police. It would be prudent to exit through the back door. The Future, unbeknownst to Wynn, saw the body restored, appearing behind Conan. Just as Conan prepared to pivot and dash towards the back door, the Future extended a handkerchief to him. Wipe the blood from your face. If they acquire a sample of your blood, they will ascertain your identity. The two hastened once more towards the Black Organization's headquarters. However, due to the Future's delay, they had yet to board the elevator when an explosion erupted from the top floor of the building, arriving a moment too late. It seemed to bear the hallmark of that arrogant Jin, who dared to detonate a bomb in such a public venue. The Future gazed at the thick smoke billowing from the uppermost floor and remarked. The Future refrained from allowing Conan to ascend the stairs, for he was acutely aware that Jin would undoubtedly leave no clues behind. At this moment, to venture upwards might risk being observed from a concealed vantage point. Subsequently, he learned from Megure that Nakajima had engaged in dealings with the Black Organization concerning a renowned list of computer program designers, distinct from the programmers we commonly recognize. as programmers primarily focus on code development, while software designers lean more towards system architecture. It appears that the organization harbors grand ambitions. In the aftermath, the future discreetly transmitted photographs and fingerprints of Tequila back through clandestine channels. Though Tequila's fingerprints might prove futile posthumously, the photographs could still yield valuable information. "Boss, there is someone looking for you," Dr. Agasa conveyed, requesting a visit. Mayho emerged from the kitchen with a steaming cup of coffee, placing it on the coffee table. However, she refrained from offering it to the future, opting instead to settle on the sofa, sipping her freshly poured coffee while watching television. "You call out, boss, yet you indulge yourself here? What can I say? The boss pays me the minimum wage, so I must seize the opportunity to enjoy some refreshments." A colossal hashtag loomed above, pressing down with exasperation as it proclaimed, "Will a salary increase suffice? Pour me a drink as well." Yet, Zhengyi remained unperturbed, adjusting to a more comfortable position upon the sofa. "My apologies, boss. While I am indeed grateful for the prospect of a raise, my duties do not encompass such obligations." "Then there shall be no increase," exclaimed the boss. "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," Zhengyi replied, pulling out the necklace from around her neck once more. "Oh, it's nothing. I shall first pay a visit to the doctor. Remember to pick up some groceries on your way back." With that, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Future slammed the door shut behind him and walked towards the doctor's residence, occasionally pondering why he had summoned such a formidable woman. Surely, she was no mere security guard, but rather a five-star general returned to take command. During this time, Future had become quite familiar with the members of the protagonist group, shedding his disguise. Noticing the door was unlocked, he turned the handle and entered, casually taking a seat as if in his own home. "What brings you to me, doctor?" he inquired, idly scrolling through his phone. "Actually, it's not me who seeks you out, but Shinichi," Akechi remarked, gesturing towards Conan, who stood beside him. "Are you implying that your cover as a tourist was compromised by that little rascal?" Future asked, displaying an air of indifference. "Future, you seem rather unfazed," Conan observed. "Please. With your demeanor, I am well aware of your tendency to forget your surroundings whenever a case arises. Is there anything else? If not, I must return home to prepare dinner. Don't you wish to know Hattori's opinion of you? Pray tell, you haven't disclosed my identity, have you?" Future straightened in his seat, casting a wary gaze at Conan. "You guessed correctly, of course not. Hattori merely requested me to ask for your autograph. Otherwise, he threatens to inform Ran about my situation. Tell that boy to abandon all hope. I have resolved to retire. The last incident left me unable to step outside for quite some time." Future spoke the truth, for his intent was never to launch his own career, but rather to build a reputation to attract promising talents. Ultimately, under Conan's relentless persuasion, Future acquiesced to the request. Despite knowing Hattori would not truly divulge the secret to Ran, Conan's juvenile antics were indeed grating, particularly his incessant calling of Future Gitch, which made him feel quite nauseated. In the end, Future sternly advised Conan to refrain from revealing his true identity to Hattori, fearing that the latter's father might catch wind of the situation. Should this matter escalate, it would lead to a diplomatic incident. With no pressing cases on the horizon, Future leaned over his desk, engaged in some scribbling, unaware of what he was truly creating. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As I look back into the future, I find that the enigmatic Mako has silently approached, grasping my wrists with both hands. It appears that someone's past was not without its tribulations. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that I cherish these leisurely days, although I lament the uncertainty of how long they may last. The future, in its rarity, does not dismiss Mako's words. "What are you doing?" she inquires, leaning forward to retrieve the papers from the table. "Are these lyrics?" I reply, "Yes. I promised someone I would help her gain recognition. Fortunately, I have some spare time lately. So a woman?" This is Mako's immediate impression. After posing her question, her gaze fixates intently on my glasses, eager to discern my response. The future was first enveloped in silence, only to be followed by a typical, flippant expression as it retorted, "What? Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Fear not, for I am a believer in Buddhism. My principle is universal love and the equality of all beings." Xingye slammed the lyrics onto the table, cursing, "Get lost." Such arrogance. In the midst of his lyrical composition, Mirai had ceased to acknowledge Mayu, only to later realize that she had never truly departed, but instead gazed at him, lost in her own contemplations. "I shall step out for a moment. Please take care of the house," he declared, hastily descending the stairs. It was not until he had exited the courtyard that he became aware of Mayu's presence, not as a farewell, but as a companion accompanying him. "Why are you following me?" Mirai inquired, perplexed. Could it be that this assassin possessed an appreciation for music? "I wish to see the woman who captivates someone like you so deeply. Is she beautiful?" Mirai was left speechless, pondering the notion that this woman might indeed harbor feelings for him. No, that couldn't be right. A woman of her ilk, cold-blooded and unflinching, was hardly likely to entertain such sentiments. If anything, her motives seemed more inclined towards gossip. Nevertheless, he chose not to deter her. Since her arrival, she had been remarkably obedient, rarely venturing outside. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to introduce her to the world beyond their abode. In the future, I first called Conan, instructing him not to make any calls or seek me out today, as I wished to avoid invoking the passive ability of the Grim Reaper known as the elementary school student. Subsequently, I dialed the number of Yuko Ikezawa, with whom I had not been in touch for some time, requesting her to come to the office today. Initially, I had no desire to establish a significant connection with Yuko. Our previous encounter had merely been a mutual affair. However, ever since her departure that day, she had not reached out to me again, yet her sorrowful gaze at the moment of her leaving often flickered through my mind. In the future, I ponder that perhaps it is my unfulfilled promise to her, coupled with the relentless passage of time, that weighs heavily on my conscience, thus leading to our encounter today. Upon arriving at his company, which had already commenced operations, the future was aware that, as the proprietor, he had yet to make an appearance or propose any plans. Consequently, most of the staff were still unfamiliar with him. Fortunately, his extensive reading of time travel novels had ensured that the front desk and security were well acquainted with his visage, preventing any scenario where this esteemed owner might be barred from entry. Upon entering the establishment, the future, accompanied by Mayu, swiftly made his way to the recording studio, instructing the front desk to directly escort Yuko Chizawa there upon her arrival. Gazing at the array of musical instruments before him, the future seemed to possess an innate familiarity with them. However, this was largely attributed to his proficiency in vocal music, which not only acquainted him with music theory, but also enabled him to navigate the basics of various instruments with ease. In the future, a guitar was selected from a collection of instruments, becoming the centerpiece of the day. Shortly thereafter, Yuko Chizawa arrived at the recording studio, to which the protagonist handed her a contract. Without even glancing at it, she signed, a gesture that deepened the protagonist's sense of unease regarding her character. "Can you sing?" he inquired. Yuko nodded affirmatively. "That simplifies things. Regarding the breach of contract penalties with your agency, you may contact me directly moving forward. Today, I have brought a song for you to consider. I will perform it for you first, and if it meets your approval, we can record it today." With that, he picked up the electric guitar and began his performance. The song was titled Until the End of the World. Although its lyrics were originally the ending theme of a renowned basketball anime, the protagonist felt an inexplicable connection between the song and the drastically changed Yuko Chizawa. As the electric guitar reverberated, his voice flowed through the speakers, momentarily enveloping them in the realm of music. After the performance, both he and Meiko noticed that Yuko was gripping the lyrics tightly, oblivious to the paper wrinkling in her grasp. "Now, it's your turn to try. I will accompany you," he encouraged, positioning Yuko in front of the microphone. In the metropolis, all alone, just like that abandoned empty can. After only a couple of lines, tears began to stream down Yuko's face, rendering her unable to continue. Her reaction startled the protagonist. He wondered if she might kneel down and ask him to teach her basketball next. In the future, he swiftly and discreetly searched for the title and lyrics of this song on his phone. Only after confirming that this world had no knowledge of the song did he finally feel at ease. "Let us begin anew. I entrust this song to you. Not out of pity, but because I have faith in you. Best of luck." In the future, a single utterance rekindled the spark in Yuko Chizawa's eyes as she stood before the microphone. This song symbolized rebirth. Much like when Mitsui knelt before Anze and expressed his desire to play basketball. This time, Yuko Chizawa emerged transformed. Her voice was devoid of hesitation, brimming with conviction. If the future conveyed a sense of solitude, then at this moment, Yuko Chizawa radiated vitality and hope, heralding a new beginning. As the song concluded, Mirai and Meiho sincerely applauded her performance. Yuko's rendition left Mirai utterly astonished, not due to technical perfection, but because it felt as though the song had been crafted exclusively for her. Upon leaving the company, Yuko once again accompanied Mirai back home. Observing the situation, Meiho quickly retreated to her room, fully grasping the unspoken meaning. Normally, she would have concocted some unexpected scenario, but today, those thoughts eluded her, leaving her perplexed about her own mindset. Yuko retrieved a bottle of red wine, typically a mere decoration on the dining table, and after uncorking it, poured herself a glass and downed it in one go. She then filled the glass again and offered it to Mirai, who declined. Undeterred, she continued drinking and began recounting her story. "I arrived here from the countryside at the age of 19, filled with dreams of city life, embarking on a path as an artist. It was during that time that I met Yoko. We debuted and performed together, but as her fame soared, I found myself struggling to survive. My discontent led to our fateful encounter. I was consumed by hatred and jealousy, to the point of losing my own identity, even willing to sacrifice for the sake of fame. Do you know why I never sought you out after that night? I planned to change my number and secretly return to my roots, to where it all began. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in my heart. Thank you. Thank you for your song. Thank you for helping me rediscover myself." With that, Yuko deeply bowed to Mirai. In the next moment, her body collapsed, prompting Mirai to rush forward and support her, discovering that she had merely succumbed to intoxication. After listening to Yuko's heartfelt explanation, Mirai's previous confusion transformed into clarity. He understood why she had displayed such an expression upon leaving. why she had been silent for so long, why tears had streamed down her face mid-performance, and why he felt an inexplicable connection to the song. After helping Yuko to her room and covering her with a blanket, Mirai descended to the couch downstairs, opting to sleep there, although the house boasted many vacant rooms. This night, he merely wished to embrace the intoxicating night breeze. The system notified him, Kaido Kid is about to make an appearance. Please prepare for the encounter. The following morning, Mirai received the system's alert. Is this part of the main storyline? He inquired. Indeed, this marks Kaido Kid's debut, and a generous reward awaits you upon task completion. A reward? Wait. You still haven't given me the reward from the last tequila incident, have you? Consider it as having drawn fragments of a certain artifact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After entrusting Maori to take him to the Suzuki household, Conan quietly inquired of the future. What? Are you intrigued by that master thief as well? Somewhat, came the reply. Then let us join forces to capture him and unveil the true identity of this phantom thief. I shall handle the reasoning while you take care of the apprehension. With that, Conan confidently extended his hand. In the future, as she dismissed Conan with a glance, she remarked, I never claimed I would pursue him. I am neither a police officer nor a detective, so why should I exert myself for no reward? However, should you wish to apprehend him, I can offer you some advice. First, this individual may appear to be a phantom thief, but in truth, he is a magician. Second, he possesses an extraordinary talent for disguise and can alter his voice to mimic anyone without the aid of any tools. Third, he is not the same person as the phantom thief who emerged 8 years ago. This is all I can divulge. Whether you succeed in capturing him is entirely up to your own capabilities. After discreetly sharing this information about Kid with Conan, the future accompanied Muri to the Suzuki residence. The family had received a challenge from Kid, who intended to steal a gemstone named Darkstar on April 1st. Since they had accepted the commission, it was only fitting to meet with the clients. However, the future mused that given Muri's skills, it was likely that Sonoko had played a significant role in securing the invitation. An older gentleman approached and shook Muri's hand, followed closely by Sonoko. This man appeared to be Shiro Suzuki, the head of the Suzuki family. Detective Muri, we are truly honored by your presence. We are immensely grateful that you have accepted my daughter's rather presumptuous request to come here. I entrust today's matters to you. From his eloquent speech, the future sensed a distinct difference from the average individual. Shiro Suzuki spoke with remarkable finesse. Even when addressing a detective who seemed insignificant in comparison, he remained exceedingly courteous. Future-kun, you are here as well, Sonoko exclaimed as she spotted him behind Muri. Sonoko, may I inquire who this is? Shiro Suzuki, intrigued by his daughter's enthusiasm, asked about the future's identity. Father, do you not recall the song Bubble that you used to adore? It is the work of Future-kun. Shiro Suzuki paused, then retrieved a business card and handed it to the future, proceeding to shake his hand with an apparent reverence that seemed to surpass even that afforded to Muri. In the face of slight astonishment, it is only logical that, from the perspective of the other party, there would be no need to regard someone of such a minor role. Moreover, to think that they actually enjoy listening to one song suggests that the bubble economy has indeed affected the Suzuki family. After exchanging pleasantries, Shiro Suzuki led everyone to the location where the precious gem was displayed, prompting a sense of curiosity in the protagonist. While they understood Kaido's character, the others were oblivious. If the other party truly lacked integrity and chose to act during the day, wouldn't the gem be in peril? Mr. Suzuki, is it not somewhat reckless to leave your gem here, should the phantom thief could fail to uphold his end of the bargain? This is merely a replica. Isn't it? Conan looked at the protagonist with an expression of incredulity. Now, the protagonist finally comprehended why Muri often felt the urge to reprimand Conan. This boy was simply too pretentious. The young lad is correct. How could the true Darkstar possibly be displayed here? In reality, it is. In the future. A gesture of silence was made, signaling the other party to cease speaking. It was rumored that the individual possessed a talent for disguise. Perhaps he was concealed within the throng, and even if absent, he likely had installed listening devices nearby. After all, how else could he possess such intimate knowledge of unfamiliar terrains? Although in certain domains, the future may not rival the capabilities of these detectives when it comes to caution, he certainly holds his own. Upon hearing these words, Shiro Suzuki refrained from further discussions about the gemstones and simply expressed his gratitude to the future. The ensuing moments held little interest for the future. After coordinating the evening's plans with Mori, the police, and the Suzuki family security, the group departed. As night fell, the future's phone rang. It was Conan, who informed him that he had deciphered Kid's announcement and inquired whether the future wished to accompany him to observe it. The future certainly beckons exploration, as he yearns to ascertain whether his counterpart is truly as invincible as depicted in animation. Upon receiving Conan, he drove to the rooftop of the designated location, the Kupo City Grand Hotel. Lend me your watch for a moment, he requested. Extracting the anesthetic needle from Conan's timepiece, he awaited the arrival of Kid. As the clock struck 12:30, a youthful figure appeared as scheduled, clad in a pristine white suit and a tall white top hat. complemented by a blue shirt and a red tie, with a vintage monocle adorning his right eye. After conversing with Conan, could astutely discern the child's uniqueness. Conan ignited the prearranged fireworks, diverting the police's attention to this very spot. Unperturbed, could not only refrain from fleeing but also mimic the voices of several officers using his mobile phone, luring all the policemen to the scene. Just as Kid was about to articulate the iconic line about the thief being an artist and the detective a critic, his hand was suddenly wrenched behind him with great force. Was there someone else present? A sharp pain radiated from his wrist, signaling impending trouble. Meanwhile, the long-awaiting officers finally surged onto the hotel rooftop. Kid pressed a concealed button, transforming his cloak into a triangular glider. Meanwhile, Future realized that the hand he had previously restrained had somehow morphed into Kid's puppet. It seemed this encounter was indeed far more entertaining than the last. Yet today was not the main act. After delivering his lines, Kid flung a small flashbang from his sleeve. After a blinding flash, he vanished from sight, along with Future. Once everyone had departed, a dark cloth fell from behind the door in the stairwell of the rooftop, revealing the re-emergence of Future, accompanied by a tightly bound and unconscious police officer. In the future, the officer was thrown to the ground, groaning in pain, and the policeman before him regained consciousness. Sir, do you comprehend what you are doing? Release me at once, or I shall charge you with assaulting an officer. Cease your charade, Kaido Kuroba. Your father, Toichi Kuroba, perished in an accident 8 years ago, and you have been investigating ever since. The theft of jewels was orchestrated for that zoo organization, correct? Who are you? And how do you possess such knowledge of me? Kid, remember the poker face, he retorted. As he spoke, the future approached Kaido and untied his ropes. Now, you won't be in such a hurry to flee, will you? My identity is of no concern to you. I merely wish to propose a transaction. While you work, if I am present, I shall endeavor to clear your path of obstacles. In return, you need only share the information you acquire regarding the zoo organization. Once we have gathered sufficient evidence, perhaps we can assist you in dealing with them. Why should I place my trust in you? With those imbeciles and the police, I can manage alone. Then do as you please. We shall meet again. This time, allowing you to leave is merely a gesture of my goodwill. As the future turned away without looking at the other, Kaido seized the opportunity of Future's distraction to don the classic outfit once again, then took flight from the rooftop on his glider. Future recalled that the zoo and the winery were organizations of similar nature, with identical goals, immortality. He was unsure whether the other would extend their reach to his hometown, yet he resolved to gather information about them, hoping to uncover a connection to the winery. Though Future had interrupted Kaido's plans, Kaido took advantage of the moment Future had let him escape to return to the Suzuki residence and drop off a new invitation. Why had he merely shown his face last time, and why had he changed the date to today? Perhaps he had discerned that the gem was a fake? Moreover, that day was April Fool's Day. Although Conan was somewhat slow on the uptake, he grasped this truth more swiftly than most. The Muri family was once again invited by the garden to attend a soiree aboard their yacht. Isn't that Future's brother? Conan pointed out a figure in the distance. Yes, not with us, yet he can board? Future, over here. Ran greeted him warmly. Upon sensing Conan's confusion, Future pulled an invitation from his pocket, revealing, "This time I was personally invited by Mr. Shiro Suzuki. He expressed his admiration for me last time, and after all, I am a president in my own right. Attending such a gala is only natural." Once Ran and the others boarded, the host, the garden, approached Ran and expressed her disdain for her parents' cliché remarks. As anticipated, once the yacht set sail, Shiro Suzuki began his speech. After he concluded, Tomoko Suzuki outlined her plan, having prepared numerous dark stars according to the guest list. She requested everyone to keep them close to their hearts, thus compelling Kaido to discern the genuine gem among them during the yacht's voyage, significantly heightening the difficulty of the theft. Once their speeches were finished, Tomoko arranged for the magician Sanada Ichizo to impersonate Kaido, only to be shot down by her as part of the entertainment. Unbeknownst to them, the true Kaido had already blended into the crowd, which served as his best disguise. As Sanada removed Kaido's disguise, the show had yet to conclude, and he announced he would perform a magic trick for their amusement. At that moment, the real Kaido slipped his invitation into the deck of cards. When the invitation was revealed, the crowd gasped in astonishment, and the genuine Kaido commenced his operation. Conan informed everyone that Kaido was amidst them, and the gem had not been stolen. His intention was merely to incite panic, allowing him to exploit the ensuing chaos. After hearing Conan's explanation, Officer Tamaki Shintaro, responsible for the event, began to restore order, urging everyone to remain calm. Observing that the crowd had not fallen for the ruse, Kaido initiated his plan B. Ran, where has your gem gone? The garden pointed at Ran's chest. Upon closer inspection, the pearl had mysteriously fallen to the ground and rolled away. Ran asked a nearby guest to help retrieve the pearl. Suddenly, the pearl cracked in two, releasing a plume of smoke. With the explosion of this pearl, more pearls rolled in from unknown sources, each emitting minor explosions amidst a cloud of smoke. What a ridiculous joke. How could we be made to carry such items? Exclaimed a guest as they removed their pearl and tossed it to the ground. With the first act of defiance, timid guests followed suit, discarding their pearls. The increasing explosions caused the crowd to panic and flee outdoors, which was precisely Kaido's desired outcome. Ignoring Officer Tamaki's instructions, the guest sought a safe haven. In the chaos, Tomoko Suzuki was knocked to the ground, and a concerned Ran helped her up. Inquiring if she was hurt, keen-eyed, the guard noticed that the pearl on her mother's chest had vanished. With a shriek from Tomoko, the crowd's actions came to a halt. She announced that her pearl had been stolen, and rather than panic, the guests felt a sense of security. With Kaido's target being the pearl, their safety was ensured once it was taken. Meanwhile, Conan revealed to Ran that he had uncovered Kaido's true identity and pulled her into an empty control room to commence his demonstration. Sister Ran, do you understand the significance of the pearl? It symbolizes the moon and femininity, and the only female guest associated with the moon is Mrs. Tomoko. Therefore, the genuine pearl must have been the one adorning her chest. But Conan, how can you ascertain Kaido's identity? It pertains to the cards. The magician's trick involved using his right hand to conjure a dove to distract everyone, while his left hand inserted the card among the others. So, Kaido utilized misdirection to slip the invitation into the deck, impersonated by Mr. Sanada? No, Mr. Sanada had no opportunity to approach Mrs. Suzuki. And you were also in contact with that card, Kaido. The figure before them, disguised as Ran, persisted in denying, but how can I know which is the true pearl? The authentic pearl consists of calcium carbonate, which, upon contact with the oils secreted by the human body, becomes acidic and loses its luster. You must have noticed the gloves Mrs. Suzuki was wearing, correct? If you suspect me of being Kaido, I shall summon the police to verify my identity. Do not act rashly. Should this football knock you down, you may find yourself bettered in for quite some time. At some point, Conan had produced a football, placing it on the ground, while his foot power was poised for action. Have you discerned who Kaido is? A familiar voice echoed, and Future entered the control room. The two closing in on Kaido. Future, did you also notice Mrs. Suzuki's gloves? No, I did not consider it so deeply. I merely thought that such a valuable item would not be entrusted to anyone else for safekeeping. The encirclement tightened, cornering Kaido to the brink. But are you truly certain he is Kaido? Future's voice abruptly shifted, becoming a raspy adolescent tone. He then tore off his mask, revealing himself as the white-clad Kaido. Forgive me, Sister Ran, I misjudged you. Please step aside, lest you be struck by the football. Then who am I? Ran similarly removed her mask, transforming into the visage of Kaido. What? Conan's CPU suddenly overheated, and his expression transformed into the classic wide-eyed astonishment. Before him stood two kids, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Their physiques, attire, and voices were so alike that it was impossible to discern which was the genuine kid. Unbeknownst to him, one of the kid had thrown a flash grenade, and when Conan's vision cleared, the kid had vanished, leaving only the dark star wrapped in a handkerchief. Not far away, in the ocean, Kaido and the Future silhouettes emerged simultaneously, struggling to swim. Without my assistance, you would surely falter. Who asked you to meddle? I can escape on my own. Your presence has only alerted the adversary to the fact that I have an accomplice. As he spoke, the proud Kaido shifted his tone. Although your unwarranted interference today has disrupted my plans, I will consider your previous proposal for collaboration. Upon reaching the shore, Kaido employed a magical technique to obscure his presence, vanishing from sight. The assistance rendered to Kaido this time was primarily due to the system. After the last time when the system had failed to deliver a reward, the Future, fearing a repeat of the previous incident, had urged it to dispense half of the reward early following their first encounter with Kid. The system rewarded him with a voice capsule, enabling the Future to mimic anyone's voice without the aid of any tools, just like Kid. On this occasion, the system granted a clavicle pill, which allowed the user to alter their physique at will, even imitating a child or drastically differing appearances. Something even Kaido could not achieve, became effortless for the Future. Host, it has been quite some time since you last made a purchase from the shop. What is the matter? In the future, one finds amusement in the comedic variety show on television, entirely disinterested in the burdensome system. The detection of potential spinal cord damage prompts preparations for an electric shock. Get lost. Are you really going to deliver an electric shock to a vegetative person? And you still have the audacity to question why I refuse to purchase anything? Completing tasks yields no points, relying solely on my personal expenditure, and the prices of goods are exorbitantly high. Can I truly afford them? The Future vents all her frustrations. Please do not be upset, host. This was merely designed to motivate you to earn more diligently. If you continue to be so lax, you might not even reach the grand conclusion, the system chides. Do you truly believe you are invincible? While your combat skills and marksmanship are indeed exceptional, can you evade an explosion? As a time traveler, you should be most aware of Jin's tactics. The system's words leave the Future momentarily speechless. Although she managed to gain the upper hand initially, it was solely due to her knowledge of the plot and a surprise attack. If Jin truly set his sights on her, his explosive tendencies would prove difficult to evade. And that's not all. You've already encountered Phantom Thief Kid, correct? And so what? She retorts. Their world possesses the existence of magic. Due to the original artist's influence, characters from other works frequently make guest appearances in this universe. While they may not unleash their full powers, they certainly surpass the capabilities of this world's inhabitants. If the host were to attract the attention of individuals from other realms, At this thought, the future straightens her posture. Indeed, what does it matter how formidable Kyaga Kamikoto may be? Perhaps even a mere Keizuki KKO could threaten his life. Observing that the future has taken the bait, the system's enticing voice echoes in her mind. There is no need for excessive worry. Beyond the interactions with characters from the narrative, you can purchase repair cards to mend the dimensional barrier of this world, thus ensuring your safety. But what if characters from other worlds featured in the narrative seek to harm me? She inquires. That is quite simple. Merely acquire a power nullification card. However, regarding the cost, thus far, it has all boiled down to finances. Yet, with Okita Yoko having not contacted her, relying solely on Ichizawa Yuko to elevate the company's reputation demands time. This situation is indeed perilous. The system comprehends your predicament. A special note, today, a celebrity group will make an appearance. You might consider reaching out to them. Upon receiving this information, the future is resolute in her decision to act without delay. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity. Perhaps she may encounter artists like Komatsu Makako or Kuraki Mai, ensuring the stability of her company's affairs. As the future followed the system's prompt, he arrived outside a restaurant. Peering through the glass, he sought to identify his target. To his dismay, he encountered a group he least wished to confront, the young detective group. Look, Conan, that person has been staring inside. How peculiar, remarked Ayumi, pointing at the furtive figure of the future. Oh, isn't that Future Conan? What is he doing here? Could it be? Conan's gaze shifted to the woman seated across from him. Do you know him? Inquired the woman sitting opposite Conan. Doesn't Sister Takayama recognize him? I thought he came to discuss work with you, replied Ayumi. Takayama Nan shook her head, though she expressed that the man appeared somewhat familiar. Yet she could not recall when she had seen him. He is the one who performed Bubble, Future Conan, also known as Zarasaki Mirai. Conan naturally divulged Future's identity. Fortunately, he was seated across from Takayama Nan, and his voice was not loud enough to attract much attention from the sparse crowd. Sister Yuko's song Until the End of the World was also penned by this Future Conan, Ayumi added. In an attempt to showcase himself before Ayumi, Hikaru joined in. Sharing what he had heard, I heard that this Future Conan is also Sister Yuko's new boss. Ikezawa Yuko? Isn't she the one from the last incident? No wonder Future Conan was so eager. He must have had his eye on her for some time, mused the group. While they conversed, Future had already entered the restaurant. Though these youngsters might prove to be troublesome, he had pressing matters at hand and could not afford to miss this opportunity. Hello. This child is a relative of my neighbor. He asked me to look after him. I noticed you treating them to a meal earlier, so I apologize for the inconvenience. Allow me to cover this meal, he said, deducing from the lack of food before them that they might not have sufficient funds. He summoned a waiter and ordered some dishes, alleviating their predicament. Takayama then appreciatively scooted inward, inviting Future to sit beside her. Due to their respective identities, both were wary of inciting commotion among the onlookers, so they opted not to introduce themselves formally. Instead, they exchanged business cards. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future. The individual before him left little impression until he glimpsed the other's business card. The name Takamatsu Nan was one of the few he recognized from the credits of Conan for In the Real World. This Takamatsu Nan was indeed a voice actor for the series. Moreover, it appeared that he was part of a duo band called Tomix. Having made a cameo in Conan as well, perhaps this incident was related? I noticed many people outside mentioning a concert, likely the band of Miss Takamatsu. But why Haven T? I seen your partner. Indeed, we are here for a concert, but as the showtime approaches, we have yet to locate him. He hasn't answered my calls either. In my haste to leave earlier, I left my phone in the dressing room, intending to use this opportunity to reach out again. However, that individual has been on the line continuously. Takamatsu's luck seems rather unfortunate, remarked Ayumi. Speaking of bad luck, things have indeed been peculiar lately. Not only were our office lockers pried open, but we also received anonymous harassment calls, with the caller saying things like "don't sing," Takamatsu recounted. That sounds dire. Conan. Do you recall the incident with Miss Yoko? Conan's eyes lit up. Was the sequence of events strikingly similar? First, rummaging through belongings, then the anonymous calls. And finally, although Miko had warned about the dangers of those previous strange occurrences, Takamatsu expressed that such threats and pranks are commonplace in the entertainment industry. And it doesn't necessarily imply that a case will arise every time. Seeing that the individual involved was not overly anxious, Miku felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. Conan's astute mind remained sharp as he inquired, when did these peculiar events commence? Takamatsu pondered for a moment before replying, it should have started last week. We appeared on a show and hinted at releasing a new song. Allow me to share the demo tape with you. With that, Takamatsu began rummaging through her bag. She produced a cassette player from her bag, inserted the tape, and handed the headphones to the young ones. They appreciatively indulged in Takamatsu's music. When it was Miku's turn, he declined. Such demos are typically unreleased. For them, it suffices, but given my connections to this industry, I would prefer to wait until Ms. Takamatsu officially releases it to listen. All attention in the future is focused on Conan, as he is expected to unravel the current case. After listening, Conan shook his head at the Future. He did not discern anything unusual from the recordings. In the stillness of the moment, Future quietly inquired of Conan, if the melody and accompaniment are flawless, what of the lyrics? There existed a saying from before the crossing, the heavy rhythm of the Black Continent, the harmonies of the White Continent, the melodies of Neon, and the lyrics of the Celestial Empire. Hence, Future remained particularly attuned to the lyrical aspect. Conan listened again, but shook his head in dismay. Although he sensed something was amiss, he could not pinpoint the source of the discord. It appeared that some critical information was required to connect all the threads. At that moment, the phone at the front desk rang, seeking Takamatsu Nan. The caller identified themselves as Nagano Shurnai, the vanished partner of Takamatsu Nan. Upon answering, Takamatsu was informed that the caller was waiting in a car outside, prompting her to wonder why such a call was necessary given their proximity. She hung up and proceeded outside. Meanwhile, the man who in the future, I had no choice but to dial Moro's number. Moro, my dear friend, I thought you were preoccupied with releasing new songs and had forsaken your detective work. Moro immediately engaged in casual conversation with me. Officer Moro, these pursuits are merely my hobbies. However, I do not have the luxury of discussing them at the moment. A kidnapping case has arisen, and I urgently require your presence. Upon learning of the incident, Moro became serious and hastened toward our location. Upon his arrival at the scene, I noticed a new face, Takagi, who had actually made an early appearance in the animation. However, it was only later that he became familiar with the group. Before Moro could utter a word, Takagi rushed over to me and grasped my hand. You must be the esteemed Future, right? Would you kindly grant me an autograph? Before Future could utter a word, Magoo erupted in anger, delivering a sharp slap to Takagi's head and declaring, "Is it time for you to sign now? We must swiftly apprehend the criminal. There will be time for that later." Upon awakening, Conan recounted the events that transpired at the restaurant to Magoo. At that moment, the kidnapper called the Tomic's office, demanding they alert the authorities. When informed that the police had already arrived, the kidnapper reiterated his demands, claiming to be merely a fetishist and requesting that Conan and the others deliver Takami's bag. Though Magoo was reluctant to allow the children to take such risks, he found himself compelled by the kidnapper's unwavering stance, while the children exhibited remarkable determination. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but gradually, the kidnapper revealed his true nature. He used a public phone to lure the children out of the police's sight and insisted that Ayumi deliver the bag to them. In a moment of desperation, Conan had no choice but to swap clothes with Ayumi, concealing his hairstyle with the hood of his garment while using a voice changer to continue negotiating with the kidnapper. Hidden in the shadows, Future observed everything unfold. He first took Conan's tracking glasses and then cautioned the police to keep a close watch on the children while he followed them alone. This won't do, Future, he mused. You were so prominent recently. How could I explain it if something were to happen? Future gestured an okay, reassuring Muri that he was an expert. Meanwhile, Conan, having sedated one of the kidnappers with a tranquilizer dart, burst into the room and untied Takayama Minami and her companion. Just then, the kidnapper who had been making calls at the hotel returned. Conan, out of tranquilizer darts, attempted to stall for time by revealing the perpetrator's motives. After I changed my mood and ran out, I heard a sound, two sounds, like fireworks that didn't match the season. You kidnapped them because of the song lyrics, didn't you? On New Year's Eve last year, around 11:50 p.m., you killed an unidentified person. The news reported it as self-defense, but it was intentional, wasn't it? You shot him through the heart, and then fired another shot into the ground to create a gunpowder residue effect. A person acting in self-defense wouldn't fire two shots, would they? That's why you want to destroy the song that recorded your gunshots. You're right, kid, but you'll have to complain to King Yama about it. The kidnapper shot the prepared gasoline tank, and the sparks ignited the room. The perpetrator, having accomplished this, opened the door to leave, only to be hurled back inside by an unseen force. It turned out that Future had used his glasses tracking function to locate them. After summoning Muri, the police cars raced back as quickly as possible. Due to Conan's confidence, they hadn't stopped the concert, and they were now half an hour late. We're going backstage to change. Find a way to stall for time, please. Takayama Minami callously passed the problem to the sound engineer and stage director. Allow me to be your savior, Future declared, though it feels somewhat presumptuous to take over your concert. Future grabbed the microphone and headed for the stage. But even if you go, won't you need makeup and a change of clothes? Nagano Shina, who had been silent until now, inquired. No, I don't require those things. Hello everyone. I apologize for the extended wait. The reason for this delay is this collaboration. Future stood before the audience and offered his apologies. Seeing an unfamiliar face on stage, the audience began to murmur. Who is he? Aren't we here for a Tumix concert? I remember. He's Moriboshi Mirai, the one who sang Foam. It seems some of you recognize me. Indeed, I am Moriboshi Mirai, and I'll be performing Until the End of the World for you, a song I wrote for a dear friend. In the concrete jungle, all alone. Hey, Ran, we came to the right place. It's Future. Sonoko and Ran, in the audience, also recognized Future and joined in the sing-along. The concert, rather than being criticized for the delay, was lauded for Future's rescue. Takagi, who didn't receive a name in the TV series until episode 60-something, obtained his autograph as desired. After the Takayama Minami incident, Future attempted to recruit the duo to his agency, but they explicitly declined. However, they promised to recommend any artist seeking a change to Future. One day, the system alerted him to another case, this time involving Yukiko. Upon receiving the message, Future followed his nose to Professor Agasa's house. In his past life, his two favorite female characters in Conan were Yukiko and Vermouth. It was said that they were based on Fujiko mine from another work, with each representing a different facet of Fujiko's personality. Yukiko, pure and kind, and Vermouth, treacherous and selfish. These two personalities were also reflected in him, usually carefree and childlike, but ruthless when necessary. Future preferred Yukiko to Vermouth, admiring her personality. He believed that constantly dwelling in darkness, as Vermouth did, would eventually lead to self-destruction. Watching Conan talking on the phone, Future stealthily eavesdropped. Shinichi, are you listening? Your father came home completely drunk. I'm listening, Mom. You're overthinking it. He doesn't earn much from writing novels, so he must have been out socializing. Socializing? What kind of socializing leaves lipstick on his clothes? That's it. I'm going to have an affair. As Conan was about to respond, he noticed that the phone had vanished from his hand. Turning around, he saw Future, having snatched the phone, chatting with Yukiko in a gentlemanly manner. Madam Yukiko, you could consider me. Are you Future Conan? Before Futaro could respond, Conan had already interrupted their conversation. Surely you weren't serious about pursuing my mother that day, were you? Conan said with a vigilant expression as he reclaimed the phone. In the future, after organizing her clothes, confidently responded, of course, I am serious. Conan furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at her. Could this fellow truly dare to take action against that old woman? Dr. Agasa interjected, Future, this behavior may not be appropriate. What does it matter? Love is free. Regardless of age or marital status, one has the liberty to pursue their affections. Besides, I am competing fairly, without employing any underhanded tactics. Conan shot a sidelong glance at Future, thinking, fortunately, my mother is not within the borders of Neon. You can only dream. The following evening, the Mori family had just resolved a case. Ran found an excuse to pull Conan out and led him to the gate of the Kuta residence. It turned out that Ran had pieced together various clues and had begun to suspect something amiss with Conan, planning to seize this opportunity to expose him. Her conjectures, aside from being incorrect about the method of Conan's transformation, were largely on point, leaving Conan momentarily at a loss for a suitable excuse. Adopting a rogue demeanor as he demanded evidence from Ran. In retaliation, she flung Conan's glasses aside, revealing a face identical to Shinichi's from childhood. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind Conan. Is that you, Ran? Yukiko approached, carrying her luggage. Ran attempted to enlist her help in identifying Shinichi, but Yukiko feigned ignorance, shielding Conan from exposure. After watching Ran's figure disappear into the distance, Conan inquired, what brings you back? It can't be merely due to a quarrel with Dad, can it? Hey, is that how you address your savior? Yukiko retorted. Well, you must have informed Dad of your visit, right? Conan sidestepped Yukiko's comment, redirecting the conversation. Why should I tell him? I came here, Yukiko. A sudden call drew their attention. Upon seeing the visitor, Conan desperately pushed Yukiko towards the iron gate of their home. Mom, ignore him. He's a creep. Conan, don't be so rude. After quietly admonishing him, Yukiko greeted the newcomer. Isn't this Future Conan? Conan regarded Future with suspicion, asking, what brings you to my doorstep at this late hour? I came out to take out the trash and saw Yukiko here, so I thought I would stop by to say hello. Well, you've said your hellos. Now you can leave, Conan replied, gesturing dismissively towards Future. Shinichi. After Yukiko's stern intervention, Conan appeared dejected but remained vigilant towards Future. I haven't seen you both in quite a while. Why not come to my house for a visit and share a meal? It would be a good way to strengthen our neighborly bond, Future suggested earnestly. Revealing your true intentions, are we? You merely wish to take advantage of the situation, Conan accused, pointing at Future. Yukiko's cheeks flushed slightly, mixed with a hint of pride. Stop making up stories, Shinichi. Future Conan is accomplished. How could he have any thoughts about this old woman? No, Conan is not mistaken. I do harbor feelings for you, madam. But I am acutely aware that you are a married woman. Please rest assured, I would never overstep my bounds. However, I wonder if you would be willing to grace me with your presence? Since Future Conan has extended such a heartfelt invitation, let us indulge in your culinary skills. Right, Shinichi? Mom, don't go. He has a personal bodyguard, and do you really see him as a decent person? Is this how you honor Sister Mayo? Conan frantically revealed Future's dark secrets, fervently puncturing his reputation. Future, however, had no intention of concealing his intentions, feeling justified in his actions. He previously took in Mayo solely due to her skills, stating that is indeed true, but it was merely a professional relationship. Conan remained oblivious to Yukiko's growing anger and kept his guard up against Future. Eventually, after Yukiko presented him with a substantial package, he quieted down. If you have no desire to join us, please return my luggage and figure out your own dinner. After watching Yukiko toss her luggage at him, Conan saw her walk into Future's home, chatting merrily. How infuriating. My mother has completely fallen under that pretty boy spell. I will not allow this to happen. After placing Yukiko's luggage inside, Conan stealthily climbed over the wall into Future's yard. Just wait. I shall uncover your true nature. Once over the wall, Conan tiptoed cautiously to the window, peering inside. He observed Future and Yukiko seated across from each other, laughing and enjoying dinner. Although he could not hear their conversation through the window, he could see their every move. During the meal, the two displayed no overly intimate gestures. But the red wine on the table left Conan feeling uneasy. If Future attempted to take advantage of Yukiko while she was intoxicated, he would ensure that he experienced Dr. Agasa's invention, foot strength. After dinner, the two engaged in light conversation. Unable to hear their discussion from outside, Conan grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the pair stood up, prompting Conan to follow their movements from the window to the front door. Through the crack of the door, he saw Future with one hand behind his back, extending the other towards Yukiko. Surely, that gesture cannot be what I think it is. Are you under the impression that you are performing in a fairy tale? In the future, after striking a pose, Yukiko brought her 4 fingers, excluding the thumb, together and placed them in Mirai's hand. As the rhythm of the music began to play, both Mirai and Yukiko's bodies started to move, their movements light and graceful, with their delicate steps resembling countless stars scattered across the galaxy. Each turn was dreamlike and ethereal. The distance between them fluctuated, their figures at times resembling butterflies entwined in a dance in the air, and at other times transforming into 2 agile fawns peeking through the forest, ultimately morphing into ethereal fairies lingering in the world. Waltz? My mother really sees herself as a princess from a fairy tale, Conan quipped, only to suddenly lose his footing and fall to the ground. As he attempted to peek through the door's crack, a hand appeared on his shoulder. Isn't this Conan? What are you sneaking around for? Following the voice, Conan recognized the speaker as the previously encountered Maki Manami. It's nothing. I was just planning to play a prank on Mirai Onaikin, but you caught me, he stammered. A prank? Maki seemed skeptical, prompting Conan to quickly shift the topic. Maki-nichan, don't you feel upset seeing Mirai Onaikin on a date with other girls? Why would I be upset? Maki retorted. Because when you were amnesiac, you were quite close to Mirai Onaikin. I thought you were a couple. Close? Upon reflection, Maki recalled that Mirai had indeed been rather familiar with her during that time, but he said it was to conceal his identity. This little brat is quite perceptive. No, we only have a professional relationship. Besides, he's not as bad as you think. I remember that after Miss Miko finished recording, he returned home with her and fell asleep on the sofa. Maki continued, but sharing this with you is pointless, little brother. You're too mature for your age. With that, she leaned against the door, peering through the crack at the two. At that moment, the music ceased and Yukiko slipped, instinctively wrapping her arm around Mirai's neck to regain her balance. The two eavesdroppers felt a sudden tension in their hearts, yet in the next instant, Mirai steadied Yukiko's arm, gently removing her hand from his neck. Madam, you are intoxicated. It is getting late. Allow me to have Maki escort you home, Mirai said, aiding Yukiko towards the door, only for it to swing open abruptly, causing the 2 spies to tumble forth before the future was revealed to be in the moment when Conan, from the window, caught sight of his silhouette at the door. However, as he did not engage in any outrageous behavior, he naturally felt no fear of the boy peering from the side. To avoid any suspicion, Mirai entrusted Yukiko to Meiho, who took her home. Upon returning, Meiho inquired of Mirai, is that little rascal related to that woman? They were indeed relatives of Dr. Agasa. No wonder. I thought you wouldn't dare to make a move on a married woman, even in your thirst. After Meiho returned to her room, Mirai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. On the other side, with no outsiders present, Conan sighed, lamenting. Why am I entangled in such matters? Suddenly, Conan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Turning around, he noticed that Yukiko no longer bore the drunken expression from earlier. You, what about me? You wouldn't think your mother is such a loose woman, would you? Look at this. Yukiko pulled an object from her person and tossed it into Conan's hands. An electronic pulse device? Conan realized that his worries were unfounded. Yukiko was seasoned in such matters, while he was the novice. You did this on purpose? Why didn't you tell me? You made me worry for nothing. Thankfully, you weren't charmed by that guy. I wasn't before, but now it's hard to say. Being with him makes me feel much younger. Yukiko winked at Conan and returned to her room. The next day, Mirai launched another initiative, presenting Yukiko with a yet-to-be-released milk tea. The preparation of the tea was not complex, though making the pearls required some effort. Good morning, Mirai-kun. Is this milk? No, this is milk tea from the Celestial Empire. You've probably investigated my identity. I am indeed from the Celestial Empire. And this is a beverage from my hometown. Conan and Yukiko exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Mirai's explanation regarding his identity. However, Mirai was indifferent to their feelings. The identity he carried was merely a fade. Even if they discovered the truth, they could not unearth his real identity. According to the old man, to ensure his safety, all records and mission documentation regarding him had been erased. Now, aside from the old man and his direct subordinates, no one knew Mirai's true identity. Would you like to try? Mirai offered the entire thermos to Yukiko. After tasting it, she exclaimed how delicious it was, inviting Mirai inside and pouring Conan a cup as well. After sampling Mirai's gift, Yukiko extended an invitation to him. They had initially planned to visit a long-lost friend in the countryside, And with Mirai's arrival, Yukiko sees the opportunity to get to know this young man better. I would be delighted to spend more time with you, madam. However, if the others are your friends, would it be inappropriate for me to join? It might not reflect well on your reputation. Having never encountered a 21st century PUA, Yukiko chuckled at Mirai's tea-sipping words, saying, I didn't expect you to consider my feelings. Which is certainly better than some others. Don't worry, just say I'm a friend from work. With matters settled, Mirai drove out from home, only for Conan to slyly occupy the passenger seat first, depriving Mirai of an opportunity for intimacy. Yukiko mounted her Harley and set off toward the countryside. During the drive, Conan signaled with his fingers pointing to his eyes and then at Mirai, issuing a warning. As long as I'm here, I won't let you succeed. Mirai merely smiled at Conan's behavior, pondering the peculiar nature of human emotions. After all, even one's own heart can be uncontrollable. The scenery along the way was quite splendid, providing Mirai with his first moment of tranquility to appreciate the surroundings since his arrival. In the bustling neon world, he had been preoccupied with missions, and upon arriving in this realm with few entertainment options, he hardly ventured far. Observing the roadside landmarks, Mirai realized he had arrived in Gunma Prefecture, a name that resonated faintly in his memory, as it was where the song 7 Mile Fragrance had been filmed. Midway through the journey, Mirai suggested that Yukiko stop so they could enjoy the scenery together, resulting in their arrival being slightly delayed. Yukiko's friend was named Hiromi Yubun, a classmate and childhood companion. According to her, the invitation was actually to ask Kudo Yusaku or Shinichi for assistance in investigating her uncle, Yubun Yashihouse. Following the recent death of her father, which left behind an inheritance, the return of her long-absent uncle from Brazil raised suspicions. Just as she was explaining, Hiromi's uncle approached, greeting them with a tall figure following behind, whose visage distinctly did not possess the serene features of an Asian, resembling more of a foreigner. After the greeting, the uncle walked away, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. By the way, Yukiko, who is this? Hiromi's gaze shifted to Mirai at Yukiko's side. At that moment, Mirai, wishing to avoid trouble, had donned a hat and sunglasses. This is my friend from work. Noticing the tension in Hiromi's demeanor, she realized Yukiko had not been entirely truthful. Pulling Yukiko aside, she whispered, Are you hiding something from me? Is there trouble in paradise with Yusaku? Before Yukiko could respond, Hiromi winked and quietly said, I understand. With that, she made a zipping motion across her mouth, assuring Yukiko of her discretion. Before they could proceed further, Hiromi's various relatives were drawn to Conan's presence, introducing themselves as her husband, brother, sister-in-law, and a stepmother. Through their conversations, Mirai learned that this family was primarily gathered for the inheritance of Hiromi's father, with even Hiromi herself being no exception. However, as they were all legal heirs, they aligned against external inquiries, thus raising doubts about whether Yubun Yashihouse was indeed the uncle from the past. While the group conversed, Mirai noticed a shadow lurking outside, observing them. Initially intending to ignore it, he changed his mind after Conan called out, deciding to pursue the figure. From the movements, Mirai discerned that the individual lacked any signs of training, and the nonchalant demeanor suggested no panic upon being discovered. As the gaze shifted among himself, Yukiko, and Conan, Mirai began to speculate about the stranger's identity. Since he showed no signs of alarm, it appeared he too feared the repercussions of being discovered. After a few steps, Mirai returned to the courtyard, noticing Conan's conflicted expression, torn between seeking assistance and holding back. Mirai approached him quietly, saying, He is not involved in this matter. You should focus on other things. Stop babbling. I don't need your reminders. Let me warn you while I investigate. Don't even think about taking advantage of the situation with my mother. In the future, a faint smile graced his lips, yet no response followed. He had never intended to pursue anything with Yukiko. After all, they were in someone else's home, surrounded by numerous onlookers. Even in solitude, what he desired was merely for the other to willingly fall in love with him. Subsequently, Hiroko's stepmother, excused herself under the pretext of attending another's wedding and departed from the household. The three of them then joined the family for a hot pot meal. In the midst of this, Hiroko's stepmother made a phone call, requesting Hiroko to fetch some firewood from the bathroom. The bathroom, an antiquated wooden tub, permitted only one person to bathe at a time. It was customary for the elder in the household to go first, and since Yukiko and the others were guests, the Sanai family allowed them to bathe first. Futari, however, expressed discomfort with such archaic facilities, graciously yielding the opportunity to Hiroko. As Hiroko made her way to bathe, she once again noticed the individual who had been covertly observing them. Following the group's hints, they discovered something suspicious by the well from which the individual had departed. Although everyone was indoors, the wooden tub in the well had mysteriously risen to its highest point. As they gathered around, they fished out what should have been Hiroko's stepmother, who had seemingly vanished at the restaurant. Hiroko promptly alerted the police, but as night had fallen, they found little evidence. Thus they remained at the Sanai residence, awaiting the arrival of the lawyer to read the family patriarchs will the following day. The next day, just as the lawyer prepared to unveil the will, an unexpected incident transpired. A crossbow bolt shot forth from a cabinet at the entrance, aiming directly at Sanai Aihu. Fortunately, Conan's timely warning allowed Iho to narrowly evade the deadly strike. The police, citing safety concerns, postponed the reading of the will once more. Consequently, Hiroko's younger brother engaged in a quarrel with the so-called Uncle Ihu, only to be swiftly subdued. As Ihu struck, Futari discerned a pattern. The assailant's technique was evidently a wrist lock, a common joint manipulation seen in jiu-jitsu, judo, and aikido. Given the assailant's previous residence in Brazil, it was undoubtedly Brazilian jiu-jitsu. With this deduction, Futari had already identified the culprit. Subsequently, the police uncovered new evidence. Hiroko's stepmother in this moment. Only the future knows why the other party is so confident. Future Conan, it seems you still need to strive a bit harder. Ha ha ha. Future Conan, I have thoroughly enjoyed the weekend spent in your company. However, merely this is far from sufficient to entice me into your embrace. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. With that said, Yuki gave a playful wink to Future and blew him a kiss, before the two departed amidst laughter and conversation. Listening to their harmonious banter and witnessing Conan left behind, Future found himself momentarily stunned. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never imagined I would play the role of a spare tire. Initially frozen in place, Conan's spirits lifted upon hearing Future's words. See, I advise you to resign yourself to this reality sooner rather than later. No longer giving me the cold shoulder? If you continue with your pretense, you may as well return home on your own, Future remarked before retreating into his vehicle. Although he was quite reluctant, Conan realized he couldn't simply walk back alone. After much contemplation, he ultimately took his seat in the passenger's side. Since their last encounter, Conan had rarely been in contact with Future. Though they occasionally crossed paths at Dr. Agasa's, Conan consistently wore a sour expression. On this day, Ran and Sonoko, at Dr. Agasa's request, visited the Kudo household to assist with cleaning. Naturally, Conan accompanied them, for it was his own home, and it would be too unreasonable to leave all the chores to Ran and the others. As they entered the house, Future heard the commotion and initially thought Yuki had returned. However, upon leaping over the wall, he discovered it was actually Conan and his friends. Conan was the first to spot Future perched on the wall, his expression decidedly displeased, thinking to himself, this guy is far too enthusiastic. In the future, upon realizing that the presence of Hiko was not imminent, Conan contemplated discreetly returning to his own time. Suddenly, it struck him that he had come here to undertake a task. Why not summon Hiko to assist him? With Yoko and Ran present, he was certain Hiko would not decline. Ah, is that not my older brother from the future? What brings you here? Conan exclaimed, mimicking a child's tone, thereby revealing Hiko's whereabouts. Oh, really? Hiko, over here. Yoko followed Conan's voice, spotting Hiko and greeting him. Despite being uncertain of Conan's intentions, Hiko sensed mischief in his demeanor. Ran, however, maintained a more composed demeanor and inquired, but Hiko, why are you standing on the wall? Well, the weather is delightful today. I thought I might stretch my limbs, Hiko responded. Why not join us in tidying up at Shinichi's house? Conan suggested, gazing at Hiko, with Yoko and Ran beside him. Hiko found it difficult to refuse. He shot a discreet glare at Conan before gracefully leaping down from the wall and willingly becoming a laborer at the Kudo residence. Upon arriving at the Kudo household, Yoko and Ran engaged in hushed conversations about Shinichi, while Hiko and Conan exchanged glances, indulging in light-hearted gossip, which was surprisingly not taxing. After a brief period, a sudden knock echoed from outside. When Ran opened the door, she was greeted by a girl of similar age. Yoko, with her sharp memory, instantly recognized the visitor as their former senior, Mami Uchida. Noticing Shinichi was absent, Mami joined in their efforts to tidy up. During casual conversation, she mentioned her purpose for visiting, to invite Shinichi to a birthday party the following day, and shared that he had once confessed his feelings to her during their first year of high school. At this revelation, Ran froze, her heart racing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Conan hurriedly shifted the subject. Since Shinichi isn't here, why not invite someone else? As he spoke, he was preoccupied with devising a plan to swiftly extricate himself from this predicament, entirely forgetting that Yoko loved to stir the pot. Indeed, Mami, why not invite us as well? If you agree to take us along, we can bring Hiko too, who has solved several cases through deduction, Yoko chimed in, pulling Hiko forward. Initially, Mami did not recognize Hiko, but upon closer inspection, she recalled him. Are you not the rising star, Hiko Arashur, who recently gained fame? Yoko, are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to attract men again? Your penchant for mingling and seeking male attention could easily lead you into peril. Hiko whispered to Yoko, feeling grateful for her support. Had it not been for her connections at the television station, his plans would not have progressed so smoothly. Therefore, even if Yoko used him as an excuse, he bore her no ill will. Perfect. Hiko can accompany us to keep me safe. Just being with you would be a feast for the eyes, even if we don't partake, Yoko teased. Over time, she had come to understand Hiko's nature. As long as her requests were not excessive, he would seldom refuse her whims. Very well, I shall play the role of your flower protector once more. Upon hearing Mami mention Shinichi's confession, Hiko recognized that a classic plot was about to unfold, one he vividly remembered. Elated by Hiko's agreement, Mami deduced the nature of the relationship between him and Ran since her arrival at Shinichi's home. Although Shinichi was not present, Conversing with Ran was delightful. As for Hiko, he harbored no significant thoughts about the situation. The following day, as scripted, they proceeded to the villa borrowed by Mommy. The only distinction this time was that Hiko's presence replaced that of Muri. In the near future, she quickly bonded with several young individuals, sharing laughter and conversation around the table. After a delightful meal, as everyone ordered cake to celebrate her birthday, they discovered that she had already fallen asleep. Future cast a glance at Mommy and then at the man named Sawai Manabu, who, in the original narrative, was indeed the perpetrator. It remained uncertain whether he would still act upon his intentions now that she was present. Having indulged in some libations, the group found themselves in high spirits. They resolved to allow Mommy to slumber alone in that place while they seized the opportunity to unwind at a karaoke venue, eager to witness Future's vocal prowess as well. As they prepared to depart, Future suggested that they refrain from using their own means of transportation. Otherwise, if Mommy awoke to find them absent, she would undoubtedly feel despondent. By leaving the vehicle behind, Mommy would understand that they intended to return, even if she stirred from her slumber in the interim. Just as they were about to embark, Future realized he had left his mobile phone inside, prompting him to ask the others to wait for a moment by the roadside. After retrieving his phone, he hastily made his way back, joining the others as they proceeded to the KTV. Although Future's mind was elsewhere, the excursion to the karaoke venue was not in vain. Through the songs chosen by his companions, he unexpectedly stumbled upon two of his past life's theme songs, Zard's The Wheel of Fortune and Komatsu Miho's Maze. Had he not seen the song credits, he might have assumed that others had traversed time as well. As the effects of the alcohol wore off, the exhilaration that had previously enveloped them dissipated, revealing the fatigue that had gone unnoticed during their lively singing and dancing. Sawai glanced at his watch before turning his gaze out the window. In the future, after downing a glass of ice water, a fleeting glance was cast towards Sawai. Have you succumbed to the temptation to act? Sawai's expression suddenly shifted to one of anxiety as he pointed outside, exclaiming, "Over there. Is that not the location of our villa?" The group followed the direction of Sawai's finger, only to behold a towering inferno and billowing clouds of smoke. Witnessing such a scene instantly sobered them, prompting a frantic attempt to hail a taxi and hasten back to the villa. Upon arrival, Future first dialed the fire department and the authorities, while the others stood helplessly before the raging flames. One individual suggested calling Mommy, who was inside the house. But Sawai interjected, "No, the flames have grown too fierce. How infuriating. This is all your fault. If you hadn't suggested we take a taxi, we wouldn't have been delayed for so long, and Mommy would." Sawai shouted at Future. But, Sawai, Future-senpai had no way of knowing this would occur. Several of Mommy's classmates defended Future. How could you? Future's words trailed off as he caught sight of Xiaolan, already poised to rush into the flames. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the Future evaded Xiaolan's assault by tilting her head. In the next moment, as she recoiled, her hand inadvertently pressed against Xiaolan's shoulder once more. This time, the Future firmly pinned Xiaolan's hand to the ground. It was only after several girls from the garden collaborated to restrain Xiaolan that the Future released her grip. Subsequently, she approached Sawai. Resuming their earlier discussion, how did you ascertain the intensity of the fire? If it had ignited from the outside, there would have been ample time to rescue her. Why then did you obstruct Xiaolan? It appears you intended to silence her. Are you already so anxious? I took note of you the moment you slipped sleeping pills into her cup. That was why I feigned a need to use my phone and took her away from there. She is currently resting in the vehicle we rented upon our arrival. Before the Future could finish her sentence, she noticed Mommy stepping out of the car, gazing at Sawai with disbelief. You lie. I have never drugged Mommy. If you claim it was me, how could I possibly administer drugs from the KTV located so far away? The fax machine, right? Such devices are seldom found in villas. I was present when Mommy approached Xiaolan yesterday. She mentioned that the idea of using a villa came from you all. I presume the organization of the villa rental was your responsibility? If you remain unconvinced, allow me to elaborate on your method. You first sedated Mommy. And while we were at the KTV, you faxed from the convenience store to the villa. You placed the cake we left for Mommy beneath the fax machine with a chair. Thus, by sending multiple faxes, the paper would fall onto the cake's candle, igniting it. How absurd. Anyone could execute such a plan with your reasoning. Furthermore, you were the last to leave. Why do you insist on blaming me? Just because I expressed my anger at you for Mommy's sake? You fool, the fax paper should still be on you, correct? If that isn't sufficient, a quick inquiry at the convenience store will reveal that only you faxed today. Additionally, there will be a receipt documenting the address and phone number of the fax sent. Even if you dispose of your copy, the store can still retrieve it. Before long, the police and firefighters arrived at the scene, escorting Sawai into a patrol car. At that moment, the observant Conan unexpectedly initiated a conversation with the Future. Since you were aware of this all along, why did you not speak up to prevent him? What if Mommy had awakened and returned to the villa? My intention was to let him face the consequences. Even if I had stopped him, what would happen next time when neither of us is present? Contemplating the Future's words, Conan found himself unable to quell his thoughts. This marked the first significant disagreement between them since their acquaintance. He had always proclaimed his idol to be Sherlock Holmes, but realized he lacked some of the empathy that characterized his idol. The sudden ringing of a phone jolted the future from her slumber. Upon answering, she discovered it was Yuko Ichizawa, an acquaintance she had not contacted in quite some time. After providing her with lyrics and melodies, the future had anticipated that Yuko would follow the company's plans for releasing new songs. However, Yuko insisted on starting with underground performances, claiming it was a means of atonement for her former self. Such underground events typically featured idol groups without management, with solo artists like Yuko being exceedingly rare. These performances often required the artists to handle their own promotion and event organization, usually taking place in small venues like cafes and community theaters. Audiences could be scarce, with some events attracting merely 1 or 2 spectators. Yuko, however, had an advantage. She had already debuted and possessed a certain fan base. Although not as famous as Yoko Kuno, she fared better than many underground idols. The future had also arranged for some assistance from her company for the tasks associated with the performances. After exchanging pleasantries, the future inquired about her recent endeavors. Have your recent performances been going well? Yes, quite well. Each show attracts around 1 to 200 attendees. Although it can be tiring, it is immensely fulfilling. The future harbors no awareness regarding these matters. To him, it resembles the plight of certain older generations who have endured hardships without complaint. Whenever you feel it is sufficient, do let me know, and I shall assist you in arranging it. In truth, I intended to discuss this with you. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting at a designated location. Upon hearing such words, the future did not decline, which is a positive development, marking the true beginning of her efforts for Starlight. Upon arriving in the past, it became evident to Mirai that she was not the sole visitor. Alongside her was the meticulously concealed Yoko Kishino. Confounded by the situation, Mirai pondered how these two, known for their discord, had ended up together. You two, Mirai stammered, pointing at the pair who sat closely together, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The two exchanged amused glances at Mirai's flustered demeanor. Allow me to explain, Yuko began after taking a sip of water. Recounting her story with Yoko, after we finished recording our last song, I sought out Yoko to apologize for the past. Not only did she forgive me, but she also suggested we rekindle our friendship as we once had. She has been incredibly supportive of my performances. Witnessing their harmonious relationship, Mirai teased. You two aren't here to flaunt your friendship to me, are you? Of course not. The more time we spend together, the more I reminisce about our early days. I know you have always been eager for talent and have been thinking of Yoko, which is why I approached her. However, she insisted on discussing it directly with you. Oh? Mirai felt a spark of hope at Yuko's words. If Yoko were to join her under the Starlight banner, she could leverage Yoko's burgeoning fame to elevate her own career. Together, they could thrive, akin to the sun and moon, complementing one another endlessly. Indeed, Mirai-senpai, since that incident, I have contemplated joining your agency. However, I owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Yamagishi, and it feels rather ungrateful to abandon him. Moreover, I must confess that I yearn to be an actress more than a singer. Mirai frowned slightly as she contemplated a solution. While it might be manageable to address her issues with Yoko's management, the transition to acting presented a formidable challenge. The intricacies of scripts and scenes required considerable mental effort, far more complex than merely singing. Noticing Mirai's evident distress, Yoko stood and bowed deeply. I truly apologize for the burden I have caused you. I am grateful for your regard. Do not fret. I have not declined your request. Even if you join Starlight, you can maintain a collaborative relationship with your current agency. We will honor any contractual obligations, for who says that parting must mean the end of friendship? As for your desire to pursue acting, I can certainly accommodate that, albeit with some delays. You must allow me time to secure a quality script. Upon hearing Mirai's words, Yuko's initial disappointment transformed into joy at the prospect of working alongside Yoko once more. Yoko, equally thrilled, clasped Yuko's hand and exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Turning to Mirai, she added, "There's no rush on the acting front. To celebrate our renewed friendship, I plan to perform as a singer with Yuko for a while, ideally collaborating on a few songs. Delaying the script by 6 months to a year is of no concern." Mirai internally scoffed at Yoko's statement. Well, with that mindset, you might as well give up on acting altogether. I've seen this story unfold since elementary school, and in the narrative, only a few months have passed. Having alleviated Yoko's worries, she readily accepted Mirai's invitation, with only the need to negotiate with her management after completing her upcoming performances. Unlike Yuko, Yoko's status necessitated a press conference for any changes in her management, requiring formal announcements from all parties involved. Only after these proceedings would Yoko truly be considered a member of Starlight. After bidding farewell to the duo, Mirai returned home, suddenly recalling that the troublesome system had not troubled him in quite some time. He wondered if he could barter for some scripts or similar items from it. As if summoned by his thoughts, the long silent system emitted a notification. Alert! Main storyline characters Akemi Mayano and Shiho Mayano are about to appear. Please prepare for contact promptly. Well, what a surprise. Instead of one, 2 significant characters are arriving. With 2 target characters, surely the rewards would be doubled, right? Rewards will remain undisclosed until the task is completed. After this statement, the system lapsed back into silence, ignoring Mirai's calls. Mirai felt a sense of unease. The system felt distinctly different this time. Previously, it had engaged in dialogue akin to a human or intelligent AI, but now it spoke like a cold machine. It appeared he would need to investigate this system further. When something steady changes abruptly, it often heralds impending danger. A notion well illustrated in detective tales: if peculiar events or sounds arise in your vicinity, it could indicate a perpetrator conducting experiments for their nefarious purposes. Professor Agasa. I'm here to see you, Mirai shouted as he approached the door. Professor Agasa's hair was a disheveled mess, his face smeared with soot, and he answered the door still clad in gloves, clearly having encountered another experimental failure. Ah, it's you, Mirai. Please, take a seat. If you have something to discuss, do so. If not, feel free to relax while I continue my experiments. I could use some company during my work. Their relationship had reached a point where formalities were unnecessary. Actually, I do have a matter to address. I noticed you previously worked on some mechanical bionic animals. Do you have any expertise in robotics and mechanical dynamics? The future has come this time primarily due to the previous issues with the system. Currently, no matter how he calls out to the system, it remains unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to seek out Agasa as a last resort. I have delved into the realm of mechanical dynamics, particularly concerning robots. At this point, Agasa recalled the mechanical mantis he had once created, initially intended as a toy for children, which had tragically disassembled into countless pieces before even leaving the experimental platform. What about artificial intelligence? Agasa shook his head, admitting his lack of expertise in that area. With a sigh, the future rubbed his face with his hands in an attempt to muster some energy. He pondered who else could assist him if even Agasa, with his vast knowledge, was unable to help. Observing the troubled expression on the future's face, Agasa offered, "If you have a problem, feel free to share it with me. If I cannot resolve it, I can consult a few old friends of mine." Hearing this, the future's eyes brightened. Indeed, Agasa's connections were quite formidable. Besides the prominent figures, it was rumored that Kaido's gadgets were intricately linked to him as well. However, the future was unable to divulge the system's issues to Agasa, as this was an unspoken rule among all travelers. Thus, the future provided an analogy. Imagine a mechanism with numerous functions that, after prolonged disuse, suddenly experiences a malfunction in certain capabilities. What could be the cause? Dr. Agasa pondered, stroking his head, and speculated. If it pertains to machinery or robotics, it is likely due to aging circuits or components. Aging circuits? Does the system possess such elements? It feels as if it is directly embedded within my mind, which seems unrelated. Are there other possibilities? If not that, it could be an energy issue. For instance, some vehicles or mobile phones automatically disable certain functions and switch to energy-saving mode when their power is low. Energy-saving mode? That seems to fit. Yet I am left in the dark regarding its energy source and how to replenish it. Goodness, could it possibly be money? The more I contemplate the future, the more it seems plausible. This dogged system, seemingly designed to extort money, might indeed have its reasons. Since I cannot summon it now, I must await the completion of this task to see if it will emerge. Should it do so, I might invest a little to experiment with some items. Having bid farewell to my postdoctoral pursuits, I took the initiative to reach out to Mori. Without the system, triggering any narrative will necessitate interactions with either the stubborn Conan or Mori. Regarding this task, I find myself quite perplexed. Given that Hiroto Masami is a false identity of Mayano Akemi, why has the system prompted me to engage with Mayano Akemi once more? Logically, she should still be incarcerated. Though I cannot fathom the reasoning, I am aware that as long as I accompany Conan and Mori, I am unlikely to err. In the future, instead of directly rushing to the bank to find Maoli and engage in the unfolding drama, they once again disguised themselves and exited their home through the back door. Upon arriving at the parking lot adjacent to the bank, they discovered two masked individuals holding a bank security guard hostage while transferring several boxes from the armored vehicle. In a moment of audacious inspiration, the future contemplated a bold endeavor. Since the system was in need of funds, why not resort to the same unscrupulous tactics as before? Surely, Jin would be preoccupied with uncovering moles within the organization. Yet, the uncertainty loomed. Would this course of action alter the unfolding narrative? Just as the future hesitated on whether to proceed, he caught sight of Conan emerging from behind a delivery truck. To evade unnecessary complications, he ultimately relinquished the idea of engaging in a double cross. Adjusting the scarf around his neck to conceal his altered visage, he transferred the cash from the armored vehicle into the trunk of his own car. The two robbers then made their swift escape. Observing this, Conan seized the skateboard gifted by the doctor and relentlessly pursued them, while the future discreetly stepped into a shop across from the bank, vigilantly monitoring the activity at the financial institution. Ultimately, Conan was unable to apprehend the two suspects and returned to the bank, seeking details of the heist from the police. Meanwhile, the future lingered in a nearby restaurant until 4 or 5 o'clock. By that time, the bank had closed, and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged. Her demeanor flustered as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, seemingly on high alert. In the future, he deliberately maintained a certain distance, following her until she reached the entrance of her residence. After watching her enter the house, he silently noted the address before departing. In the shadows of the night. The protagonists did not return directly to their home, but rather ventured into a dark alley, where they borrowed a motorcycle from a group of raucous bikers and concealed themselves. The following morning, they arrived early at the residence of Miyabi Hirota, beginning their surveillance. During this time, they adeptly evaded the police who were searching her home. The officers could find no substantial evidence and were compelled to abandon their investigation. Subsequently, Conan, following a lead that had been inadvertently disclosed by either Muri or Meguer, stumbled upon this location. After being overpowered by Miyabi Hirota, he fled the premises in a state of disarray, but not before ingeniously using a rubber band to launch a button-shaped tracker onto her vehicle. All of this unfolded under the watchful gaze of the protagonist, who observed from the rooftop with keen clarity. In the future, riding a motorcycle allows for greater convenience as one weaves through traffic. He followed the vehicle of Masami Hirota and arrived at a dilapidated warehouse. In the future, Yame first hurled the transmitter from the car into the distance to prevent Conan and the police from interfering, then began surveying the surroundings. Upon entering the factory, two figures clad in black emerged at the doorway. The stout and the slender formed the long-absent duo of gin and vodka. Akiyama, it is nearly time for you to hand over the money. No, you have killed those two. I can no longer trust you. You must first allow my sister and me to leave the organization, otherwise I will not give you the money. Upon hearing Akiyama's words, gin and vodka exchanged a disdainful glance. This is our usual approach. Moreover, Sherry is of a different caliber. The organization will not permit her to leave. Now, I offer you one final chance. Hand over the key and take your people away from here. My people? I do not comprehend what you are implying, but I am not jesting. With that, Akiyama drew a handgun from her bag and aimed it at gin and vodka. They remained unfazed, retrieving their own weapons from their pockets and pointing them at Akiyama. Jin, having no desire to engage in further dialogue with Akiyama, deemed her already a dead woman in his mind. He resolved to eliminate her before pursuing the hidden mouse. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind Akiyama as an unremarkable man emerged from within a container. Jin rolled on the ground, narrowly evading a stealthy attack. So we meet again. With your skills, it is indeed commendable that you menog in the future. A hand grasped the other's chin, continuing, I find you quite beautiful, why not? At that moment, the blaring sirens outside interrupted, and neither vodka nor gin had left. They had initially planned to seize the opportunity to reclaim their possessions while Future was distracted, but the urgent wails of the police sirens sent vodka into a panic. Aniki. What now? Let us go. It seems we want T be able to retrieve the items. That person doesn't appear inclined to leave the woman alive. We'll settle this account later. Upon hearing Jin's command, Vodka hastily left this place of turmoil, his previous encounter still vivid in his mind. He never expected that this individual was not only bloodthirsty but also lecherous, resembling a villain more than his own comrades. He had no desire to confront that person again. Hearing their retreat, Future felt relieved. He had merely been testing their courage, wagering who would flinch first. If he couldn't scare Jin off before the police arrived, he would have no choice but to flee with Akemi Mayano. He genuinely wished to save the woman before him, yet that suspicious Jin left little room for error. Had he not staged this charade, Jin would likely pursue her relentlessly. Noticing that Akemi had fainted from blood loss, Future inwardly called upon the system. System, I wish to redeem. The shop is now opening. Ultimately, Future purchased a revitalizing pill worth 200 million. Regardless of the injury, as long as there was breath, it would heal upon consumption, akin to a miraculous elixir. This 200 million represented all of Future's wealth. His actions equated to shorting his own company. Should the company require liquidity at this moment, bankruptcy would be imminent. Nevertheless, Future felt compelled to proceed. For his actions not only aimed to save Akemi but also to safeguard the system and his own future. Money could be earned again, but if the system were lost, offending the distillery would force him to retreat home, especially with a mission still in his grasp. To his surprise, the host realized this and wagered his last funds, promising future discounts from the system. Future's intuition proved correct. After he completed the transaction, the nearly non-functional system revived, playfully bantering with him as if nothing had happened. Akemi, upon consuming the pill, awoke, and the first thing she did was check her clothing for any damage, maintaining her distance from Future. Stop looking. I didn't harm you. My actions were simply to convince Jin that you were dead. How do you know his codename? And I distinctly remember being shot. Why do I have no wounds now? If you keep asking, we'll both end up in police custody. Let us leave first. I'll explain everything once we're at my place. Thus, Future escorted Akemi back to his home. I know a bit about the organization. I'm aware of you, your boyfriend, and your sister's identity. Akemi was about to say something but was interrupted by Future. Don't inquire about my identity or who I am. It's best for both of us. Otherwise, today's events may repeat. Akemi nodded, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, Can you help me rescue my sister? She doesn't need rescuing. She will escape on her own when the time comes. You can stay here for a while, and after you see her, you can decide your future. However, you cannot remain here indefinitely. Understood, I won't trouble you. I'll take her and flee far away from Neon. Hearing Akemi's words, Future smiled. As Jin had remarked, her sister was quite different from her. There were many complications ahead, and she wouldn't simply leave. Yet, Future refrained from voicing this thought. At that moment, Mayumi entered the room, bringing some food and water for Akemi. Strange, I finally bring someone home, and it seems you want to drive her away? Akemi declined Mayumi's food, only sipping some water. Observing this, Future took it upon himself to offer her food. Her identity is quite special. Staying too long could expose mine. Moreover, it's for her safety. With that, Future stepped outside, granting the two women time to converse. As fellow women, Mayumi found it easier to connect with Akemi, and being astute, she knew which topics were safe to discuss. Since Akemi's arrival, Mayumi had become notably more cheerful. Given that Future was a man, certain conversations remained inaccessible to them. With Akemi present, they could share whispered secrets. 3 days had passed since Akemi arrived, and her greatest curiosity lay in Future's identity. She vividly recalled being shot twice, yet upon waking, she bore not a single scar. It was evident that this individual was anything but ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't possess such remarkable remedies. Thus, Akemi subtly inquired about Future's background through Mayumi. What is the relationship between Miss Mayumi and Mr. Future? Are they lovers? No, it's merely a relationship between an employee and an employer. Yet, Miss Mayumi appeared far more than just a housekeeper. Realizing Akemi's intent, Mayumi shifted the conversation, stating, Miss Akemi, it seems you've forgotten why you're in this predicament. The more you know, the more individuals wish for your demise. Allow me to advise you. The first rule of survival here is to know what you must and refrain from probing into what you should not. Mayumi's words clearly articulated her stance, and Akemi ceased her inquiries. That evening, as Future engaged in his usual physical training, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller's name, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The caller was Conan, who had previously been distant due to the situation with Yukiko. It was only natural, but now he was reaching out, which likely indicated an urgent matter had arisen. In the future, upon answering the phone, I hear an urgent voice on the other end. Doctor, something has happened. I cannot reach him no matter how hard I try. I will come over to take a look. Where are you now? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, Mirai admonished Mayo to safeguard Akemi, instructing the two to conceal themselves within the confines of their home and to refrain from any rash actions, regardless of the disturbances that might ensue. Subsequently, she dashed out of the house to rendezvous with Conan. Upon encountering Conan, the weight that had been pressing upon her heart finally lifted, revealing that a girl of similar age stood beside him, none other than one of the targets of the current mission, Hybra AI. Mirai, a recently emerged second-rate singer. Was she truly your savior? Although Hybra's physique resembled that of a 6 or 7-year-old, the disdainful expression upon her visage was far from that of a mere child. In the future, firmly gazing at Hybra, he urged Conan, why not visit the doctor? He should be fine, and upon meeting him, he will reveal the truth to you. Conan cast a glance at the two. Despite the current tension in his relationship with the future, he recognized that the other party had no intention of causing him harm. Thus he chose to trust the future's words. You sent Kudo Shinichi away. Could it be that there are secrets he must not hear? Observing Hybra's confident demeanor, the future felt an irresistible urge to tease her, saying, indeed, like your true identity, Mayano Shio. Upon hearing this name, Hybra, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly froze in shock. Pleased with her reaction, the future decided to stoke the flames further. Imitating the lecherous demeanor of Jin, he remarked, perhaps you prefer others to call you Sherry. Sweat began to uncontrollably trickle down Hybra's face. Upon hearing her codename, her legs weakened, and a singular thought consumed her mind. Escape. What if I took you home to see your deceased sister, Mayano Akemi? With that, the future turned and strode toward his own home. Unconcerned that she might flee, she had painstakingly escaped the organization, and apart from the doctor's residence, where else could she find refuge? Moreover, having mentioned her sister, he was confident she would not resist. Indeed, as the future turned away, Hybra briefly entertained the notion of running. After all, she had just evaded the organization, only to encounter someone who appeared to be a member. Yet as the future had surmised, she had nowhere else to go. Where could she possibly escape to? Additionally, learning from him that her sister was still alive, even if it were a trap, she felt compelled to take the risk. Thus, she followed the future back to his home. Upon their arrival, the future wisely vacated the space for the two of them and retreated to his own room. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Please await the next task's release. Is that all? The host inquired. Do you require any additional items? Feel free to choose at your leisure. Were it not for the presence of others in his home, the future would have erupted in fury. This wretched system, after all his efforts to rescue it, chose to devour his rewards upon recovery. What about my task rewards? Did you pocket them? Do you realize that in saving you, I exhausted the company's available funds on purchases? He lamented, and now, upon your restoration, you pull this stunt. Indeed, host, your actions touch me deeply. However, Your decision to rescue Mayano Akemi disrupted the narrative, which is why your rewards were curtailed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The future is indeed surprising. This system possesses a certain warmth of humanity. However, he harbors little hope, for judging by the temperament of its creator. It is likely to be akin to some disappointing systems that yield nothing but items like women's underwear or a roll of toilet paper. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the passive skill card, Danger Perception. The future was taken aback. There truly was something valuable. Could it be that he was, in a genuine sense, invincible? The system seemed to sense his thoughts and interjected. Given the host's current level, he can merely perceive danger. In the event of a widespread explosion or attacks that exceed his physical capabilities, the threat of death remains. The system's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, yet it could not extinguish the excitement burning within him. Should this skill be further enhanced, he would transcend into a realm of superhuman capabilities. Perhaps, when he accumulates wealth in the future, improving his physical constitution could lead to a significant transformation. After that incident, when Hybera learned that her sister was alive, she was elated. This was perhaps the sole piece of good news she had received since joining the organization. Initially, she had resigned herself to the certainty of death after consuming the A drug. To her astonishment, not only did she survive, but her sister also seemed to have been reborn. If not for the future's prohibition, she would have moved in with her sister without hesitation. The rationale provided was, having a sister who is alive is perilous enough. Should Hybera reside here as well, it would likely attract the organization's attention. That day, after school, Hybera entered the future's abode as usual, yet after searching everywhere, she found no trace of Akemi. Stop looking. Your sister has already left. She has contacted her dubious boyfriend and entered the FBI's witness protection program. I sent Mayo to escort her. Why didn't you tell me? Hybera was on the verge of breaking down. Akemi had never mentioned her departure, and just when she had managed to escape the organization, the separation was so abrupt. Telling you? What difference would it make? Would you leave? Or would you prefer to stay and focus on researching that drug? Don't you wish to return to your former self? Seeing the future exhibit almost no emotional response, a nameless fury ignited within Hybera, and she directed her ire towards him. Unfortunately, given her current physical state, it was merely the playful antics of a child. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Your intentions align with the organization's. It's all for that drug, and you wish to use my sister to threaten me? Hybera's expression grew increasingly sinister, teetering on the brink of darkness. What madness is this? I sent her away solely to prevent her from being entangled with me. I have no desire for that drug. To be frank, there are already individuals within the organization who have ceased aging after consuming it. Did you not know? Rather than having you study the drug for me, it would be more efficient to capture that person for research. The prospect of the future left Hybera momentarily stunned. That potion truly had the capacity to preserve eternal youth? If this were the case, how could she, responsible for its development and experimentation, remain oblivious? Unless, of course, the individual in question had consumed something other than APT 4869. Alternatively, it could be that the potion ingested was not of her own creation. Observing Hybera's silence, Mirai feared her words might have been too heavy, yet upon reflection, she recognized that both she and Akemi were pitiable figures. Softening her heart, Mirai assured her, you may focus on your endeavors. Whether you choose to continue your research or simply embrace a carefree existence like a child, I shall ensure your safety. Should any intelligence arise, I will share it with you. However, one thing must be clear. Do not divulge everything to that impulsive lad, Kudo Shinichi. Hybera remained silent, drifting away in a daze. Watching her retreating figure, Mirai sighed in resignation. This was the utmost convenience she could offer. If Hybera insisted on departing, there was little she could do but allow her the freedom to choose. At that moment, Mayumi returned after seeing someone off, tossing an item towards Mirai before collapsing onto the sofa, devoid of any semblance of grace. Is this a letter? It's from Akemi. She insisted I hand it to you, expressing her gratitude for your care towards her and her sister. Upon opening the envelope, the words within were not lengthy, merely a few brief sentences. Dear future sir, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your care over these past few days. Despite your persistent concerns about the organization potentially implicating you because of us, you still came to the rescue of both myself and Shiho. I am acutely aware of your kindness, and though I find myself unable to repay your assistance, I can only wish you peace and good health. Furthermore, I have left a token of appreciation for you in the safe at Miwa Station. Upon reading this, Future began to rummage through the envelope and, as expected, discovered a key nestled within. In that moment, the Future instantly comprehended the significance of the key. It was the very object that Jin had sought to wrest from Mingmei. The key to a vault containing 100 million yuan. With this, the company need not declare bankruptcy. Upon returning from the station, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. As he approached the entrance, a peculiar sensation of being observed washed over him, despite the street being utterly deserted. Just as he attempted to discern the source of this strange gaze, his instinct for danger was triggered. In a future moment, he instinctively rolled to the side, And as he did, a faint gunshot echoed from the corner of the alley behind him. The assailant's weapon was equipped with a silencer, and it seemed that True Knight would not provide any assistance. This confrontation unfolded right at his doorstep. Engaging in a shootout was evidently unwise. Moreover, at such a proximity, the adversary had already gained the upper hand, and with no cover in sight, he could only rely on chance, akin to a scene from an anime, hoping that the opponent would not be overly cautious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Summoning strength. Mirai propped himself up, interrogating. Who are you? I don't recall wronging anyone. This was truthful, besides the black organization. Mirai hadn't offended anyone. The Italian heist was done in Jin's guise. Had the organization discovered his identity, his 2 instances of foiling Jin would warrant a grander reception. Moriboshi Mirai, codename X, affiliated with the Blackfoot branch of the Chinese MSS, specializing in overseas field operations. You excel in assassination and protection, having successfully protected 11 individuals and assassinated 17 targets, maintaining a 100% mission success rate. Correct? The figure advanced, firearm leveled at Mirai. These words alarmed Mirai. He hadn't anticipated such comprehensive knowledge of his identity. In dire straits, maintain composure and await their misstep, he told himself. Blackfoot, though physically diminutive compared to some canids, they single-handedly capture giraffes, boasting the highest hunting success rate among their kind. I admire your nation's naming conventions. They possess a certain artistic flair. Ha ha ha. If you intend to exert pressure through words, I suggest you reconsider. What you've stated, while seemingly confidential, is discoverable with diligence. You aim to sow suspicion within our ranks. Correct? Yet, if you had a mole within us, you'd know my name. Mirai discerned a flaw in their words. Indeed, astute. Do you recognize this face? The figure removed their hood, revealing a shock of white hair and disheveled facial hair. Upon seeing this visage, Mirai instantly recognized the individual, yet his laughter only intensified. Disguised as others, perhaps I wouldn't discern your true identity. But in this guise, you might as well inscribe your name upon your forehead. Am I right, Vermouth? Hearing her name spoken, the silver-haired man swiftly shed their disguise, revealing the beautiful face beneath the mask. I fail to comprehend our feud. Are you here to avenge Jin's honor? As she spoke, Mirai's hand stealthily reached for his waist. In the future, her subtle movements did not escape the keen eyes of Belmode. She raised her hand, holding the gun slightly, signaling Future to refrain from any rash actions. Only after seeing Future lift the hand behind her did she lower her guard. It turns out that the one who had caused Jin to stumble twice was you. It appears I have unearthed some intriguing information. However, I have never been one to advocate for others. I am here to avenge last year's betrayal. When you were the one who disclosed my whereabouts to the FBI, correct? I did not divulge your location during that collaboration. I merely informed Akai Shuichi of a suspicious silver-haired killer's presence. Moreover, the one who injured you was he. I believe if you seek vengeance, your quarrel should be with him, not me. This matter is not for you to worry about. The grand feast shall certainly be saved for last. I will settle the account with our liquid in due course. Our little drunken escapade has reached its conclusion. Farewell, handsome. With a smirk curling at the corners of her lips, Belmode unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Swift as a flash, Future swiftly dropped to the ground, evading the shot, and kicked the gun from her opponent's grasp. She then ensnared Belmode's arm with her legs and secured her wrists and fingers with both hands, forming a perfect crosslock, perhaps considering it somewhat unbecoming. Future rolled to the side while gripping Belmode's arm, the pain radiating from her shoulder although she is reluctant about the future. As revealing the layout of her home would place her in a passive position, she is not entirely incorrect. Indeed, encountering someone unexpectedly on the street can be quite unsettling. In the future, he compelled Belmode to rise, twisting her other hand behind her back, effectively escorting her home. Seizing the moment as he opened the door with one hand, Belmode shifted her body and aimed a kick at his groin. Since that incident with May, he had lost all trust in women, anticipating that she would not comply so easily. Thus, he remained vigilant, trapping her foot between his legs. Although she did not land the kick, his temper flared. Before his journey, he had harbored a certain fondness for this woman, yet he understood that such feelings could not justify placing himself in jeopardy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a decisive gesture, Mirai ushered her into the confines of the room. Maya, procure a rope and bind her. Though the directive carried a hint of ambiguity, Maya, discerning as she was, had already surmised the woman's hostile intentions from the subtle anomalies in her demeanor. Thus, she complied without hesitation, securing Vermouth as Mirai had instructed. Once the task was complete, Mirai tasked Maya with vigilantly monitoring the surroundings via surveillance, ensuring their discourse remained private. This calculated maneuver served a dual purpose, shielding Maya from the intricacies of the situation, a deliberate choice, much like his decision to withhold information regarding Conan, AI Hybra, and the Syndicate. Upon escorting Vermouth to his personal chamber, Mirai meticulously scrutinized her person, searching for any concealed listening devices or recording equipment. He further inspected her oral cavity for traces of poison, leaving no avenue unchecked. Satisfied that all precautions had been taken, Mirai proceeded to reset her dislocated arm. Despite this act of restoration, Vermouth remained unmoved, her gratitude non-existent. Her hands still bound, she could only fixate on Mirai's visage with an unwavering, resentful gaze. Now, we can engage in a proper discussion, Mirai remarked calmly. There's no need for such animosity. As the ancient wisdom of our culture dictates, to requite malice with kindness. What is left to repay kindness? Vermouth remained impassive, her countenance unyielding. Aside from the liquid, it was the first time she had suffered such a resounding defeat, captured outright by her adversary. There's no need for this charade, Mirai continued. As far as I know, your allegiance to the organization is tenuous at best. Though the reasons remain unclear, perhaps we could forge an alliance. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It remains uncertain what Vermouth's motives are. In the anime, she has spared Conan and AI Hyber on multiple occasions, even concealing crucial information from the organization on their behalf. To attribute this solely to Shinichi and Ran having once saved her seems somewhat far-fetched. However, given that I transmigrated before the conclusion of Detective Conan, there's little I can do. Seeing that Vermouth remained unmoved, I revealed my trump card. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can divulge information I possess, proving my ability to collaborate with you. Aside from what you've gathered about me, I also know that you assumed the identity of Sharon Vineyard in the United States, during which you ingested a certain drug that halted your body's aging at 29. To conceal this anomaly, you then masqueraded as your own daughter, Chris Vineyard. Though, it's not out of the question that you might genuinely have a daughter. Is that correct? This was all conjecture on my part, merely leveraging my memories from a past life to create an impression of profound insight. Where did you unearth this information? Vermouth's voice carried a chilling edge. Had looks been lethal, I would have perished instantly. Finally piqued your interest? I cannot reveal the source of this information. If you consent to provide me with intelligence from the organization, I can safeguard your angel and boy. If your intelligence capabilities are so formidable, why would you require me to provide you with information? Moreover, given their own abilities, they are perfectly capable of ensuring their own safety. Why then, should I cooperate with you? Vermouth, ever the seasoned operative, swiftly identified the flaw in my proposition. However, her tone suggested not a rejection, but a negotiation. Undaunted by being exposed, I seized upon her lack of denial and pressed on. Given your apparent disloyalty to the organization, it stands to reason that you desire its downfall. I, as it happens, possess the capacity to bring that about, because you have allies backing you, is that it? Indeed, it's not a bad proposal. But how can I be certain that you won't meet your end at the hands of the organization? To ensure my own safety, I can only offer you minor assistance. As for intelligence, that will depend on your own resourcefulness. Then may our collaboration be fruitful? With that, a metallic glint flashed in my hand, and in the next instant, the ropes binding Vermouth's hands were severed. This time, Vermouth offered no resistance. She recognized this gesture as a display of my capabilities. And from the earlier skirmish at the door, she had discerned that my close-quarters combat skills far surpassed her own. Watching Vermouth depart, I finally exhaled, a sharp intake of breath betraying the pain in my ribs. Though protected by the system-provided bulletproof vest during the engagement, the force of the impacts had fractured my ribs. To prevent her from harboring any ulterior motives, I had been compelled to feign nonchalance. On the other side, Vermouth likewise breathed a sigh of relief. While she had claimed that self-preservation prevented her from directly providing me with intelligence, this was merely to lend credence to the deception. From beginning to end, she had not entertained the notion of cooperating with me. On the contrary, the secrets I possessed only strengthened her resolve to eliminate me. During this exchange, I had left a lasting impression on her mind, and Vermouth had branded me with a warning. Under no circumstances should I be allowed to engage in close proximity. Since meeting with Vermouth, I still felt unsafe. With my level of counter-surveillance, it would be fine if I encountered someone like Vodka. But if I encountered Jin or Vermouth, I might die in a second. In the future, one cannot help but ponder the implications of a gunshot striking Jingjing Jun from behind. It appears that the future is troubled by concerns of safety, prompting the system to take notice. The host might contemplate upgrading the security system, which could alleviate numerous worries and prove to be an invaluable investment. The future has become largely immune to the system's boasts, cutting straight to the crux. First, how much? 500 million. Out of the question, the future replied without a moment's hesitation. The system's pricing was almost always reflective of its own savings. Had it not been for the substantial amount left behind by Mingmei, it might have demanded the entire sum. Allow me to introduce this system to you. I assure you, I won't deceive you this time. Speak, the future huffed, though he had long deciphered the system's routine. Nevertheless, he always found himself ensnared by its presentations. This upgrade encompasses explosion-proof, fireproof, waterproof, power outage protection, and poison resistance. It can thwart any offensive weapon or trap. Essentially, as long as you remain indoors. Barring a nuclear bomb detonating nearby, you can rest easy. Furthermore, The random alarm system will be upgraded to a fixed basic feature, though the identity detection function will still require unlocking. This sounds rather promising. The offerings this time indeed seem quite advantageous. Acquiring an absolute safe haven for merely a few $100 million is remarkably formidable. The system has not deceived him this time. If the host adds an additional $200 million, a bunker can be constructed underground, for his knowledge, of course. This way, even if the host trains his own faction underground, it will remain a secret. Moreover, he would no longer need to scale walls to avoid being seen, which is quite lowly. The entrance to the bunker can also be designed to be concealed, ensuring that no one can discover it without your consent. This is excellent. I'll take this. This marks the first time the future has paid so readily. Indeed, the adage holds true. Technology changes lives. Since the system's offerings have gradually become reliable, the future now only needs to contemplate ways to generate income. Who wouldn't desire the ability to wield substantial wealth? However, with no news from Yeong and Yuko, the future can only wait in vain. The company currently lacks other artists, and he himself has no desire to debut as a singer. Juggling multiple roles like Bell Mode is simply too exhausting. System. Is there a method to recruit those artists that isn't overly peculiar? The host may consider purchasing a brainwashing card, once used. The target will comply with your every command, even without compensation. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Although the future has traversed dimensions and understands that this is merely an animated world, he still struggles to regard living beings as mere paper figures. What is inappropriate? As the future continued its conversation with the system, Hybera entered the room, startling the future and causing it to tumble off the sofa and onto the floor. In the future, a voice of discontent echoed within, questioning the system. Was it not stated that no one could enter without my consent? What is happening? The system detected no hostility from the visitor and recognized them as a character within the narrative. Thus, it granted passage. If the host was dissatisfied, they could switch to manual detection mode or adjust the permissions accordingly. Never mind, let it be, the future replied mentally to the system. To prevent further inquiries, the future proactively introduced a new topic. It's nothing. Your sister has already departed, so what brings you back to me? Today, I, along with the doctor and Kudo, visited the home of a professor who once traveled with my sister. I recalled that I had mixed up the discs containing the data for drug A with the disc that held the photographs from our journey, leading to both being returned. However, my sister was no longer at the original address. I contacted her, and she mentioned that in the future, the topic diverged. So, what does this have to do with your presence here? Hybera cast a complex glance at the future. I overheard their conversation on the road. Neither Kudo nor the doctor trusts me. Is that not entirely reasonable? You, a former member of the Black Organization, suddenly appearing to declare your defection, who would readily believe you? However, such words remained unspoken by the future. I have upgraded the security system over here. If you wish to avoid staying there, you are welcome to reside with me. Yet, I lack the equipment and materials necessary for your experimental research, for conducting experiments. It would be more convenient at the doctor's place. Never mind, I am merely feeling a bit down and wanted to vent. Suit yourself. After Hybera returned, the future contacted Kaido, requesting his assistance in retrieving the disc. After all, this was a task best left to professionals for security reasons. Initially, Kaido was reluctant, but the future promised to return the disc to him after reviewing its contents, allowing Kaido to personally return it, thus preserving his original intentions, which ultimately persuaded Kaido to acquiesce. Once the materials were secured, the future made a copy, and the following day exchanged the original disc with Kaido, while secretly sending another copy back to their homeland. The police, already on high alert, regarded this merely as an ordinary piece of evidence. Yet the breach of their headquarters was a significant matter. Fortunately, the thief returned the evidence the very next day. To safeguard the reputation of the police, they classified the incident as a misunderstanding involving the guard's misplacement of items, allowing it to fade into obscurity. On a weekend morning, at the workstation in the future's home, she hummed a tune while twirling a pen, her eyes closed in nostalgic reflection. Hybereth silently barged in, climbed onto the desk using a stool, eager to see what the future was up to. It was indeed a rarity to find her not lounging on the sofa watching television. In the future, upon reflection, one can only feel the urge to curse. Isn't that an obvious statement? After spending nearly all the money, isn't it imperative to devise a way to earn more? In the future, she poked the arm of Hybera with the cap of her pen, saying, "Move aside, do not disturb my work." Hybera remained unresponsive, merely gazing at the blank sheet of paper beneath Fataba's arm, her face adorned with a teasing expression, as if to say, "Is that all? Can you little brat, refrain from being so bothersome? What brings you here instead of pursuing your research? Do you not wish to return to your original form soon and become a mere third wheel for your sister?" Unfazed by Fataba's jests, Hybera possessed an innate talent for banter. Without this adaptive defense mechanism, how could she have engaged in 1,000 episodes of witty repartee with Conan? I have observed that Kudo has already been assimilated by that group of children, and I have no desire to join them. Moreover, it is as if he is cursed. For wherever he goes, incidents seem to occur. Just last week, When we visited someone else's ancient castle with them and the professor, we nearly did not make it back. In contrast, conversing with someone as enigmatic as you is far more intriguing. Upon hearing this, Futaba chuckled. Is the Grim Reaper of a primary school student jesting with you? However, Kudo seemed rather displeased with my presence here, for reasons unknown. It might be because I had previously pursued his mother. Although his parents were indifferent, he was distinctly irritated. Disgusting. I find you to be the one with the abnormal tendencies, do I not? And his peculiar parents did not utter a word either? Kudo is, in fact, the most rational individual among us. As she spoke, Hibara moved her chair away, distancing herself from Futaba. Rest assured, little brat. I harbor no interest in you. My preference leans towards the mature, let alone your appearance as a primary school student. The term primary school student resonated heavily in Hibara's mind, prompting her to grab a nearby bag and hurl it at Futaba. In the future, he effortlessly caught it and casually placed it on the other side of the table. The future remained unperturbed, merely continuing to reminisce about the melody echoing in his mind. Subsequently, both fell into silence. Perhaps it was because Hihara found the atmosphere too awkward, prompting her to slide her chair back next to him and gaze at the lyrics he had just pinned. Is it a song about love? The previous two pieces seem to embody a rock style. Is there a sheet music for it? In the future, glancing at Hibara, I nearly forgot that she was not merely an ordinary character. She had provided Conan with hints regarding several cases related to music theory, indicating her understanding of the art. Here, said Future, pointing to her temple with her index finger. I truly underestimated you. It is my first encounter with someone who can compose music and write lyrics simultaneously. Could it be that you are a genius? Surely, you Haven T merely copied from somewhere, have you? Hibara's words caused Future to break into a cold sweat. The woman's perceptiveness was indeed sharp. If you doubt my words, why not search online? If you're interested, once we finish writing, I can take you to the recording studio for a listen. Hibara agreed, thinking that since she had nothing pressing to attend to, she might as well join in and assess his abilities. After completing the lyrics from memory, Future brought Hibara to the company's recording studio. This time, Future approached the drum set directly, picking up the drumsticks to test the sound with a few strikes. You truly have opened my eyes. You've taken on both lyricism and composition. Given your approach, do you intend to arrange the music yourself as well? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted in the future after selecting a version that pleases him. He combines the accompaniment of several instruments using a synthesizer and begins his trial performance. At first, when listening to the solo performances of individual instruments, Huiyuan is merely captivated. However, when the future begins to sing, the powerful beats seem to draw him into his realm. Now, let us venture beyond the confines of our liberated cage. Huiyuan, with arms crossed, cannot help but tap his fingers on his arms in rhythm. I will stand by your side, regardless of how sorrowful the dream may be. It matters not. Darling, I long to wipe away your tears. I fervently pray, please believe me. Tear apart the darkness of cold memories with unwavering resolve. As the song reaches its climax, Huiyuan's legs begin to tremble uncontrollably. When the performance concludes, the melody continues to play in his mind. It is not until the future approaches him and snaps his fingers that he regains his senses. What is the title of this song? Pray. This song is truly remarkable, yet I believe it would be better suited for a female vocalist. In the future. I nodded. I never intended to sing myself. After all, I am now the owner. Such matters are best entrusted to professionals. In the future, Miyahara once again looked upon the situation with profound disdain. No matter how she listened, she felt that the future was merely putting on a fade. Are you not professional? You claim to be the sole creator of lyrics, composition, and arrangement, yet what of others? Surely it cannot be that Yuko Chizawa. For I believe her temperament does not quite align with the essence of this song. Although the piece carries a subtle melancholy after its climax, it predominantly leans towards a more youthful spirit. By the way, there are rumors circulating that you share a romantic connection with her. Is there any truth to that? In the future, one might feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could an outsider possibly know such matters? He refrained from addressing the gossip shared by Hihara and instead revealed his personal choice to her. It is Yoko Onoya. I believe her temperament is perfectly suited for a piece brimming with youthful exuberance and vitality. It would be even better if she could convey a hint of languor in her performance of the song. Wait, is she the Yoko Onoya I am familiar with? She doesn't seem to be one of your affiliated artists, does she? Indeed, it is she. Typically, such matters should not be disclosed prematurely, but it is of little consequence. I have previously discussed the possibility of her transfer. Once her upcoming performances are concluded, an official announcement should follow. More than that, I am curious about the dynamics among the three of you. It must be quite intriguing. In the future, Mikiriya mused on the gossipy nature of the young lady. Ignoring Hibara's prattle, she completed her demo recording and called CHYKO to inform her that the new song post-transfer was ready for collection whenever she was prepared. After concluding her tasks, dusk had settled, and Mikiriya drove Hibara back to the doctor's residence. On a train bound for Hokkaido, known as the Hokuto-sai No. 3, the Mori family was enjoying dinner. To express her gratitude for the assistance received aboard the cruise, Katamoto Natsu had invited the Muri family to Sapporo. Following dinner, Conan inadvertently triggered a passive event, encountering a jewelry store owner, Izumi Kitar, who had recently been robbed. He had instructed his store manager, Kageyasu Yoshinobu, to arrange the family's journey. Alongside them was an elderly gentleman named Ishizu Akira, whose status as the mayor of Kogishi City set him apart. Upon exiting the prefecture, Mayor Ishizu made sarcastic remarks towards Izumi, insinuating that the robbery was a self-staged performance aimed at promoting the mayoral election. The curiosity of both Muri and Conan was piqued, prompting them to inquire about the details of the incident directly in front of Izumi. Mayor Ishizu explained that the robber had a criminal record and was an experienced individual. However, during the heist, he failed to conduct proper reconnaissance and fled empty-handed after the store staff activated the alarm, leaving behind a remark that it was not at all what had been previously agreed upon. Both Muri and Conan detected inconsistencies, particularly Conan, who recalled having heard a similar tale before. To assert his notoriety, Muri revealed his identity to the group, which caused their expressions to shift to one of suspicion, as if harboring ulterior motives. Muri's fame attracted two tourists, a male admirer named Aoi Toru, who requested a photo with Muri, and a mysterious female who, after capturing everyone's attention with a single phrase, exited the dining car. From the dining car attendant, they learned that the woman was named Akechi, who had reserved a spot, but departed upon hearing Muri's name. Compared to the earlier guests who exhibited anxiety at Muri's mention, Miss Akechi appeared even more suspicious, her secrets remaining veiled. Upon returning to their compartment, Conan continued to ponder the robbery details, convinced he had witnessed something akin to it in the past. As midnight approached, Muri and Ran had already retired, while Conan ruminated over his fragmented memories. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from outside the compartment, followed by a woman's scream. As Conan prepared to investigate the commotion, familiar phrases resonated in his mind like a narrative voice. In his moment of distraction, a figure clad in a hat, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a mask obscuring his mouth, passed by. Before anyone could react, a railway officer pursued the suspicious individual into Muri's car, shouting, "Seize him. He is a murderer." As the officer called out, the suspect opened the door to Muri's adjacent compartment and fired several shots. Infuriated by the brazen act before him, Muri contemplated intervening, but the assailant fired 2 shots in his direction as a warning. Instinctively, the 3 sought cover from the gunfire, only to find the perpetrator had vanished when they looked up again. Muri and Conan chased after the assailant's gunfire, discovering only shattered glass and an empty compartment upon opening the door. Meanwhile, Conan recalled the familiar phrases from his mind, remnants of an unfinished novel penned by his father, Kudo Yusaku, many years prior. Ran again acted as a human alarm, dialing the police. Upon reaching the next station, the police boarded the train and detained the passengers. The identity of the deceased was revealed to be Izumi Kitar, the jewelry store owner who had spoken with Muri earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Conan rushed to a public telephone booth aboard the train to call his father in the distant United States, but after several rings, there was no answer. At that moment, Miss Akechi, who had previously been scared off by Muri's name, appeared behind Conan, accompanied by a man clad entirely in black. The man obscured half his face with a hoodie, while his brown turtleneck concealed the lower portion of his face, rendering his features unrecognizable. This attire was conspicuous, as if it boldly proclaimed, "I am the murderer." Despite his suspicions, Conan resolved not to conclude his guilt based solely on appearance. Nevertheless, he readied his tranquilizer watch, aware that this man bore a striking resemblance to an organizational member. In his mind, Conan strategized, with only one tranquilizer dart available and the man possessing 2 firearms. If they were to attack him despite the police presence, he would first incapacitate the man and then lure the police once he had fallen. "Conan, what are you doing here?" Ran, having searched for him upon noticing his absence, finally found Conan. Upon her arrival, the black-clad man shook his head at Akechi, who then abandoned her previous intentions, watching as Conan was escorted away by Ran. Freed from immediate danger, Conan redirected his focus to the case at hand. With the presence of numerous officers in the compartment and only 2 suspects, he deduced they would likely refrain from acting. He simply needed to unravel the mystery and deploy the transmitter towards the black-clad man to resolve the situation flawlessly. The lead officer proved quite reliable, not allowing himself to be manipulated by Muri. Instead, he effectively utilized police authority to search the occupants of Muri's compartment. During the search, the police uncovered fishing gear claimed by store manager Kageyasu, a shotgun allegedly for shooting in Hokkaido owned by Mrs. Izumi, golf equipment from Mayor Ishizu, and a damaged bamboo sword used for practice by Fan Aoi. Each item appeared suspiciously capable of breaking the train window, leaving the police momentarily stumped. However, Conan cleverly redirected their attention towards Akechi and her companion. "Officers, there is still one compartment that hasn't been checked." He noted that Miss Akechi had turned to leave upon hearing of Muri's name, even abandoning her reserved dining spot. "Is that so?" The lead officer, accompanied by 2 subordinates, approached Akechi's compartment door. "We are the police. Please open the door to assist us in our investigation. At that moment, Conan prepared his tranquilizer gun. Fully aware that while the officers had discovered the handgun discarded by the perpetrator, if this individual was indeed a member of the organization, he likely possessed additional weapons. Should they become desperate, I would immediately tranquilize the man. Conan, hearing the approaching footsteps, felt his nerves tighten, his hand hovering over the activation button as the door slid open. Fortunately, Conan's apprehension was unwarranted. They had no intention of making a move. How peculiar. Why does this woman possess only a single piece of luggage? Could it be that the gentleman's luggage was misplaced, or perhaps inadvertently dropped somewhere? Upon hearing Conan's remark, everyone turned their gaze towards the man clad in black. If he were indeed the perpetrator, it would be plausible for him to have discarded the weapon and bloodstained garments out the window during the commotion of murdering the Izumo proprietor. That is because my carriage is not located here. Is the gentleman a celebrity, perhaps? I have observed on television that celebrities often adopt such disguises to evade recognition. The assembly once more directed their attention to the man in black, and the leading officer, with a tone of amicable persuasion, inquired, "Sir, would you be so kind as to remove your hat? Is it possible that you harbor some undisclosed secret, as this young lad suggests?" "Certainly," the man in black responded, casting a glare at Conan, adding, "I am not a celebrity, though I have penned a few songs." The man in black, in full view of the onlookers, lowered his hood, and the high collar was folded down. "Mirai-san? Is that you, kid? What brings you to this train?" Mori exclaimed with a deflated tone. For the sight of Mirai's face signaled another dead end in the investigation, as he knew the latter was not capable of such an act. Conan was the most astonished of all. How could it be him? Given his status, both overt and covert, he would have reason to conceal his identity. But what is the purpose of his clandestine presence here? Is he tailing me? No, he has been aware of my identity for quite some time. And even if he harbors ulterior motives, he would not dispatch AI once more. Furthermore, it appears that he and my parents have some sort of agreement. Wait, my mother? Conan glanced at Akechi beside Mirai, and a series of unsavory images flashed through his mind. "You scoundrel!" Conan suddenly erupted, delivering a headbutt to Mirai. In the future, he was explaining his alibi to the police, unaware of Conan's sudden outburst. Caught off guard, he received a sharp blow to the chest from Conan. It hurt. What was that little brat doing? "Conan, such discourtesy is unacceptable," Ran exclaimed as she dragged Conan outside, continually apologizing to the future, genuinely regarding Conan as family. After confirming with the surrounding patrons, the police verified the alibis of the future and Akechi. Subsequently, they discovered a body of a suspected perpetrator along the tracks they had previously traversed. After inspecting the body, Muri remarked that the attire matched that of the assailant he had seen earlier. The leading officer quickly recognized the deceased, a man named Isama Anji, who was an old acquaintance of his. They had previously formed a three-man robbery gang, and one of their members had vanished after dying from poisoning. Moreover, he was also a suspect identified by the police in the robbery of the previous jewelry store. Thus, lacking further evidence, the police concluded that Isama was the culprit and took the body back for further examination. However, the leading officer remained, accompanied by several subordinates in the vehicle, continuing to investigate the case's ambiguities. Muri's Polaris number 3 was also cleared to proceed to the next station. Once again, Conan stealthily approached Akechi's compartment and knocked on the door. Upon seeing the future, he immediately surmised that Akechi was likely his unreliable mother. "Mom, is that you? As expected of my Shinichi, you've recognized my identity so quickly." Yukiko praised her son enthusiastically. "What brings you here this time?" Yusaku has arrived in Neon and mentioned that the recent robbery was rather peculiar. The thief's words before leaving echoed those from my long-lost novel from years ago. Hence, I deduced that the robber intends to emulate my story, he explained. Consequently, they contacted the jewelry store owner, who revealed he would board a train named Polaris in 6 days. Upon hearing this, Conan raised his voice, questioning, "If you knew all along, why didn't you warn him?" "Because you were all cozy inside, weren't you?" Conan pointedly remarked at the future. "That's because he never listens. That's what we call a hard-headed ghost," the future interjected, revealing Yukiko's true feelings. "Shut your mouth." Conan shot a glare at the future and shouted, "Yukiko, this isn't your fault. You needn't shoulder the blame," he added, his gaze lingering on Conan, as if that statement was directed at him. Realizing that the mother and son had matters they could not discuss in his presence, the future wisely exited the compartment and closed the door behind him. "Shinichi, how could you speak to the future like that?" At that moment, the future overheard this remark and mused, "Why does that sound so familiar?" In the future, one would not be so bored as to eavesdrop on the conversations between a mother and her child. Taking advantage of this moment, I greeted Mori and the others. At that moment, the two inside were engaged in a fierce argument. "Mom, do you realize that your actions are tantamount to stealing a lover? How can you speak so harshly?" "What have I stolen?" "I was merely having an open and honest conversation with Mirai-kun. He shared many fascinating tales about our homeland." "Really? He didn't do anything inappropriate to you?" As he spoke, Conan's gaze shifted toward Yukiko's neck, collar, and wrists. Yukiko, aware that this boy doubted her words, playfully struck him on the head and said, "Stop searching. I assure you, nothing occurred. To be honest, not only have I returned, but your father has as well. He is on another train. The Polaris line only has 3 trains a day, one of which is at dawn. Your father surmised that Izumi fellow wouldn't take that train, so we decided to split up. Upon hearing that his father had also arrived, Conan felt a sense of relief. No matter how bold his mother might be, she would not act recklessly in front of him and his father. However, knowing that his father was present invigorated Conan, who could not help but desire to solve the case before his father. He ceased to dwell on matters concerning Mirai and directed his focus towards the investigation. From the ongoing police inquiries, Conan learned that fragments of tape were found on Asama's belt. With this clue, he had already deduced the identity of the culprit, although he lacked concrete evidence. He discreetly shared his suspicions with Yukiko, yet they were hindered by the absence of proof. Yukiko suggested they continue to follow the narrative of the novel. She informed the police that she had seen something in Asama's treasure chest that could serve as evidence, although she couldn't recall what it was. Upon uttering these words, the others looked at Yukiko with peculiar expressions, as her statement was undeniably a provocation towards the perpetrator. According to Yukiko, in the novel, the culprit would attempt to push the detective, who knew the truth but lacked evidence, off the platform at the train's final stop. Thus, Conan chose to follow closely behind her for protection. At that moment, Ran approached Conan, as after the train's arrival, their family intended to visit Takamoto Natsu for some leisure. While Conan was conversing with a stranger, while he was talking to Ran, Yukiko had already vanished. Conan glanced around and discovered that Yukiko had run to the opposite platform. Just as he intended to follow her, a train came rushing by. At that instant, Conan noticed a man standing behind Yukiko, slowly extending his malicious hand. "Mom, watch out behind you." In that moment, the hand seeking to push Yukiko was seized by a strong grip. Sensing the unusual presence behind her, Yukiko turned to find none other than Mirai, who had apprehended the shopkeeper named Ko. In the future, after seizing the hand of Jiayue, 2 swift kicks struck his abdomen. As Jiayue doubled over in pain, the future unleashed a downward strike, pinning him to the ground. The sudden aggression from the future startled those around, prompting a flurry of whispered discussions. Jiayue, observing the crowd, devised a cunning plan and cried out, "Help! Someone please assist me. He intends to kill me." Upon hearing Jiayue's desperate pleas, the crowd encircled the future, seemingly eager to act as vigilantes. At that moment, another figure emerged from the throng, Conan's legitimate father, Yusaku Kudo. Yusaku employed his detective prowess, confronting Jiayue with his criminal methods. After murdering Mr. Izumi, you shifted the blame onto the robber, Asama, did you not? I have already gathered information from the police. What are you talking about, sir? The criminal is Asama, isn't he? Even Mr. Mori witnessed this. This man assaulted me without provocation. Are you in cahoots with him? Jiayue swiftly deflected the accusations back onto Yusaku, redirecting the crowd's ire towards him. That Asama was merely a disguise you adopted. He was indeed a robber, and it is no surprise you could disguise yourself to evade detection. After eliminating Asama, you utilized fishing line threaded through his belt, securing it within your compartment with a reel, preparing everything meticulously. You then seized the cover of night to murder Mr. Izumi, firing 2 shots that drew Mr. Mori's attention. While he sought refuge, you slipped into the stairwell, severing one of the fishing lines. This maneuver ensured that the other line would retract automatically, not only dislodging Asama from his belt, but also closing the door as the line retracted. However, Jiayue retorted defiantly. With such a method, anyone could commit a crime, could they not? He remained obstinate, confident that no evidence existed against him. At last, Conan circled around from the other platform, pointing at Jiayue's luggage. How curious that this uncle possesses the attire of that notorious villain. Faced with the inescapable truth, Jiayue confessed his wrongdoing. The woman who succumbed to poisoning was his companion, a victim of Izumi's drug, while Asama had facilitated the entire scheme. With the truth laid bare, the crowd, realizing their misunderstanding, dispersed to attend to their own affairs. As a fan of Yusaku, Jiayue, under Yusaku's urging, contacted the police to confess his crimes. After Jiayue was taken away by the authorities, Yusaku remarked to the future, "Future-kun, this time you acted preemptively, but in the future, you need not resort to violence. Such actions will only expose you to the public eye." Conan, wearing a smug expression, gazed at the future, as if to suggest, had it not been for our intervention, you would have been in dire straits. In the future, after organizing her belongings, she replied, "I am truly grateful for Mr. Kudo's concern, but here in our esteemed nation, we have always prioritized the value of human life. Even in the face of failure, we cannot forsake anyone's life. Mr. Kudo, I must respectfully decline your approach. You discovered the location of Jiayue before I did you not? Have you considered that if an unforeseen incident were to occur, Lady Yuki could lose her life on the spot?" In the future, looking at Conan, it was remarked that he was somewhat stronger than his father, as he at least knew to protect Lady Yukiko. However, in matters of life and death, why was he distracted by other concerns? Conan and his father exchanged a glance and fell into silence. "Mr. Kudo, I admire your ability to remain composed in any situation. Yet, allow me to offer you a word of caution. At this rate, I shall soon win the affections of Lady Yukiko. Farewell. With that, the future departed alone on the returning train. Observing the solitary figure of the future, Yukiko suddenly called out, "Take care, future Conan," completely disregarding her husband and son beside her. It seemed their approach to matters had left a chill in Yukiko's heart. Conan escorted his parents to the appropriate platform while Yukiko walked ahead in silence. He quietly questioned his father. "Now that you have returned to Neon, why not inform me of the situation? Do you realize how long that guy spent alone with Mom?" Thankfully, his character isn't entirely flawed, as he didn't take advantage of her. Moreover, I agree with him. You are being rather harsh towards Mom. Faced with Conan's inquiries, Yuzo was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled and ruffled Conan's hair, saying, "I apologize. From now on, you must align with your father to ensure she isn't taken away by future Conan." Conan sighed, lamenting his unfortunate circumstance of having such a father. 2 days had passed since the Polaris incident. On this particular day, the future was tidying the house alongside Mayumi when Agasa arrived, accompanied by the young detectives, and rang the doorbell. "Doctor, what brings you here?" "I previously took them on an adventure, but we encountered an incident along the way. Since I have some free time today, I plan to take them to the police station to give statements," Agasa explained. "Well then, go ahead. Why involve me? My vehicle cannot accommodate so many people. Since you are at home with nothing to do, could you please help me by taking 1 or 2 along? Can't you squeeze them in? You know how much I dislike children." Upon hearing the future's words, the young ones expressed their discontent. Genta exclaimed, "What a mean thing to say, future brother." Kagoro chimed in, and while Ayumi remained silent, she made a face at the future. All right. I will drive one of them, then." Unable to withstand the grievances of the children, the future reluctantly agreed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mikihara cast a glance at Hybera. Although she was an adult, she was also a gossip queen, equally troublesome. Hybera presumed that Mikihara was hinting at something, so she took the initiative to say, "Then I'll ride in your car." Given the circumstances, Mikihara had no other options. Among the few present, she was the most suitable choice. Reluctantly, she transferred her gear to Meiho and drove Hybera to the police headquarters. Once inside Mikihara's vehicle, Hybera adjusted her seat, reclining almost completely, showing no sign of discomfort, as if she were an intimate companion. "From what you just said, it seems you think I'm no different from that group of kids," she remarked. "You must understand, I am 10 years your senior. To me, you are no distinct from them. In fact, at times, you two can be even more challenging. Can't you? Why do I get the impression that you are afraid of me? Do you perhaps harbor a secret that piques my interest?" After a moment of silence, Mikihara found the atmosphere unbearable and decided to steer the conversation. "What brings us here this time? Heading to the police station?" "It's regarding our previous discussion about visiting the castle," Hybera explained. "I was occupied with classes before, but since today is the weekend, I thought we could go together." The two engaged in casual banter, and before long, they arrived at the police headquarters. After parking the car, Mikihara leaned out of the window and said, "You two go on ahead. I'll stay here and wait for you." Hybera whispered, afraid of encountering the police. "Your identity might raise some suspicions in the future." Upon hearing these words, he could hardly contain himself. What does it mean to fear the police? In such places, one should be able to come and go as they please. His apprehension stemmed from previous encounters with a few former members of the SAT while on a mission, fearing he might be recognized. Furthermore, it seemed the organization had infiltrators within the police force, hence opting for discretion seemed wiser. At that moment, Takagi descended to escort him. And upon spotting Mirai, he unceremoniously pulled her inside, insisting that at this hour, it was far more comfortable in the air-conditioned interior than in the vehicle. Thus, Mirai was warmly invited upstairs by Takagi. He led a few individuals to his department, the first investigative division. Upon entering, the office was a hive of activity, with only a few personnel engrossed in their respective tasks. "Everyone, look who I've brought," Takagi exclaimed as he stepped through the door, instantly capturing the attention of several officers. Upon recognizing Mirai, they eagerly approached, requesting her autograph and photographs. "Officer Takagi, wouldn't it be more prudent to attend to the official matters before indulging in photographs?" one of them suggested. "Rest assured, we will frequently cross paths in the future." Takagi wore a reluctant expression, realizing he was meant to be the first to take a picture, but would have to wait until several youngsters completed their statements. What is all this commotion? A resounding and spirited female voice echoed through the police station, typically filled with masculine energy. The sharp short hair, striking features, and familiar tone immediately led Mirai to identify the newcomer as Mawako Sato, the pride of the Metropolitan Police. "And you are?" the youngsters inquired. "Hello, little ones. I am Mawako Sato, an officer in the 3rd section of the 1st Investigative Division, specializing in serious crimes," she replied with a charming smile. In the future, the gaze directed at one another lacked the fervor typical of other officers. It is understandable, with a boyfriend whose father had perished in the line of duty. Her heart must be wholly devoted to her work, leaving little room for frivolities. Although Takagi was pleased to see Sato return to the precinct, His curiosity prompted him to inquire, wasn't Officer Sato accompanying Officer Muro to investigate the 200 million yen robbery case? That is precisely why I returned, Sato explained. The bank manager informed me that he and his wife would be coming together at 2 o'clock today. From Sato's account, Conan interjected with a question. Why are they both coming together? Sato elaborated. When the robbery occurred yesterday, Mr. Sunio Kazuo, the manager, was accompanied by his wife, who was taken hostage. Takagi furrowed his brow and remarked, however, Mrs. Sunio told me yesterday that she would arrive at 5 o'clock. Mr. Sunio had also mentioned this, expressing his fear of potential retaliation from the perpetrators and his desire to arrive at dawn. Just then, the concerned party, Mr. Sunio, arrived at the office alone. Contrary to prior arrangements, he explained that his wife needed to attend to some business at the bank and they had agreed to meet here. Noticing his wife was yet to arrive, Sunio borrowed the precinct's phone to call home. After exchanging a few words, he handed the phone to Takagi. Takagi, in a gesture of feigned concern, asked if everything was all right at home. The response was one of confusion, as the other party questioned why the agreed time was not 5 o'clock. Before Takagi could say more, Sunio abruptly seized the phone, inadvertently pressing the speakerphone button in the process. A series of screams erupted from the receiver, prompting Takagi to snatch the phone back. Anxiously inquiring what was happening and whether anyone was the future hastened, trailing closely behind the other as they entered the study. Upon opening the door, a female corpse lay sprawled on the floor, a dagger protruding from her back. Beside her stood a stationary bike, while a toppled bookshelf and scattered books lay in disarray behind her. The future recalled the plot once again. The technique employed in this episode was remarkably straightforward, thus leaving a lasting impression on him. Kodai, what has happened to you? Do not touch her. The future firmly grasped the other's shoulder, preventing him from advancing any further. His urgency suggested a desire to reclaim some form of evidence. Their voices attracted the attention of Takagi and Sato, who were searching on the second floor, as well as Conan, who was glancing about curiously. The emergence of the future prevented Zhengwei from promptly retrieving the evidence, and his methods were effortlessly discerned by Conan. Zhengwei employed a kite string, thumbtacks, and tape to connect a stationary bicycle to a bookshelf, subsequently securing a dagger to the bookshelf with books. He then covered both the dagger and the kite string with a cloth before rushing to the police station to procure an alibi from 2 officers. His criminal motive stemmed from a previous bank robbery that he had orchestrated with a friend. However, this friend was also acquainted with his wife, and coincidentally, she visited the bank that day, thus uncovering her husband's identity. Fearing that she might divulge the truth, Zhengwei concocted this murder case. Takagi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he expressed his gratitude to the future. Thank you, Senior Future, for tailing him, as it prevented him from misleading the situation. Otherwise, we would have had quite the headache. In the future, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's fine. Next time, when you're uncertain about something, don't let others lead you by the nose. Sato particularly praised Conan, acknowledging that it was primarily due to his insights that Takagi and the others were able to understand the situation. On their way back, Future continuously cast a bemused glance at Conan. Unable to bear her gaze any longer, Conan inquired, why do you keep staring at me? Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that ever since you've distanced yourself from me, you've grown considerably bolder. Conan, perplexed, responded with a confused expression, as he could not comprehend Future's meaning. Is that how you seek attention? Aren't you worried that the police might disclose your matters to the press? Or do you think that in such a large organization, there could be undercover agents within the police force? The future startled Conan, sending a chill down his spine, as he realized he had perhaps gotten a bit too carried away moments ago. Observing Conan's expression, the future burst into hearty laughter. Do not worry, my young friend. I shall protect you, especially for Yukiko's sake. Shut up. Just focus on driving. A new mission alert chimed. Kyugoka Masaru is about to make his appearance. I understand. I'll casually engage with him. After all, I am curious to see if this so-called Super Saiyan is as formidable as the legends suggest. This task is not merely an encounter. The host must defeat him. Should you fail, all funds in the host's account will be deducted, and all assets will be confiscated. Before he could swallow his drink, the future spatted out, am I supposed to fight Kyugoka Masaru? Is that for real? The host need not worry. As of now, you remain the strongest. Can I at least use a gun? That is not permissible. The future was skeptical of the system's words, believing himself incapable of taking down those 2 towering figures, especially not the one who could effortlessly lift and sprint with a small truck. He could only describe him with a few names: Captain Neon, the evil god of Fire Cloud, and One Punch Man Miyaya. Let us go. I'll treat you to a business trip. In the future, casually bringing along just 2 articles of clothing, I drove with Mayu towards Aizu. On the beach, numerous men and women clad in swimsuits frolicked together, a scene that unfolded before me as I reclined on a sunbed. You arrived at the seaside, yet did not swim or gaze at the lovely ladies. The sun was obscured by a tattered umbrella. Were you truly here merely to follow them? Mayu remarked, observing the 2 girls, Xiaolan and Yuanzi, engaged in conversation by the shore. Of course not. I am here to meet someone. A woman? A man? Upon hearing my response, Mayu regarded me with a peculiar expression, though I was oblivious to it. As the two of us conversed, a man in a beach shirt approached the two girls, seemingly intending to strike up a conversation. That man is your target. Just keep an eye on him. Additionally, be cautious, for he may be armed, I instructed, pointing towards the man. Mayu removed her sunglasses, etching the target's appearance into her memory, and murmured softly, "So this is the man you referred to? No wonder you summoned me. It seems that in your household, not a single grain of rice is consumed for free. Let us proceed. It is our turn to make an entrance." My focus remained entirely on the man, completely unaware of Mayu's sarcastic comments. As Future approached a few individuals, before uttering a word, the garden took the initiative to greet Future. "What a delightful surprise to encounter you here." Conan, with his hand resting on his forehead, thought to himself, "Sister, this is clearly a case of stalking and surveillance." In the future, she cast a wary glance at the man and exchanged greetings with a few others. Shinya sauntered over at a leisurely pace, casting a threatening gaze at the man, warning him to keep his distance. "Future brother, Shinya's sister, let us not make things so tense. This gentleman from the Tao Association is about to invite us for a meal," one of them proposed. "Brother from the Tao Association, these two are our good friends. And future brother is also a..." Seeing the atmosphere shift unfavorably, the speaker contemplated introducing both parties to ease the tension, but Future abruptly interrupted. "If you have intentions towards her, I would advise you to abandon them sooner rather than later." The formidable aura exuded by Mirai and Mayanaka compelled Doxy to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Yet, recalling the words spoken by Yuanzi moments ago, he steeled himself and said, "There is no need for such hostility, young sir. I merely wish to introduce myself upon noticing how lovely this young lady is, especially as she appears to lack an escort." Yuanzi, standing nearby, softly interjected, "Mirai, please don't scare away my potential suitor," and made a pleading expression towards Mirai. The future chose to remain silent, following a few individuals into a quaint eatery named Sea House. There, they settled into a position behind the others. The young man, Dosiai, immediately launched a fervent verbal assault against a certain artsy, a discourse that Future found utterly greasy, just as the bond between the two was beginning to warm. A server approached with the dishes, their indifferent tone momentarily rendering Dosiai speechless. Regaining his composure, Dosiai recounted a year-old incident involving the stabbing of a brown-haired woman at a nearby restaurant, adding that there were rumors of a ghostly apparition captured in photographs at that very location. He urged the group to bring a camera that evening to investigate. As he spoke, a bespectacled gentleman rushed over, shouting to his companions, "Have you heard? It has happened again. Another brown-haired girl has been murdered." Upon hearing this, Conan darted out, with Ran and Yuanzi hastily following suit, while Future and Miku naturally trailed behind. The police were examining the scene of the deceased, and Yuanzi, witnessing it all, felt a surge of fear, nearly on the verge of tears, as she too bore the same hair color. "Do not be afraid. We are here for you, and Ran is no slouch either," Future reassured, casting a glance at Dosia. The latter, feeling the weight of Future's gaze, nervously bid farewell, promising to meet later that evening before hastily departing. Subsequently, Future and Miku settled into the same inn as Ran and the others. Yuanzi sensed something amiss in Future's demeanor and discreetly inquired of Ran, "Do you think Future seems a bit off today? He appears to be targeting Dosia." Ran, noticing the oddity as well, replied, "Indeed, perhaps there is some past grievance between them, but that can't be. They seem to be meeting for the first time." Conan recalled with certainty, "Perhaps Future is feeling a twinge of jealousy seeing you with Dosia?" Ran, "Please don't say such things. But then again, perhaps my fortunes are indeed shifting." Yuanzi laughed heartily. That evening, Future insisted on accompanying Yuanzi and the others to investigate. Ran slyly winked at Yuanzi, as if to say, "I told you so." Suddenly, Yuanzi remembered she had forgotten her camera and asked the group to wait at the entrance while she went to retrieve it. Noticing this, Future exchanged a glance with Miku, who followed Yuanzi back to the inn. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs, followed by the sounds of a struggle. The group rushed to Yuanzi's room and found it in disarray, with Yuanzi sobbing while clinging to Miku. "What happened?" Ren inquired. Miku gently stroked Yuanzi's hair, explaining. Upon entering her room, Yuanzi discovered someone rummaging through her belongings. When the intruder noticed her, he attempted to silence her. I arrived just in time to confront him, but he feigned a retreat and escaped through the balcony. Dosia arrived at the scene, stating he had come looking for Yuanzi after not finding her at the agreed meeting spot. The server from Sea House also appeared, revealing himself to be the young proprietor of the inn. Upon learning of Yuanzi's attack, he took it upon himself to secure the doors and windows, admonishing her for wearing a crop top so late at night. Yuanzi, infuriated, protested that she was the victim, yet his words implied her culpability. Meanwhile, Dosia quietly complimented Yuanzi's attire. After the harrowing incident, Yuanzi abandoned her plans to venture out, heeding the young proprietor's suggestion to dine at the inn. The next morning, Future awoke to find himself alone in the inn. Yuanzi, Ran, and Conan had all mysteriously vanished. In a hurry, Mirai contacted Mayu to inquire about her whereabouts. I had gone to the Phantom restaurant for a meal with Sonoko and the others. Sonoko expressed her concern about you potentially clashing with that Taoist sect again, thus entrusting me with her protection and requesting that I not disturb you. And where is Sonoko? Is she by your side? Rest assured, I have been keeping a close watch on that man. He was with us just after our meal, and Sonoko is still sleeping in the car, leaving him no opportunity to approach her. Oh no. Quickly, check on Sonoko. After hanging up the phone, Mirai hurried to the Phantom restaurant, only to find the scene cordoned off by a group of police officers preparing to leave. You must be Officer Hekami. My name is Mirai, and I am somewhat of an apprentice to Mr. Muri. Could you enlighten me about what transpired? Mirai recognized the lead officer as a familiar face and approached to glean information. Upon hearing Muri's name, the officer's initially distant demeanor transformed into a warm smile. Ah, so you were Mr. Muri's esteemed apprentice. It appears that the young lady from the Suzuki family was resting in her vehicle when, for reasons unknown, the handbrake was released, causing the car to plunge off a cliff. What? Where is she? Is she unharmed? Do not worry. Sonoko was rescued by Miss Ran and is relatively unscathed. However, due to the recent events, she expressed her reluctance to travel to the police station for a statement, so they have opted to walk there instead. Indeed, events unfolded in accordance with the original narrative. Guided by the police, Mirai hurried along the path taken by Sonoko and her companions. Along the way, she attempted to contact Mayu, but her calls went unanswered. What could be happening? Could it be that even Mayu? It makes no sense, aside from Kayagaka Makoto. How could an ordinary person pose a threat to her? Lost in thought, Mirai suddenly noticed that someone was trailing her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the small inn's proprietor, Kayagaka Makoto. Indeed, I noted yesterday that you bore the marks of training. You are in quite a rush. That individual must be your accomplice, am I correct? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In the future, he employed a knee block, utilizing the outer thigh to deflect his opponent's attack. With a seamless motion, he then dove low, seizing his adversary's legs and executing an upward sweep. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly have been thrown off balance, succumbing to the sudden loss of equilibrium. However, Jingji was no ordinary person. He swiftly regained his composure midair, performing a somersault and landing with poise. In merely one exchange, both combatants recognized that they were not mere amateurs, prompting them to adopt a more serious demeanor. In the future, a feint was executed with 2 punches, easily evaded by the opponent. However, this was merely a ruse. Immediately following, a left elbow was thrust forward, followed by a right horizontal elbow strike that caught Kayagaka Shin off guard. Though the situation was perilous, Kayagaka Shin managed to evade the future's assault thanks to his own reflexes and swiftness. Is this the agility and physicality of an 18-year-old? Truly enviable. Although the future possessed more experience than his adversary at this age, without any cheat to rely on, further progression seemed unlikely. Even after turning 30, one's physical prowess and reactions would inevitably decline. Muay Thai? Kayagaka Shin inquired, observing the opponent's technique. At that moment, the future launched a headbutt toward his opponent's face. The sudden change in tactics left even Kayagaka Shin unable to evade, and he merely turned his face at the last moment to avoid a direct hit to his nose. Yet that was not the end of it. The future advanced with a hip twist, driving his shoulder into Kayagaka Shin's chest, forcing him back several steps. No, it was Burmese boxing. Kayagaka Shin was taken aback by how the opponent misled him with a style remarkably similar to Muay Thai. The offensive methods in Muay Thai primarily involve elbows, knees, and whip-like kicks. Having evaded 2 elbow strikes, he found himself quite close to the future. Naturally, he anticipated the next move would involve a knee strike, focusing his attention on the opponent's lower body. To his surprise, the future employed an unusual headbutt and shoulder charge, attacking from a completely opposite direction. Having suffered an unexpected setback, Kayagaka Shin intensified his assault, his extraordinary physique causing the future to silently lament. The immense force behind the opponent's strikes led the future to initially consider using Tai Chi or Aikido, techniques that rely on leveraging and redirecting power. However, upon making contact with the opponent's body, he realized that the force exerted was beyond what could be countered with mere technique. The essence of karate lies in its continuity and cohesion, combined with the opponent's exceptional physicality, leaving little room for weakness. Thus, a bold idea formed in the future's mind to engage in close combat, as karate lacks effective techniques for such encounters. If he could close the distance, he believed he might be free from the constraints of joint locks and throws. This approach was indeed perilous. While karate does not emphasize leg techniques as much as taekwondo or capoeira, Kayagaka Shin was renowned for his prowess in leg techniques, earning the moniker the Noble Prince of Kicks. To engage at close quarters would undoubtedly expose him to the opponent's strikes. Resolute in his decision, the future stood still, awaiting the opponent's advance. Kayagaka Shin sensed a change in the future's demeanor, yet paid it little mind as he leapt to deliver a kick aimed at the future's head. In the future, as one arm bent to defend, enduring the pain, the opponent's leg was deftly placed upon his shoulder. Realizing that his leg was under the opponent's control, Jing Jin decided to shift his weight onto the adversary, retaliating in midair with his other leg. Initially, the future intended to seize Jing Jin's leg and bring him crashing to the ground, but to his astonishment, the opponent managed to switch legs midair for a counterattack. By the time he noticed and attempted to defend himself, it was too late. Jing Jin's foot struck his face with such force that it sent him sprawling. The ferocity of the assault caused Future to bite through the soft tissue inside his mouth. Yet this was but a minor consequence. The blow to his chin nearly rendered him unconscious on the spot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, he rose to his feet, positioning his body sideways, with his right hand naturally hanging down and slightly outward, while his left hand rested at chest height. This was the closed elbow posture of Bagwazang. Observing the placement of his opponent's hands, Jing surmised that the other intended to employ the same technique, attempting to intercept his leg. He deliberately aimed a kick towards the region of the Future's abdomen. Just as the strike was about to make contact, he engaged his core, pressing his body downward, utilizing the power of his hips and knees to redirect the kick towards the Future's face. Typically, a kick is executed with the thigh or knee as the center, tracing a circular motion. However, the closer one gets to this point of force, the less damage the opponent can inflict. Jing was taken aback when the Future did not choose to intercept the leg. Instead, he advanced forward, enveloping Jing Jin's waist with both arms and lifting him above his chest. In that moment, the earth itself became his weapon. In the future, he forcefully slammed Kayagaka Makoto to the ground. Future brother, stop. Quickly, cease your fighting, both of you. A sudden voice halted Future's subsequent assault. And only then did he regain his senses, realizing that he was merely fulfilling a mission and had no genuine intent to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Alarmed, he glanced at Kayagaka Makoto, recognizing that the earlier throw had stemmed from genuine frustration. It would not be surprising if an ordinary person were to perish from such a fall. Even though Kayagaka possessed extraordinary resilience, he surely could not have escaped unscathed from that impact. Kayagaka Makoto rose from the ground, his steps unsteady, shaking his head to clear the fog in his mind. Yet apart from that, he appeared almost unaffected. This astonished Future, truly, he was deserving of the title Super Saiyan. That Taoist was the one who attacked me. But Sister Mia has already subdued him, stated Yoko, relaying the events to the two, perceiving their conflict as a mutual struggle for self-preservation. As if to validate Yoko's words, Xiaolan, Conan, and a police officer from Chiba Prefecture nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Mia leisurely followed behind, carrying the unconscious Taoist without haste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a pretentious tone, Mirai remarked. I actually have a nickname, Muscle Devil. Naturally, Kayagaka Makoto could not fathom the humor derived from the third dimension, leaving him utterly perplexed by this moniker. After the conclusion of their journey to Aizu, Mirai was the first to depart with Meiho, returning to Mihan City. Yoko, why didn't Team Mirai wait for us? Perhaps he was aware of my unspoken affection for Achan and felt uneasy about it. Truthfully, I too am a victim. It is not my fault for being born beautiful. Faced with the adorably naive and youthful Achan, I had no choice but to relinquish my feelings for Mirai. Upon hearing Yoko's words, both Conan and Ren exchanged an eye roll in response. Meanwhile, during the return trip, Mirai had Meiho take the wheel while he settled into the passenger seat. Once in the car, Mirai exhaled in relief. His arms and thighs were mottled with bruises from their earlier skirmish with Kayagaka Makoto, and given the integrity of his opponent, it was evident that he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Gazing at his own contusions, Mirai could not help but ponder. Achan, are you serious? Meiho, driving, caught a glimpse of Mirai's injuries and inquired, is that bespectacled guy really that formidable? Formidable? More than you can imagine. Do you believe he could dodge a bullet? Meiho, of course, found it hard to believe, yet out of respect for Mirai, she refrained from contradicting him. Upon arriving home, Mirai requested Meiho to fetch some ice for him to apply as a cold compress. Once he dismissed her, he summoned the system within his mind. System, why did this encounter feel so peculiar? Although he is indeed powerful, he seems vastly different from the Kayagaka Makoto I remember. How can he possibly bear the title of the strongest? That is because he is still in his formative years. Once he reaches his prime, he will undoubtedly transform into the Kayagaka Makoto of your memories. Furthermore, it appears that the host has yet to grasp the data previously provided. The rankings given by the system only account for characters appearing in the main storyline. Moreover, characters are not considered in the rankings until they make their entrance. Doesn't that render the previous rankings meaningless? No wonder it's set up until now. Wait a moment, I interacted with Akai Shuichi a year ago. Does that mean he too will be included in the rankings? With this realization, Mirai felt reassured. Akai, in the early stages, was practically an invincible presence. It was merely the subsequent characters that overshadowed his brilliance. So, after all this effort, will I receive any worthwhile rewards? You will receive a potion that enhances your physical constitution. Upon consumption, it will grant you a physique equivalent to that of Kyaga Kumikoto at this stage. The future harbors no dissatisfaction due to the diluted version of the potion. On the contrary, it finds itself immensely content. Although it may be a watered-down version, its potency remains formidable, as evidenced by its ability to withstand the impact of a self-inflicted throw, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual. A reminder, new plot developments are imminent. Please remain vigilant, host. So soon? I have only just returned home. Which segment of the storyline is this? If it pertains to the distillery, I shall take a look. The temporal fabric of this world is exceedingly chaotic, a fact well known to the future. As the author has established that over 1,000 episodes transpire within a mere 6 months, it is not unusual for several incidents to occur in a single day. The new storyline revolves around the sorcerer of the century's end. A theatrical release? This does not seem to be the first installment, does it? Have I inadvertently overlooked the previous ones? Will there be special rewards for completing the theatrical tasks? Similar to ordinary tasks, rewards are randomly selected, but the quality of the prizes is elevated. Can one refuse? Surely, there will be no repercussions, correct? This system has elucidated that it refrains from actions that would be counterproductive. If the host finds the rewards unappealing, refusal is indeed an option. The most significant penalty for the host would merely entail a deduction of assets in accordance with the difficulty of the task. It seems you cannot stray from the topic of money for long. After contemplating the future, he ultimately declined the task at hand. He was relatively familiar with the previous theatrical releases, particularly recalling the narrative surrounding the memory egg. Despite the plethora of characters introduced, none had any connection to the organization or the zoo. Apart from the recurring near-revelation of Shinichi's identity by Ran, the assassin posing as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Pushi Qinglan left a notable impression on him. Upon hearing the system mention the plot of the film, a bold idea suddenly struck him. This time, Yoko had nearly encountered peril right under his nose, leading him to feel that Mia's capabilities were somewhat lacking. If he could establish his own armed faction, they could not only undertake special missions when he was otherwise occupied, but also ensure he was not alone in confronting the organization. Potential recruits could easily be sourced. Much like Mia did, individuals such as Kura Ao, Riko Shimizu, and even Puramia could be courted. Kura Ao desired to escape the organization, Riko sought monetary compensation, and Puramia would accept certain commissions. However, Pushi Qinglan was different. Her motives were solely rooted in familial vengeance, and she could resort to eliminating him based on a mere remark from Kagoro. Such individuals are the most challenging to control, thus, he meticulously compiled a list. Just yesterday, he was clad in summer attire, yet today, he gazed out the window to find heavy snow falling. He grumbled to Mia, who was engrossed in a drama, only to be met with her nonchalant response. I don't find anything strange about this. It appeared that those residing in this world had grown accustomed to the chaotic timelines, unpredictable weather, and the cases that could arise at any moment. The phone from the future rang, and upon answering, he noticed that the caller was Hybera. At this hour, hadn't she already finished school with Conan? If there was something to discuss, she could have simply come to see him. In the future, the phone rang, and on the other end, a panicked voice belonging to Hybera exclaimed, Hurry, hurry. We have located Jin's vehicle. Before the future could utter a word, the other party had already ended the call. The future lingered in place for a good 10 seconds. You didn't even tell me where you are. How am I supposed to reach you? Is this some sort of prank? No. Given her apprehension towards the organization, she wouldn't jest about such matters. It seems that something truly has gone awry. Looking at the heavy snow outside, it could very well be a scene reminiscent of a dramatic moment involving Jin. I must hurry. Shinya used the remote to turn off the television, then turned towards the coat rack by the door and inquired, Is something wrong? In a gentle gesture, Mirai patted her shoulder and said, It's all right, you can just stay at home. He wished to keep Mayo distanced from the organization, especially considering her unique identity. Was he worried that I had uncovered his secret, or was he merely concerned for my well-being? A single utterance from Mayo startled Mirai, causing him to retract his hand. Honestly, if he had no such intentions, he ought not to be so overly sentimental. In the future, with a cheerful demeanor, she raised her chin and said, I must apologize. My previous nickname was Central Air Conditioning, as I would radiate warmth upon encountering women. How apt indeed. Before Jinya could finish her words, Future's hands encircled her neck. One of Jinya's hands crossed over her chest, halting Future's advance as she anxiously inquired, What are you doing? In a fleeting moment, as she spoke again, Future found herself holding a delicate necklace. I simply found it appealing. I shall keep it as a talisman, so even if you accompany me, you shall be with me in spirit. Upon seeing the familiar necklace, Mayu instinctively lowered her gaze and reached for her neck, where an emptiness lingered. Observing that Future silently appropriated her weapon, Mayu resignedly returned her coat to the hanger and calmly remarked, Please buy some bread on your way back this evening. After departing, Future headed straight to the doctor's residence. As Hybera had not disclosed her address, she had no choice but to seek the doctor's assistance. Perhaps the communication device belonging to the Junior Detective League would aid in locating them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As he stepped into the garden, he discovered that his vehicle had also vanished. At this moment, he found himself utterly ensnared in a predicament, left to silently ponder the location of their recent encounter. Just when despair began to envelop him, the air was pierced by the wailing of police sirens echoing down the street. Future dashed onto the street, noticing several police cars speeding towards a specific location, followed closely by civilian vehicles. A smile played on Future's lips as he pinpointed Gray's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the wine cellar of the Bayhu Hotel, a figure clad in a black suit held a pistol, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Conan, utilizing a button-type transmitter in the wine racks, engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the individual. Conan revealed the person's identity as Pisco, a member of the organization he had learned about from Jin, and meticulously detailed Pisco's criminal methods from the earlier banquet hall while evading him. Pisco fired a shot, shattering a crate from which a pungent liquid emanated. He did not find Conan there, as it contained the transmitter Conan had placed beforehand. Conan stealthily peeked out from behind a cabinet, observing Pisco's movements. Suddenly, a pair of fair hands appeared before Conan, and a handkerchief was pressed over his mouth and nose, causing him to lose consciousness. Pisco, I believe you're losing your touch if you can't even handle a child like him. Vermouth? Weren't you taken in for questioning by the police? You should be grateful for my foresight in extricating myself from there in advance. Otherwise, enough. I don't need your help to deal with him. Don't think you can talk to me like that just because you're on a winning streak. There's a hierarchy to be respected. Of course. Then, please handle things here neatly. Don't leave any clues. Let these two children meet their demise in an accident. After speaking, Vermouth carried Conan and another companion away. That wretched woman. Pisco cursed, glaring at Vermouth's departing figure, and then angrily stamped his cigarette butt on the ground. The liquid that had spilled from the crate was a 96-proof vodka, known as the water of life. Upon contact with the sparks from the cigarette butt, the wine racks ignited instantly, the various famous wines acting as accelerants, rapidly intensifying the blaze. A footstep approached Vermouth from behind, its sound suggesting a man of considerable weight. A gunshot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing Vermouth's ear. Turning around, she saw that the shooter was Jin. Where's that woman? You've thwarted my plans repeatedly. Did you really think I would be unprepared this time? Vermouth feigned confusion, saying, Jin, are you mad? I don't understand what you're talking about. Wait, let me finish him off. It's because of him that I nearly died before. A woman, also disguised as Chris Vineyard, emerged from behind, flanking Jin. Ha ha ha. Vermouth's voice suddenly deepened into a man's tone, saying, as expected of you, Jin. It seems my previous successes have made me somewhat arrogant. Vermouth grabbed his collar and tossed it upwards. In a transformation akin to a magician's trick, he changed his attire in the brief moment his vision was obscured, and Future, clad in black and masked, stood before them. Without hesitation, Jin fired 2 shots at Future. Vermouth glared resentfully at Jin, who had fired without regard for her safety. At that moment, Future winked at Vermouth and charged towards her. Vermouth quickly understood that he intended to break through from her side and returned a smile. As the Future caught sight of the opponent's response, he advanced with a swift stride, poised to seize the firearm. To his astonishment, Belmont suddenly turned against him, firing a shot directly at his leg. In the fleeting moment before the gun was discharged, a surge of alarm gripped the Future, and his danger sense activated, enabling him to leap aside and evade the bullet. In the midst of the confrontation, Future seized her wrist with a firm grip, lifting it upwards before pivoting to the side, guiding her arm in a fluid motion. With a deft downward push, he propelled her hand forward, executing a technique known as the 4-direction throw, which is classified as a joint lock maneuver. Bellamode's body instinctively twisted to alleviate the discomfort in her elbow and wrist, ultimately resulting in her descent to the ground. The danger sense was triggered once more. Future swung the confiscated handgun towards Jin's face before dashing towards the elevator around the corner, casting a cautionary glance back at Bellamode. Jin shielded his face with one hand, but 2 successive gunshots rang out. In protecting his visage, he lost his line of sight, causing a shot that was intended for Future's chest to strike her leg instead. The delayed reaction was also a consequence of Future's oversight. She had intended to rush forward while Jin's vision was undaunted. The figure pressed on, hobbling into the elevator. Vodka, in hot pursuit, brandished his weapon, poised to follow. Imbecile, desist. The area below teems with law enforcement. Would you court exposure? Jin surveyed the fallen Vermouth, then, disregarding her, plunged into the inferno-engulfed cellar. With a disdainful smirk, Vermouth rose and shadowed Jin into the blaze. Pisco, having just retrieved the spent casing and secreted it in his pocket, turned to find Jin and company bearing down on him with menacing glares. Vermouth, why have you returned? After so long in the organization, and yet you were deceived by such a paltry ruse. Not only did you allow the target to escape, but you also had your photograph taken during the act. I dare say your end is nigh. Wait, I know about she. Pisco's words were cut short by a fatal shot from Jin, who, not content with a single strike, delivered 2 more rounds into Pisco's chest before departing. Was that an act of catharsis? Vermouth inquired from within the vehicle, preening before a mirror. Jin offered no response. save for a murderous glare through the rear view. Jin, this marks your third failure. Shall you conceal it as before? My affairs are my own concern. Refrain from meddling. Jin suspected Vermouth had taken leave of her senses. The previous 2 failures had already imparted a harsh lesson. Today, he had exercised utmost caution. Only for the woman and Pisco to enable the target's escape. As if that weren't enough, she persisted in testing his limits, mocking his failures. Their paths were never aligned. And only the esteemed one stayed his hand. He would bide his time and eliminate her at a later juncture. In the future, he returned to the entrance with his injured leg, only to discover that Belmod was already there waiting for him. In the future, I hurriedly glanced around, seeking to ascertain whether there were any additional ambushes. Do not exert yourself. I have come alone. In the future, a gun was drawn from the depths of a pocket, aimed squarely at Belmod, who remarked, I never anticipated you would dare to seek me out. Do not be so agitated, handsome, came the reply. Consider this, if I refrain from shooting you. Would they not harbor suspicions regarding my loyalty? Upon reflection, it seems reasonable. Given the character of Qingjiao, she would indeed be prone to suspicion. Nevertheless, even so, the glint in her eyes from before undoubtedly suggested a desire for personal vengeance. In the future, as the gun was put away, I inquired, what brings you to me? Is this the place to discuss it? A sudden sense of vigilance arose within me. Does this woman intend to deceive me once more? The last time, she took advantage of my momentary lapse while I opened the door to launch a surprise attack. How is it that a grown man like you fears a seemingly frail woman such as myself? Furthermore, we have crossed paths before. And did I ever have the opportunity to approach you closely? Future remained silent, heightening his vigilance towards her. As Future reached into his pocket for his keys, Vermouth launched her assault, swiftly closing the distance and seizing the opportunity to deliver a kick to Future's chest. With one leg injured and a hand still in his pocket, Future was easily knocked to the ground. Vermouth pressed her advantage, producing a dagger from an unseen location and aiming a stab at Future's chest. Once more, his danger sense manifested, prompting Future to twist aside, the dagger instead piercing his arm. With a swift roll, Future reversed their positions, pinning Vermouth beneath him. He retrieved his keys from his pocket, intending to replicate her attack by plunging them into Vermouth's chest. If she sought to kill him, she must be prepared to face the consequences. In a critical moment, Vermouth intercepted Future's attack with her palm, the keys embedding themselves in her flesh, causing blood to trickle down her hand. Freeing a hand, Vermouth targeted Future's injured leg, providing her with an opening to retaliate. She slid her body downward, using her foot to dislodge Future from atop her. As Future contemplated rising, Belmod's gun was already aimed at him. I find myself puzzled, if you have chosen to betray. Why approach alone? At Jin's level, he is not privy to such intelligence, and your actions have rendered him quite unsteady, making his presence more of a hindrance. Why not attempt to win me over instead? Surely, I am far more useful than Pisco or vodka. You wouldn't have forgotten the reason for my return to Neon, would you? Furthermore, you possess knowledge that is dangerously excessive. Very well, I have no further inquiries. Proceed as you wish. Although Belmod was unaware of Future's underlying motives, she did not anticipate that he would surrender so easily. She advanced towards him, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Yet, she could not have foreseen that he would still muster the strength to retaliate, even in such dire circumstances. After all, not only had he been shot in the leg, but he had also inflicted a wound upon himself in the arm. For an ordinary person, this would likely result in significant weakness, if not death from blood loss. This unexpected resilience was not only surprising to Belmod but also to Future himself. Ultimately, it was all thanks to that vial of physical enhancement potion. In the future, a sweeping kick sent him tumbling to the ground, followed by a swift pounce. From his pocket, he retrieved the necklace of Mayo, using it to tightly constrict the neck of Vermouth. He had already felt the necklace when reaching for the keys, and the earlier inquiries were merely a ruse to draw the opponent closer. Vermouth struggled relentlessly in the embrace of the future, his toes desperately bracing against the ground. The hands of the future seemed to sense the ebbing of life within one another. Her visibly diminishing struggles grow weaker, and her legs give way. In this final moment, compassion overwhelms the future, and she releases the wire from her grasp. When Belmod opens her eyes once more, she finds herself bound as before. Yet the surroundings appear markedly different this time. The opulent decor has vanished, replaced by bare stone walls. To her surprise, the wounds on her hands have been expertly bandaged. In the future, he once again spent money to acquire a medicinal remedy, yet in order to avoid arousing any suspicion from the other party, he carefully bandaged the area where he had previously sustained an injury. Why did he not kill me? Perhaps it was due to a burgeoning desire. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, the syringe was set aside as the dagger that Belmod had previously employed to attempt his assassination was drawn forth. Belmod closed her eyes, and after a moment, she found that the anticipated pain did not manifest. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered that the future had severed her bonds with the dagger. Was this merely a consequence of desire? Perhaps so. Let it be regarded as my final gesture of goodwill. Should you remain unwilling to cooperate, I shall show no mercy when we next meet. How intriguing. You are likely to be disappointed. Just as Bellamode managed to rise to her feet, she felt a sudden jolt at her neck, and once again, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. The future is not about reneging on promises, but rather a reflection of uncertainty regarding the other party's stance, coupled with the necessity of keeping the location of one's sanctuary undisclosed. After sending Belmont away, the future finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt as though he had erred this time. In the anime, Conan and Hybra had managed to escape unscathed. His concern for their safety had driven him to rush over, only for events to unfold quite differently. Not only did they nearly fail to escape, but he also teetered on the brink of death himself. This exemplifies the adage, worry breeds chaos. Perhaps it would have been better had he not intervened. Moreover, he had incurred additional expenses, but fortunately, he sensed danger in time and had the system transport the two of them away, thus preserving their identities. The following day, Hybra sought out the future, and remarkably, Conan accompanied her. Due to the incident involving Yukiko, he had not visited his home in quite some time. After ushering them into the study, the future instructed Mayo to refrain from interrupting their conversation. Upon locking the door, Conan was the first to speak. The person who knocked me out yesterday was you? Oh, how did you deduce that? Elementary, my dear. The only scent I could detect on you was that of cosmetics. There was no trace of perfume, which struck me as rather peculiar. I see. But how did you ascertain it was I? The doctor mentioned he overheard from the glasses left behind that there was a confrontation involving Jin and others yesterday, during which several shots were fired. However, I inquired with Officer Magyar, who stated that aside from the deceased Pisco, there were no other casualties. Only a pool of blood unrecorded by the system. If I recall correctly, you are not a citizen of Neon, are you? Noticing the future remained silent, Conan pressed on. I wish to know what transpired afterwards. That is the purpose of my visit. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. Why not? Are we not in a cooperative relationship? My collaboration is with your parents, not with you, Shinichi Kudo. Do you have any notion of how perilous last night was? I nearly lost my life. Do you truly believe your life holds greater value than mine? The prowess of the future is indisputable. Even he nearly met his demise, which speaks volumes about the opponent's caliber. Yet, Conan, ever the tenacious spirit, retorted, if you hadn't rendered me unconscious then. Don't be naive. Do you truly believe that only Jin and his two accomplices were present yesterday? There was another individual, one you interacted with without recognizing. Kudo Shinichi. Do you genuinely comprehend the nature of the adversaries you face? They will not indulge you in any detective games. Furthermore, since you are aware of the necessity to conceal your identity from Rand to protect her, why then did you bring Hybra along? Do you think they wouldn't recognize you? Conan fell silent, having witnessed the ruthlessness of the organization firsthand. In retrospect, yesterday's actions indeed seemed somewhat reckless. It was I who insisted on Kudo taking me along. Upon hearing this, the future cast a teasing glance at Hybra, indicating that Conan's rescue had indeed stirred something within the young girl. Enough, Conan conceded. I acknowledge my oversight. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside, leaving behind a parting declaration. I will uncover the truth with my own strength, next time. I shall ensure that those close to me do not encounter peril again. Hybra prepared to follow suit, but was halted by the future's grip. Tell him that when he is no longer so naive, I will consider him as a potential ally. Additionally, a word of caution. Do not draw too close, for it may lead to harm. Hybra, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Do you mean not to draw too close to the organization? I am well aware of their terrifying nature. If not for the critical data on the drugs, it would have been reduced to ashes. Understood. I shall exercise caution, Hybra remarked before departing. Caution? Can one truly be cautious in matters of the heart? The future shook her head, surmising that Hybra may have misconstrued her meaning. Later that evening, outside the residence, two figures wielding binoculars scrutinized the second floor. Aniki, why are we here? Inquired Vodka, standing beside his companion. I sensed something amiss long ago. That individual possesses profound knowledge of the organization's affairs, suggesting a possible leak. Just yesterday, that woman, Vermouth, not only refrained from eliminating him, but secretly came here after parting ways with us. I believe she is intricately involved in this breach. But brother, if you had already discerned this yesterday, why not expose them then? Vodka questioned. You need to use your brain. When will you be capable of handling matters independently? Vodka fell into silence, struggling to fathom Jin's thoughts. Alas, Jin sighed, realizing he should not place too much hope in his comrade. Noting Vodka's inability to grasp the situation, he elaborated, that man's combat skills, marksmanship, and counter-surveillance abilities are exceptional. If he is indeed among them, do we have the certainty of a decisive strike? Moreover, that woman is cunning. Even if we were to follow her, it would only reveal our presence. The rationale behind choosing this moment is to ensure an element of surprise while they are separated, thereby enhancing our odds of success. Vodka slapped his forehead, enlightenment dawning. I understand now, Brother, but my investigation indicates that this individual is merely a singer. It could be a trivial relationship. Impossible. That woman operates within the United States. How could he possibly have connections in Japan? Furthermore, he resides next to that detective, which raises significant concerns. Remember this. It is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. Brother, I fear we may have misidentified our target. Observe that man's legs. Vodka said, passing the binoculars to Jin. At that moment, the future noticed a reflection outside the window and drew the curtains aside. Discovered? Jin mused, uncertain, as the individual did not appear overly alarmed, and their legs seemed uninjured. Let us retreat. They may indeed have been correct. However, do not let your guard down. We must monitor the woman's reactions. If she becomes vigilant or confronts us, it would indicate that this man poses a genuine threat. At that point, we would have just cause to eliminate both her and him. For some reason, Jin felt an unsettling notion that something was amiss. As if he overlooked a crucial detail. After an extended period, the future's silhouette reappeared behind the curtains. It seems we have caught someone's attention. Mayumi, come here. This time, there is indeed work to be done. After receiving instructions from Mayo, the following day, he purchased surveillance equipment from a store and crafted some listening devices, strategically placing them around the house. Mayo, could you hurry up? Honestly, why have I become your free laborer? He complained while gazing at the yellow beetle before him. It turned out that afternoon, Dr. Agasa was taking several members of the Junior Detective League on a picnic, and due to limited seating, he invited Mayo along. Oh. Stop complaining. Just consider it an opportunity for the children to savor your culinary skills, Dr. Agasa remarked, gesturing towards Mayo as she came to bid farewell to Mayo. No. I can't go. Some friends may visit in the next few days, so I'll stay home to keep watch. At the mention of friends, both Conan and Hibara instinctively glanced at Mayo, while the doctor naively believed that Mayo was genuinely referring to some companions. In the future, the gaze exchange between the two was unmistakable. Indeed, they were referring to those friends. As before, Hibara proactively opened the car door and climbed into the passenger seat, while the others joined the doctor in another vehicle, setting off towards the outskirts. Hibara remained deeply concerned about the organization, harboring an inexplicable fear of it. Thus, once in the car, she directly inquired, "What you just mentioned, could it be someone from the organization?" This was uncertain. The other party had merely observed through binoculars or a scope. Noticing Hibara's tightly clenched fists, the future discerned her underlying anxiety. At the memorial service, aside from Pisco, no one had witnessed their diminutive forms, and Pisco had been dealt with by their own kind. I suspect they must have followed Belmore mid-sentence. The future realized he had spoken out of turn and hastily fell silent. Belmore? Have you met her? Upon hearing that name, Hibara immediately tensed. Sort of, she replied. With a grave expression, she warned the future, "Why didn't you tell me about this? Do you have some sort of deal with her? You would do well not to entertain notions of collaborating with her or extracting information. She is not one to obey easily. It's too late. She had already discovered my identity before coming to Neon. A year ago, while executing a mission in Berry Country, I informed the FBI of her whereabouts. And the one pursuing her was none other than the defector from the organization, or Liquid. Is it him? No wonder you were so well informed about the organization. So, are you implying that after she returned to Neon, you had contact with her, and that is why the organization is now seeking you? I am still uncertain if the ones I encountered were from the organization, but I did interact with her on 2 occasions. She came seeking revenge against me. The first time, she agreed to collaborate. I released her, but upon returning from the cup holder inn, she came back, believing I had been injured. And we clashed once more. As they conversed, the doctor's vehicle came to a halt, and he decided to make a stop there. Conan was pulled away by a few children eager for adventure, and the doctor was also led away by the future to set up a tent. The future and Hibara excused themselves to gather firewood, departing from their original spot. After walking a short distance into the depths of the forest, Hibara resumed the earlier conversation with the future. You released her again? In the face of Fataba's silence, Hibara could hardly believe her ears. Are you truly all right? She has deceived you once already, and yet you still place your trust in her? The incredulity in Hibara's gaze was palpable, as she struggled to comprehend why Fataba did not seize the opportunity to eliminate that woman. Oh, I see. You have an affinity for older women, do you? Hibara's frustration rendered her words sharp and biting. Despite her peculiar temperament, she was capable of reciprocating kindness if treated well. A year prior, Kudo and Ran had also been present, and they had saved her life. This was the reason she kept the secret of your transformation from the organization. Otherwise, they would have launched an attack against us long ago. Wait, so Kudo and the others are connected to her as well? And you say she is already aware of our identities? The future shattered Hibara's perception. She found it difficult to believe that members of the organization could actually protect others. I am uncertain of her subsequent actions, but I advise you to refrain from testing her if you encounter her. Merely pretend to be oblivious. It seems that her concealment of your identity is largely due to Kudo's influence. After that, Hibara fell silent, her mind still processing the information conveyed by the future. The day was nearly over, and it was time to return. With that, The future gathered the firewood she had collected and headed back in the direction from whence she came. Upon their return to the camp, the doctor regarded them with disdain. I ask you too, does it take this long to gather firewood? Surely, Fataki, you are not the one slacking off, leaving me, an old man, to do all the work. My apologies, doctor. I was engaged in a discussion with AI, which delayed me. However, did Conan and the others not assist you? Humph, those little rascals disappeared who knows where. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here toiling alone. Hearing the doctor's words, the future sensed something amiss. After conversing with Hybra for so long, Conan and the others should have returned by now. It was likely that the boy's passive nature had triggered some incident again. Let us search for them. Something may have gone awry. The future took up a flashlight and followed the trail left by the others. In the future, following the traces of several individuals, I arrived at a cave entrance, marked by a stone tablet that explicitly forbade entry. Without a doubt, these meddlesome youngsters had ventured inside, compelling me to follow their path into the cavern. Is this a cigarette butt? Indeed, the accuracy of this young man's instincts is astonishing. He is either encountering mysteries or inadvertently uncovering them. It seems imperative to hasten my pace. As they ventured forward, they stumbled upon a reflective object upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Conan's glasses. Come over here and take a look. There are traces of blood on this stone, Hybra remarked, gently touching the bloodstains. She continued, the blood has yet to fully coagulate, indicating that they are indeed in peril. Let us examine this first. If that is the case, these glasses may serve as a crucial message they left behind. In the future, I pressed a few times on the glasses, and a miniature navigation map appeared on the lenses, with several glowing points flickering upon it. 110? Dr. Hybra, you two should search for local residents and ascertain if there are any alternative exits. They must be pursued by someone at this moment. With that lad's intellect, he will undoubtedly escape through another exit. I will follow along to see if I can catch up. Hybra nodded, acknowledging that, after all, she and the doctor, as the elderly and weak group, could offer little assistance. The future hastened its pace, gradually uncovering the badges of the young detective corps along with a swarm of bats. The emergence of the bats indicated the presence of someone nearby their roost. It seemed likely that it was Conan and his companions. Thus, following the direction from which the bats had flown, they should be able to locate them. As they continued onward, 5 paths materialized before the future, with a stone pillar, as wide as a bowl, standing at the entrance of one of the caves, atop which rested a stone egg. Upon closer inspection, one could discern inscriptions upon the pillar. These were likely clues to the riddle concerning the exit. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to unravel the mystery. Just as the future felt utterly at a loss and braced to confront the puzzle, yet another swarm of bats emerged from one of the openings. The future has slowed its pace. The closer one draws to them, the more cautious one must be. Just moments ago, when the future discovered bloodstains at the cave's entrance, there lingered the scent of gunpowder in the air, indicating that the adversary likely still possessed firearms. Gradually, the future beheld the glimmer of light streaming from the exit, as several figures were elongated by the illumination at the cave's mouth. Upon realizing that the individuals before her were not members of the feared organization, the future felt a sense of relief wash over her. The gazes of the 3 adversaries were fixated on a group of children, providing her with the opportune moment to swiftly incapacitate one with a precise chop of her hand. The nearest assailant, alerted by the commotion, turned to launch an attack, only to be seized by his hair. With a swift knee strike, she effortlessly brought down the second foe. To her astonishment, the encounter was unfolding remarkably smoothly. It appeared that they were merely common thugs, unable to even draw their weapons in time. Just as she prepared to confront the last remaining adversary, he suddenly seized the injured Conan. Don't move. Otherwise, I will end this little brat's life. You little rascal, it's all up to you now. In the future, a sudden sound startled the assailant, who aimed his gun at the protagonist and fired twice. The adversary's marksmanship was mediocre, and with the advantage of a passive ability known as danger perception, the protagonist deftly evaded the bullets. The gun that was once directed at him was now aimed at the future, providing Conan the opportunity to act, as he incapacitated the captor with a tranquilizer gun. Just as the situation was resolved, Meguer and his team hurried in from the exit. Notably, Takagi and Sato had executed a tactical maneuver, having circled back from the entrance. Regrettably, they arrived a bit too late. Several assailants had already been subdued. It was later revealed by a few captured individuals that Jinta had inadvertently disrupted their scheme. They were, in fact, robbers involved in a recent bank heist, originally accompanied by 4 accomplices. However, one of them had been recognized, prompting the remaining 3 to seek a secluded location to eliminate the witness. With this matter concluded, Conan was safely transported to the hospital. The protagonist's fortune had once again favored him. He sustained only a graze from a bullet and, despite some loss of blood, was not in serious danger after Rand donated blood to him. After approximately 10 days, the protagonist brought some food to relieve Rand from her vigil, allowing her to return. During this time, the Mori family and the protagonist had been taking turns watching over Conan. Observing the protagonist's continued support and companionship, Conan's previous hostility began to wane. In the future, An apple was peeled and placed upon the table, with the skin discarded into the trash bin, just as Conan reached out to grasp the apple. The future self lifted it and placed it in his mouth, remarking, "If you wish to eat, peel it yourself. Is this truly the manner in which you attend to your patients? You little rascal, I warned you against mingling too closely with the youngsters, and now misfortune befalls you. Do you think I take pleasure in this? If it were not for my current predicament." In the future, a peeled apple was tossed to Conan, who then turned to the matter at hand. Your true identity is bound to be revealed. Even Ran, without consulting a doctor, concluded that her blood type is the same as yours. What should we do next? Conan gazed at the apple in his hand, letting out a sigh without taking a bite. Of course, I am aware, but what can I do? The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a dark-skinned man accompanied by a young woman. Isn't that you, Brother Future? I had asked Kudo in the meantime. The man quickly altered his statement upon noticing the unusual glance from the woman beside him. I had requested Conan's autograph several times, but we hadn't really conversed, so it felt inappropriate to visit unannounced. Yet, here I am, finally encountering you. Hey, weren't you supposed to be here for me? Conan remarked with evident dissatisfaction. In the future, perspiration dripped from his brow, revealing the unwavering determination of the young man before him. Following a recent slip of the tongue, the man decided to ask his companion to wait outside, claiming that certain masculine topics were unsuitable for her ears. After acquiring a signature from the esteemed future, the fan engaged the two in conversation. Kudo, you truly have a remarkable fate this time. If it weren't for Big Brother Future and Shaolin, you would be in quite a predicament. Conan merely snorted disdainfully, remaining silent. Big Brother Future, I heard from Kudo that you are still involved in this line of work, he said, mimicking the gesture of a gun with his fingers. Yet, I fail to comprehend why, if you wish to conceal your identity, you would choose such a conspicuous profession as a disguise. In the future, with a look of astonishment, turned to Conan and asked, did you disclose my matters to him? Conan, with an air of indifference, replied, I informed Hattori, but so what? He is not a criminal. Why are you so apprehensive about him? Indeed, future brother. I even question why you persistently avoid me. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. As long as you refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities in Neon, I guarantee that not even a word will escape about you from my mouth, not even to your own parents. Your identity is yours alone, and our relationship stands apart. There is nothing to worry about. The future shook his head, pondering the complexities of international relations, which are seldom as straightforward as they seem. However, witnessing the enthusiasm of the others, he refrained from dousing their spirits and redirected the conversation back to Conan. Let us not dwell on that for now. Your identity is on the verge of being unveiled. What do you intend to do? Indeed, it was only after receiving a call from Dr. Agasa that I came to investigate this matter. Since Ran has not explicitly revealed the truth, she is evidently awaiting your confession. Hattori, too, turned his gaze towards Conan, anticipating a response from the individual at the center of it all. You all inquire of me, yet how should I know what to do? Perhaps it is time to be honest with her, which is utterly vexing. If only I could split myself in two. Conan turned his body away from the two, refusing to accept this reality. You've seen my disguise. How about I impersonate you to handle this situation? Future teased with a playful grin. Get lost. Do you wish to impose on Ran as well? Conan retorted. Do not be so harsh. Future is merely concerned for you. This is a crucial moment. Hattori, oblivious to the underlying tensions, defended Future. You do not understand. He is a rogue. He has yet to voice his pursuit of Yukiko, Conan thought, remaining silent. Hattori observed the two, perplexed, yet Future's words sparked an epiphany within him, leading to a silent resolution. As midnight approached, with the surroundings deserted, a shadow stealthily entered the scene, Hybera, brandishing a magical gun. Remaining true to the original narrative, she threatened Conan, warning him not to divulge anything to Ran, lest she be ensnared in the chaos. Well, while I was away for a moment, it seems someone else has come to see you. You certainly have a way with people. What are you doing here? Hybera glared at Future, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Had he overheard her earlier, somewhat melodramatic words? Noticing her discomfort, Future discerned her thoughts. Yes, I heard everything, but I cannot endorse your sentiments. Suggesting that you conceal the truth from Rand to protect her is merely your assumption. In line with the organization's modus operandi, even if Rand remains oblivious, it does not guarantee her safety. I am not advocating for you to reveal the truth. I am merely imparting a crucial insight. Once entangled with that organization, unless you can dismantle them entirely, they will not heed your actions. Conan maintained a stoic expression, replying, allow me to contemplate this further. Hybera, too, lowered her head in contemplation, recognizing the validity of Future's assertions. If the organization wished to eliminate you, they would not concern themselves with your awareness or innocence. There is no need for such distress. This advice is also directed at you. They operate without regard for any particular reason, including your fears. Naturally, these notions have influenced you. Transformation is not instantaneous. Take your time. In the future, bending down as if to caress a child, he gently ruffled Helen's hair and said, it's getting late. You should not return home at this hour. I cannot speak for the customs and ways of Mikahara City, So why not rest in the bed beside him? Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you back. 3 days later, disguised with a mask and hat to conceal his identity, he appeared at the school festival of Todai High School. He recalled that during this festival, a new figure named Shiming had made an entrance, and he was eager to uncover the truth about this person. In the realm of future impressions, it seems that after a certain incident, his family was swapped out, and subsequently, he was replaced by either Belmod or Shuichi Akai. This time, the future version had informed Ran and the others in advance that he would be disguising himself to avoid recognition by this group of students and others. Thus, upon seeing his attire, no one expressed any astonishment. Only Mori, with his usual bluntness, inquired, is there a recent flu trend? This little rascal has caught a cold just like you, gesturing towards Conan who stood nearby. In the future, one could easily discern something amiss. This figure could hardly be called a portrayal of Conan. The individual before me had merely altered his hairstyle, donned glasses and a mask, and emanated a scent, whether from cosmetics or perfume, that betrayed the fact he was not Conan. This physique, it seemed, could only belong to him. Perhaps this Conan was merely an impersonation by Hybra, since the original could not be present. It was certain that the one sharing the stage with Ran would undoubtedly be him. Soon, Ran's performance commenced. She portrayed a princess in distress, captured by a band of rogues while attempting to flee. Suddenly, several black feathers floated down from the sky, heralding the descent of a masked knight clad in dark attire, who swooped down and cradled Ran in his arms. The appearance of the protagonist sent the rogues fleeing, ceding the stage to Ran and Shinichi. Ran recited her lines as rehearsed, yet her counterpart appeared entirely dismissive of the scene, interrupting her dialogue and leaning in for a kiss. This prompted an uproar from Kagoro, who shouted from the audience. However, Shinichi had grown accustomed to such interruptions and ignored Kagoro's outcries, launching in advance toward the alluring heights of Ran. Just as their lips were about to meet, a woman's shrill scream shattered the moment's romance. Shinichi instinctively shielded Ran behind him, his gaze shifting toward the source of the commotion. Not only Shinichi, but the surrounding audience also reacted in unison, turning their attention to the screaming woman. To their horror, they discovered a male corpse sprawled across the aisle. Before long, Officer Magyar arrived, conducting inquiries among the onlookers, seeking information about the events leading up to the incident. Sir, would you kindly remove your mask and hat? Magyar instructed, pointing at the future. In the future, Mirai winked, subtly hinting at his own identity. Wait a moment, this attire, reminiscent of that worn alongside Muri, could it be that you were indeed the younger brother of Mirai? In a moment of urgency, Mirai hastily covered Muro's mouth and whispered, Indeed, with so many students present, if my identity were to be revealed, it would incite chaos and impede the progress of the investigation. Muro pulled Mirai aside and quietly advised, I suggest you keep your distance from Muri. He has a way of transmitting misfortune. Unbeknownst to them, Muri overheard this and retorted, What nonsense is this? The case is beckoning me, you know. Muro further urged Muri to visit a temple to pray, lest he inadvertently share his ill fortune with those around him. Yet, only Mirai recognized that the true source of all this calamity was Kudo Shinichi's grim fate. The deceased succumbed to potassium cyanide, did they not? Their lips and nails not only lacked the characteristic cyanosis, but instead exhibited an abnormal pink hue, indicative of cyanide poisoning. And who might you be? Moro inquired, noticing the peculiar attire of the speaker, who seemed to be an individual donned in either a hat or a mask. The individual removed their hat, revealing a familiar visage, none other than the Kudo Shinichi who was expected to be on stage. Mirai scrutinized the so-called Kudo Shinichi, noting the heavy makeup and the distinctly Kansai accent, deeming the disguise rather inept. As anticipated, the moment the imposter revealed their identity, Kawaii exposed the ruse. Following the commotion, the group began to delve into the investigation collectively. First, it was Hongo Mai, who had procured drinks for everyone. After placing the beverages at her seat, she claimed she needed to use the restroom. Then, Yoda Matani and Yamemi Noda sequentially passed the drinks to the deceased, Yurata Kohei. So, it appears you three had the opportunity to poison him? Hattori speculated, typically brimming with confidence, perhaps influenced by his upbringing. In that case, I too had a chance. Chimed in a girl who had been selling drinks, introducing herself as Ayako Kurikawa. The director of the hospital where they were treated is my father, and Mr. Yurata was once my fiancé. Thus, according to Conan's usual narrative, it seemed they were left with 4 potential culprits. Even without knowledge of the true murderer, Mirai discerned that this was a case of familiar betrayal. So, Mirai and I, have you figured out who it is this time? Hattori quietly approached Mirai and inquired. The future shook his head and remarked, It remains uncertain who exactly it is, but it should be one among those 4. Haha. The elder brother of the future thinks, just like I do. As soon as Hattori finished speaking, Mai heard the future's words and countered, What do you mean by that? My drink is the same as Yurata's. If I were to poison my coffee, why wouldn't I personally deliver it to him to prevent accidental consumption? Her words caught the future's attention. A similar drink? It could very well be her. After years of investigative experience, Magyar raised a question. However, you could easily poison both cups and simply refrain from drinking your own. Mori chimed in. You could also take the opportunity while going to the restroom to dispose of the drink. Mai defended herself once more. I finished my drink. And I placed the new ingredient in the restroom first. I haven't left since. The other two joined in to defend themselves as well. Mitani said, I merely handed the drink to Yurata. There was no opportunity for us to poison it during that time. Noda added, moreover, if we had poisoned it, wouldn't Yurata have collapsed immediately? Potassium cyanide is a fast-acting poison. Having watched so many episodes of Conan, the future had gained some understanding of criminal methods and spoke up to clarify everyone's doubts. If a capsule or ice cube were used as a means of delivery, it could achieve a delayed effect. You all work in a hospital, so obtaining capsules shouldn't be difficult, right? As for ice cubes, Miss Siko has them readily available, and it wouldn't raise any suspicion, would it? Although the future did not reveal the identity of the perpetrator, this conjecture has elucidated the methods employed by the criminal, dispelling the notion that these four individuals could not possibly be guilty. I have discerned who the culprit is, Officer Myum. The Black Knight on stage descended and, before the assembled audience, removed his mask. As anticipated, this individual was none other than Shinichi Kudo. Miss Ayako, who was selling beverages, could only poison one cup. If she were to pass on the drinks afterward, she would not be able to intervene directly, making it unlikely for the deceased to have consumed the toxic cup. Should she poison both cups, it would result in an additional victim in this incident. Furthermore, I noticed that the coffee in the victim's cup was replaced with cola. If she were indeed the one who administered the poison, we would have immediately suspected her, thereby eliminating her as the perpetrator. Mr. Mitani and Miss Noda were situated closely to Mr. Putian, remaining seated without movement. If they intended to poison someone, the opportunity would only arise during the exchange of drinks. However, should they attempt to poison in this manner, either Mr. Mitani or Miss Noda would likely attract the attention of those nearby. Thus, the only person who truly had the chance to administer the poison and handle the implements was Miss Mai. Mai, visibly taken aback, calmly retorted, then, dear detective, what exactly is my method of committing the crime? If you accuse me, you must provide evidence. The method of the crime is quite simple, akin to. Shinichi faltered during his introduction, as it was awkward for him to directly address Futai as brother due to Yukiko's presence. Yet, he could not afford to sound too distant, for that would draw attention to the uncomfortable situation. Ahem, as Senior Futai mentioned, one could conceal the poison within ice cubes and subsequently seal the mouth with smaller ice cubes. The use of capsules is implausible. If the deceased drank quickly, they would immediately sense something amiss. Additionally, I discovered a wallet used to conceal the specially prepared ice cubes in the restroom's trash bin. By adding some dry ice inside, one could effectively preserve those ice cubes. With that, Shinichi handed the wallet to the forensic officer. As for the evidence, it lies within your cloak. It was raining outside. Yet you entered without a hat, which raises my suspicion. Moreover, when the stage play commenced in darkness, you were still able to distinguish your drink from coffee, which lacked cream and sugar. At that moment, I realized you had already tampered with the beverage beforehand. Listening to Shinichi's deductions, Mai ceased her defenses and, like other criminals, divulged her motive. It turns out that Mr. Putian was about to publish an academic paper. However, a patient at their hospital had deteriorated and ultimately succumbed due to the inaccuracies in his claims. Yet, Mr. Putian, as a physician, disregarded this and insisted on publishing his work, prompting Mai to take action against him. As the police escorted Mai away, passing by Shinichi, he remarked, Miss Mai, I admire your ability to regard patients as family and friends. However, your act of murdering Mr. Putian has violated the Hippocratic oath you took as a medical student. This statement caused Hibara, who had also taken the oath, to glance at Shinichi, pondering her own feelings. Mai neither refuted nor apologized. She merely inclined her head slightly in a bow toward Shinichi. In the future, looking at the dance attire, she shook her head, finding herself in rare agreement with Shinichi's perspective. This alignment did not stem from her endorsement of his views, but rather from the realization that, although a malevolent doctor had been removed from the equation, they had also lost a benevolent physician who genuinely cared for their well-being. After resolving the case, Shinichi advised Muro not to officially document his involvement, leaving Muro puzzled, for had not Shinichi always relished the spotlight? Just as Muro departed, Shinichi exhibited signs of distress. He pressed one hand against his chest, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, and in the next moment, he collapsed onto the floor. The crowd hastily transported Shinichi to the infirmary, where Dr. Shinshutsu examined him and confirmed he was not in serious condition. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's focus was on Shinichi, Mirai discreetly followed Dr. Shinshutsu outside. Sir, Shinichi's health is stable now. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? In the future, after circling around the new doctor, the evaluation was made. This disguise technique is indeed remarkable. Not a trace can be discerned. Are you Belmod or Akai Shuichi? I apologize, sir, but I do not comprehend your meaning. Before the new doctor could finish his words, Future's fist was already before his eyes, and in the next moment, the new doctor fell to the ground. This fellow certainly put on a convincing act. After all, people instinctively react, especially those who have trained in combat. This individual, surprisingly, sat down in fear just like an ordinary person. Regardless of who this individual might be, he possesses quite a skill set. paying attention to such intricate details. Without further ado, the individual swiftly removed the newly donned white coat, revealing a high-necked garment beneath. Subsequently, they rolled the sleeves up to the elbow, scrutinizing the hue of the other person's hands and arms, which, to their surprise, exhibited no irregularities. Sir, if you continue in this manner, I shall be compelled to summon the authorities. The future disregarded the other's intentions entirely, twisting one arm while pressing down on the other's head, meticulously examining the area behind the ear. Logically, this was the most easily overlooked spot. Yet, no signs of disguise were detected. The future, skeptical, rubbed the other's face forcefully, finally convinced that the individual before him was indeed the newly emerged physician. What followed was a moment of awkwardness. This marked the second time the future had mistaken someone's identity. It appeared that, during this period, the person was genuinely the new doctor. He hastily offered his apologies to the new physician, but the latter quickly sprang to his feet, evading the future while shouting, "You're insane. Stay away from me." In the future, as I watched the other party flee in embarrassment, I scratched my head awkwardly. That's it. I've made quite a fool of myself. They have mistaken me for a pervert. Before I am replaced, I shall have to endure their peculiar gazes. After the incident, in the new establishment, Hybra was chastising Shinichi for his recklessness. Originally, I merely intended for you to meet her on stage, yet you made such a spectacle in front of so many people. Even Future is aware of the need to conceal their identity with a mask and hat. It seems that this great detective has yet to comprehend his predicament. I apologize. I couldn't help myself upon seeing the case unfold. You ought to extend your gratitude to Future and that fellow from Osaka. After you collapsed, they were the ones who brought attention to the situation by calling for help. I cannot say how long this matter can be kept under wraps, but until then, I shall assume your identity and remain by that girl's side. Hybra, why do you go to such lengths for me? Having created the antidote, surely you must have the urge to consume it and revert to your original state? Alas, someone has fallen in love. An unwelcome voice floated down from the second-floor staircase. The future approached the two of them at a leisurely pace. Hybra's face turned pale as she fiercely kicked at the future's shin, only to be met with the latter's swift hand, which pressed against her head. Why on earth are you here in my home? Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes and inquired. Is it difficult to enter your house? If you find this surprising, brace yourself for more astonishment to come, the future replied. Shinichi, perplexed, wondered if this meant the future would be visiting again. If the future could discern his thoughts, it would certainly inform him that it was not he who would be returning, but rather a Kai and Zero. I am here to warn you. Do not think you can revert back to being Kudo Shinichi. That medication has a time limit, and excessive consumption may lead to your body developing a resistance. Shinichi fell silent, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he pondered his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Hybra ceased her commotion and returned home in the realm of emotions. Future does not shy away from the feelings between Hybra and Conan. He is acutely aware that emotions at their tender age are profoundly precious, and loving someone often breeds insecurity. This is why they dare not voice the sentiments that dwell within their hearts. Kudo experiences this, as does Hattori. Both Rand and Hybra share this sentiment as well. Yet, what Future truly admires are those like Keiho and Sonoko, who boldly express their feelings without reservation. However, in this moment, Future is indeed mistaken. Hybra's feelings for the other are merely rooted in admiration and a shared sense of empathy, not yet reaching the depths of desperation that may come later. He follows wherever the case leads, fearful that he might stir up trouble, which could potentially expose not only him but also me, and even you. Do you not harbor any concerns about this? Though he has long been oblivious to the wild conjectures swirling in his mind, strangely, Hybra does not find herself generating any thoughts of rebuttal. In the future, Hybra accompanied Kudo to the rendezvous point. Inside the restroom, Kudo pressed a hand to his chest while splashing cold water on his face. Have you solved another case? It seems that no matter what I say, it proves futile. Perhaps you should try to persuade him in your own way, Shiho? How did you end up here? Do you think I wanted to come? If it weren't for your protection? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need your protection. I can manage on my own. Before Shinichi could finish his sentence, the effects of the drug coursed through his body once more, causing him excruciating pain. This time, it's not solely about safeguarding your identity from exposure. I also wanted to see what the place where Yukiko had her date was like, so I can cater to her preferences in the future. Hybra removed her glasses and handed them to Shinichi, then glanced at her watch. It had already been over 24 hours. After completing all of this, Futari and Hybra descended the stairs. Did you call Mori over while wearing Conan's outfit, just to ensure a seamless connection between him and Conan's identities? Futari inquired. Hybra did not deny it, simply responding, yes. In the future, I recalled the words spoken by Hybra in the restroom, inquiring, you will tell me that he came today not because he believed my words, but because you have already tested that antidote yourself. Thus, you were well aware that he would revert to his original form as Conan today, correct? This time, Hybra did not respond directly. It was originally my fault that he became this way, even if it is a matter of tit for tat. The future shook his head. Is this truly youth? To dedicate oneself for another, even at the cost of one's own life, is a sacrifice willingly made. He uttered no further words. For when it comes to the emotions of others, he had no reason to intervene. On one hand stood the empathetic Yamato Nadeshiko, and on the other, the little mermaid who willingly dissolved into nothingness. Even if given the choice, he would find himself in a predicament. Thus, as a man, it is better to avoid entanglements of the heart, lest he find himself in a hellish scenario, with his head on the chopping block. The sudden words from the future left Haiwen somewhat bewildered. However, reflecting on the earlier conversation, she could discern that the other party was hinting at her. With a playful tone, she remarked, "If I were to fall in love with someone, it would never come to that day. I would rather meet my demise than endure such a fate." This statement, paradoxically, rendered the future silent and caused him to retract his frivolous demeanor. In truth, the trajectory of their narrative was already foreshadowed in the anime. Had this world lacked her presence, it was highly probable that Haiwen's ending would culminate in a heart-wrenching tragedy. Neither of them spoke further, and the gentle breeze that slipped through the car window would ultimately transform into an album, encapsulating their youthful memories for the world to peruse. In the early morning, when Mayan passed by Future's room, she overheard him engaged in a phone conversation, speaking in soft tones. After hanging up, he sighed repeatedly, his voice laced with sorrow. Curiosity propelled her to push open Future's door, only to find him scratching his head incessantly, seemingly troubled. "What is the matter? Did you have another call with some girl? You sounded rather cheerful just now. What happened to leave you in such a state?" In the future, she sighed, "Oh, don't mention it. The matters on Yoko's side have been resolved, and Yuko is on her way back upon receiving the news. We can commence the official announcement within a week at most." Mayu, wearing a puzzled expression, questioned, "Isn't this a good thing? Why do you look so troubled?" "Forget it. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Has anyone been around the house in recent weeks? You seem quite exhausted. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw." Mayu shook her head, indicating that since the equipment was installed, she had not detected any trace of the black-clad individuals that Future had mentioned. She did not think Future was jesting with her, for she had indeed seen them the first time Bell Mode was captured. After dismissing Mayu, Future finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their return was indeed good news. But there was a pressing issue: the lack of funds. The bullet fired by Jin had drained her finances, and now, with their return, Future felt utterly perplexed. If only the system's tasks could yield some monetary gain, then following Conan would accumulate wealth little by little. "I am back again. It seems the host is in dire need of funds. There is a plot involving the Twilight Bistro, which the host might want to explore." Twilight Bistro? Goodness. What a place. That is a bona fide treasure trove. With such resources, who needs to be a mere president? No tasks? Are you truly this benevolent? A commission of 1% will be collected upon completion. 1%? How exorbitant. The Twilight Bistro must be worth trillions. Collecting $1 billion just in commissions is quite ruthless. In the face of uncertainty, Mirai hesitated to respond immediately, for he needed to weigh the pros and cons. The situation he faced was fraught with a multitude of detectives, particularly the enigmatic White Horse detective, whose background was profoundly intricate. If entangled with him, it could prove troublesome. After much contemplation, Mirai resolved to venture forth. After all, he was in dire straits. His daily expenses were barely sustained by the proceeds from previously sold single CDs. And to suddenly produce the penalty for breaching the contract with Yoko Ono would be exceedingly burdensome. Having made his decision, Mirai prepared some gifts and set off on foot towards the Muri residence. This episode left a lasting impression on him, as every vehicle he had driven in the past had suffered damage, including even the car rented by Muri. Mirai was currently living frugally, a situation he found intolerable. Upon arriving and knocking on the door, Mirai casually broached the subject. "I heard that Mr. Muri received an invitation to investigate the case of Kaido Kid. I wonder if it is true. I would like to join and learn from your deductive skills." Muri gazed at Mirai in disbelief. "Indeed, that is the case. But I noticed you have recently lost interest in detective work. Why the sudden desire to accompany me now? Is it possible you heard about the 2 million yen reward and wish to claim a share?" The future had not yet been contemplated, and Xiaolan came to the rescue. "Father, have you ever considered what Future Brother does? Does he truly need your meager funds?" Mauri pondered, realizing that despite his apparent lack of ambition, this fellow was indeed quite prosperous in the entertainment industry. At that moment, Future presented a gift to Mauri, saying, "This is beer I brought from the Celestial Empire. I implore you, Mr. Mauri, to take me to broaden my horizons." Gazing at the Yinjing beer in his hands, Mori's desire for alcohol surged. Moreover, with Future's assurance of indifference towards his 2 million, Mauri gladly acquiesced to Future's request. Meanwhile, Conan seized the opportunity to discreetly inquire of Future, "Are you buttering him up for the sake of protecting me? Or have you received intelligence from the organization?" "Misjudged." Future replied, "I heard a beautiful detective would also be joining us." Upon hearing this, Conan's expression fell, internally lamenting, "You two are truly kindred spirits. You're becoming increasingly reminiscent of your unreliable master. Mother must never entrust you to someone like him." Time leaped forward to the following day, as dusk descended. The Mauri family drove along a mountain road in a rented vehicle. Mauri was at the wheel, Xiaolan in the passenger seat, while Future and Conan sat in the back, rendered speechless and eventually dozing off against the window. A sudden jolt awakened the two in the back seat. Maori stepped out to inspect the situation, discovering a flat tire on one side. Upon checking the trunk, he was dismayed to find no spare tire beneath the mat, leaving everyone in a quandary. As Maori stepped forward, he spotted a gas station conveniently located ahead. After changing the tire, Future unexpectedly remarked, "This gas station is indeed meant for business." Xiaolan turned her head in surprise. "Future brother, what do you mean by that?" Conan, barely lifting his eyelids, retorted, "A flat tire at the entrance of a gas station? There's no need for speculation. It's absurd. How could someone be so careless on such a treacherous mountain road?" Upon learning the truth, Xiaolan began to complain, her typically kind nature momentarily giving way to frustration. Maori, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, added, "Those wretched individuals. If we encounter another flat tire on our way back, I shall hold them accountable." Not long after, rain began to fall from the heavens. The darkened sky, the tranquil mountain road, coupled with the frequent flashes of lightning, cast a veil of terror within the vehicle. Maori pointed to a distant house, feigning fright. "In such a secluded area, that villa looks like a vampire's lair. Perhaps an ancient mountain demon will appear shortly." Just as he spoke, an elderly woman holding an umbrella emerged in the path ahead, halting their vehicle. After a brief inquiry, they learned that the woman's car had broken down, and she was also en route to the Twilight Manor, hence her wait for a ride. In truth, she was one of the invited detectives, known for her ability to solve cases while comfortably seated, named Chikane Shouda. Maori invited her into the car, while Future unceremoniously placed the reluctant Conan on his lap. Upon arrival, Maori's eyes sparkled at the sight of several luxury cars parked at the entrance, questioning Future as to why he hadn't driven his own vehicle. Opting to forego driving, he merely offered it as a pretext. After exchanging greetings with the automotive detective, MGI Harfumi, who was stationed by his beloved car at the entrance, the group entered the residence. They happened upon the culinary detective, Gami Shikuzan, venting his frustrations towards the maid due to the absence of a meal. After his outburst, Gami proceeded to the kitchen, resolving to prepare the food himself. Through their conversation with the maid, the group learned that the host who had invited them had remained unseen throughout. Even the maid's interview had been conducted via messages transmitted through a computer. Rather than finding this peculiar, both Sinma and MGI were intrigued, their detective instincts piqued by the enigmatic homeowner. MGI also informed Rand that he had noticed peculiar traces on the doorknob upon arrival. And coupled with a case resembling an urban legend that had occurred there previously, he surmised that they were remnants of bloodstains. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a white trench coat appeared before them, holding a spray bottle filled with an unidentified liquid. "That's luminol reagent, isn't it? A common forensic technique. When sprayed on oxidized blood, it emits a faint blue glow. Am I correct, former prosecutor Ikomi Kaneda?" The voice originated from the staircase, and as Mirai looked up, he recognized the speaker as Hakuba Suguru, the son of the Superintendent General of the Metropolitan Police Department, a person he least desired to encounter. With the arrival of the final invited guest, Hakuba, a hawk circled overhead, screeching at the group. Hakuba whistled at his pet, but the hawk did not return to his gloved arm. How peculiar. Peregrine falcons typically circle near their owners. However, hawks are usually perched on their owner's arm, only taking flight when they spot prey. Your hawk isn't going to attack someone, is it? Kaneda Ikumi cautiously observed the large bird in the sky. Its name is Watson, and it accompanies me on cases. It's particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, which might explain its unusual behavior here. Hakuba appeared somewhat embarrassed by his pet's reaction, an unfamiliar situation for him. After several attempts, Watson finally returned to Hakuba's arm. Following introductions, the group engaged in their respective pastimes. Before long, the meal was prepared, and they were ushered to the dining table, where a figure cloaked in black robes, concealing their face, awaited them at the head of the table. Once everyone was seated, the host revealed the purpose of their invitation, stating that they had gone to great lengths to acquire the Sunset Mansion and sought their assistance in locating its hidden treasure, accompanied by a subtle threat. As the mysterious host concluded their statement, an explosion reverberated from outside the window, startling everyone. However, the mysterious figure reassured them, explaining that they had merely severed their means of retreat, ensuring their undivided attention in the treasure hunt. A skulking coward. Carry on, everyone. "I'm going downstairs for some fresh air," Mirai said, turning to leave through the door. "He has already revealed his identity. It's just that you, in your conceitedness, fail to discern it," Gami remarked from the side. "Indeed, he is none other than Kaido Kid." He subtly hinted at this in the invitation. "Surely, you, who are not even a detective, noticed that, didn't you?" "Ha ha ha," MGI chimed in. "Really? While I may lack deductive prowess, that fellow is known as the magician of the century's end. Have you witnessed any magical feats since arriving here, aside from the scent of blood?" Mirai retorted. Hakuba Suguru paused to consider before affirming Mirai's point. Among the group, he had the most experience dealing with Kid. Indeed, this is uncharacteristic of him. "Young man, are you judging that he isn't Kid based solely on that?" Senma also disagreed with Mirai's assertion. In the future, without uttering any superfluous words, he seized an unused fork from the dining table and hurled it towards the enigmatic instigator of the incident. Observing his actions, Xiaolan exclaimed, "Future brother. No, the fork. propelled with force, pierced through the assailant's cloak and affixed itself to the wall, revealing the true identity of the figure, merely a lifeless mannequin adorned with a loudspeaker for a face. As skepticism regarding Kaido Kid's true identity permeated the crowd, Hakuba interjected at an inopportune moment. Future Senior, have you also practiced with darts? Upon hearing Hakuba's remark, Future felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His intention was merely to excuse himself from the table and discreetly greet his golden one, oblivious to the fact that none of those present were mere onlookers. What are you pretending for? He mused, recalling the lesson imparted by his father in Hawaii during his childhood. With that, he disregarded the gazes of the others and stepped outside. Conan's expression soured as he pinched the bridge of his nose, reflecting, those are my words he's using. After the meal, Ogasawara suddenly clutched his throat, his expression contorted in agony, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The detectives, momentarily at a loss for pivotal evidence, tentatively identified the suspect as the one who had sent them the invitation, the Phantom Thief Kid. Motoki, eager to depart, proposed that they investigate whether their vehicles had indeed been destroyed as Kid had suggested. The group proceeded to the parking area outside the main entrance. Regardless of whether the true mastermind was Kid or not, he had spoken no falsehoods regarding this matter. Upon witnessing the scene, the maid made a remark that captured everyone's attention, expressing concern that her vehicle, parked at the back door, might also have suffered damage. It was then that they realized her car had not been alongside theirs. Consequently, they decided to check the maid's vehicle at the back door, hoping it may have escaped unscathed. They hurriedly made their way to the rear entrance and, as anticipated, discovered that the car remained intact, parked there all alone. Furthermore, they noticed Future, who had departed alone, tenderly caressing a stone pillar, murmuring phrases akin to "Are these also included?" However, the group had little interest in understanding Future's actions. Their sole focus was to utilize the maid's car to inspect whether the suspension bridge they had crossed was damaged. When Xianjun proposed this idea, Muri, Hakuba, and Motoki all insisted on accompanying him. Citing the excessive number of people, Xianjun declined their request, prompting Conan to retrieve several coins from his wallet, suggesting they decide who would accompany them through a coin toss. In the future, upon glancing at the coin drawn by Conan, she once again expressed her disinclination to partake in this endeavor. To her surprise, Gun echoed her sentiments, declaring her intention to withdraw from the operation, and even cast a flirtatious glance at the Future. The outcome of the coin toss left Hakuha behind, with only Chikane, Muri, and Shugi embarking on the vehicle. Thus, while Muri and his companions proceeded to investigate the suspension bridge, the others returned to the house. Unconsciously, Gun entwined her arm with the Future's, in a seductive tone inquiring, I have heard that you, Future, are still a singer, are you not? I wonder if you remain unattached, giving an elder sister a chance. In a furtive manner, Mirai withdrew her hand, yet spoke, indeed, being praised by Miss Yume truly takes me by surprise. This scene did not escape Conan's keen observation. A glint of insight flickered in his eyes. Did he not claim to have come for her? Now, when the beautiful lady extends her affection, he pushes her away. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? Before long, Muri and Magaki returned from inspecting the suspension bridge. Magaki seized Mirai by the collar and exclaimed, Why did you attempt to kill Sister Chikane? Magaki refrained from acting in such a manner. Muri interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating situation. In response to the collective bewilderment, Magaki unveiled the truth. Upon reaching the suspension bridge, we intended to have Chikane illuminate the area with her headlights to examine the fracture of the bridge. Suddenly, the vehicle erupted in an explosion, plummeting down the broken span. We had all been dining in the restaurant, and you were the only one who ventured out alone. That car must have been tampered with by you. The Future remains indifferent to the rudeness of others, as if the words spoken are not directed at oneself. Do you all think I am the murderer? Future posed this question to the assembly. This time, he indeed lacked an alibi, and even Maori felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing the query, remaining silent. Future is not that kind of person. Only Xiaolan, driven by her emotions, defended him. However, given the current circumstances, it is undeniable that Future bears the greatest suspicion. As Maori continued, his voice gradually diminished. At this moment, Conan chose to believe in Future. He understood that if he were to strike, there would be no need for such exertion, not to mention his extraordinary combat abilities. Even the maneuver he executed at the dining table was something none present could have countered. Yet, if he were not the murderer, what purpose could he have in being there? Well, I know you are not targeting me, since all evidence points to me. I shall remain with you until my innocence is established. He proposed that Xiaolan and Miss Aki, the maid, join him in action. Should the real murderer not be this young man, they would at least look out for one another. With that, Gun Tian led Xiaolan and the maid away to the restroom to cleanse themselves of the toxins acquired during the meal. As Gun Tian washed his hands, he engaged in conversation with Xiaolan, only for her to suddenly notice that the maid, who had been trailing them, had vanished. Upon hearing this, Gun Tian became alert, while Xiaolan opted to search for her. In an instant, Gun Tian incapacitated Xiaolan from behind with a handkerchief. At that moment, Hybra, who had disappeared after the coin toss, reappeared behind Gun Tian, brandishing a pistol aimed at him. Oh, Are you an accomplice of that fellow? Gun Tian inquired. Stop pretending. I believe you are his accomplice. The only ones who opted out while inspecting the suspension bridge were you two. Hybra articulated his conjecture. I think you are more suspect. Did you not also miss that vehicle? A gunshot drew Future and the others to the restroom door. Upon their arrival, they found Hybra sprawled on the ground. A pool of blood staining his chest. Sounds echoed from the staircase, with Maori leading the charge to a room containing a computer. Unfortunately, the suspected murderer, Gun Tian, was also found lifeless on the ground. Mogami discovered a mechanism on the doorknob that could activate a poisonous dart. How about in the future, seated at the back? His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to return and retrieve the gold after everyone had departed, unaware that he had become the focus of their conversation. The future senior was still too modest, claiming he lacked detective skills, yet he had already uncovered the secrets of the villa. Xiaolon once again took on the role of the diligent comic relief. Oh? Why does my ma say that? Have you forgotten what the future senior mentioned when we were preparing to cross the suspension bridge? He said, is this also part of it? That was when he had already deduced that the entire villa was filled with treasures. Guntian Yumi chimed in. Not only that. He has already given us hints, but we failed to notice. Do you remember the fork nailed to the wall? Thus, unbeknownst to him, his stature grew in the eyes of the others. While they were still engrossed in reminiscing about past events, the culprit behind it all, Qian Jian, leaped from the helicopter. Maori, shouting old lady, followed suit and jumped down as well. Conan nearly mimicked their actions, but was yanked back by the future. The rapidly descending Maori embraced Qian Jian, performing a swift costume change mid-air, revealing that familiar white figure before everyone. A series of unexpected developments left everyone in awe, while the unfortunate Maori, stripped of his clothing, remained bound at the gas station, desperately calling for help, a heart-wrenching sight indeed. After the Twilight Villa incident, the future had come to learn the precise location of the Golden House, just as he planned to stealthily visit that night and play the role of a mountain-moving strongman. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. I advised the host to reconsider. The government of Neon would undoubtedly keep a close watch on such valuable items. And you have inadvertently exposed yourself. If that villa were to vanish, even without evidence, you would likely be the first under surveillance. Can't I just leave? He thought. Staying away from that Grim Reaper seems much safer. But what about the infiltration mission? Indeed, the system was correct. He could leave. However, doing so would not only result in mission failure, but it would also significantly complicate the efforts of any comrades wishing to enter thereafter, rendering their task arduous and fraught with difficulty. As the future remained entangled in uncertainty, a phone call interrupted, and upon answering, I was met with Kaido's irate voice. Did we not agree to collaborate? This time, I nearly got caught. Not only did you fail to assist me, but you also insisted on telling them that this is not Kaido. Kaido always performs a series of tricks upon his entrance. Are you not undermining my efforts? The future weighs heavily upon me due to matters concerning gold, and listening to the other party's complaints does little to improve my mood. Have I not yet rendered assistance? Were it not for my intervention, that little rascal Conan would have already administered a tranquilizer to you, plunging you into chaos. He has long discerned your true identity. You know, Muri is an inveterate smoker. Why on earth did you choose to impersonate him? It is nothing short of remarkable that you have not been discovered. The words of the future left Kaido without a retort. Perhaps it was a manifestation of gratitude from those with a tsundra disposition. Before the call concluded, Kid imparted a caution to the future to refrain from meddling with that gold, lest the entirety of Neon's police force and military be mobilized solely for him. Kaido's remarks thoroughly extinguished any thoughts of gold in the future's mind. Why? Because the act of thievery is a profession for others. Ultimately, it was a futile endeavor, and the time promised to Ayako Chu loomed ever closer. Without signing a contract with her, there seemed no swift means to acquire funds. Lacking money rendered him unable to pay the penalty for breach of contract. He had found himself in a closed loop. It appears that, in the end, the responsibility must fall upon me to take action personally. In the future, I collapsed onto the bed, intending to rest early to rejuvenate for tomorrow's new single. Once again, the phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. In the stillness of the evening, Future glanced at the clock, feeling a tinge of confusion. It was already past 10 o'clock. A time when telemarketers should refrain from making calls. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to answer the phone, adhering to a principle of caution. He remained silent upon connecting, allowing the other party to speak first. Yet, as if anticipating his thoughts, the caller also refrained from initiating the conversation, leaving them in a tranquil stillness for 5 or 6 seconds until the other party could no longer contain herself. Future, it has been a long time. How have you been? A voice, rich and slightly husky, resonated from the receiver. Belmod? It appeared that Future had not forgotten me. What an honor it was. In the future, upon hearing the other party speak amidst an array of peculiar sounds, I couldn't help but inquire, what is that noise? This. Belmod deliberately amplified the noise a tad, adding, can you guess what I am doing? This time, I discerned the sound of water, surely. The other party wasn't calling me from a bathtub, was she? I must admit, her methods are quite ingenious. devoid of any flattery in her tone or words. Yet, it is precisely such ambiguous statements that provoke boundless speculation. Is she making a late-night call merely to tease me? If there is something to discuss, let's get to it. Otherwise, I shall hang up. Don't be so cold. Can't I discuss cooperation with you? Humph. I nearly lost my life believing your deceitful words twice before. Now, I trust not a single punctuation mark of yours. Ha ha ha, future Conan, you are indeed becoming increasingly perceptive of me. Well, the true purpose of my call today is to inform you that I have prepared a gift for you. A gift? Would this woman truly bestow a gift upon me? Surely, she would rather see me devoured whole than gift me a balm, and I would be thankful for that. Wait, a balm. That does seem to align with their organization style. Surely, she wouldn't be serious, would she? In the future, a carp leapt up from the bed, rushing towards the monitoring room without even donning its shoes. Upon hearing the flurry of activity from this future, Belmode envisioned the comical yet anxious demeanor of the future self. Chuckling, there's no need to be so tense. I am not as violent as Jin. I prefer a game of chess, where masters engage in a dance of strategy. Back and forth. You shall see my gift by tomorrow morning. Good night, darling. With that, Belmode purposefully ended the call. One must be cautious in the future when it comes to trusting the words of others, for it could indeed prove fatal. Regrettably, as Belmode articulated, no violent measures were employed. Future meticulously monitored the surveillance until the dead of night, only daring to rest after confirming that no one had approached his residence in recent days. Already accustomed to sleepless nights, he was jolted awake around 8 o'clock by a phone call. This time, it was from the company. President, we have a crisis. You must take a look at today's newspaper. Someone has leaked your information to the media, and your name dominates the headlines. The true identity of the genius singer leaves one astounded. A young talent from the Celestial Empire has concealed his identity to become a singer in the neon. What secrets lie beneath? Is this fleeting artist pursuing dreams or merely seeking fortune abroad? The myriad of headlines, while seemingly addressing different angles, all converge upon the issue of Future's nationality. In this era, relations between the Celestial Empire and Neon have plunged to an all-time low. Such revelations undoubtedly cast him into the eye of the public storm. The woman, Belmode, must have her own considerations, as she refrained from fully exposing her identity, instead honing in on Future's nationality issue, likely intending to drive him back to the Celestial Empire to avoid further jeopardizing the organization's actions. A clever maneuver indeed, seeking to incite backlash from the netizens and fans. No sooner had he hung up than Dr. Agasa called, urging Future to log into the online chatroom. In the not-so-distant future, upon opening my computer, I couldn't help but notice the unmistakable atmosphere reminiscent of the posthumous forums and social media. It seems you are making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, the Future has committed no wrongdoing. Why such hostility? Indeed, it appears that some individuals are simply envious of his remarkable talent and youthful accomplishments. But what brilliance is there to boast about? Has he not merely penned 2 songs from beginning to end? I fail to comprehend what pride this group of fervent fans possesses. Are you merely masquerading as bystanders? Yet, those 2 songs surpass the quality of your idols, and his popularity outshines theirs. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives by concealing his true identity. He should return to his homeland. As I gazed at the words on the screen, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, transporting me back to the 21st century. Oh, so you relish in the arena of public opinion, do you? Allow me to demonstrate the essence of publicity. Since the issue surrounding my identity began to escalate, I resolved to take a step back for a couple of days, instructing my company to refrain from any public statements while I addressed the matters at hand. During these 2 days, I reached out to my former superior, as it is prudent to report such matters. After all, mishandling this situation could jeopardize the mission. My old leader reassured me that no one would suspect a person constantly in the limelight to be an undercover agent. He advised me to simplify my perspective and proceed with confidence. The more commotion I stirred, the safer I would become. Furthermore, this was an opportune moment to activate my secondary false identity, as a slight stir from this end would likely resolve my concerns. Thanks to my measured approach, the public sentiment shifted over the 2 days. Those who initially defended me began to lose their resolve as Starlight remained unresponsive, appearing to tacitly consent to the situation. Conversely, the opposing faction grew increasingly vocal in their online tirades. By the 3rd day, I cleared my mind and sat alone in my study, dedicating my thoughts entirely to creation. Observing my calm demeanor, Maya was undoubtedly curious. Had I devised a strategy? Were I to remain indifferent, my Starlight might soon close its doors. I could only wonder where the funds for my salary would come from then. Yet, they were not mistaken. I am indeed from the Celestial Empire, and I take pride in my homeland. What need is there for explanation? Maya sighed, clearly at a loss for how to navigate this situation. Her talents were all devoted to martial prowess. Seeing her genuine concern for me, I could no longer tease her. Rest assured. Our Zhuge Liang spoke of having a unique strategy. Kongming, so, you have indeed devised a plan? The Future smiled softly, choosing not to reply, and immersed himself in composing his song. Once completed, he hurried to the company with his sheet music and lyrics to record it. After finishing the recording, He quickly proceeded to film the music video and had the company produce cassettes and CDs. Once everything was ready, he selected a weekend, coinciding with the new district recommendations from the daily television station, where a controversial name prominently appeared on the screen, Zhuxing Weilai. "Dad, look, Weilai has released a new song," shouted Xiao Lan from in front of the television, calling over Muri. Even Conan unusually joined them, curious about what Weilai was up to, especially after the recent uproar surrounding him. The scrolling subtitles on the television introduced the title of the new song. Accompanied by a lively and lyrical rhythm, the visuals began to shift. On a sunny afternoon, a little girl chased a little boy across a grassy field, eventually clasping his hand. The little girl then flashed an innocent smile at the boy, whose face, however, displayed resistance and reluctance. As the song progressed, the dynamics between the two shifted. This time, it was the boy who pursued the girl, only to be rebuffed. Ultimately, their hands finally intertwined, allowing them to feel each other's emotions. Indeed, Weilai had woven a heart-fluttering narrative into the music video, a simple yet heartwarming storyline that captivated many viewers. "Loneliness has always been my companion. I'm leaving my life in your hands. People say I've lost my mind over love. In a glance, I've bet my future." "What? It's a love song?" Muri scoffed while watching the scenes unfold on the screen. "I've heard that this kid's reputation has taken a turn. I can't believe he still has the bandwidth to write songs. Who knows what he is thinking? I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you've done, as long as you love me." As the song reached its climax, the visuals took a strange turn. The boy and girl holding hands were soon surrounded by people of various skin tones: white, black, yellow, and brown. They formed a circle, holding hands. At this point, Muri felt utterly perplexed. Why had a budding love story morphed into this? What was the message of this music video? This song is probably a response to his fans and supporters. He likely wishes to avoid being overly sentimental like some artists. Thus, he concealed his true sentiments within a love song, Conan suggested, quickly grasping the underlying meaning. Wow, Weilai is so poetic. Listening to Conan's analysis, Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she envisioned the initial boy and girl. In the music video, they mirrored her and Shinichi. If that is the case, this kid is truly talented. Even Muri conceded a rare compliment. However, few in the audience possessed Conan's analytical prowess. Most, like Muri, simply found the song lovely without comprehending the music video's intent. It wasn't until the following day that someone posted an analysis of the music video and lyrics online, prompting a shift in public opinion regarding Weilai. Seizing the opportunity, Weilai shared a heartfelt message on his social media account, stating, "I am Zhuxing Weilai, raised in an orphanage after being left by my parents at the age of 6. As everyone says, I am a true citizen of the Celestial Empire. And I love my homeland. Even in a foreign land, I will not alter my beliefs out of fear of others' judgments. Thus, I am not deliberately concealing my identity. I simply wish to refrain from revisiting that sorrowful chapter of my past. During this time, I am grateful to those who have supported me and hope to continue walking alongside you in the future." See, I knew there was more to the story. Why aren't those who criticized him speaking up now? Oh, I never expected his background to be like this. Even in the face of misunderstanding, he can write such moving lyrics. I am truly touched. The comments in the chat room began to overwhelmingly favor Weilai. It wasn't that the dissenters had been swayed. Rather, the reversal in online sentiment had rendered them a minority, silencing their voices. Traditional media followed suit, with some newspapers even crafting headlines such as, "Even misunderstood. One must warn the world. As long as you love me, a love poem for supporters." Even Weilai himself found the situation abstract. The lyrics remained unchanged, merely utilizing a few scenes from the music video to inspire an imaginative connection with his audience. Meanwhile, Belmode lit a newspaper with a lighter, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Interesting. Is this the answer you provide me? I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." In the aftermath of the impending identity crisis, propelled by the dissemination of media, the Future's fame has reached remarkable heights. The sales of tapes and discs have been exceptionally robust, surpassing 200,000 copies within the initial 3 days alone. Given the population of Neon, this outcome is indeed prodigious. Subsequently, seizing the public's attention, the Future officially announced the inclusion of Yoko Okiya, and with the mutual enhancement of their fame, the names Miku Hoshino, Yoko Okiya, and Starlight Entertainment once again dominated the headlines of major newspapers. Miku found herself at the center of attention once more, to the extent that the fervor of her fans rendered her hesitant to step outside. Until one day, the system issued another task. Judy Stein has made her appearance, and the host may attempt to make contact. Judy, yet another unfortunate soul, orphaned by the ruthless actions of an organization in her youth, narrowly escaping death herself. After arduous efforts, she managed to join the FBI and was dispatched to Neon to investigate the organization. However, she faced the misfortune of a breakup with Shuichi Akai along the way. A year ago, Mika had only encountered Akai once. He likely does not recognize her, suggesting that this task may not be overly challenging. Draped in a coat, adorned with a hat and mask, I ventured forth towards Judy's designated location. following the coordinates provided by the system. I ultimately beheld her silhouette within the confines of an arcade. As I was about to step forward to make contact, my body was inadvertently bumped by someone. The future became alert in an instant, but upon seeing the person before her, she was momentarily taken aback. The one who collided with her was Sonoko, who was accompanied by Ran and Conan. Well, since they had crossed paths, it was certain that someone would find themselves in a predicament. I am truly sorry, Sonoko began, bowing deeply to the future. However, halfway through her words, she found the other person's face exceedingly familiar. Isn't that future brother? What are you? Before Sonoko could finish her sentence, the future quickly covered her mouth, signaling for silence. Future brother's reputation had grown even greater than before. Was it really necessary to be cautious when going out now? It seemed that being a celebrity was quite a burden, Sonoko remarked. Ran, somewhat puzzled, asked, "But why is future brother here? Does he also enjoy playing video games?" Sonoko patted Ran on the shoulder, saying, "What do you understand? This is the intertwining of fate. The red thread of destiny for me, Sonoko, must be intricately woven and complex. I believe future brother is one of those threads. As the saying goes, no matter how you try to cut it, it remains tangled." Observing Sonoko's self-absorbed demeanor, Conan silently critiqued, "What red thread? This person likely followed me here. Speaking of which, they have appeared in places they shouldn't have several times. Could it be that he has installed a listening device somewhere? In the future?" Yuan quietly explained the absurdity of the situation. "Actually, I occasionally enjoy playing video games, but due to the overwhelming news coverage lately, I've been too afraid to step outside." Just then, Yuan caught sight of Judy rising, and the words on the tip of her tongue faded away involuntarily. Conan observed that Yuan's attention was clearly not on him and the others. Following her gaze, he saw Judy engrossed in her game. What the heck? So she is here to flirt? No, wait. During the last Twilight gathering, she used the same excuse to pursue someone, yet throughout the evening, she hardly interacted with that female detective. Could it be that this woman harbors some secret? His objective had always been the organization, so this woman must undoubtedly be linked to it. The same went for the previous Twilight gathering. Someone during that time surely had some connection to the organization. But I simply failed to notice. Damn it, this person treats me like a fool, claiming collaboration while keeping everything hidden from me. Observing Yuan's distracted demeanor, a vengeful plan suddenly hatched in Conan's mind. Yuan, you must have taken a liking to that older sister over there, right? With that, Conan deliberately pointed out Judy's position to Xiaolan and the others. Upon noticing the person Conan indicated, Xiaolan couldn't resist teasing Yuan. Haha. It seems our young lady has her moments of self-delusion. Didn't Yuan mention he prefers mature women? Just as Yuan was about to retort, she felt a sense of familiarity with the woman. Xiaolan, isn't that our new English teacher? What is so great about her? She is just well endowed and dresses a bit revealingly. The main reason she attracts attention is that she is a foreigner, Yuan remarked. Yuan. You're not as superficial as those boys in school, are you? She fixed her gaze on Yuan, eager to see how he would respond. Meanwhile, Conan watched Yuan with a gleeful expression, thinking to himself, let us see how you handle this. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, with each name uttered, Conan's anxiety intensified. At that moment, the future appeared to him no different from Jin. Judy did not join the FBI based solely on her appearance. The commotion from Rand and her companions had already captured her attention. After some contemplation, she resolved to investigate the situation. Suzuki, Murray, what brings you here? And who might this be? Judy, with her clumsy accent, initiated the conversation with a commanding presence. In the future, a hand was extended, and the two clasped hands together as they introduced themselves. I am Hoshino Murai, and these are my friends, Xiaolon. Judy Starlena, the English teacher of Maoli. The two exchanged forced smiles, presenting their fabricated identities to one another. Mr. Murai, your name has been appearing everywhere lately, and it seems we have met before. This woman. Could it be that she has already uncovered my true identity? In the future, a sense of astonishment surged within, yet outwardly, no signs of disturbance were revealed. Oh, my apologies. I cannot recall when I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Judy, Future remarked. I encountered Mr. Future during the last school festival. It turned out that this revelation did not astonish Future either. Although the system had only issued commands to Future that day, it was merely because it marked her inaugural appearance within the narrative. The relationship between Judy and Lon was not particularly intimate, as in the eyes of the garden. The former was merely a pretentious, aloof woman. Judy offered her own explanation, stating that her love for neon games was the reason she traveled from afar to work here, all to experience the latest releases firsthand. Future dismissed such claims as mere folly, believing anyone who would accept them to be a fool. After a brief conversation, Judy rose from her seat, announcing her intention to invite a few individuals to play her favorite games. She led Lon and the others to a machine reminiscent of VR technology from a past life. It was an avant-garde pseudo-physical combat game where players received feedback through vibrations from a helmet and devices attached to their limbs upon being struck. This intriguing contraption immediately captivated the attention of the garden and lawn, with even Conan, an avid gamer, finding it hard to resist. As the group became engrossed in the game, Judy guided Future to a simulated shooting machine, and when Future was momentarily distracted, she tossed a handgun-shaped controller to him. Unfortunately, the controller struck Future's face, and he failed to catch it. Judy frowned slightly, observing, Mr. Future is quite cautious, isn't he? In the future. Picking up the controller from the ground, he shook his head, expressing his confusion over what Miss Judy had meant. It's nothing of great significance. Why doesn't Team Mr. Future give this latest shooting game a try? It is quite entertaining. In the future, as one picked up the controller and returned it to the machine, they declined emphatically, saying, I apologize, but I am simply not endowed with the talent for such shooting games. With that, they suggested, let us instead observe how Xiaolon is faring. Noticing the lack of response from the future, Judy decided to set the matter aside for now and conduct a discreet investigation later. Upon returning to Xiaolan's side, the future discovered her engaged in a duel against an unknown adversary. As the two approached, they witnessed the opponent triumphantly defeating Xiaolon. The battle had just concluded when the victor removed his equipment and swaggered over to Xiaolon, taunting, little girl, since you've lost, you'd best vacate your seat. You are occupying my exclusive spot. Yuanzi, unwilling to tolerate such arrogance, immediately reassured Xiaolon, do not fear him, challenge him for another round and reclaim your victory. At that moment, a staff member from the arcade approached, crouching beside Xiaolon to unlock the machine and retrieve the game tokens within. He offered a piece of advice. It is unlikely. After all, this is merely a game. Even if you are a master fighter in reality, you would struggle against him in your first attempt at this game. His name is Yato Kengo, nicknamed Caesar of the Rice Crackers. Nearby, a middle-aged man playing mahjong, Jiang Shiminzi, chimed in. If anyone could defeat him, it would likely be the one known as cup holder Lucas, Shimizu Takeyasu. At that moment, a man in his 30s stepped forward, declaring, indeed, that would be me. With that, he settled into the machine behind Yato, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Observing this, Judy pulled Xiaolon aside, suggesting, since you've already tried that, let us explore a racing game instead. Just as they were about to leave, perhaps still haunted by her prior defeat, Xiaolon unconsciously glanced at the large screen behind her, where she could see footage of the earlier match. The slender character who had vanquished Xiaolon was now mercilessly pummeling the robust character chosen by Shimizu, who remained on the ground, unable to rise. Spectators speculated that Shimizu was gathering his rage, believing he still had a chance to turn the tide with a decisive move. Alas, the strong character did not rise. And ultimately, victory was seized by Yato. Among the onlookers, someone noticed that Yato's condition seemed off. Conan rushed forward, only to discover that the victorious Yato had already succumbed. Xiaolon promptly summoned the police, and Magyar, observing the presence of a figure lurking alongside Xiaolon, quickly deduced their identity, stating, see, my young friend. I warned you to keep a distance from Mori. You did not heed my advice, and now, without Mori, misfortune has found you. The future shook his head helplessly. What could he do? Among the tasks issued by the system, 9 out of 10 were related to cases, unless he could distance himself from Conan in the future. He too would have to bear the title of unfortunate. When it came to games, the future had a certain proficiency. This time, he discovered the loophole in the technique even before Conan did. Observing Conan scurrying about, collecting evidence, a clever idea formed in the future's mind. In the future, he whispered beside Conan, have you found the murderer? Not yet. I've merely discovered the murder weapon. But I have yet to devise a method to uncover how the culprit evaded everyone's notice. It's surprising that after playing for so long, you haven't figured anything out. How about this? I will share my findings with you, and next time you see Yukiko, please speak a kind word on my behalf. Leave it be. I can unveil the truth on my own. Conan had grown accustomed to Futari's tiger wolf words, yet one thing he could not accept was that this individual, who lacked a passion for deduction, could uncover the perpetrator's flaws before he did. After some contemplation, Conan resolved to redirect his focus towards solving the case, no longer allowing Futari's remarks to sway him. Initially, Conan alerted the police to the manner of the victim's death. There were no visible external injuries on the body, nor were there any signs of strangulation on the neck, and given the presence of so many witnesses, there had been little commotion. It must have been a poisoning. Following Conan's reminder, Magyar instructed his team to take the deceased for an autopsy. The results revealed that the poison was derived from the toxin of a pufferfish. A mere trace was sufficient to swiftly induce death. In the future, a voice echoed, very well, there's no need for you to speak well of me. Just refrain from causing me any trouble from now on. You heard that voice moments ago, did you not? Upon hearing it, I have completely deduced the method employed by the other party. Impossible. You have already disrupted my family, but to insult me in such a manner is beyond comprehension. Since you claim to understand the method, let me ask you, how did the murderer commit the act in plain sight? If you truly discover the perpetrator before I do, I shall concede that your deductive skills surpass mine. I am not a detective. If we are to wager, you must not interfere in my affairs with Yukiko any longer. If she genuinely loves me, even as her son, you cannot meddle in her feelings, can you? Very well. However, you must not resort to any despicable tactics against my mother. After careful contemplation, Conan agreed to the wager proposed by the future. In his heart, he harbored no doubt that he was superior in reasoning. This was a matter of dignity and an intellectual challenge that the average person would fail to comprehend. Those who gamble recklessly meet grim fates, Conan thought as he acknowledged the wager. The future then voiced his hypothesis. Firstly, as you mentioned, the victim perished due to toxins. Hence the weapon must surely be something akin to a syringe needle. The sound we heard earlier was likely produced by some metal object. And considering your prolonged search for the weapon yielded no results, this sound must be related to the case, perhaps even the weapon itself. Following the pattern of this sound, one might find that it resonates when a particular individual walks, stuck to someone's shoe. Indeed, it must be that the murderer dropped the weapon, and it was subsequently stepped on by Izashima. Thus, it adhered to the sole of their shoe, producing that sound with each step. Understanding this, one must consider whether Shimizu, who had recently approached the victim, was indeed chewing gum at that moment. Would it not be reasonable to conclude that if he had directly wielded the weapon, it would raise suspicion among those nearby? Conan queried. Did he not smoke a cigarette before the game commenced? He could have concealed the weapon within the cigarette, striking the victim unawares with the needle. Yet, Shimizu had interacted with the victim just prior. If he had committed the act at that instant, the victim would have succumbed immediately, making it impossible for the victim to counter him. Is it conceivable that the victim truly perished at that moment? If the two of them exchanged roles, with Shimizu selecting his signature character, Lucas, while the victim opted for the opponent's favored character, Caesar, then even the victim's final movements would appear as mere techniques to the onlookers. Indeed, according to the future's outline method, Shimizu could indeed perpetrate this crime. Now, it merely remained to investigate whether the item under Izashima's foot was a needle, and the truth would soon emerge. Ultimately, Conan, leveraging his connection to the garden, articulated the future's deduction. Before the police could gather evidence, Shimizu confessed to his crime. Where did you find your suspicion? After the police took him away, Conan remained unconvinced and inquired of the future. They are quite renowned locally, indicating their gaming skills are indisputable. The victim's two desperate maneuvers while poisoned resembled nothing more than random button mashing, did they not? This time, Conan faced a complete defeat, losing not only his dignity but also the wager he had staked. Under the puzzled gaze of Ran, Conan lamented, slapping his forehead in regret. How could I have agreed to such a thing? In the future, to safeguard one's identity, the reasoning was disclosed to Conan, entrusting him with the task of unraveling the final enigma. The future undoubtedly involves collaboration with the FBI, yet it was merely a directive from higher-ups. Rather than considering it a partnership with the FBI, it could be more accurately described as an alliance with Akai. The reasoning is simple. They are not of the same ilk. If there were a connection with Akai, it would be more favorable, especially since he had rescued Mayano Akemi. Any conflicts or disputes during their collaboration would compel him to maintain some level of respect for himself. Judy, on the other hand, is driven by a thirst for vengeance, making her unpredictable and potentially detrimental to both himself and the nation. Take Belle Mode, for instance. The future seeks to develop her as an undercover asset. If Akai were to learn of this, he might turn a blind eye if informed. However, the outcome would be uncertain if Judy became aware. Following the resolution of the arcade case, the system awarded a special reward, distinct from previous offerings. This time, it was not a lottery, but a set of tools designed for synergistic use. Candlelight, a flashbang from the game Rainbow Six, capable of delivering a continuous flash effect up to 7 times upon being thrown, with a delayed detonation. However, unlike the game, it cannot penetrate walls. 10,000 units. With one complementary. A pair of transparent tactical goggles that provide protection against flashbangs, explosives, and bullets, significantly mitigating the effects of flashbangs on the wearer. Observing the equipment in his hands, the future could not help but commend its quality. This is indeed a remarkable asset, greatly enhancing the odds in 1 versus many scenarios. It appears this journey was not in vain. On a bus, Dr. Agasa took the young detective league on their routine outing, while the future donned a hat and mask, blending into the crowd. In the future, this attire proves far more time-efficient and effortless than the elaborate makeup required to assume another identity. It is convenient for swift transitions, sufficiently satisfying the need for anonymity in all but the most exceptional of circumstances. Unlike previous occasions, the future does not join Conan and his companions on the bus. With the recent seasonal change, many are afflicted with colds, leading to a prevalence of similar appearances, allowing the likes of Conan to overlook the future's identity. Upon encountering Conan, the future experiences a moment of surprise, having been unaware that Conan and his friends were aboard this particular bus. His purpose for being here is to rendezvous with Akai Shuichi. After observing Judy's presence earlier, the future recognizes that Akai's team, tasked with operations in Neon, has already infiltrated. Consequently, he has requested intelligence from the system, intending to exchange pleasantries and subtly gauge the atmosphere. As the bus halts at the Miwa Park stop, several individuals board. Among them Akai Shuichi, whose attire mirrors that of the future, a large tactical jacket, hat, and mask. As Akai passes by, he instinctively glances twice at the future, who, in turn, conveys a discreet signal. Due to uncertainty regarding whether Akai maintains communication with superiors, the future refrains from initiating conversation. Observing as Akai settles into a seat at the back, slightly towards the center, it is evident that he is indeed on a mission. In contrast, the future's life appears considerably more leisurely. Akai does not engage the future in dialogue, clearly either tracking or being tracked. The position he has chosen seems strategically advantageous for monitoring the bus's dynamics while minimizing the risk of ambush, though the nature of his target remains unknown. In the future, one observes the passengers in the vehicle, attempting to discern Akai's target, hoping to lend a hand and perhaps offer a favor. The luxurious configuration of the car nearly made the observer exclaim in astonishment. Alongside Akai, who had just boarded, there was also Judy, along with the already present Conan and Hybera. If a bomb were to be placed in this vehicle, it could lead to a dramatic conclusion. After scanning the surroundings and finding no suspicious characters, the observer settled on the new arrival, wondering if they had mistakenly identified him last time and hoping that wouldn't be the case again. Judy's close proximity to the newcomer suggested two possibilities. Either the FBI had tried to engage him, intending to involve him in a witness protection program, or the genuine newcomer had departed, leaving behind an imposter disguised as Vermouth, which the FBI had begun to suspect. At present, the latter scenario seemed more plausible, as the FBI would likely avoid such overt interactions if they aimed to make contact. This would make the situation even more extravagant. Just as the vehicle's doors were about to close, 3 more passengers boarded, a woman chewing gum, who, like Akai, chose a seat at the back, and 2 individuals clad in ski attire, bizarrely carrying skis in such weather. As the observer pondered this oddity, the 2 ski-clad figures unexpectedly pulled out handguns from their ski bag, one taking control of the driver while the other subdued the passengers. The assailant holding the driver commanded him to drive slowly, circling the city, while informing the dispatch center via intercom that he had hijacked the vehicle and urged them to notify the authorities. This situation posed a dilemma. Drawing a weapon now could complicate matters if the police reviewed the surveillance footage. However, without a firearm, it was impossible to simultaneously handle the 2 hijackers in the vehicle. The best course of action was to seek an opportunity to coordinate with Akai. One of the hijackers moved towards the back of the vehicle, threatening passengers to surrender their mobile phones. The observer reluctantly handed over their little smartphone. As the hijacker approached the rear, they were taken aback by the indifference of the woman who had boarded with them, who began to argue fervently. The hijacker, unperturbed, deliberately missed a shot, causing the woman to lose her previous bravado. After collecting the phones, the hijacker walked forward, and as they passed Judy, she nonchalantly switched her crossed legs, causing him to stumble. In the future, one cannot help but marvel at the audacity of this foreign woman. What if the robber, provoked by her actions, decided to fire his weapon? Surely she would not be concerned, as she is not a citizen of this country. Realizing the gravity of her misstep, Judy hurriedly approached the robber to offer an explanation. She placed her hands over the muzzle of his gun and expressed her apologies in an exaggerated accent. Fortunately, the robber, perceiving her as a foreigner, did not seem to dwell on the matter excessively. Moreover, the future revealed that Judy seized this opportunity to disengage the safety on the robber's pistol. Although her actions were somewhat reckless, they effectively alleviated a significant problem. Now, it was merely a matter of addressing the individual who had taken the driver hostage. At this moment, Conan extracted his earring-shaped phone, intending to call for help. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the robber detected this action, approached, and threw Conan to the ground, confiscating the phone in the process. Here, the future sensed a disquieting turn of events. Observing from the front to the back, he could only see seats obstructing his view, rendering him unable to discern anything below the necks of those seated behind. He only grasped the situation after witnessing the robber take Conan's phone. How did the robber become aware of this? Could it be that there were accomplices aboard the vehicle? If such accomplices existed, the only individuals capable of seeing Conan retrieve his phone would be those seated in the last row adjacent to Akai. Akai was certainly not in league with the robbers. Thus, the accomplice must be one of the 2 individuals beside him. Closest to Akai was a man in his 50s or 60s, adorned with a single earpiece that resembled a radio communication device. He claimed to suffer from hearing impairment, referring to it as his hearing aid. Next to him sat the woman who had boarded the vehicle with the robber, who had just moments ago been threatened with gunfire. Could it be an act of feigned victimhood? Through the window, the future spotted the vehicle of Miho closely tailing them, indicating that the police were poised to take action. From the conversation between the robbers and their radio, it became evident that the police had acquiesced to their demands and intended to release their accomplice. As he pondered over which of the accomplices was the robber, Conan took action once more. He observed the thief placing a handbag on the ground and crouched down to inspect it. However, his movements were detected by the robber in front of him, leading to the realization that the accomplice must be among the 2 individuals beside Akai. This revelation infuriated the robber, who aimed his pistol at Conan and advanced slowly towards him. What a headache. What is this little brat doing? Has he not noticed that there are accomplices behind him? If this continues, I will have to act prematurely. The newly arrived doctor, seated alongside Judy, stepped forward to shield Conan, cautioning the robbers that the police had acquiesced to their demands. If they recklessly resorted to violence, it would undoubtedly jeopardize their subsequent plans. This action further convinced the future that he was indeed an imposter of vermouth. Another robber moved from the front to the back, blocking his accomplice's path, whispering, "Stop. What if we accidentally hit that one? That one? Could it be a bomb?" Oh no. The situation was spiraling out of control. If that were the case, they would need to incapacitate both kidnappers and their accomplices simultaneously. They were also in the vehicle and uncertain whether the police would fulfill their demands. Even if their requests were granted, they were oblivious to the speed at which the police might respond. If those two bags on the ground were indeed bombs, they likely possessed a detonating mechanism. Yet, the two robbers bore no such devices, suggesting that it was probably in the possession of their accomplice. There was no time to waste. The future stood up and walked into the aisle, first placing his palm against his chest, fingers spread in a cupped formation. Akai, seated at the back, naturally noticed this gesture, and their gazes met. Shortly thereafter, the future made a gesture with both hands, fingers touching at the tips, then released them, causing his fingers to unfurl like a blossoming flower. In the future, in order to provide clarity for those observing, a bold step was taken, momentarily diverting the gaze of all present, save for the robbers, towards the gestures of this individual. Notably, Akai, Judy, Shinichi, and Conan were particularly attentive. Akai extended 3 fingers, forming an OK sign. "What are you up to, you brat?" exclaimed the robber, redirecting everyone's attention to the future. A hidden accomplice among the two relayed the future's actions to the others. "Apologies, I've been seated for too long and cramped up. I merely wish to stretch." Upon hearing this fabricated excuse from the future, the robber grew irate, aiming his gun at him, signaling him to move forward. "You at the back row. You come here too." As the future lowered his head, he cast a glance at the individual designated by the robber, a smirk gracing his lips. He recognized that the person pointed out by the bandit was none other than Akai, with whom he had just communicated through gestures. The two were coerced at gunpoint toward the front of the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity while the robbers remained focused on them, Conan took action once more. He scribbled a few notes in a small notebook and tossed it to Judy in the front seat. After perusing the contents, Judy retrieved an item from her bag and tossed it back to Conan. The bus continued its journey, entering a tunnel where the robbers issued new demands. They ordered Akai and the future to exchange their ski suits for their own, compelling them to sit on the ground, while summoning the gum-chewing woman as an additional hostage. In the dim light of the tunnel, the robbers intended to exploit the situation for a deceptive maneuver, while Conan too seized the moment to execute his own subtle plan. In the future, Akai locked eyes with his adversary, comprehending each other's intentions. At the moment the vehicle burst forth from the tunnel, he chose to take action. Akai seized one of the robber's feet and yanked it back with great force, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground. With a swift, decisive motion, he delivered a precise hand strike to the robber's knee, causing the assailant's legs to buckle beneath him. As the robber toppled sideways, his head struck the adjacent seat, rendering him unconscious. In a swift moment, Mirai seized the firearms from the two assailants, while Akai simultaneously subdued the female hostage. It was revealed that Mirai had communicated with Akai through gestures just moments prior. The first gesture indicated a woman, while the robbers were 2 men. Mirai's movement was a clear signal to Akai that there was an accomplice present, coupled with Mirai's frequent glances at the woman beside him. Akai deduced the identity of the accomplice. The second gesture signified a bomb, which elucidated Akai's prompt action in restraining the accomplice, as she might be in possession of an ignition device. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. They were not the only ones taking action. Conan and his team were also involved. Using lipstick borrowed from Judy, Conan, seizing the moment of dim lighting, inscribed a message on the bag containing the bomb. As the vehicle emerged from the tunnel and into the light, he raised the bag emblazoned with the word "Stop" for the driver to see. The driver decisively slammed on the brakes, causing Mirai and her companion to nearly be thrown from their seats due to inertia. At that instant, the accomplice inadvertently brushed against the bomb's timer. "Let me go. It's over. We're done for. The bomb is about to detonate." Once the vehicle came to a halt, the police swiftly took control of the situation, with Sato and Chiba assisting in the evacuation of the crowd. After disembarking, Mirai, gritting her teeth, delivered a punch in the future. Looking back, the once-present Hybra alongside the doctor had vanished without a trace. Conan burst into the vehicle, shattering the glass with a fire extinguisher, and leaped out through the window, cradling Hybra in his arms. At that moment, the bus fulfilled its purpose, transforming into a splendid firework, applauding the actions of all involved. Observing Hybra in Conan's embrace, Future wore a complex expression. "It seems this was your fate. From now on, you shall be inseparable from him." Subsequently, Conan inquired of Future how he had deduced the identity of the accomplice among the robbers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, I observed him communicating via radio, yet I refrained from approaching him in haste. Once Akai concluded his conversation, I greeted him. I had heard about the previous events, and I am truly grateful for the matter concerning Mei Mei. Ah, such words need not be repeated. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, why not share some of your intelligence with me? X, I cannot breach the established protocols, as you are well aware. In the future. He patted Akai's shoulder with a smile, saying, you remain so rigid in your ways, it was merely a jest. Observing the future's demeanor. A rare smile flickered across Akai's usually stern face. Are you here in Neon to carry out a mission? Would you be so kind as to divulge some details? You, my friend, just mentioned your lack of social grace. Yet here you are, attempting to extract information from me. You are well aware of the rules. After the light-hearted banter, both their expressions turned grave. Akai spoke first, this time upon returning to Neon, the mission is of considerable magnitude. If possible, I would like to propose a collaboration with your esteemed nation. With a fleeting smile, he continued, much like we did a year ago. No. This is not the same matter. Are you suggesting a partnership between just you and me, or is it a collaboration between the FBI and us? If it is a personal alliance, I can agree to it now. However, if you do not represent just yourself, my words hold little weight. Though this statement ostensibly conveyed a mere fact, Akai could discern that the future's words likely signaled the end of their discussion. Lighting a cigarette. Akai took a puff and offered one to the future as well. In the future, it is rare to accept a cigarette, given the differing national circumstances and customs. In order to prevent the scent from revealing his habits, the future rarely indulges in smoking. Akai sighed deeply and spoke slowly. I care deeply about the matter concerning Mei Mei. We cannot allow more innocent individuals to become entangled in this. I simply wish to resolve this situation swiftly. Please give it some thought. The future exhaled a ring of smoke towards the sky, neither affirming nor denying. I shall communicate with the higher-ups upon my return. No wonder the future figure was not only exceptionally skilled, but also had a notable connection with the suddenly famous Detective Maori. So, you are acquainted with Shio? Judy's arrival interrupted their conversation, and the sight of an old friend caused the future to lower his guard. Moreover, he did not anticipate any complications arising from being in the same frame as Akai, yet surprisingly, Judy overheard their exchange. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The future closed the insurance. And he was not jesting with Judy. It's no big deal. Dying in Neon. The teacher is just another agent from the United States, isn't he? Enough. Put away the gun. This is not within the borders of the United States. Judy, this matter is a secret between him and me. I do not wish for you to report it to James. A secret? Is it because of that woman? Akai fell silent, clearly caught off guard by Judy's insight. I cannot guarantee that, he replied, though Judy had already holstered her weapon first. Seeing Judy take a step back, the future did not wish to put Akai in a difficult position and also retracted his firearm. With this woman aware of his identity, it was likely he could no longer keep it hidden. The future certainly could not rely on her to remain tight-lipped because of Akai. Under such circumstances, he would have no choice but to report the FBI's proposal for cooperation to his superiors. The outcome was predictable. The higher-ups would undoubtedly agree. They had initially intended to send a few reinforcements to the future. However, he feared for their safety due to the organization while also being concerned they would disrupt his leisure pursuits, so he declined the reinforcements. Now, he could utilize the FBI's manpower to carry out operations and share intelligence. What's not to love? Yet, on the other hand, the future possessed a profound distrust of the FBI. There might very well be moles within their ranks. Even if cooperation were to occur, it could only be on a need-to-know basis, much like Akai's singular line of communication. Since Judy is aware of this matter, we will report it. As a gesture of goodwill, I may disclose the details of this mission to you. Do not speak further. X is a friend. I will bear all consequences myself. Akai's resolve was unwavering. The man who was with Judy in the car. You've seen him, correct? He has already entered our FBI's witness protection program and has been transferred to the United States. And now you find that the individual who should have been in the United States is instead present within Neon? Indeed. He is likely an organization member in disguise. His arrival here is to verify his identity and perhaps extract some information from him. The scene in the car earlier, where he appeared overly protective, had raised the future's suspicions. The FBI had also begun to doubt him, and it was almost certain that this woman was indeed Belmode. However, the future and Akai were not yet in a cooperative relationship, and this information could not be disclosed to them. Since you shared this information with me, as a token of sincerity, I will maintain my distance from him and will not interfere in your affairs. Let us conclude our reminiscences for today. I will inform you of my superior's response as soon as possible. With that, the future left Akai with a confidential contact method and departed. I will await good news. Looking forward to cooperation with your country. Why did you disclose our intelligence to him? Can he be trusted? Moreover, I do not believe they can offer us any assistance. Judy, you underestimate him, and you also underestimate the country. To my knowledge, since his appearance, he has attended 28 missions, with none failing. Furthermore, their team differs from ours. They operate independently, which speaks to their confidence in their individual combat capabilities. Napoleon once remarked about them, let her sleep. Once she awakens, she will shake the entire world. Judy's expression was one of disbelief, astonished to learn that someone seemingly inconspicuous possessed such formidable strength. Although this encounter was somewhat unexpected, the outcome remained rather optimistic. Yet, neither party realized that, in an inconspicuous corner, the doctor they mentioned was lurking in the shadows, absorbing every word of their conversation. Once certain both sides had departed, the new doctor adjusted his glasses and emerged from the darkness. At the Mori household, Conan, taking advantage of Mori's slumber, boldly answered a call from Hattori in Osaka. "Hello, Kudo, have you heard? A hotel here is hosting an opening gala. Would you like to come take a look?" Hattori on the other end sounded quite excited. 3 athletic stars from the United States are coming, and it will surely be lively. "Sorry, but I have a case to work on and cannot make it." Conan swiftly declined, showing no interest in the stars Hattori mentioned. "Just listen to me first. Let me tell you who the 3 stars are, and you'll definitely want to come. First, the former world boxing champion, Rikabar. Then, the baseball player from Major League Baseball, Mike Nord. Lastly, and pay attention, the renowned goalkeeper from the European Steel Alliance, Ray Caddis." Upon hearing this name, a spark ignited in Conan's eyes. "Hey, Hattori, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? I originally planned to invite my parents, but they have other commitments. So I'm inviting you." "Nice." Conan was so thrilled he nearly jumped. "However, Kudo, I have a favor to ask. Could you invite Future over for me?" "Huh? You're not trying to deliberately keep your parents away so you can take their spot to meet the stars, are you?" Hattori chuckled awkwardly. "Higi, you caught me. The thing is, Future tends to be quite low-key. If I were to invite him, he would likely refuse. That is why I thought to ask you. Who has a good rapport with him?" Upon hearing this, Conan nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. "Where did you get the idea that I have a good relationship with him?" Yet, Conan did not refuse. Normally, he would never humiliate himself to ask. But in the face of his beloved soccer star, he considered it a favor to Hattori. When he knocked on Future's door, he had even imagined how Future would leverage his mother to coerce him. To his surprise, upon learning of Conan's purpose, Future readily agreed. "Huh? Did I hear that correctly?" He accepted without making any demands. Seeing Conan's incredulous expression, Future explained, "Because even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone. Yoko and Miss Takayama have already contacted me. I plan to take this opportunity to socialize and attend to my own matters." How peculiar. Conan never expected Future, of all people, would proactively mention wanting to socialize. The following evening, Future arrived as promised. The Future presence here is not merely a gesture of goodwill towards Conan. Previously, there was an invitation extended to Takamori Nan to join his company, which was declined, with the assurance that a more suitable candidate would be introduced. At this opening ceremony, not only are there 3 unfamiliar celebrities from the United States, but also the esteemed Komatsu Miho and Kuraki Mai, whose attendance represents the true intention of the Future. Upon arrival, Future noticed that the Muri family had already arrived early, and Hattori had been waiting for quite some time. He approached Future with a friendly demeanor, as if he were the host of the gathering. "Future, it was always me coming to seek you out before. Now that you have come, I must ensure I extend my hospitality properly." Observing Hattori's enthusiastic demeanor, Future couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. Surprised to discover that he indeed had a devoted fan, the Future did not dampen Hattori's spirits, as he replied, "Indeed. I have some personal matters to attend to during my stay here for a few days and hope to meet a few friends. I would appreciate it if you could recommend a delightful place, dear Heiji." Noticing that Miku had opted to address him by his first name rather than his surname, Hattori realized that inviting Conan had indeed been a wise decision. While they were conversing, Mori rushed over with an irate expression, confronting Miku with, "I heard you've recruited Miss Yoko to your company, haven't you? Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Although we share a good relationship. If you dare to harass Miss Yoko under the guise of work, I will not let this slide. Dad, could you please refrain from embarrassing yourself in front of so many people?" After chastising Muri, the understanding Ran quickly apologized to Miku on behalf of her unreliable father. Observing Muri's outburst, Miku was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the announcement regarding Yoko had been made weeks ago. However, she had mainly been in the company of Conan and Ran recently, and it seemed Mori had been harboring his frustrations. In the future, Wei Wei smiled gently and said, "Mr. Mori, you jest. My relationship with Yoko is purely professional. If you doubt my words, I can bring her to visit you on her day off, and you may hear her explanation directly." Mori immediately donned a cheerful expression, patting Wei Wei on the shoulder. "Haha, that's splendid. I always knew you were not that kind of person. Just give me a heads up next time you plan to come, and I will prepare accordingly." In the depths of Futaba's heart, a sense of helplessness arose. "Please, my dear brother. You cannot genuinely believe that those vibrant and enchanting young starlets would ever take an interest in you, can you? Instead of cherishing your stunning wife, you squander your time pursuing fleeting romances outside." Upon hearing that Mori had taken someone home, Lan's temper was nearly beyond her control. At that moment, the main character, Yoko, spotted her boss and approached to greet him. "Mr. Mori, President, it is delightful to see you both here. President, please follow me. I shall introduce you to those individuals you have long wished to meet." Without regard for the onlookers, she pulled Futaba into the throng. "My apologies, everyone. I shall see you shortly." After excusing herself, Futaba allowed Yoko to lead her into the crowd. As Futaba was drawn away, Mori called out a reminder. Futaba, do not forget. Observing Yoko's enthusiastic actions, Futaba was reminded of childhood outings with her parents, encountering acquaintances on the way home, eliciting a bittersweet smile. These two are Ms. Takayama and Mr. Nagano of TOW Mix. This is my new boss, Futaba. Yoko diligently introduced both parties. We have met before, Ms. Takayama said, greeting Futaba. It has been a while, Futaba-kun. After the greeting, Yoko continued to introduce two more individuals. These are Ms. Karaki and Ms. Komatsu. I have long admired your work, Futaba said, shaking hands with both. Futaba-kun, I truly enjoy your song As Long As You Love Me. The lively Karaki began to converse with Futaba. I prefer Until the End of the World, replied the more reserved Komatsu, whose demeanor resonated with the understated nature of the real world. During this encounter, Futaba had done her homework. Researching Karaki and Komatsu's works online. Aside from the theme songs for Conan, she found little else, and only a handful of pieces at that. After their mutual introductions, Futaba cautiously inquired, do the two of you have any new songs recently? Might I take a shortcut and have an early listen? With a troubled expression, Karaki responded. To be honest, Futaba-kun, I seem to have hit a creative block lately, and have been devoid of inspiration. Although Matsubashi Mibu did not utter a word, the melancholy etched upon her brow seemed to signify that her plight mirrored that of my Karaki. Observing their demeanor, Mirai discerned that her suspicions were indeed accurate. They were not the true Karaki Mai and Matsuboshi Mibu, but rather mere substitutes bearing their names, projections existing within this world. Perhaps they possessed talents akin to their originals, yet the rules of this realm forbade them from creating works unrelated to it. Only as the narrative unfolded could the creations inherent to this world emerge. Given this, Mirai felt an uncanny affinity with the two. Realizing she could not only present them with their own songs in advance, but also share several pieces unrelated to Conan. She pondered whether Ms. Takayama had mentioned her desire to meet them, primarily to inquire if they had any intentions of changing agencies. There was no need for haste in their response, as she had prepared a gift for them, though she clarified that it was not a bride. Regardless of the outcome, it was intended as a token of goodwill. With that, Mirai produced 2 envelopes from her bosom and handed them to Mai and Mibu. Within these envelopes lay a song. Tonight, I Feel Close to You, a duet performed by the real Karaki Mai and Stephanie's son. However, in this world, Stephanie's son did not exist. Thus, she entrusted a portion of this collaboration to Matsuboshi Mibu, marking a transcendent partnership between the two songstresses of Conan. There was no need for pressure, just as there was none for Ms. Takayama and her associates. Even if fate did not align for a collaborative venture, they could still foster a friendship in private. In the future, maintaining a humble demeanor, particularly towards the original artist, Mai Karaki, can be regarded as a form of tribute to her. Furthermore, the future informs the two individuals that this song has not retained any samples. Should they desire, they are entirely welcome to inscribe their names on the credits. As it currently stands, this conversation remains within a public setting, merely a quiet discussion among a few in a corner. Regarding certain details, the future intends to arrange a private meeting with the two for further dialogue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, Tofu introduced a rather commendable hotel. After inspecting for any listening devices, Tofu seized the opportunity during a lull to place a call to the homeland. The future reported to the old man about the collaboration desired by the FBI, and as anticipated, the higher-ups consented to the cooperation. However, they were unaware of how the organization had learned that there were not only the FBI infiltrating but had also placed greater emphasis on this operation. As a result, they decided to dispatch the other two companions from the team, S and LL, to provide support for the future. Future was resolute in his refusal, citing the usual reasons, danger and his desire for solitude. However, this time, the old man appeared genuinely irate, declaring that if Future did not consent to reinforcements, he would be recalled. Understanding the implication, Future questioned, "Are you implying that I must sign a military order?" The elder swiftly interrupted with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, why must you be so obstinate? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes, but let me reiterate, your safety is paramount. Should any situation arise, report immediately and request assistance." After the conversation concluded, Future carefully stored away the special phone, feigning nonchalance. Was it time to seek assistance? Indeed. He had felt overwhelmed during the bus incident. Akai was formidable. Yet, he was with the FBI, fundamentally not on his side. Still, Future was reluctant to ask for reinforcements. At that moment, he turned his thoughts towards the system for a solution. The Future calls out from within, "Come forth, system. Are you summoning the dragon? Speak. What is it you desire? I have been feeling increasingly burdened lately. Is there any way to find some loyal assistance, perhaps something akin to a shadow army?" Such entities do not exist, but the host can utilize character cards to select a figure from this world as an ally. To ensure loyalty, the host may also employ a true identity card, distinct from their own. Should anyone other than the host attempt to utilize it, their narrative will be entirely rewritten, erasing both their memory and the memories others hold of them. Is this not rather cruel to the chosen individual? If the host selects a character whose fate is already tragic, would it not serve a dual purpose? It appears there is some logic to that. Can any character, regardless of their alignment, be selected? Characters pivotal to the main storyline cannot be altered, for rewriting their fates would lead this world to collapse. What is the cost of the true identity card along with the character card? The character card is priced at 200 million, while the true identity card is 100 million. Upon hearing this, the system, noticing the host's lack of response, interjected, "Is the host troubled by a lack of funds? One may opt for credit." Credit? While it sounds appealing, does that not equate to incurring debt? Observing the host's hesitance, the system intensified its persuasion. If the host utilizes it now, a limited time 50% discount awaits. 50%? What should I do? Should I take the plunge? The offerings from the system have become increasingly enticing. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Ultimately, the host succumbed to the system's temptation, opting for credit. Although perplexed as to why a system that typically values currency would engage in such a loss-making transaction, the underlying motive was to bind the host to repay the debt through diligent labor. The character selected was Premia. Since the choice was open, it was only fitting to choose the strongest. The system, which had previously communicated in a textual manner, suddenly materialized into a faceless humanoid figure. With a single gesture, it opened a portal before the host, guiding them through. Through this rift in space, the host arrived in a chaotic realm where time had been halted by the system. At their feet lay a woman with golden hair, Premia, the chosen character. Are you certain of your character selection? Although she is not a canonical character, choosing her would spare the host from experiencing a theatrical narrative, as well as a corresponding reward. At this juncture, there was no room for reconsideration. Yet the host inquired further, what will become of these individuals if I select her? This is the future of the host's world. If the host chooses her, in the future, approached Premia and embraced her. The moment the future's words resonated, Premia's body began to undergo transformation. Her wounds gradually faded, and her disheveled hair returned to its former glory. Even the bullet that had lodged itself in her right arm emerged, and her injury began to heal. It was as if time itself had reversed its flow upon her. Once this series of extraordinary phenomena ceased, the system once again tore through the fabric of space, transporting the future and Premia back to their original world, where the system reverted to its textual form. How should the identity card be edited? If I alter her identity, will it affect her abilities? No. When she arrived in this world, her abilities were already solidified. Then, a significant overhaul is unnecessary. I merely wish to adjust her personality so that she can heed my counsel on important matters. I do not desire a mere automaton. Moreover, it would be preferable to instill in her a sense of conscience. Editing complete, the target is regaining consciousness. Additionally, repayments will be deducted on the 8th of each month. Should the host's account prove insufficient, assets will be subject to collateralization. The familiar routine. As the system vanished, Premia gradually regained her senses. Gazing upon the unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger before her, she inquired, "Who are you? Where am I now?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the presence of Premia. The future gently lifted her chin with a finger and teased, "Now that we have arrived here, do you understand what you wish to do?" As future elevated Premia's face, time seemed to freeze once more, and a singular thought consumed Future's mind. This woman is truly exquisite, perhaps comparable to Bill Mode and Yuxiko. Future bit his tongue, attempting to regain clarity. Entertaining impure thoughts about this woman would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. The two locked eyes, and suddenly, Premia's expression shifted. A change that Future could unmistakably recognize. If this were a comic, her expression would surely be deemed a memorable facial expression. He found it perplexing that such a beautiful face could contort in such a manner. At that moment, the long-dormant sensation of danger suddenly surged within him, prompting Future to retract his hand in haste. Premia swiftly drew a military knife from the sheath strapped to her thigh, aiming for his wrist. The force behind her strike was such that, had it not been for his danger perception, Future might have met a fate akin to that of Yonghua. This woman's ruthlessness was indeed as formidable as rumored. With precision and ferocity, Premia wielded the military dagger, showcasing her exceptional skill. In the future, with a swift turn and a kick, she sent him back onto the bed, causing the steel knife in her hand to clatter to the ground. Immediately thereafter, she seized the bed sheet and pulled it upward, attempting to shroud Premia within its folds. At that moment, she noticed the center of the sheet had morphed into the shape of a foot, aimed directly at her. The hands of the future grasped the bed sheets, too late to defend themselves, firmly receiving a kick from Premia. In the future, he widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the force of the kick delivered by this woman could be so tremendous. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the future, enduring pain, I rolled aside, my face devoid of the earlier jesting expression. Wait, I am no longer jesting. This is Neon, and I am your employer. Upon hearing this, Premia paused her movements. Continue speaking. You are an expatriate residing in the Goose Nation. adept at executing clandestine contracts that politicians cannot undertake themselves, correct? Premia reflected but found no recollection of such matters. She was only aware of her systematic training and her military prowess. I am the one who rescued you. Is this how you treat your savior? Observing a flicker of confusion in her gaze, I recognized that she could not corroborate my claims. If she had lost her previous memories, no amount of investigation in this world would yield answers. How could one verify actions never taken? I am an intelligence officer from the Celestial Empire, here in Neon to address a particular organization. However, due to certain circumstances, I am unable to request reinforcements and must resort to unconventional methods to resolve the situation. This is why I thought of you. When I arrived in the Goose Nation, I learned that you were being hunted by your former employer. After much effort, I managed to rescue you. How can you be so ungrateful? Upon hearing this, Premia sheathed her knife, her previous hostility dissipating. Yet, her expression still warned me to keep my distance. Ignoring the chaos on the floor, Premia sat upon the bed, resting her head against the headboard in contemplation. So, does this mean I am now bound to serve you? Although Premia sensed something amiss, the situation increasingly appeared rational. As if the reality aligned with my assertions, the system's obedience was not coercive but rather subtly ingrained, rendering it both secure and terrifying. You will oversee the equipment and resources. Furthermore, it would be best if you refrained from interfering in my tasks. Is this your agreement? Consider it a return of the favor, and I find great enjoyment in this unconventional approach. As she spoke, a glint of madness flickered across Premia's face. In the depths of the future, a profound exhilaration envelopes him. He is acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this woman. Her prowess could easily secure her a place among the top 3 in the entire narrative. Although their recent confrontation did not see either party exerting their full potential, the future has subtly shifted in her favor, suggesting that she may indeed surpass the current capabilities of Kyaga Kamikoto. It appears that the title of temporary first may soon be relinquished. Premia is undoubtedly a remarkable weapon, yet it is also a double-edged sword. In an effort to preserve her emotional essence, he has refrained from altering her character too significantly, which may lead to considerable complications due to her distinctive approach to situations. Thus, he resolves that, under normal circumstances, it would be prudent for her to remain at home with Mayako, safeguarding their abode, only to be summoned during pivotal or perilous moments. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am known as Starry Future, and your original name is Christina Lysel, is it not? For the sake of safety, it would be wise to refrain from using your true name. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Futaba furrowed her brow as she retrieved a tissue from a heap of disarray on the ground, wiping her hands. The woman's temperament was far more unpleasant than one might have anticipated. During her few days in Osaka, Futaba had another encounter with my Karaki and Maipo Komatsu. The two must have exchanged thoughts regarding the lyrics and score Futaba provided, grasping her intention of having them perform together. Particularly, Mai expressed great interest in the song and was eager to rehearse with Maipo at the earliest opportunity. As for the matter of transfers, her response mirrored those of the previous individuals, stating that she was not inclined to consider it for the time being. In the future, there was no pressing of the matter. Instead, it was suggested that the other party take their time to consider before reaching out again. Before departing, the future made a point to express gratitude to Habuto for his arrangements over the past few days. Habuto's gaze fell upon Puramia, who stood beside the future. His expression tinged with confusion. Hadn't the future arrived alone? Future, who is this? At that moment, Puramia, no longer exhibiting the fierce demeanor from earlier, presented herself with an air of delicate charm, linking her arm with the future's as she introduced herself. I am the future's girlfriend, Louis. A mix of French and local heritage. Louis? I recall that in French it means warrior, a fitting title for her. Habuto mused. Puramia, already a stunning beauty, captured even Habuto's attention, much to Keiho's dismay. Observing Puramia's enchanting demeanor, it was hard to believe she had once displayed a contrasting attitude. Had it not been for the future's deep familiarity with her, one might have thought they had mistaken her for someone else. As the two boarded a vehicle under the envious gazes of passers-by, Puramia's expression quickly soured. Enough of this, it's time to let go, don't you think? The future scoffed at her sudden change of heart. How old are you, girlfriend? You certainly have the audacity to claim that. What? Should I say you're my mother instead? If you wish to live, spare me your chatter and drive. By this point, the future regretted not altering her temperament. She was indeed a handful. Several hours later, they returned to the future's home. Upon opening the door, Mayu immediately sensed danger upon seeing Puramia. In an instant, she tore a segment of her necklace from around her neck and warned the future, stay away from her. This woman is formidable. Of course, she is the one I hired with substantial resources. How could she not be strong? Mayu, don't be alarmed. She is my hired assistant. Hearing this, Mayu reluctantly sheathed her weapon but maintained her distance from Puramia. Throughout this exchange, Puramia exhibited little reaction toward Mayu, merely casting a cursory glance at her level. Mayu posed no significant threat. With a scrutinizing gaze, Puramia assessed the future's residence, commenting, not bad, before proceeding to inspect each room within. upon reaching the future's bedroom. She halted, declaring, "I am taking the master bedroom." On what grounds? A bandit, are you? Pyramia dismissed the future's discontent, since he refrained from taking action. She would personally clear the room for him. It wasn't that she genuinely desired the space. After years of navigating various conditions in Europe, she had encountered far worse accommodations. This was merely a means of asserting her claim. Observing Pyramia's commanding presence, Mayu discreetly pulled the future aside. Unable to contain her curiosity, what is her background? One might mistake her for royalty from some foreign land. Endure it, as you can see. She is incredibly strong and ruthless. Do your best to avoid any conflicts with her. Ruthless? Mayu found this amusing. What was her role if others were to be described in such a manner in her presence? Discontented. She realized that the future's repeated emphasis on this woman's strength likely indicated her own impending obsolescence. The following morning, the future awoke parched and, after calling for Mayu without response, rose to fetch some water on his own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a swift motion, the future rushed over to check the pulse of Jinya. Relieved to find that she was still alive. A glimmer of silver flashed in his hand, and Janai was saved by the future's intervention. Promia's eyes widened in surprise. What had transpired so swiftly? Are you mad? Why did you strike at her? She sought me first. You ought to be grateful that I did not end her life, he retorted. This was indeed a truthful statement, had it been the Promia of old. Jinya would likely have met her demise. In the future, after giving Mako some water, her pallid face gradually regained its color, and before long, she awoke. Inquire of her to ascertain the truth of my words. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, and the motives of these two individuals are perplexing, as they seem intent on a struggle to the death. After a moment of contemplation, Mayako finally spoke. Indeed, it was she who struck first last night. Futaba's actions of bringing someone in from outside, coupled with that woman's haughtiness and arrogance, made Mayako feel superfluous. She yearned to demonstrate that she was superior to that woman. Hence, she launched a nocturnal assault on Premia while Futaba lay in slumber. Little did she know, she was no match for her, and within mere exchanges, she found herself bested and sprawled upon the ground. In the future, the emotions were exceedingly intricate. One might say she was overly sensitive. Indeed, she harbored such sentiments. Alternatively, one might argue she was overestimating her capabilities. However, upon their initial encounter, she had discerned Premia's formidable prowess yet still chose to assert her own worth. Ultimately, the future resolved to divulge the truth to Mako, revealing her identity, genuine thoughts, and the intricacies of her organization, thereby preventing Mako from indulging in unwarranted speculation. Upon learning the reality, Mako was rendered speechless, believing herself to be among the elite of ordinary individuals, only to discover the existence of such a powerful organization and masters like Premia lurking in the shadows. It was no wonder she had sought her out. Do not be conceited. I too fear for your safety. Do not feel inadequate simply because you believe you cannot assist me. There remains much you can do. My promise to you remains unchanged since your arrival. As long as you wish, this place will forever be your home. Mako was deeply moved by the sincerity of the future's words, recognizing that the other had not resorted to deceit for the sake of comfort. She glanced back. Reflecting on her career as an assassin, realizing such compassion was a rarity, she yearned to remain in this home. Premia, however, was entirely different. She found the future's words nauseatingly sentimental, instead intrigued by her future adversaries and the organization itself. From what you say, this organization seems rather mediocre. Indeed. If Jin were to recruit based on your standards, it would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, the future felt compelled to caution. I advise you to exercise caution. The individuals from that organization are beyond conventional understanding. Premia nonchalantly blew on her freshly manicured nails and replied, then let us await the outcome with bated breath. Her gaze once again revealed a latent bloodthirstiness. That afternoon, the future guided Premia through the bunker, which she found aesthetically pleasing. The future informed her that if she required materials for research or experiments, she could procure them from him, reiterating his plea for her to refrain from taking on jobs to avoid dire consequences later. Yes, I have arrived. I need to discuss work matters and will return today, albeit perhaps a bit late. Do not engage that woman again. Her emotions are volatile. Let her occupy herself within the bunker. If any danger arises, she will likely assist you. This call was directed to Mako, who had been quite shaken by the earlier incident involving Premia. Although Mako had not suffered severe harm, the encounter had startled the future, leaving him anxious and suspicious. He felt compelled to remind Mako of necessary precautions. As for Premia, the future had no desire to waste words on her. Correcting her temperament would require patience. Her choice to reside in the bunker was ultimately beneficial, minimizing her contact with others and reducing the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention. Upon ending the call, the future noticed Yoko was waiting in the parking lot, accompanied by the Mori family. It appeared she indeed regarded them as friends. However, inviting them over was ill-advised, as this location could easily transform into a crime scene. What brings you here? Upon spotting the future, Mori's earlier jovial demeanor deflated significantly. It was impossible to ignore the disparity between them, young and powerful, he seemed to eclipse Mori in Yoko's eyes. I invited the president. He expressed a desire to reconnect with old friends and hoped to recruit them for our company, much like the last time in Osaka. You have quite the ambition, don't you? Mori scrutinized the future anew, contemplating whether to ingratiate himself. If the future were to succeed, his company might soon be filled with beautiful stars. Observing Mori's lascivious expression, Conan sensed his ulterior motives and pulled the future aside to inquire about the details of their recent Osaka trip. In the future. It seems that today's Conan is somewhat different. He even took the initiative to engage me in conversation, asking, "You appear quite cheerful today. Have you encountered some delightful news?" While there is no delightful news to share, I did hear from Hattori that you have a girlfriend in Osaka. Is there any truth to this? The future heart of this lad is quite quick-witted. The news reached Conan's ears swiftly. It seems I should avoid discussing matters with him in the future. This is a personal affair of mine. What relevance does it hold for you? It holds significance indeed, now that you have a girlfriend. You can no longer entangle yourself with your mother. Oh, so you were waiting here all along? Given Puremia's identity, it is inappropriate to divulge information to Conan. Yet I cannot allow this fellow to go and poke at my vulnerabilities with Yuki. To be frank, she is merely an external aid I have enlisted. I shall not relinquish my connection with Yuki. Future offered a few evasive remarks, yet the specific details regarding Puremia remained undisclosed. The future remains vigilant. Prompted by the words of Puremia, who claimed her memories linger in the realm of the Goose Kingdom, she reasoned that, given her identity from that era, even if the system proclaimed the absence of victims, she should at least be regarded as an internationally wanted criminal. In truth, there exists no record or information about Puremia in this world. It is merely an unawareness that the future harbors. As the conversation turned to Yukiko, their dialogue reached a standstill, and Conan once again trudged back, his demeanor forlorn, to stand behind Ran. While exchanging greetings, they encountered the central figure of this incident, Kenzaki Osamu. According to Yoko, he was the fiancé of her friend. Taking on the role of host, Kenzaki led the group upstairs. Upon reaching the door, Mori discovered it was unlocked and, without a second thought, pushed it open, only to be met with an unexpected blow from a tennis racket to the head. After casting a glance at Mori, one might think he deserved it. Entering someone else's home without knocking is considered illegal trespassing in Neon. And it was fortunate that they were acquaintances. Upon realizing that the individual being struck was none other than the legendary detective Kagoro Mori, Kori Kasano had yet to arrange for everyone to be seated when two more women arrived shortly thereafter. Mori took the opportunity to enlighten everyone about their identities. The fashionably attired one was Yukino Takano, while the more stoic one was Terumi Hoshino. Together with Yoko, they formed a renowned group known as the Earth Ladies several years ago. However, the group disbanded due to a conflict between Hoshino and Kasano. Noticing that the others were well aware of their identities, the most commanding presence, Hoshino, inquired about the identities of the newcomers. While the introductions of Mori's family had not garnered much attention, an ambiguous glance was exchanged among the three when it came time to introduce Mirai. "It's not what you think," Yoko interjected. "I recently changed management, and this is actually the president of Starlight, Mirai Kobayashi." Upon hearing the truth from Yoko, the trio lost interest. As they had all debuted in the Enka genre, but time had changed their paths. Now only Yoko remained in Enka, while the others had ventured into the film industry. As they engaged in casual conversation, Kasano's manager, Takashi Naka, emerged from the room to remind everyone that the detective film starring Shu Kenzaki had commenced, urging them all to watch. However, Kasano insisted on taking a bath, dismissing the concern of her companions. Observing Kasano's demeanor, Mirai deduced that she was likely the victim of the day. In a city like Mahana, with its persistently high crime rate, being overbearing was tantamount to neglecting one's own safety. With the main character having departed, Yoko proposed a plan to her old teammates. She intended to don the outfits they wore when they first debuted, aiming to surprise Kasano. After the transformation, Mirai furrowed her brow slightly, questioning whether such revealing attire was appropriate for the current era. Nevertheless, this was Yoko's decision, and as her boss, Mirai felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. Instead, she shifted the topic. "Yoko, you previously mentioned your desire to become an actress. Does this ambition relate to your former teammates?" "Ah, you caught me, President," Yoko replied. "I cherish the memories of the four of us together. Hence, my aspiration to act stems from a desire to collaborate with them once more, just like old times. This is why I wanted you to meet them in advance." After Yoko returned, the remaining two also excused themselves to change. Seizing the moment, the group took turns writing blessings for Kasano, but when it was Naka's turn, a few tears glimmered in his eyes, falling onto the card. The future observed this and speculated that these two individuals must be involved in some sort of clandestine affair. It seemed that keeping an eye on him today would pose no difficulty. If it were anyone else, the future would not have concerned itself. But the prospect of gathering the esteemed ladies of Earth from yesteryears was indeed an enticing notion. In an era where sensationalism is nearly non-existent, there was a chance to reap significant rewards from it. While the crowd was engrossed in the film, the future rose, claiming to assist Jianxiong. Wherever Jianxiong ventured, the future closely trailed behind, never straying even an inch. The future was curious to see if this individual would dare to commit a transgression before his very eyes. Despite being puzzled as to why the future was shadowing him, Jianxiong felt hesitant to question someone who was both older and of a higher status than himself. A trait characteristic of the Neon people. However, Jianxiong did not emerge from the kitchen. Even his calls for assistance were directed from the kitchen towards the restroom. And after several attempts with no response, both the future and Conan began to harbor suspicions. Was something amiss? Conan, following Kinji, proceeded to the bathroom, determined to uncover the truth. Yet, before reaching the bathroom, Conan noticed several drops of blood leading from the bathroom door outward. Following the trail of blood, Conan discovered it extended all the way to the entrance, at which point he realized the gravity of the situation and urgently instructed Kinji to open the door. Upon hearing the commotion, the future rushed over as well, only to find Conan and Kinji, both in shock, alongside the lifeless body of Kasano, who lay sprawled in the bathtub. Quick, save him. The voice of the future startled the two individuals who remained in a daze. Having endured numerous cases, Conan instinctively felt that the other party was already deceased. Meanwhile, the peculiar Kanzaki insisted on first locating a bath towel to wrap the individual. For heaven's sake. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Xiaolon, quickly call 120. Unbeknownst to the future, she had unconsciously come to regard Xiaolon as a means of summoning help. I beg your pardon, she said, just as she intended to personally lift Koyano, when her manager unexpectedly rushed in and scooped him into her arms. After Koyano was taken to the hospital, Megure arrived at the scene with Takagi. Upon seeing the individuals inside, Takagi was utterly thrilled, as they were all distinguished figures. However, Megure cast a disapproving glance at Muri when he spotted him. Following an investigation, the police discovered a blood-stained raincoat, a pair of bloody gloves, and a handkerchief smeared with Koyano's lipstick. Conan discreetly approached the future and inquired, "The one you have been following, Kanekuma, has he uncovered something?" In the future, I find myself shaking my head in denial. Being with you, I am acutely aware that I will inevitably encounter a case. According to past conventions, the individual who speaks with the most fervor often turns out to be the victim. Subsequently, several suspects emerge, some towering and menacing in appearance, while others possess a sinister countenance and speak in a mocking tone. They each disclose their grievances with the victim. Yet, the true perpetrator is frequently the one with an alibi, the most amiable and inconspicuous among them. Just now, I observed that the bear-like man wept while writing his blessings, likely due to some emotional history with Kasaya. Moreover, from his recent act of taking Kasaya from my hands, my analysis appears to hold true. Therefore, I surmise that he is highly likely to commit the crime today, prompting me to keep a watchful eye on him. Unfortunately, he refrained from engaging in any suspicious behavior, allowing his culpability to be dismissed. A conversation from the future nearly left Conan speechless, as he marveled at how much had changed in just a few days. Is it truly possible that his reasoning skills have evolved to this extent? Upon reflection, it seems that the future's assertions could indeed align with the majority of cases he had previously encountered. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of indignation. How could one so carelessly speculate on the identity of a murderer? Conan nearly exclaimed in protest, chastising the future. However, he was rendered momentarily speechless by the future's retort. I am neither a detective nor a police officer. My thoughts are my own. Conan found himself at a loss for words, as the future's argument appeared unassailable. Nevertheless, he resolved that he would prefer not to engage in discussions of deduction with this individual again. Unexpectedly, the future did not foresee that, based on experience, it would err, and instead, be schooled by that insufferable brat, which left a sour note in their mood. Conan chose not to engage with the future any further. Subtly conveying the information he had gathered to Muro and others, the bloodstains on the ground were deliberately placed there, and given that the beast was clad in a raincoat, it was implausible for the blood to remain on the floor. This indicated that the assailant intended to frame an outsider as the perpetrator, thereby exonerating themselves from suspicion. Consequently, the threatening letters sent previously, along with the stalking and surveillance, were all orchestrated by the culprit as part of this elaborate scheme. According to Conan's deductions, Future and Maki were in the kitchen, each providing an alibi for the other, while Kanzaki had not left his seat except to accompany Conan in calling Kasano. The same logic applied to Muri and Ran. Yoko, Yagen, and Hoshino had all entered the restroom while changing clothes. However, during Yoko's change, Ran and Muri were waiting outside, providing no opportunity for foul play. Thus, the remaining suspects were Hoshino and Yagen. The crux of the matter now rested on the final weapon. Should it be discovered on one of them, it would indicate an insider's betrayal, whereas its absence would suggest an outsider's involvement. To affirm his innocence, Hoshino was the first to propose this course of action. In the future, one's eyes brighten at the prospect. This scenario bears a resemblance to the demeanor of a perpetrator who exhibits unwavering confidence in their own methods. Could it be that the individual responsible for the act is indeed her? In the midst of uncertainty, Mirai shook his head, acknowledging Conan's point that one cannot solely rely on experience and intuition for suspicion. Rather, it is imperative to let evidence and details speak for themselves. Megure arranged for female officers to search the remaining Yain and Hoshino, and the results indicated that neither bore any traces of blood. Furthermore, No murder weapon was discovered among their belongings. At this juncture, Mirai found himself without leads on the perpetrator, thus opting to follow Conan and observe his meticulous approach to uncovering clues. This marked Mirai's first-person perspective of Conan's investigative prowess in this world. As everyone wrestled with the identity of the culprit, a phone call lightened the atmosphere. The hospital reported that Kasano's surgery was successful and he was no longer in critical condition. However, the mood shifted again due to a comment from Muri and Hoshino. Upon learning that Kasano was out of danger, Muri urged Kinzaki to hurry to the hospital to care for him, as he was Kasano's fiancé. Hoshino then revealed that the purpose of their gathering was not merely to announce their wedding. Hearing this, Yuyen retreated into a room alone, with Conan following closely behind, while Mirai leaned against the doorframe, opting not to enter. Inside, Conan wasted no time in asserting that Yuyen was the true culprit. The police had failed to find the murder weapon on either individual because Yuyen had concealed her true nails, which she used to inflict harm on Kasano, beneath her artificial nails. After scratching Kasano's neck, she bit her nails off and fled to the restroom. Although the bloodstained nails had been washed away, the group had left behind personal imprints while writing their blessings for Kasano, such as Hoshino's ashes, Ikagoma's tears, and Yuyen's lip prints. Conan pointed to the card's markings, explaining that if blood is left too long, it darkens due to oxidation, thus serving as evidence of Yuyen's crime. From a photograph of Kasano and Ikagoma that Conan discovered while sifting through evidence, he deduced the true dynamics among the group. Yuyen harbored feelings for Kinzaki, who intended to marry Kasano, igniting her jealousy and leading to the crime. Kinzaki and Kasano's relationship was merely a publicity stunt to draw attention to themselves. Ikagoma and Kasano were mutually affectionate, but Kasano's disdain for Ikagoma's weakness prompted her to provoke him. Upon being exposed by Conan, Yuyen began to struggle for breath, collapsing to the floor. Prior to Conan's entry, she had ingested medication to lower her blood sugar, which, if too low, could prove fatal. Her intention was to commit suicide through this method, but Conan managed to save her by administering sugar. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the hospital. Kasano, having emerged from the danger zone, chose not to hold Yuyen accountable, and Conan also opted to conceal her actions. Mirai, upon learning the truth, exclaimed in disbelief at the creativity involved in using nails as a weapon. He mused that, given such a method, it would have been more effective to simply apply pressure to the chest to induce cardiac arrest due to oxygen deprivation. Nonetheless, amidst his critiques, he recognized Conan's growth through this incident. The once unwavering Shinichi had evolved. Today, as Conan was shaped by the trials faced with those who committed wrongdoing. This world is rarely black and white, but rather an exquisite shade of gray. One night, within a bar, Mirai conversed with a man significantly taller than himself, Akai, who had previously greeted him. Akai had come to discuss matters of collaboration. The higher-ups had already approved the partnership, with Mirai appointed as the sole representative. While friends remain friends, clarity is essential. You must inform me of the operation details and intelligence. I will coordinate with your actions as circumstances dictate. And I will share a portion of intelligence with you as well. Since you have arrived in our country, I shall call you Mirai. Your proposal requires further consideration. As it appears your side lacks sincerity, everything seems contingent on your discretion, which I find unacceptable. Akai was dissatisfied with Mirai's terms, believing that a true partnership necessitated complete sharing of intelligence, especially given that Mirai was the sole representative. Akai, your statement is rather one-sided. I am all too familiar with your country's practices. Even if I were to divulge all my intelligence, would you reciprocate with complete transparency? I have discreetly organized a small team, each member of which surpasses your previous girlfriend in capability. Is that not sufficient sincerity? The future has been articulated with clarity. The capabilities are indeed present. However, the crux of the matter lies in the attitude of Akai and his compatriots. The current collaboration is but a temporary arrangement, and there is a possibility that one day these FBI agents may turn adversarial. Thus, forging too close a bond may not bode well. Instead, the proposition of cooperative engagement based on circumstances put forth by the future ensures that both parties retain their strategic advantages. The meaning to be conveyed in the future is something Akai certainly understands. When it comes to the style of the people of Mei Country, aside from the long-standing rivals, the Celestial Empire and the Goose Nation, it is the Neon people, as victims, who comprehend it best. Before Akai joined the FBI, he was, after all, one of the Neon people. After adjusting his collar and reporting to someone via radio, he formally extended his hand, agreeing to the terms of this encounter. To demonstrate sincerity, let me first discuss our findings. The recently emerged Shinchaimai appears to have been closely associated with that great detective. This much I'm already aware of. What I can tell you is that her interest lies not in Mori, but rather in his daughter and that little brat. That brat is none other than the former Kudo Shinichi, who was administered APTX 4869 by Jin. A year ago, I provided you with intelligence indicating that she had disguised herself as that individual you encountered. It was Mori Ran and Kudo Shinichi who rescued her, and her approach towards the Mori family is likely an act of gratitude. Her? APTX 4869? Mori Ran and Kudo Shinichi? That little brat is Kudo Shinichi? The brevity of these few statements contained an immense amount of information, leaving Akai momentarily speechless. After 2 years of undercover work, coupled with the FBI's intelligence network, he had only unearthed a fraction of this information, yet the adversary had so nonchalantly divulged so much that they had not grasped. Indeed, the Celestial Empire is as terrifying as ever. You just mentioned her. Could it be that the opponent is a woman? This remains uncertain. But it is highly probable that she is your former colleague, the silver-haired witch, Vermouth. Is it her? That woman has always been ruthless, her whereabouts a mystery. It is surprising that she would engage in such childish acts. If we were to capture her, in the future, gazing at the radio left by Akai, a sense of disbelief washed over him. By taking such an action, Akai had essentially laid bare the operations of the FBI to him. Did Akai possess the authority to do so? If this maneuver were to come to the attention of other FBI agents, he could easily be branded as a traitor. It wasn't until the following afternoon, when Akai once again contacted him via the radio, that he comprehended his intention. The radio Akai had provided held no other channels, signifying a direct line of communication between them. Was this fellow attempting to engage in dual espionage? What a formidable individual he was. Today, he had indeed followed her. And as you predicted, she was deliberately making contact with that girl and the young boy. I advise you not to get too close. That woman possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills. As he tidied himself up, he cautioned Akai. Given that Akai had successfully tracked her, along with Bill Mode, today promised to be a significant event. And he needed to venture out to observe. That woman had already coincidentally encountered Xiaolan, having driven her and a few others along. It was unclear what her intentions were. You keep an eye on them and inform me of their location. I shall arrive shortly. Should they make any moves, relay the information to me directly. They were driving towards the neighboring town of Baihusen, and he was maintaining surveillance. Once they arrived, he would send the location to him. After completing the disguise, I swiftly made my way to Kupo town, following the location sent by Akai. Although I do not recall Vermouth ever having kidnapped Rand and the others, it is entirely possible that my memory has become distorted over such a lengthy period. Moreover, given my status as a time traveler, it would not be surprising if my presence has triggered a butterfly effect. In the future, based on the information provided by Akai, the location of the Suedo building in Kupo town was identified. However, it was merely a restaurant. Akai had already secured a room next to Conan S. Any discoveries? Akai nodded. I have discerned that they are also tracking someone. I overheard them mentioning the term officer, which suggests that something significant is afoot. As Akai indicated, it seemed the other party was indeed surveilling someone without making any further moves. Future S patience had reached its limit, and she planned to approach the situation from a different angle to ascertain whom they were following. Just as she opened the door, she pushed Akai back. Realizing that Conan and his companions had emerged from the room, it appeared they were preparing to leave, and they did not seem to be in any distress. Hey, Rand, what brings you here? Future feigned a chance encounter and greeted Rand and the others. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Future uncovered the truth. The source of this operation was indeed the officer Kai had mentioned. Sato had arrived for a blind date arranged by her family, only to discover that her date was Shiratori. However, Rand and the others were aware of Sato and Takagi's relationship, which was why they had discreetly positioned themselves to assist. What is going on? Is this all just a futile endeavor? Here I am, an agent from the National Security Bureau and an FBI agent, merely to observe your romantic escapades? And what about this Bell Mode? Why is she meddling in this? Shinchu. As if hearing Future S' internal musings flashed her a subtle smile, her gaze fleetingly drifting towards the wooden paper door behind which Akai was concealed. Could this woman have discerned Akai's surveillance and intentionally lured them here to toy with them? Future, a circus is visiting the city of Miwa for a world tour. If convenient, do come by, Akai communicated via radio. Is this the unique nonchalance characteristic of your American compatriots? If there is something to discuss, just say it plainly. Future retorted, having no desire to attend, as she had pressing matters at hand. She had already discussed with the Earth-S Grace team, humorously referred to as Shia by Future, and both Kasano and Takayama had no intention of changing jobs. Only Hoshino expressed some interest, but stipulated that she did not wish to transition to Starlight as a singer. Instead, she aimed to continue her acting career. Initially, she had rejected Future-S offer until he proposed to share exclusive insights regarding her idol, Kudo Shinichi, prompting her to present her conditions. This requirement posed no significant challenge for Future, as he was not exclusively seeking singers. After all, Yoko would eventually transition, and bringing Hoshino on board could attract attention. Presently, Future contemplated whether there were suitable scripts for both of them, as he had no time to accede to Akai's request to attend the circus. Moreover, he still owed a debt to the system. And with no major plot lines or significant cases at hand, it would be more prudent to devise ways to generate income. This matter is relatively important, if possible. Do try to come. You'll understand once you arrive, Akai conveyed, leaving the communication vague before abruptly severing the connection. Reflecting on the future, I concluded that since Akai had expressed such sentiments, it would be prudent to pay a visit and ascertain the situation for myself before returning. However, just as I was about to step out the door, I found myself confronted by Dr. Agasa and his group of young detectives blocking my exit. Future, would you be interested in attending a circus performance? They inquired. Is this a coincidence? I mused, as I happen to have some matters to attend to in that vicinity. If you all are heading there, I could conveniently escort one of you. Thus, I accompanied Hybra on our way to the circus grounds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After waiting for an extended period, Mika found herself still devoid of any sign of Akai. Meanwhile, Conan and his companions had finished the performance and emerged, yet there was still no word from Akai. If this continued, she would soon need to concoct a plausible excuse to make her exit. Just as Mika was contemplating fabricating an excuse, Hybra presented her with a keychain, a souvenir she had purchased after the show. She had bought two, one for herself and one for Mika. The charm depicted a white lion, said to be the circus's signature performer. Huh? She didn't give one to Conan, but chose to give it to me? Could it be that this little one harbors some interest in me? The future swiftly negated this notion. How could it be possible? A rationalist like her, who relies on intellect, could hardly be so superficial as to focus solely on appearances. Perhaps she felt a sense of incongruity. One might call this sympathy. As the future had yet to awaken from the descent of the key, Conan and his companions suddenly halted their steps. They observed a foreign-looking man, approximately in his 50s and wearing glasses, surrounded by a throng of journalists eager to interview him. This individual was mistakenly identified by the reporters as a certain Randy Hawk, a capitalist who amassed his fortune through oil and is the financier of this touring performance, with a profound interest in these animals. However, Conan discerned from his British accent that he was not the so-called Randy Hawk and promptly intervened alongside Hybrid to extricate him from the crowd. In the future, receiving the circus brochure from Agasa, which contained an introduction to Randy Hawk, he noted the stark contrast between the two individuals. Perhaps Asians struggle to discern the differences in appearance between Westerners. Having spent considerable time abroad and encountered numerous foreigners, he recognized the significant disparity in their looks. After expressing gratitude to Conan for his timely intervention, the man introduced himself as James Black. He had come to collect a limited edition keychain from Neon, the one that Hybra had gifted to the future. James Black? The name resonated with familiarity, yet the future could not recall where he had encountered it. He sensed that the man was not ordinary. During their brief encounter, James had scrutinized him multiple times, leaving the future with an uncomfortable feeling of being watched. James mentioned he was waiting for someone, a man with long hair. Could it be that Akai, who once sported long hair, was the one he awaited? If so, it would explain why he had been observing the future so intently. However, the future dared not confirm this suspicion and decided to remain discreet until Akai arrived. To express his gratitude for Conan's assistance, James insisted on inviting them to a restaurant. Without waiting for anyone to decline, he proceeded to his car. This led to a prolonged wait. When he did not return, the future felt a sense of foreboding. Was this man deliberately probing into his affairs? He followed James's route, only to find that Conan and the others had trailed behind him. After searching the parking lot, Conan learned from a group of children that a foreigner had been taken away by two men clad in trench coats. Following the children's directions, the future discovered a keychain that James had dropped on the road, stained with blood. The group intercepted a patrolling officer to report the potential abduction of James. Meanwhile, Conan and the future examined the bloodstains on the keychain. The strap bore an inscription in English, yet 3 specific areas were marked in blood, corresponding to the letters P and A. The children speculated on words beginning with P and A, but the future believed that the symbol in between was the key. This symbol, if memory served, represented, and correct? Indeed, Conan replied with impatience. Could it be Panda? As someone from the Celestial Empire, the future instinctively envisioned a bear. Conan's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, it indeed referred to a bear. At that moment, a black pickup truck sped past them, and the future recognized the driver as Akai Shuichi, who had summoned him here. Akai signaled for him to follow. In the present moment, the future refrains from revealing her connection with Akai in front of Conan and Hybra. She tosses her car keys to Agasa, requesting him to assist her in retrieving her vehicle once the police arrive. Meanwhile, she utilizes her radio to inform Akai to await her at the next corner. Cars, police vehicles? At this juncture, Conan comprehends the implications of the bear and promptly contacts his junior disciple, Takagi. Once she is seated in Akai's car, the future inquires whether this James is affiliated with their FBI. Akai's response affirms her suspicions. James is indeed the head of the FBI in Neon and also his superior, though he now appears entangled in the case. Since their last meeting, he had longed to meet her in person, yet fate has led to this unforeseen circumstance. TSK, who told you to indulge in riddles? I arrived long ago. Had you informed me sooner, we could have met. I am quite curious. How did you ascertain his location? Were you eavesdropping on the police radio? Akai gazes at the future with a peculiar expression. Your phone is equipped with a transmitter, yet I must admit, I admire your line of thinking. Before long, Akai accelerates to catch up with the police vehicle that has kidnapped James, casting a nuclear kindness glance at the uniformed assailant. At this moment, the sound of sirens echoes from behind them, prompting Akai to make a hasty retreat. I ask you, was it truly necessary to intimidate them? It is no wonder your undercover status has been compromised. What if they divulge your situation to the police? What if there are their agents among the police? My exposure is due to. Akai begins to retort, but suddenly realizes he has overlooked a crucial detail. How does she know about his undercover status? Their acquaintance dates back a year, a time when he had already distanced himself from the organization due to his identity being revealed. Did you investigate me? The future will undoubtedly not reveal the truth of its own status as a time traveler. Such matters are best kept buried within. This, in turn, allows him to perceive himself as profoundly enigmatic. It's a mutual understanding, after all, that James, clearly entangled in the events, deliberately left behind clues. Wasn't he simply seizing the opportunity to observe that child? I have previously stated that he is the missing Kudo Shinichi, and yet you continue to doubt the intelligence I have provided? After a moment of silence, Akai's emotions calmed, and he spoke with an apologetic tone. I was unaware of this matter. Otherwise, why would I have summoned you there? Furthermore, encountering the robbers was merely a serendipitous occurrence. I suspect it was a spontaneous decision on his part. Well, I had anticipated this outcome. It appears my suggestion for a cooperation based on circumstances was indeed prescient. I wonder how long our friendship can endure. Perhaps one day we will find ourselves on opposing sides. Let us hope that day never arrives. The atmosphere in the car grew awkward once more. In the future, a topic arose as they inquired. Did you happen to be seen by Hyber when you passed by just now? She's your sister-in-law, Shiho Mayano. Uncertain, he replied. I didn't pay attention. However, she probably hasn't seen me. This revelation broadened his understanding. Previously, when Akemi was still with him, he often spoke of Akai. And seeing Hyber's lack of reaction led him to believe she was already aware of Akai's true identity. It seems that Akemi had indeed done a commendable job of shielding her boyfriend and sister. Aren't you going to meet her? Future inquired. Forget it. If they can discover my identity on their own, it indicates their genuine capability to confront that organization. At that time, I will meet her. If they cannot uncover it, then the less they know, the safer they will be. In truth, Future shared this sentiment, which is precisely why he had not disclosed Akai's circumstances to Conan and the others. There is no need to keep such a distance. The police are currently focused on those robbers. Instead, why not observe that young man's maneuvers? It might just astonish you. In the future, I am eager to witness how Conan will rescue James from this group of robbers without knowing his identity. After all, one cannot play football inside a vehicle. As for the tranquilizer watch, it has only one shot, while the adversary's number 3. Regardless of whom it strikes, there is no assurance of James's safety. In the future, Dr. Agasa's vehicle approached from behind, and Genta poked his head out of the window, shouting to the uniformed robbers that he had been kidnapped, pleading for their assistance in capturing the criminals. Not only them, but also the vehicles of Sado and Yumi flanked them from either side. The former, in her capacity as a police officer, confirmed Genta's claims to the robbers, while the latter impatiently urged the criminals to hasten their pace and assist in obstructing Dr. Agasa's car. Initially, the robbers presumed that their abduction had been exposed, but they relaxed their vigilance upon hearing the words of several individuals. However, when they realized their vehicle had been ensnared by the police, it was too late for regrets. Sado, having maneuvered to the front, slammed on the brakes, bringing the robbers' vehicle to a halt. The robbers, still reeling from the sudden stop, found themselves encircled by a group of armed police officers who had swiftly descended from the nearby patrol car. Hearing the sirens from behind fade away, Akai reversed the car and parked nearby. Before long, James managed to slip out from the police encirclement. Old man, you didn't summon me here merely to test them and make me look foolish in your presence, did you? How did it turn out? Are you satisfied with the results? Future spoke to him without any pretense. Upon hearing her words, James remained unperturbed. You saw through me. I was wondering if you would give them any hints. However, generally, even if children know the answer, they might not dare to approach, right? At this juncture, James cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. I sincerely apologize for the incident. I was unexpectedly drawn into this case and thought it would be an opportune moment to test the little rascal you mentioned. Yet, as you are aware, this organization is entangled in numerous complexities, and I must proceed with caution. This unfortunate event has turned into a blessing. With this occurrence, we can enhance our collaboration. James's formalities did not resonate with Future, who understood that in such international cooperation, it was essential to strike a delicate balance. One should neither appear overly amiable, lest the counterpart continually test one's boundaries, nor should one be excessively harsh, as that would jeopardize future collaboration. Let this matter go. If your side still harbors doubts regarding our intelligence, then that can be arranged. From now on, you shall provide the intelligence, and we will solely focus on support and combat. Seeing Future extend an olive branch, James eagerly took the opportunity to acquiesce, affirming that it would not happen again. This meeting was essentially James attempting to gauge Future's stance toward the organization and discern how matters were handled on this side, while also seeking to extract more intelligence regarding the organization from Future. The Future revealed to them that the Celestial Empire's stance was unequivocal. As for the ruthless organization of the distillery, it was destined for complete eradication. However, the intelligence provided by the Future offered little further detail, only selecting information that the adversary remained oblivious to. Yet, it hinted at investigative leads that would soon be uncovered, such as Pisco, who had been meticulously eliminated by Jin, and the unfortunate Tequila, who was inadvertently caught in an explosive incident. During this time, the future inferred certain insights from the information relayed by James. He had previously mentioned searching for a long-haired man, yet Akai had already cut his hair. Thus, it was deduced that the so-called leader was likely a recent arrival in Neon, much like Judy, indicating that the FBI's infiltration into Neon was not particularly profound. One day, the future unexpectedly received a call from Conan, who urgently urged them to meet at the Muri residence, claiming that a remarkable discovery had been made. The future is filled with curiosity. What matters cannot be conveyed over the phone. With this question lingering in mind, I made my way to the Muri residence, only to find Conan waiting downstairs for an extended period. What could be so significant that it necessitated my presence in person? Without further ado, Conan got straight to the point, revealing the purpose of our meeting. A grave situation had arisen. During my previous investigation, I learned from Officer Takagi that all the case files previously examined by Uncle Muri had mysteriously vanished. The pupils of the future suddenly dilated, signifying an extraordinary event. Could it be that someone is still investigating Conan and his companions? When did this occur? A few days ago. The voice of the future has risen a few notches. Why was I not informed back then? I had intended to resolve the matter on my own. Yet despite my prolonged contemplation, I found no solution. It was only when I reached out to my parents that they suggested I seek your counsel. Is this family truly so unreliable? Conan's reluctance to seek me out is understandable. His competitive nature, coupled with the situation involving Shizi, compels him to refrain from doing so unless he finds himself in dire straits. Shizi's personality is even more whimsical, akin to that of a child. And this is something he can comprehend as well. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The urgency of the future arises from the concern that if anyone were to uncover Conan's true identity, they might inadvertently trace back to their own anomalies, a scenario that the future seeks to avoid at all costs. Could it possibly be the work of Akai and his associates? Such a notion seems entirely unfounded, as I had previously provided them with information regarding Conan, and the individual known as James had even verified it personally. How could they then infiltrate the police department to pilfer intelligence? I shall commence an investigation, henceforth. Should any matters arise, please inform me at once, for otherwise, you may find yourselves unaware of the peril that awaits. The weight of the situation dampened my spirits, compelling me to speak to Conan with less than cordiality. Though the details remained vague, I prioritized placing a call to Akai, inquiring whether they had ever attempted to extract information from the police. Akai promptly denied such actions, clarifying that they had indeed been at the Muri residence recently. But their intent was not to investigate them. Rather, they were following my suggestion to safeguard Conan. Given that it was not the FBI behind this, the only remaining suspects would be the members of the Black organization. The recently active Vermouth seemed implausible as well, for during our first encounter, I had laid all my cards on the table in an effort to win her over. It was evident that she had, as I suspected, already known of the identities of both Conan and myself, leaving Jin as the sole individual likely to pursue an investigation. In a bid to protect the Muri family, I conferred with Akai on a course of action. I would surveil the vicinity of the Muri residence during the day, and by nightfall, the watch would shift to Akai. This way, even if they discovered Conan's identity, any attempts to approach him would have to breach our defenses first. Days passed without either Akai or myself detecting any signs of intrusion near the Muri home. I pondered whether I was once again engaged in a battle of wits against the void when Conan called again, though this time his tone bore less urgency. Do you know what X signifies? Throughout this ordeal, I had maintained a nonchalant demeanor regarding my own identity, even to Yusaku Kudo and others. I merely stated that I was there to track the organization. Akai's situation differed. Our past collaborations and their intelligence network were already aware of my codename. Thus there was no shock. Conan's case was distinct. His competitive spirit prevented him from directly inquiring about his own father, and as a mere high school student, no matter how astute, he could not deduce my codename. From the other end of the line, Judy's voice interjected, "That man will not divulge it to you. Perhaps he is unaware himself." Could it be her? From her tone, it was evident that Conan was genuinely oblivious to the meaning of X. Having merely encountered the character somewhere, it seemed plausible that she had deliberately leaked this to Conan, perhaps attempting to use him as a means of testing me. What does the FBI truly signify? Is it a lack of trust in me, or do they suspect I am an imposter? All I know is that X represents the unknown, the mysterious. If it is not that, then I am of little assistance. I refrained from questioning Akai about Judy's peculiar behavior. After all, they are both part of the FBI, and even if there were something amiss, he would remain tight-lipped. Thus, I found myself compelled to rely on my own contingency plans in the future to preempt any potential betrayal from within the FBI or a possible fallout. Certain matters have not been fully disclosed to them. For instance, the future provided the doctor with a listening device, requesting him to discreetly install it within Conan's Sulijin footwear. The rationale behind this action is to prevent impulsive revelations of his organization as secrets. Monitoring him is also a means to ensure his better protection. Given the lack of trust in the FBI, reliance must rest solely on oneself. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted in the future. I patiently continued to listen, realizing that the discussion not only mentioned X, but also diverged from what was previously known. Their team, named after the black-footed species, typically would consist of a diverse array of members. However, they chose a contrary approach, designating their members solely with English characters to confound their adversaries. Thus, it appeared that Conan's inquiry regarding X did not pertain to himself. As I continued to listen, I encountered the name Kuniyashi Bunta, followed by a cacophony, indicating that the individual had been apprehended by the police. It turned out to be a false alarm. Conan and his companions had stumbled upon a case. And this Kuniyashi Bunta was indeed the name of the perpetrator. X referred to the victim's handwritten notation of the assailant's name. The name was inscribed on an open folder. But due to the upper portion being written on the document and the lower part on the exterior folder, it presented a symbolic appearance. Having unraveled the truth behind the cipher, the future meticulously gathered their belongings and departed from the vicinity of the Muri household. In a dimly lit room, Belmont seized a dart and thrust it into the target affixed to the wall, whereupon the center prominently displayed a photograph of the future captured by a reporter, marked with a conspicuous red X. Surrounding this image were photographs of Hybera, Conan, and Rand. In the future, sipping hot water while perusing the day's newspaper, one would find photographs of my Karaki and Mieko Komatsu gracing its pages, accompanied by the headline, "A powerful collaboration. Tonight, let us bridge the distance." Mai and Mieko have crafted a song dedicated to their fans, and to express their gratitude, they are hosting a concert this evening, hence the newspaper's captivating title. Notably, the credits for the lyrics and composition of this song astonishingly bear the name of Miku. The reason for Future's attention to these matters lies in the prior connections established by Mai and her companions with Future. They intended to allocate half of the proceeds from the song to Future Starlight. What Future did not anticipate was that these two prominent divas would graciously accept the invitation to join Starlight. Naturally, akin to previous artists, they also had stipulations. They would only perform songs that Future presented with their consent. This was never a concern for Future, as a portion of the offerings could be said to be creations that they had personally crafted. Surely, they would not dismiss their own work, would they? While everything in their career seemed to progress favorably, Future felt an inexplicable unease. Whether seeking collaboration within the team or recruiting talent from other companies, Future, much like a certain program's mentor, approached everyone with a singular proposition: join my camp. It felt akin to leading a pyramid scheme. In the end, there was little of substance gained. Partners provided no intelligence or support, and these artists had to source songs and scripts on their own, exerting all the effort themselves. How could one possibly find time to relax under such circumstances? Today, Future resolved to take a well-deserved break and visit Agasa's home to see if there were any intriguing novelties. He realized that, in the presence of such a doryman, it seemed rather absurd to continually seek assistance from the system. After all, why not relish the benefits of something free? The Future has never been a courteous host. After mingling with Agasa, your home becomes my home. To be overly polite would be rather distant. As usual, he pushed the door open and headed straight for the living room. However, he was met with the sound of a heated argument within. Did you say someone has stolen the report on Muri's case? Yes. It is likely related to the incident that occurred at the Cup House restaurant. The police found a handkerchief on Pisco that should not have been there, and it is possible that one of their undercover agents is among those being investigated. This matter is also very likely connected to this individual, as wherever the djinn goes, there are either corpses or explosions, which certainly does not align with his usual style. Furthermore, I observed that among those individuals, the prime suspect appears to be the Barry country star, Chris Winard. Doctor, could you please investigate her background, habits, and preferences through her fan site? But isn't there a foreign woman right beside you? Slap, slap, slap. In the future, upon entering, I noticed Agasa, Conan, and Hattori engaged in a discussion concerning the theft of information. Truly deserving of the title of the homes of the Heisei era, her deductions were remarkably accurate. Indeed, the internal accomplice at that time was she. In response to the Future's praise, Conan remained unfazed, adopting a rather morose expression as he remarked, "No wonder you chose to disguise yourself as her. Do not regard me with such eyes. I had assumed you would grasp this simple truth at a glance. Yet it seems you and Hybera pondered it for quite some time. Moreover, I had also informed Yukiko about her being an undercover agent. Had you deigned to lower your pride, you would have known long ago. Rest assured, I have been monitoring the Muri detective's household for some time and can confidently ascertain that the danger has largely subsided. As for that Judy you mentioned, I advise against futile endeavors. Future. Upon hearing Agasa's call, the Future realized that the detective duo had stealthily departed at some point. Noticing the displeasure on the Future's face, Agasa tentatively remarked on Conan's behalf, "Is it that you find him too verbose?" "Humph. That brat Hattori did not even bother to pester me upon seeing me today. They must be once again questioning my identity. Let them investigate as they wish. Additionally, if it were so simple for them to uncover Judy's true nature, we would be out of this profession entirely. By the way, why did you not include Hybera in your discussions? No wonder she is feeling unsettled." Agasa instinctively glanced toward the door and, finding it empty, whispered, Shinichi fears she might impede him, which is why he has refrained from discussing matters with her. Besides, did you not also admonish me not to disclose anything to her or Shinichi? Is it not a different matter? In the future, 2 packets of white rabbit milk candies were retrieved from the coat and handed to Agasa, who was well aware that these high-calorie treats were Agasa's favorite. These are snacks from the Celestial Empire. Do share some with Hybra, as young girls have a penchant for sweets. In the future, he retrieved 2 loose candies from his pocket, unwrapped them, and tossed them into his mouth. Subsequently, he resumed his conversation with Agasa regarding their earlier discussion. I refrained from informing them because they lacked the capability to confront the organization. My decision to involve Kudo Yusaka stems from his superior intellect compared to my own blunt approach. I wish for Shinichi and his father to uncover clues, so that we may take action together. It would be a mutually beneficial endeavor. Who could have anticipated that the boy's competitive spirit was so fervent, leading him to act independently, fixated solely on his pursuit? I cautioned him that the intel was entirely detrimental to their safety. As for Hybra, although she currently intervenes to prevent that boy from seeking revenge against the organization, mark my words, she will inevitably align herself with Conan in due course. Agasa unwrapped a piece of candy and savored the taste of the milk sweet. Yet, the confection sweetness could not mask the worry etched across his face. What if AI were to discover the truth? Would she feel isolated? After all, both Shinichi and I are keeping secrets from her. In the future, he firmly placed his hands on Agasa's shoulders, gazing intently into Agasa's eyes, and said, thus, "This task shall be entrusted to you, Doctor. That child must have sensed something by now. Her parents passed away long ago, and her only sister has already been rescued by me. Logically, she should not entertain thoughts of self-harm. But do you recall the bus explosion incident? For a teenager who has barely escaped from the organization, burdened with the dual responsibilities of researching the antidote and investigating the organization, while also facing distrust from peers, it is a heavy toll for anyone to bear." Agasa playfully swatted away Future's hand and teased, "I never imagined you possessed such a sentimental side. So, what shall we do next? Whether she misconstrues things or holds a grudge, for her safety, it is better to keep things hidden for now. We shall take action when the time is right, when the truth is revealed." I wonder if she will be moved to, as the Future remained ensnared in the fantasies of wealth, may cast a bowl of instant noodles onto his table, abruptly grounding him in reality. The stark contrast between illusion and reality rendered the Future somewhat awkward. Gazing at the unappetizing noodles, he inquired, "You even added a sausage? Is it my birthday today?" May, perceptive to the sarcasm in his tone, shrugged nonchalantly, "There is nothing else at home. The bread is all gone. And I'm hardly a culinary expert. You'll have to make do. Never mind, I didn't wish to cook today anyway. Let us venture out for a change. I've heard there's a flower street in Yokohama. We might as well go see if it's authentic." A mixture of delight and concern flickered across May's face as she responded, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're quite a celebrity now. Shouldn't you refrain from taking me out like this? What if that organization stumbles upon us? And ISNT, they're a formidable character at your home on Anshin West Road. You've witnessed her prowess. Even the woman who ambushed me last time would have no choice but to flee from her." Unable to persuade the Future otherwise, May reluctantly gathered her belongings and joined him in the car. Upon arrival, the familiar architectural style struck the Future momentarily, as his years spent executing missions left him nostalgic for such traditional aesthetics reminiscent of his homeland. In the future, I casually entered a restaurant with few patrons, only to be greeted by the staff conversing in a language unfamiliar to me. It soon became apparent that I had ventured into the wrong establishment, as I had neglected to observe the sign outside, which typically indicates the cuisine offered, be it traditional or regional. However, since I was already there, I thought it might be delightful to sample the foreign delicacies, for is not the essence of life found in experience? Before I could reach the front desk, I noticed a familiar figure embroiled in a dispute with a staff member, her leg raised as if to kick. It turned out to be Xiaolan, once again having won a restaurant coupon. Yet, there was a fine print they had overlooked, valid only on holidays and weekends. Beside Xiaolan stood an unfamiliar man who remarked, "Miss, your kicking is quite impressive. Might you grace me with your presence for a viewing of Bruce Lee sometime?" Upon spotting Conan, I swiftly pulled the oblivious Mayumi to leave. She looked puzzled and asked, "Why are we leaving just because we saw Mr. Mori? Aren't you friends?" However, Conan's keen eyes had already caught sight of my silhouette, and he turned to address the man who had approached Xiaolan, saying, "Pardon me, speaking of Bruce Lee, we happen to have a genuine friend from our homeland." As the man recognized my identity, he sheepishly retreated. Xiaolan and her companions, upon noticing me, greeted us warmly. Realizing I had been recognized, I could no longer make an exit and resorted to fabricating a story about not having seen them earlier. In the realm of the future, it seems that the closer one becomes to this young man, the more potent the influence of his aura. A table near the front desk noticed the commotion, and a stout gentleman approached, extending an invitation for a meal, expressing a desire to have Xiaolan pursue a career in the film industry. Observing that Mori and the others were being detained, the future protagonist hastily prepared to extricate himself. "Since that is the case, you should converse at length. We shall meander to another establishment." "Wait, you are Mr. Future from Starlight, are you not?" "I am Shiro Kawada, a producer from a film crew." I have heard that your esteemed company intends to venture into the film industry. Why not sit down and discuss it? Just as he was about to depart, Future was called back. Before he could decline, Mori, taking the initiative, readily agreed, with Xiaolon enthusiastically echoing his sentiments. We do indeed have aspirations to enter the film industry, but not at this moment. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will be sure to reach out to you, Future replied, gesturing with the business card Kawada had handed him. It is a fortuitous encounter today, so let us refrain from discussing business at the dining table. However, to preserve Xiaolon and Mori's dignity, Future chose not to leave abruptly. Instead, he settled into a rear booth, separated by a partition, allowing their conversation to continue uninterrupted. Noticing Future seated nearby, the original author, Kiyoshi Katapura, and assistant director, Kijin Ito, approached to shake his hand, while the director, Ikushima, remained firmly in his seat. This action prompted Future to cast a more attentive glance towards Ikushima, not out of arrogance, but rather due to the nature of encounters with individuals like Conan, where such personalities are either the perpetrators or the victims of violence. In the future, upon reminiscing about the names of these individuals, I suddenly found the number 73 rather intriguing. Kawabata sure symbolizes Sichuan, Ishihama Ki's represents Shanghai, and Kitagawa Kaigo stands for Beijing. As for the remaining Ito Kichiden, it remains unclear whether he signifies Shandong or Guangdong. While the group engaged in conversation, they did not overlook the presence of the Future, continuing their discourse. During their exchange, Xiaolon inadvertently spilled soup onto Kawabata's lap. He responded with a reassuring remark, indicating that it was of no consequence, and proceeded to wipe away the soup that had stained his trousers with a towel. In the future, my eyes sparkled and a smile graced my lips. Beside me, Mayu inquired softly, "What is the matter? Do you understand why I am reluctant to associate with him? That rascal Conan is a magnet for trouble. Being involved with him inevitably leads to entanglements in cases. Just wait and see, it's bound to happen." "Oh, you still believe in that?" In the future, one may smile in silence. You mock my superstitions. While I find amusement in your lack of understanding of the Ku school of thought, today, I shall impart to you the art of deduction as practiced in the Ku school, based on my observations. The individual who did not extend their hand to me possesses a character that is either prone to committing murder or destined to be a victim. However, I noticed you smiled just a moment ago. What was the reason behind that? Mirai further explained, in cases like this, such minor accidents that occur before the proceedings often become decisive evidence. Mayanaka was taken aback by Mirai's words, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the future, after ordering a few favorite dishes, they frequently glanced back. Perhaps it was due to the earlier rejection. The group continued their conversation, eventually shifting to work matters. Kawabata even pulled Xiaolon to a nearby vacant seat, proposing to invite her as the leading lady, as their original actress had just been in a car accident and could no longer meet the schedule. While speaking, Kawabata's eyes caught sight of the dishes on the table, and he suddenly complained to the waiter, "Did I not order just shrimp balls and century eggs? Why have I been served fried rice?" Having spoken too hastily, Kawabata lowered his voice to explain to everyone, "Actually, I am allergic to eggs and cannot eat them." Mystified, Jinyi asked, "Then why did you order century eggs?" As a true native of the Celestial Empire, the Future explained, "Because century eggs are made from duck eggs. Moreover, most of us do not add soy sauce to century eggs. Instead, we sprinkle some minced garlic and drizzle a bit of vinegar over them. This is because during the production of century eggs, many alkaline substances are introduced, which need to be neutralized with acetic acid to reduce the irritating ammonia gas." Leaning against the partition, Maori turned his head, patted the Future's shoulder, and chuckled. I almost forgot you're from the Celestial Empire. When you have time, teach me how to play mahjong. I always lose." In a casual manner, he mentioned a few words about the Future, then discreetly informed Mayu. He stated that he does not consume eggs. Make sure to note this down, as it may prove to be the crucial key to solving the case. As the discussion of the Future unfolded, Mayu found herself half convinced, for the Future maintained an air of utmost sincerity throughout. Kawabata broached the subject of a taboo past shared among a few. Had that actress not met her untimely demise, she would undoubtedly be a prominent figure today. At this juncture, Kawabata's countenance abruptly altered. He rose, clutching his throat in anguish, and ultimately collapsed onto the dining table. Mayu was taken aback, not merely by the death occurring beside her, but rather by the unsettling realization that Mirai had spoken the truth. An actual case had transpired. Accompanying them was Officer Yakagumo from the Shizuoka Prefectural Police, the brother of Yakagumo Shogo. Unlike most officers who regarded Mori with admiration, he instead chose to scrutinize Mori's shortcomings. Future noticed that Xiaolon was feeling unwell and asked Maki to help take care of her, while he remained to observe the developments of the case. Previously, when Kawabata persuaded Xiaolon to participate in a film, he had changed his seat. After the switch, Mori was on his right and Conan on his left. The police discovered that there was a toxic substance on the towel in front of Kawabata. However, his trousers were not contaminated, indicating that he had wiped his trousers only after changing seats. Thus, it was concluded that the toxin on the towel must have been transferred after he had switched positions and cleaned his trousers. Consequently, the greatest suspects became Muri and Conan. who were seated beside the victim after the switch. Given Conan's youthful appearance, the police naturally regarded Muri as the primary suspect. Conan raised a question, asserting that Muri had never left his seat throughout the ordeal. Had Muri been the culprit, traces of potassium cyanide would undoubtedly be found on him. As expected, no such evidence was discovered, thus clearing Muri of suspicion. While Conan was deep in thought, Future provided a clue from his perspective. Since everyone knew the victim did not consume eggs, this could serve as a crucial lead. Suddenly enlightened, Conan recalled an odd occurrence during their meal. Due to his size, he could not reach the dipping sauce and had to use the revolving table to obtain it. However, each time he turned the table, someone would rotate it back. Coupled with Future's mention of the victim's aversion to eggs, Conan deduced that the murderer must have applied the poison to the table's surface. Once again, Conan used a tranquilizer to incapacitate Muri. Then had Yakagumo impersonate the victim and Future take Xiaolan's place, reenacting the crime in front of several suspects. Of course, this alone was insufficient, as the most critical evidence was still lacking. To address this, Conan undertook a daring act that even astonished Future. He took a risk. He instructed the waiter to continue serving dishes, discreetly touched the underside of the rotating table holding the fried rice, and pretended to be unaware while bringing food to his mouth. Fortunately, the criminal's conscience prevailed, stopping Conan's action. Fully aware that the fried rice beneath the table had been tainted with potassium cyanide. Utilizing this insight, Conan successfully identified Isohama as the perpetrator. While it may have been somewhat unethical to exploit the criminal's conscience, Conan's willingness to risk himself for such a seemingly ordinary case truly justified his title as a detective. As the case unfolded, Xiaolan could no longer hold on and collapsed into Maki's arms. After calling for an ambulance for Xiaolan, Future chose to change restaurants and bid farewell to Muri and the others. Before losing consciousness, Xiaolan repeatedly murmured phrases such as "that rainy night," "the man in the knitted hat," and "New York." Could these peculiar words be related to the organization you mentioned? It must be said that Maki, as a former assassin, was quite sensitive to information. A knitted hat? New York? Future recalled events from a year ago, realizing that Xiaolan had begun to remember her encounter with Godmother and Akai from a year prior. This matter needed to be discussed with Akai to prevent Conan from floundering about like a headless chicken. Future had never disclosed their identities as FBI agents to Conan, nor had Agasa or Yukiko mentioned it. Regardless of the potential consequences of prematurely revealing their identities, this could affect their cooperative relationship with the FBI. At this moment, he represented not just himself, but also his country. Do not worry, he is not someone we need to be concerned about. At least for now, we are still friends. On the way back, Maki appeared somewhat peculiar, and it was not until Future inquired that she revealed everything. I still find today's events too incredible. I never expected that, just as you said, a murder would occur. Moreover, the traits of that individual you mentioned, his aversion to eggs and the sauce on his trousers, became the key to solving the case. It seems you know everything, cough, cough. Actually, I am an angel sent to save humanity. The entire truth lies within my grasp, Future said with a nonchalant demeanor, successfully eliciting laughter from the somewhat mystical Maki. He did not wish to linger on such matters, as this world was inherently filled with Conan-esque elements. If Maki truly viewed Conan's passive aura as divine power, given her previous actions, there was no need to further disturb the child's mental state. Thus, the best course of action now was to feign ignorance. Perhaps in a few days, she would forget about it altogether. As the Future departed from Flower Street, a gentle drizzle fell outside the car window, rendering the Future itself somewhat melancholic. The recent events seemed to serve as a poignant reminder that, despite the familiar attire of passers-by and the comforting cadence of their hometown dialect, he was not one of them. He was merely a wanderer adrift in this world, a time traveler whose attempts at light-hearted banter would never truly resonate with anyone around him. He resolved that henceforth, such sentiments would remain buried deep within his heart. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into Ultraman, traversing 3 million light years, concealed among the throngs of humanity. The secrets he harbored resembled the comb of the Queen Mother, delineating a celestial river between himself and the world, constantly reminding him to remain within boundaries. Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of being a stranger in a foreign land. By the time he returned home, it was well past midnight. After a refreshing shower, he retired for the night. Future, burdened by a sentiment known as solitude, gradually made his way into the living room. His gaze fell upon the piano, which had been relegated to a mere decorative object, and an impulsive desire to play a melody surged within him. As he settled onto the bench, a sudden sharp sound, a metallic clash, reached his ears. This noise was all too familiar. It was the unmistakable click of a gun's safety being disengaged. The sound emanated from behind him, so close that Future needed no further contemplation to ascertain that someone was indeed aiming a weapon at his head. He remained unperturbed. For had his instincts, the Peter One shiver, sensed imminent danger, it would have alerted him long before. Instead, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the unwelcome interruption of the emotions he had so painstakingly cultivated. In the face of the approaching threat, the Future disregarded it, placing one foot upon the pedal and resting both hands upon the keys of the piano. In the tranquil embrace of the Future, as I sit gracefully before the piano, My fingers begin to dance, delicately caressing the keys. It feels as though I am transported to a realm of solitude, where the vast expanse of the living room is rendered empty, leaving only the ethereal notes fluttering in the air. Each note carries with it a profound emotion and a tinge of melancholy, flowing gently like whispers of unspoken secrets, drawing one irresistibly into a silvery dreamscape woven from melodies. The Moonlight Sonata? What an exquisite choice, though perhaps it is not quite suitable for a rainy day. Music has never been a mere template, a formula, or a doctrine. It is revered as art precisely because, when the music plays, each individual is invited to share their own unique narrative. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the present moment, he sought to adjust his posture for greater ease. In the next instant, the cold barrel of a gun pressed firmly against the back of his head. Now I am even more intrigued, he remarked. Do share your tale. In the future, she offered a faint smile, remaining silent as her hands once again rested upon the piano keys. This time, the melody she played diverged from the previous one. While the Moonlight Sonata conveyed depth and sorrow, this new composition lacked that hint of melancholy, resembling more of a declarative statement. The future's melody seemed to draw her into a grand theater, where the audience was absent save for her. The stage was dimly lit, and a solitary dancer performed a waltz, moving his body in accordance with the rhythm of strong weak and secondary weak. His silhouette elongated in the soft light as he slowly raised his hand, as if inviting an unseen partner from the void. With a step forward, he twirled and twirled once more. When the dance concluded, the curtain descended gently, returning the enraptured listener to reality. The newcomer appeared to have forgotten the confrontation at hand, momentarily distracted by the future that had brushed aside the gun held aloft. Emotions surged in tandem with the music, and the future quickly regained composure. Why not lower that little gadget in your hand? Doesn't it tire you to hold it up for so long? Intriguing. This piece seems to be an original, not a classic. What is its name? This composition is titled The Lonely Waltz, a lesser-known piece from my hometown. Ah, lonely. A waltz, I see. You often say that secrets enhance a woman's allure. Yet in truth, they only cultivate solitude. What do you think? After a brief moment of distraction, Belamode's countenance once again radiated elegance and confidence as she retorted, a flock needs to huddle for warmth, but a tiger walks alone. Ha ha ha. Did you know there is a term in my hometown called Mother Tiger? Although Belmode had not heard of it. The expression on Futian's face revealed that it was not a compliment. Her brow furrowed slightly, bewildered by how someone who had just moments ago appeared so refined could so swiftly adopt such a frivolous demeanor. Future discerned the discontent emanating from the other party and, with a resigned sigh, sank into the sofa, gesturing with a hand for her to take a seat. This time, Belmode did not exhibit her usual nonchalance. Perhaps influenced by a sense of decorum, she sat down with her legs elegantly together, angling them slightly inward. Her posture was as graceful as that of a noblewoman from the Middle Ages. You haven't come here merely to listen to me play the piano, have you? Certainly not. Nor to engage in idle chatter, I presume? We are both public figures. Such gossip would be detrimental. Belmode suppressed the fury bubbling within her, gritting her teeth as she replied, neither is that the case. Oh, then what brings you here? Surely you do not believe that you alone could bring about my demise? Even if you had fired your weapon earlier, the one to perish would have been yourself. Have the outcomes of our previous encounters not taught you anything? Ha ha ha. I am fully aware of that, which is why I refrained from pulling the trigger. As she spoke, Belmode retrieved several photographs from her pocket and tossed them onto the table before Future. In the future, photographs spread across the coffee table, revealing images of oneself alongside Akai, captured during their surveillance at the Muri residence. What has become of that earlier confidence? The elusive enchantress, indeed, lives up to her reputation. It would be a pity for her not to engage in espionage. Future acknowledges that her counter-surveillance skills pale in comparison to these recurring characters. And it is surprising that even Akai, an FBI agent, failed to discern that she was being watched. Flattery will get you nowhere, but I have no such aspirations. Belmode lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before continuing. I never anticipated that you joined forces with the FBI. This poses a significant threat to the organization. I am here to request your withdrawal. Otherwise, I will be compelled to expose your identity. Why not simply inform the organization of my identity? Have you, like countless enamored maidens, fallen for me? Belmode raised an eyebrow, adopting a seductive tone. What if I said yes? Would you join us? I could not bear such a burden. Your charms are beyond my humble means. Moreover, I will not withdraw. You may expose me, but I can just as easily unveil your secrets. I might merely be repatriated. But what of you? You would likely scurry away like a rat, hiding in the shadows. Belmode smiled faintly, evidently anticipating Future's retort. She approached Future, extinguished her cigarette, and said ambiguously, let us see who proves more adept. As Future watched Belmode's retreating figure, she began to piece together the information gathered. Belmode capturing her photograph was no mere coincidence. And her earlier disguise as a newly minted doctor interacting with Ran was undoubtedly aimed at the Murray family. It now seemed highly probable that the previous theft of police documents was orchestrated by her, as she sought to verify the identities of Conan and Hybra. If this were indeed the case, she likely did not know their identities beforehand. Rather, Future had inadvertently revealed them during their initial meeting. allowing Belmont to feign prior knowledge and orchestrate the theft from the police station. What a cunning woman she is. And what a fool I am for revealing my hand so readily. Have I become one to feign ignorance in the presence of a beautiful woman? Furthermore, that wretched system, claiming to upgrade security, has yet again allowed an enemy to infiltrate. The woman, Pyramia, appears oblivious to the intruder in her home. It seems imperative to enhance security measures. This day, being a weekend, the streets were bustling with more people than usual, as everyone sought to unwind and enjoy a leisurely shopping trip. Just then, the wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility. Several police teams were searching for someone, and from an aerial perspective, one could observe the encircling formations converging toward the center. A suspect leapt from a car roof, closely pursued by a female officer. Despite her high-heeled shoes, her determination remained unyielded. The suspect weaved through the crowd, darting into an alley. The officer vaulted over a railing and crossed the street, relentlessly tailing him until she cornered him. Drawing her weapon, she aimed at the suspect, her trembling finger betraying both her animosity toward him and her mourning for a former lover. At that moment, a figure clad in a gas mask descended from above. Leaping from the third-floor rooftop, the officer, perceiving the newcomer as an accomplice of the suspect, instinctively judged that the threat lay behind her. Without hesitation, she pivoted, redirecting her gun toward the masked figure. The man's movements were swift. As she turned, he was already upon her, delivering a sharp knee strike to her abdomen. The officer doubled over in pain, only to be met with a sudden blow to the back of her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity amidst their scuffle, the suspect attempted to flee past them. However, the masked man sprang into action, kicking the suspect against the wall. Now frightened, the suspect shrank back. Losing all courage to escape, the masked man retrieved a syringe from his waist pouch, discarding the protective cap, and grasping the suspect's hair with one hand while inserting the needle into the side of his neck with the other. The drug took effect swiftly, rendering the suspect unconscious, akin to the fallen officer on the ground. Miko, do not act rashly. A male officer arrived at the alley's entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately drew his weapon, aiming at the masked man. Don't move. Put your hands on your head. Future, concealed beneath the mask, felt her brow furrow involuntarily. She had not anticipated that Takagi would follow Sato, leaving her vulnerable. With no movement from the opposing officer, Future found no opportunity to seize his firearm. And with the police reinforcements drawing near, time was running out. In the future, one can only feign compliance with the commands of others, awaiting Takagi's approach. Should he entertain the thought of placing handcuffs upon himself, this would present an opportunity for the future. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Takagi's forehead. He admonished himself to remain unperturbed during such a critical moment, for even the slightest disturbance could yield irrevocable consequences. As Takagi advanced cautiously, he remained oblivious to the fact that another individual, similarly donned in a gas mask, was stealthily approaching from behind. This person, evidently more decisive than the future, seized Takagi's wrist and executed a swift throw, sending him crashing to the ground, before brandishing a firearm with the intent to extinguish Takagi's life. In a moment of desperation, the future cried out, "Stop." The assailant glanced briefly at the future, abandoning the thought of pulling the trigger. Instead, she raised the butt of the gun to strike Takagi's head. Upon witnessing Takagi collapse, the future rushed forward to ascertain his safety. Confirming that he posed no further threat, she hoisted the assailant onto her shoulder and departed from that perilous locale. The other individual was none other than Premia, who had spent her days in the bunker. Her presence was orchestrated by the future for the purpose of extraction. Understanding her temperament, the future had deliberately assigned her the role of a driver. Knowing her propensity for in the future, after glancing at Premia, the other party shook their head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Before the future, the suspect was administered a tranquilizer. Fearing that he might awaken midway and be discovered by the police, they refrained from employing physical anesthesia. Now that the interrogation has concluded, the authorities are likely still in the vicinity, searching for his whereabouts. Even if he regains consciousness, he cannot evade the police's scrutiny. Hence, the use of the tranquilizer has ceased. After disposing of the stolen vehicle, the future returned to the bunker with Pyramia. In a fervent display of frustration, Pyramia unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the target. Once she had vented her emotions, the future initiated a conversation with her, saying, "Do not be upset. If you cannot recall, then simply let it be. There is no harm in starting anew. Damn it. My displeasure is not due to a lack of recollection, but rather because you prevented me from eliminating those two officers. Did they witness your identity? Why must we resort to silencing them?" In the future, leaning against the wall, I gazed at Pyramia, pondering whether there truly exist individuals in this world who derive pleasure from taking lives. Previously, her madness in the play was a consequence of a Muro Turu shooting her in the shoulder. This not only thwarted her plans, but also left her with an old injury. However, after undergoing personality correction, She retained none of her former memories. Thus, it seemed illogical for her to still exhibit such volatility. Future's words brought Polemia's actions to a halt, and a question arose within her heart. Indeed, why? She bore no grudge against them. And they had not even seen her face. What reason did she have to eliminate them? Such an act would only draw the attention of the authorities. How could she have been so foolish? Caught up in a sense of pride, Polemia shot a fierce glare at Future. Mind your own business. I do not require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs. With a sigh, the Future departed from the bunker. It appears that the matter of personality adjustment must be approached gradually. If her character remains unchanged, significant turmoil is undoubtedly on the horizon. Even organizations of high caliber, such as the distillery, must conduct themselves with discretion. Her conduct as a Polemia is still excessively audacious. After the Future departure, Polemia's mind incessantly echoed the questions she had just pondered. Why resort to murder to silence someone? Why take a life? Why? Polemia's pupils constricted as a solitary tear slipped unconsciously from the corner of her eye. Her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, she gasped for breath. In a fit of retaliation, she fired several shots at the target, oblivious to the fact that her bullets had strayed off course, and her magazine had run dry. Snowflakes danced through the evening air as a man, cigarette in hand, emerged from a telephone booth, fortuitously encountering Conan and Ran, perhaps swayed by a sense of compassion. He addressed Ran. Why are you crying again? Why are you always in tears? Am I not allowed to cry? Listening to the exchange between Ran and the man, Conan observed them both, somewhat perplexed. No, I was merely reminded of a woman strikingly similar to you, who always feigns calmness yet secretly weeps behind closed doors, a truly foolish woman. With that, the man brushed past Ran and her companions. Akai, what are you doing mingling with them and uttering such superfluous words? A voice filled with reproach echoed through Akai's earpiece. My apologies. I noticed her resemblance to Akemi, and felt a twinge of compassion. You have infiltrated the organization before. You are well aware of their methods. If Rand and the others were to uncover the truth and pursue it, you know exactly how the organization would respond, don't you? I understand that, rest assured. As I stated, if they lack the capability to uncover the truth themselves, I shall not divulge it to them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the home of the future. Jinya extended a cup of coffee to the future, who gestured for Jinya to remain silent. For the voice of Conan echoed once more through the earpiece. Doctor. I have uncovered a lead on the Black Organization. I have documented the encounter with the man named Tequila in my diary, which is recorded on this disc. In the future, I find myself at a loss for words as that little rascal, Conan, once again falsely conveyed an imperial decree to distract the on-site investigators while stealthily absconding with the evidence. Akai had mentioned devising a means to procure it. Yet it seems that the cunning boy has already secured it for himself. Fortunately, I had the foresight to request the doctor to discreetly place a listening device in the soles of that boy's shoes, just as I was basking in my own prescience. The sound in my earpiece began to fade increasingly into the distance. Damn it, that little imp has changed into slippers, and now we can no longer hear their conversation. If this continues, Conan will undoubtedly act before I can. Future downed the coffee delivered by Mayo in one gulp and then rushed towards the Agasa residence. However, upon her arrival, she found only Hybra at home, who informed her that the doctor had already left. In the future, Future contacted the doctor to inquire about his whereabouts, cautioning him not to act impulsively. Who is it? Conan asked, seeking to identify the caller. The doctor, compelled to speak the truth, confessed under Conan's watchful gaze that he had merely stepped out to attend to some matters. The future is undoubtedly shaped by Conan, who prevents the doctor from revealing the truth, leaving the doctor caught in a predicament. Consequently, he instructs the doctor to hand the phone to Conan so he can speak directly. You impudent brat, I warn you not to act rashly. This matter does not concern you. Huh? You conceal everything from me while collecting intelligence on my end, and now you expect me not to act on my own? Can you not behave like a decent person? If you are so capable, why not seek out the clues yourselves? With that, Conan abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no room for futility to retort. Damn it. If he could capture Jin, he would unravel this organization. The moment he set foot in Neon should have been the conclusion. Futurity aims to ensnare the bigger fish lurking behind. After the call was disconnected, Futurity re-established contact with Akai via radio, informing him that Conan had uncovered clues about the organization and urging him to find a way to assist. To his surprise, Akai responded that he was already aware. Regarding this, Futurity could not express discontent. Although they were cooperating, no one revealed their hand. From this perspective, he realized that the FBI, or rather, Akai himself, was exceptionally formidable, as if he had perused the script beforehand. Subsequently, Futurity continued to monitor Conan's actions and discovered that Conan and his companions had arrived at a villa in Gumma Prefecture, the secret base of Takumi Iwakura. Upon entering, Conan immediately spotted the software that Iwakura had been compelled by the organization to develop. After securing it, he opened the computer to investigate Iwakura's communications with the Black Organization, but inadvertently triggered the organization's anti-theft system. which would delete all information if a password was not entered within 10 seconds. In less than a minute, the phone in the villa rang. The organization had detected anomalies within and was calling to inquire about Iwakura's situation, given that technology had not yet advanced to its current state. The speed of information dissemination was still lagging. Earlier that day, Conan had led the police in solving the case of Iwakura's murder, yet the organization had not yet received news of his demise. After the call was directed to voicemail, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, what's going on? Are you there? Hurry up and respond. We know you're in that villa." In a moment of desperation, Conan used a voice changer to mimic Iwakura's voice and answered the call. "I apologize. The severe snowstorm outside must have disrupted the circuits, preventing me from answering the phone in a timely manner and causing me to miss the previous email." "Humph. Who told you to receive emails in such a desolate mountain area? Wait, if there's a power outage, how did you get to voicemail? Such occurrences are common here. So I use a battery-operated phone. However, you're quite impressive. You managed to locate me even while I reside here. You aren't keeping someone on surveillance at the villa, are you?" As Conan gathered intelligence from Vodka, he scribbled the words "turn on the lights" for the doctor to read. "Rest assured, since we promised you, we will not approach your vicinity casually." When Agasa turned on the lights, he inadvertently made a noise that aroused Vodka's suspicion. It was evident that despite his slow wit, he remained vigilant. Conan attributed the sound to the wind and snow battering against the glass, only to hear Vodka respond, "That's right. It's snowing heavily on your end. Isn't it?" Hearing this reassured Conan completely. Vodka's comment indicated that the organization was not surveilling him, or else the doctor's action of turning on the lights would have exposed them. Feigning that his computer was malfunctioning, Conan requested Vodka to dictate the software transaction address. Vodka instructed Conan to wait beneath the coin locker at the Tokyo subway after midnight the following day. Upon hearing this late timing, Conan feared that news of Iwakura's death would surface by morning, potentially revealing his identity. Thus, he employed a strategy of feigned concession, claiming he needed to meet with the doctor and therefore required a delay in the transaction time. Vodka, displeased, retorted that their concern for his fate was irrelevant, insisting that since he could not postpone the meeting, they would advance it to 4 o'clock that morning. Unbeknownst to him, this played perfectly into Conan's hands. Futurity recorded the conversation between Conan and Vodka, relieved that he had not followed them to Gunma Prefecture, as returning in time would have been exceedingly tight. Before the future had the opportunity to convey the information to Akai had already made contact with the future. It seems that they, too, possess their own methods within the FBI. In the future, there was a desire to enlist the protection of the FBI for Conan, allowing for the opportunity to retrieve the software developed by Takakura. The intention was to discern the nature of the organization's research. However, Akai appeared to perceive his ulterior motive of monopolizing the software, cautioning that it was not the opportune moment to stir the waters unnecessarily. Should the adversary acquire the software, their primary focus would likely be to expedite its return. Nonetheless, the potential theft of such a significant asset could jeopardize Conan's safety. In the future, there was a desire to intercept Conan before he could meet with the members of the organization. However, considering Conan's tenacious nature, he would undoubtedly persist until he faced an insurmountable obstacle. It was imperative for him to witness the formidable prowess of Jin. Otherwise, he would continue to act impulsively as he had been. It seemed that the disc must be relinquished, for one must not allow minor setbacks to jeopardize grander schemes. Once everything was meticulously prepared, the future summoned Premia, and the two took their positions at the exits of the subway station. Through the radio, the future learned that Conan had indeed arrived at the subway station, during which he even managed to solve a jewelry heist case. In the future, there was no sight of Conan by his side. It was inferred that he must have entered from the direction of Premia. He informed Premia to let Conan in and to be cautious of the organization and FBI agents, while he himself planned to infiltrate. Vodka arrived at the designated location but did not see the figure of Itakura Takashi. Instead, he noticed a check meant for Itakura wedged in the crack of a cabinet. He initially thought that Itakura was too frightened of the organization's retaliation to accept the check and had fled in advance. However, when he opened the cabinet to retrieve a disc, a handgun was pressed against the back of his head. "What are you doing? Wasn't the transaction scheduled for noon?" Jin glared at this foolish subordinate with evident anger. It was because Itakura had a heart condition and had scheduled an appointment with a doctor that the transaction was moved to an earlier time. "Do you know why he used a disc to transfer the software to us? He intends to take your fingerprint. You can't open it wearing gloves. His absence was deliberate, meant to make you wait. The cigarette but you discarded during that wait will allow them to trace your blood type through your saliva." Despite his anger, Jin exhibited a patience towards Vodka that surpassed that of others. While explaining to Vodka, Jin opened the disc's packaging, extracting a transmitter covered with a sticker and discarding it at his feet, promptly crushing it. "Look, he even placed a transmitter inside. His intention was likely for you to carry it to our hideout. Damn it, how dare Itakura toy with us? He must be tired of living." "Him? With his timid demeanor, do you think he has the audacity to strike at us from a villa in the mountains? I suspect it's that fellow who has thwarted our plans repeatedly. He has been absent for a while, probably nursing his leg injury. This time, he didn't act recklessly as before, and there are two possibilities. Either he is aware of our ambush outside, where his gunshot wound has not healed, making him hesitant to act. Hearing this, Future halted his advance. Since Jin thought this way, it would be wise to turn the tables on them. Entering now would likely lead to a direct confrontation. At that moment, the organization, the police, the FBI, and he with Premia would undoubtedly clash, risking collateral damage to Conan. Instead, it would be better to create a distraction, then conceal their tracks to divert the attention outside. This way, Conan inside would remain safe. He might be eavesdropping on our conversation. It seems we have once again triumphed. As he spoke, Jin searched the storage room while inquiring via phone if his men had any updates. His subordinates informed Jin that they had not spotted any suspicious individuals. Only a drunken man and a child had entered the subway station after 3:30, and no one else had been seen. A drunken man? Jin smirked, turning to Vodka. He asked, likely trying to cover up his leg injury. Everyone, take action against the suspected drunk. After issuing the command, Jin swiftly cleared away the traces left behind, eager to discover the identity of the individual who had repeatedly disrupted his plans. As Jin's voice faded, Future could no longer hear any sounds from Conan's side. However, his unadorned ears caught the sound of gunfire echoing through the subway station. Recalling Jin's earlier words, Future realized that Jin must have mistaken that unfortunate drunk for himself. Yet, Future gradually two gunshots from Mirai silenced two henchmen rushing to provide assistance. As blood splattered, Mirai experienced a peculiar sensation, wondering if his marksmanship had dulled from disuse, or if the prolonged tranquility had caused him to forget the life of flirting with danger. No, he mused, this is merely for a more secure existence. He shook his head, dispelling the intrusive thoughts, tightened his grip on the firearm, and advanced with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Premia had located Akai, wielding a micro-Uzi with ruthless abandon, cutting through the ranks like an unstoppable force. Akai, witnessing the onslaught, was astounded. Is this really Japan? He wondered. I feel like she's the villain here. Jin, hearing the commotion, arrived at the epicenter of the conflict, taking cover behind a stone pillar. He managed to fire off a couple of shots before being forced back by Premia's relentless barrage. Jin was equally bewildered. Have I been in Japan for too long? He pondered, are outsiders always this ruthless? Premia, deducing that Jin was the ringleader, suppressed their position with sustained fire before freeing a hand to retrieve a grenade from her bun-like hairstyle. She was about to disengage the safety pin with her teeth when Mirai intervened, seizing her wrist and preventing her from deploying the explosive. Jin, noting the cessation of gunfire from the opposition, commanded his forces to retreat. Despite their numerical superiority, they were unable to withstand the enemy's overwhelming firepower. Had Jin known that Premia possessed grenades, he would never have ventured into such a perilous situation. Jin and Vodka fired a few haphazard shots in the direction of their adversaries, forcing them back into cover, and used the opportunity to withdraw from the scene. Premia glared at Mirai, her eyes questioning his decision to prevent her from launching the grenade, which would have either killed or severely wounded the leader. The Future offered no explanations, but first observed Akai's condition. Truly deserving of the title Silver Bullet, he had withstood the onslaught of so many adversaries, sustaining only superficial wounds from ricocheting bullets and flying debris. This knowledge somewhat alleviated the burden on the Future's heart. Had Akai been harmed due to his own actions, he would have struggled to overcome the psychological hurdle that weighed heavily upon him. In the future, there was no time for idle chatter with Akai. Upon ascertaining that he was unharmed, they parted ways. Before leaving, Premia shouted, venting her pent-up frustration, and deliberately collided with Akai as they brushed past each other. Akai furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Premia. From her outburst, he had discerned her gender. He could not fathom why such individuals were still under the command of the Future. How had they passed their psychological evaluations prior to employment? It was utterly absurd. A complete farce. Thankfully, I had arrived ahead of time. Otherwise, how could I have explained this? In such a situation, how could you dare to brandish a grenade? I have no idea what kind of training you received in either the Republic of Gua or the military of the Goose Nation. But is this truly how they instruct you? There is a blatant lack of organization and discipline. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.